Chapter 1. Pain. Excruciating, bone-crushing pain. Consciousness, plunged into a haze, time became an indistinct blur. All that remained was an overwhelming hunger, a gnawing emptiness that pressed her front to her back. The woman on the stone bed stirred awake, momentarily disoriented by the dim, damp cave that enveloped her. Where is she? Wasn't she supposed to be dead? Before she could gather her thoughts, the stones at the mouth of the cave were pushed aside, allowing a shaft of light to pierce the gloom. It was then she realized that it was daytime outside. A tall man stepped into the cave, his upper body bare, with only a beast hide wrapped around his lower half. As he moved closer, she caught sight of a grotesque scar marring his face. The sight sent a jolt of fear through Shu Yue, her body tensing as she eyed the man warily. Seeing her defensive demeanor, the man, known as Song Long, smirked disdainfully. "Shu Yue, do you really think you can maintain your airs with me?" Shu Yue was taken aback. How did he know her name? No, something was amiss. Before she could voice her confusion, the man tossed a piece of meat onto the stone table, his tone harsh. "Eat quickly. Now that you are my female, behave yourself. If I catch you trying to flirt with other males behind my back, you'll regret it." With that, he strode out. Shu Yue lay there in a daze, suddenly overwhelmed by a flood of memories that were not her own. It turned out she was in a world of beasts in a tribe called the Yue tribe. The original owner of her body had been the most beautiful female in the tribe, doted on by her parents and adored by all the males. 3 years ago, she had even been betrothed to the tribe's foremost warrior. Yet, like Shu Yue, the original owner was willful and consumed with jealousy. After reaching adulthood, her relationships within the tribe deteriorated, leading to her betrothed male's disdain. Just 3 months prior, in an attempt to procure a snow crystal fruit, her father ventured out to gather them for her. The snow crystal fruit was a precious nourishment, typically found atop mountains guarded by ferocious beasts. Her father, a skilled hunter, risked his life to fulfill his daughter's small wish, only to never return. After her father's death, the original owner's mother, overwhelmed by sorrow and disappointment in her daughter, passed away within half a month. Soon after, her betrothed male completely lost interest in her, declaring that her beauty was overshadowed by her venomous character. The original owner, selfish and petty, would create chaos whenever another female spoke to her betrothed, driving everyone away. These successive blows stripped the original owner's beauty of its luster. Having no skills and too proud to accept the tribe's distributed meat, she faced the daily torment of hunger. Yet, as a female, even with her shortcomings, there were males willing to use her for release and procreation. Song Long was one such male. To avoid starvation, the original owner had agreed to become his mate just the day before. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently switched souls. Coincidentally, the original owner also bore the name Shu Yue. After absorbing her memories, Shu Yue stared blankly at the cave ceiling. This was not her burden to bear, and she would not accept the original owner's chosen way of life. Her gaze shifted to the piece of meat on the table. Even if she were to starve, she could not bring herself to eat it. Consuming the meat would bind her to the partner's ceremony that awaited her that very night. She had to escape, if only to preserve the original owner's last vestige of purity. With great effort, Shu Yue slowly slid off the stone bed, feeling utterly drained and dizzy. Gripping her thigh tightly to stave off the fog of confusion, she caught sight of the dirt beneath her nails and couldn't help but smirk at the irony the original owner had lived in a state even more pitiful than her own. Having died once, she felt no surge of survival instinct in this new place. She merely found the prospect of starving to be unbearable. With unsteady steps, she approached the cave entrance, grateful that Song Long had left it unblocked. This was Kang Lang's cave, and the original owner had made the decision to become his female just yesterday, thus moving in. Song Long had not departed. Instead, he stood not far from the entrance, reveling in conversation with other males. The opportunity to unite with the tribe's most beautiful female was something he had never dared to hope for. Despite her problematic temperament, he accepted it. As they spoke, his peripheral vision caught sight of the female emerging, and his brow furrowed. He approached her, wrapping an arm around her. "Why aren't you resting in the cave?" Did you finish the meat so quickly? Shu Yue felt the weight of his closeness, a sense of oppression washing over her. Weakly pushing against him, she exclaimed, "Let go of me." Songlong frowned and released her. He understood that this female was proud. If he wanted her to submit in the future, he would need to chip away at her arrogance. Regardless of his intentions, Shu Yue was resolute as she stepped away. She was on the verge of starving and needed to find food quickly. Following the directions etched in her memory, she walked determinedly toward a large tree, with two bewildered males trailing behind her. Songlong and another male. The other male, known as Hailang, asked curiously, "Songlong, what does your female intend to do?" Kanglang's expression shifted to one of confusion. "I have no idea." But they would soon find out, for Shu Yue had reached the base of the tree and was gathering the fallen green leaves to eat. Songlong was taken aback and rushed over. "Have you lost your mind? You can't eat those." He reached out to snatch the leaves from her. Starving to the point of faintness, Shu Yue found it easy to have the leaves taken from her grasp, still chewing on a couple of the leaves. To be honest, they were horridly unpalatable even in her most destitute moments. She had never endured such a fate. Ignoring the leaves that had been taken from her, she continued to collect the ones on the ground. They were harmless and could fill her stomach. Kanglang's expression darkened. He couldn't comprehend why this female had suddenly gone mad. Why would she forsake roasted meat for leaves? How would he explain this to others claiming that he, Songlong, couldn't even feed his own female? Thinking this, he moved to intervene, but a revitalized Shu Yue, feeling her senses returning, turned to the male who attempted to seize her and declared, "Songlong, I regret agreeing to be your female, so you needn't concern yourself with what I eat." At her words, Songlong halted, his face darkening further. "I take you seriously tonight. We will hold the partner ceremony." With that, Shu Yue found herself confined within his embrace. Powerless to resist, she managed a faint smile, whispering, "If you insist on forcing me, then I shall die before you." Her airy tone made Kanglang's arms tense, his expression turning predatory. "Shu Yue, are you toying with me?" Had she still been her former self, she might have been terrified by his fierce visage, but now, having died once, she felt a strange sense of indifference. If only he could snap her neck in one swift motion. Alas, the male would not do such a thing. Hailang, having regained his composure from the shock, approached. Though Shu Yue appeared enticing, he felt compelled to defend his friend. "Shu Yue, you agreed yesterday. Are you not afraid of the tribe's disdain for your change of heart?" Disdain? Did the original owner still possess any semblance of reputation within this tribe? Shu Yue laughed nonchalantly. "Whatever. How much worse could it get?" Hailang was left speechless. For some reason, he sensed that this female had changed. Once concerned about the tribe's opinions, she now seemed unconcerned. Kanglang's expression darkened even further. "Shu Yue, are you serious?" "Yes, serious." Her voice was soft, yet it held an undeniable resolve. Songlong gazed at the pale yet defiant female before him, a hidden desire to conquer her taking root in his heart. Yet the person standing before him was too proud. He would need to temper her arrogance. Thus, he willingly released her. However, the suddenness of his release caused Shu Yue to stumble, nearly falling to the ground, though she managed to regain her balance. Songlong crossed his arms, coldly regarding her. "Shu Yue, this is your choice. If you wish to abandon this, the next time you seek me out, begging will yield no results. Have you thought this through?" Shu Yue smiled, an expression of relief. "I made my decision. Farewell." The female departed without a backward glance, deepening the shadows on Kanglang's face. The commotion attracted the attention of several beastmen, who observed the spectacle. Upon seeing Songlong being rejected, one beastman scoffed, "Songlong, are you lacking in prowess? After just one night, Shu Yue is so eager to leave you." "Shut up." Kanglang's furious roar ignited a brawl between two robust figures, while others gathered to watch the fray. The beastmen of the Yuta tribe were known for their fighting skills, often engaging in sparring during their free time, not to mention when provoked. Regardless of the females' caprices, the males seldom spoke out. They were well aware of the rarity of females as males. They were often eager to please rather than scorn them. Take Shu Yue. For instance, the beautiful female had a poor reputation within the tribe. Yet, despite this, many males still pursued her. The tribe's foremost warrior, Yin Xiao, had dissolved their protective bond, yet that did not preclude other males from wanting her. Songlong, despite the menacing scar on his face, was a figure of considerable standing within the tribe. The Yuta tribe comprised nearly 1,000 beastmen, with over 600 males, about 200 elders and younglings, and fewer than 200 females. Songlong ranked among the top 20 in combat prowess. Had he not been inherently brutal, no female would dare approach him, and he would not have sought Shu Yue out. In this tribe, as long as a male was strong enough, it was permissible to have multiple females. For instance, the tribe's chief possessed 2 females and was rumored to have had a first mate who had passed away many years ago. Point 1 may also embrace a polyandrous arrangement. As long as the assembled orc family harbors no objections, the chieftain shall remain indifferent. Shu Yue was making her way to the cave of her original parents when she encountered the persistent advances of several male orcs, in stark contrast to the disdain expressed by the females. One female, filled with contempt, charged at the males who were flattering Shu Yue, berating them. "You are but a bunch of ineffectual males. Shu Yue is so vile, yet you continue to trail behind her like eager hounds. I scorn you. Anyone who pursues Shu Yue shall be forever barred from seeking our favor." Such words carried significant weight. The males were not fools, and none would jeopardize their standing with all the females in the tribe for the sake of a single ill-mannered female. In an instant, the males who had been vying for Shu Yue's attention scattered, seeking to appease the female who had just spoken, while Shu Yue did not spare them a single glance. What concern was it of hers? The speaker, named Guogua, was a female with a fierce sense of justice, particularly intolerant of the laziness and capricious temperament exhibited by the original Shu Yue. Thus, any encounter between the two would undoubtedly result in a verbal skirmish lasting for ages. In the past, the original Shu Yue would have undoubtedly retorted, hurling insults at Guogua, calling her an unattractive female. Though her appearance was merely average, falling short of being deemed ugly, it was nonetheless a stark contrast to the original Shu Yue's allure. However, today, Shu Yue's indifference sparked a flicker of doubt within Guogua. Had Shu Yue lost her wits? Faced with her insults, Shu Yue exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Had she succumbed to fear? This thought brought Guogua immense satisfaction, let her continue to flaunt her arrogance. For now, no male seemed inclined to pursue her. "Shu Yue, I saw you munching on leaves. You must be suffering terribly without Yin Xiao." "Ha ha ha." Guogua cackled mockingly. Guogua trailed her all the way back to her parents' former cave, delivering a barrage of scornful taunts. Shu Yue felt the urge to hurl something in fury. The original's character was simply appalling. In her modern life, her reputation was poor, but not to the extent of being universally reviled. The sensation of being despised by all was profoundly unpleasant, especially from Guogua, who seemed utterly devoid of restraint, following her relentlessly and berating her throughout the journey. How much could one endure? "Have you finished yet?" Shu Yue glared at her, exasperated. She was disinclined to engage excessively with the tribe. She was merely a wisp of a soul from another world, and whether today or tomorrow, she would find a way to depart from this place. With this thought, her anger subsided. Her gaze softened as she addressed the astonished, slender girl before her. "Guogua, please inform the gathering team that I shall join them tomorrow." "Huh?" Guogua's face registered surprise. Had this Shu Yue undergone a transformation? Despite her incessant tirades, she not only refrained from retaliating, but also expressed a desire to join the gathering team. Yet why should she extend her assistance? She scoffed. "I have no intention of helping you." Shu Yue rolled her eyes internally. Unconcerned, "You may choose not to. I can manage on my own." With that, she disregarded Guogua and set about gathering some leaves, retreating to the cave to eat at her leisure. Guogua. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Guogua felt a twinge of pity for Shu Yue, now foraging for leaves. Was it possible that this marked her first initiative to join the gathering team, perhaps signaling a desire for change? Orcs are not particularly cunning. If they like someone, it is evident, and if they do not, it is equally apparent. If Shu Yue truly sought redemption, then surely she deserved an opportunity. Gentle-hearted Guogua called out to Shu Yue, who had returned to the cave. "I will speak on your behalf. If you do not come tomorrow, I shall never assist you again." Upon hearing the shout, Shu Yue, nestled in the cave, couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking, what a foolish girl. However, she did not respond, merely continuing to munch on leaves in silence. Outside the cave, Blah, not receiving a reply, felt a pang of dissatisfaction but was at a loss. Having already vented her frustrations for the day, if Shu Yue failed to show up tomorrow, she vowed to stand guard at her doorstep and berate her daily. Unbeknownst to Gugwa, Shu Yue, after feeling somewhat satiated from the leaves, ceased her eating and lay stiffly on the dusty stone bed. Sleeping was the best way to conserve her strength. As for the environment, what did it matter to someone on the brink of death? Tomorrow, she planned to leap from the high mountains where she foraged, a method of departure she was quite accustomed to and unafraid of. In the tribe, death was inevitable. That gray wolf would not relent, and she would undoubtedly be entangled. Leaving alone was not an option either, as the orcs were sensitive to scents and would not allow a female to venture out alone. She could only follow the foraging team and wait for an opportune moment. Lost in such thoughts, she soon drifted off to sleep, her body weary and her spirit fatigued, succumbing to slumber within minutes. As darkness enveloped the cave, the stark contrast of the quiet interior was shattered by the exuberant roars of the orcs in the village square. The hunters had returned, their day as hunt proving fruitful, boasting a tally of over 120 wild beasts and more than 50 small game, in addition to several smaller creatures. Assuming all went as expected, the main warriors would be allocated over 100 pounds of meat. Even the elder orcs and the younglings would receive between 20 to 30 pounds each. A feast awaited them. The entire tribe erupted in cheers as the chieftain, with a beaming smile, began distributing the meat. The first recipients were the chieftain and the returning hunters, who, with their shares in hand, either headed home or stayed in the square to share the bounty with their families. Among them was Yin Xiao, who, without needing to search, spotted the charming female standing at the edge of the crowd. He strode over confidently, taking the woman's hand in his empty one. "What brings you out here? You should have stayed in the cave for me." Yet, the female seemed not to comprehend his words. A flicker of unease crossed her delicate features before she quickly responded with a charming smile, uttering words he could not understand. Had Shu Yue been present, she would have recognized this as another traveler, a maid named Miao Xiaocui from an unknown dynasty's affluent household, who had been punished by being submerged in a pig cage for an unsuccessful seduction. 3 months prior, Yin Xiao had discovered the unclothed Miao Xiaocui in the river and rescued her. It was this incident that compelled him to dissolve his guardian contract with Shu Yue, for he had instantly taken a liking to this petite, fair-skinned female. As they prepared to leave, a male approached, eager to share a joke. "Yin Xiao, guess what happened today?" Yin Xiao, curious, inquired, "What the occasion for such joy?" The other's expression did not suggest anything negative. "Haha, today Shu Yue was seen eating leaves. Many witnessed it. After being so willful without your protection, she had no choice but to forage for herself." Ha! The tone was unmistakably one of schadenfreude, once a suitor for Shu Yue himself. He had been toyed with for months. With Yin Xiao around, he had refrained from expressing his displeasure. However, with Shu Yue now lacking her former leverage, he was keen to enjoy her downfall. If she were to seek him as a mate, he would not refuse. Upon hearing that Shu Yue had resorted to foraging for leaves, Yin Xiao's brows knitted together, his expression turning cold. "I sent she's supposed to be the maid of the Grey Wolf. How could he allow her to scavenge for leaves?" Setting aside Shu Yue's character, mistreatment of females was absolutely forbidden in the tribe. The male replied, "I'm not sure why Shu Yue changed her mind. She rejected the Grey Wolf today, that I suspect she still doesn't want to give up on you." Hearing this, Yin Xiao's frown deepened as he coldly stated, "I already have Chui. Shu Yue is no longer my concern." With that, he took Miao Xiaocui by the hand and departed, clearly disinterested in further conversation. Xiongqi watched them leave, a goofy grin spreading across his face. If Yin Xiao truly no longer cared, then Shu Yue was his for the taking. Had she not rejected the Grey Wolf today, he would have certainly sabotaged the evening's mating ceremony. After pursuing her for so many years, it was unacceptable for the Grey Wolf to gain the advantage. With this thought in mind, he hastened to roast meat to fill his belly, as he had important matters to attend to that night. In the dim cave, Shu Yue lay wide-eyed, gazing at the cave ceiling. She was awakened by hunger and bites from insects. The cave was infested with damp bugs. Tiny creatures, no larger than a fingernail, crawled sporadically onto the stone bed, causing the woman to tighten her lips. Fearful of screaming, bugs were the bane of every woman. Were she not so fatigued, she would have already dashed outside, but hearing the distant sounds of merriment beyond the cave, she preferred to coexist with the bugs rather than face the disdain of others. When had she, Shu Yue, ever found herself in such a predicament? Her childhood pride forbade her from appearing so wretched in public. Days of hunger had rendered her once delicate features gaunt, and she could only imagine how unappealing she looked. Closing her eyes, she thought, tomorrow will be the end. The woman on the stone bed endeavored to drift off to sleep, for slumber would quell her fears and hunger. However, her efforts proved futile as the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted into the cave, a scent she could not ignore even if she tried. Opening her eyes in annoyance, she knew someone was certainly playing tricks on her. Perhaps the villagers felt the time was ripe and decided to enter the cave. Shu Yue awake now. The thick, earnest voice belonged to Xiongqi. Instantly, Shu Yue pictured the orc in her mind. Xiongqi, in a straightforward manner, remarked, "I heard your stomach growling. Shu Yue, let us make a deal." What sort of deal? She found it amusing. In a tribe where males outnumbered females, even with the original owner's difficult personality, many males still sought her. This piqued her curiosity about how strikingly beautiful the original owner must have been. The male orc, holding the roasted meat, trembled with excitement as he proposed, "I know you're reluctant to go claim your share of meat. I can bring it to you every day if you agree to spend one night with me in exchange." Such transactions were not uncommon in the tribe. As long as both parties were unattached or widowed, and both were willing, no one would intervene. Some females, before finding a mate, bore the scent of different males daily without anyone saying a word. Only upon forming a partnership were they bound to one another. As Shu Yue inhaled the scent of roasted meat, she slowly sat up from the stone bed, a cold smirk playing on her lips while her gaze remained fixated on the meat. Her desire to eat shimmering in her eyes. That one to be necessary. Just ensure I eat well for the next few days. The seductive tone of her voice nearly sent Xiongqi lunging towards her. He swallowed hard, striving to suppress his excitement, and asked, "How many meals?" Shu Yue held up 3 fingers. "You ensure I'm fed for 3 days, and I'll spend one night with you, really?" The sudden arrival of happiness left Xiongqi dizzy. My goodness, he could hardly believe it. When he had pursued Shu Yue, she had never even smiled at him after he gifted her with roasted meat for half a month. Yet now, this beautiful female was smiling so readily at him. How could he not be thrilled? Unbeknownst to Shu Yue, her smile sparked such elation in him. She merely desired to satiate her hunger. "Indeed, just leave the roasted meat and you can go to die in 3 days. I shall belong to you." Her tone was so plain. Yet to Xiongqi's ears, it was as intoxicating as a potent drug. Overcome with excitement, he revealed his earnest nature. "All right, Shu Yue, take your time eating, but if you need more, just come find me. I have enough for 3 days. Hearing this, Shu Yue casually nodded. "I understand. You may leave now." "All right, I shall return tomorrow." Xiongqi placed the roasted meat in Shu Yue's hands, then turned and dashed out of the cave, only to realize in his haste that he had forgotten to touch her small hand. His frustration was momentarily set aside as Shu Yue, wafting in the aroma of roasted meat, could no longer resist and began to devour it eagerly. Starvation was truly unbearable, with Xiongqi tempting her with the roasted meat. She felt no guilt in accepting, given that his intentions were not entirely pure. Xiongqi, brimming with excitement, ran wildly around the tribe, earning laughter and jeers from the other male orcs. Has Xiongqi eaten some euphoric grass today? A herb known to induce exuberance. Meanwhile, the gloomy gray wolf did not share such merriment. Tonight was supposed to be his mating ceremony. A fierce glint shone in his emerald eyes, convinced that the female would come seeking him again. However, upon hearing the raucous laughter of that black bear, his expression darkened. "Ha! Shu Yue agreed to mate with me in 3 days. I shall be her first male," he proudly boasted to others, declaring that he would not be satisfied with merely one night with the female. As long as he exerted sufficient effort that night to ensure her conception, their bond as mates would be a foregone conclusion. No sooner had he spoken than a gray wolf lunged at him. its bloody bite catching the unprepared Xiongqi off guard, causing him to see red. Xiongqi, an exceptional beastman himself, quickly regained his composure and roared, transforming into a towering black bear over 3 meters tall. Bellowing fiercely, though the gray wolf was not as large as the black bear, it was still formidable, standing 2 meters tall on all fours, its emerald eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Unfazed, Xiongqi growled in human speech. "What do you mean, Songlong?" The gray wolf snarled in anger. "Shu Yue is my female. Songlong, Shu Yue has already rejected you, and tonight she accepted my roasted meat. Therefore, Shu Yue now belongs to me." The black bear's tone carried a hint of triumph. His strength was comparable to Songlong's, and he held no fear of him. Enraged, Songlong knew his appearance was not favored by females. He was incensed that Shu Yue, who had turned him down in the morning, was now accepting another male in the evening. This was intolerable. With a furious roar, he lunged at the black bear, determined to prove his superiority to the female. The onlooking beastmen formed a circle, excitedly cheering, for they relished watching males fight over females. The females, alerted by the commotion, scoffed upon hearing that the battle was over Shu Yue. Disdain filled their expressions, especially among those of Shu Yue's age, who had long grown accustomed to such scenes. They couldn't believe that she had been abandoned by Yin Xiao, yet these males were still fighting over her. Guo snorted, "She's just a shameless female who knows how to seduce males." The other females echoed her sentiments with disapproving looks. "Exactly, just a temptress. I hoped Songlong wins. It would be best if Shu Yue became his mate. With Songlong's brutal nature, he would surely keep her in bed, leaving her no chance to flirt with others." Indeed, the females united in their disdain for Shu Yue. By the way, I heard Shu Yue is going on a gathering expedition tomorrow. Yue nodded, though she wasn't entirely certain if Shu Yue was deceiving her. She simply stated, "She said she would go tomorrow. If she doesn't, she'll be a great liar, and no one should pay her any heed." "I bet she's lying," one female remarked. Another chimed in, "Not necessarily. Shu Yue 8 leaves today. She must be starving. If she doesn't go gathering or collect food, she might starve." Opinions varied on whether she would indeed go. The truth would only be revealed the next day, the break of dawn the following day. Shu Yue received the roasted meat that Xiongqi had sent her. It was the meat of a barbaric beast, chewy and slightly salty. For someone accustomed to fine cuisine, it was merely passable. After finishing the meat, she made her way to the stream in the village to wash her greasy hands. Beside the stream stood a row of tall green trees, with slender leaves cascading down like willows, serving as a natural cleansing tool. Xiongqi diligently followed her, and upon seeing her prepare to wash, he hurriedly plucked a handful of cleansing leaves from the tree and eagerly presented them to her. Shu Yue calmly accepted them, uttering a simple thank you. Squatting by the stream with the cleansing leaves in hand, she began to wash thoroughly, completely unaware of the astonished gaze Xiongqi cast upon her from behind. As she crushed the leaves, a refreshing herbal scent wafted through the air, reminiscent of mint but much subtler. Rinsing off the green liquid from her hands, which had been greasy moments before, she noted the refreshing effect and decided to rub some on her face as well. After washing away the dirt, she caught sight of her reflection in the water. For a fleeting moment, she was taken aback. Why did the original Shu Yue look just like her? Was it mere coincidence? Shaking her head, she chose not to dwell on it. The Shu Yue from Earth was dead. She had no intention of living the life of this Shu Yue, nor did she wish to. Just as she was contemplating her reflection, she suddenly felt a chill on her back and instinctively turned to look. It was Songlong, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Xiongqi, too, sensed the tension and positioned himself to block Songlong's view, embodying a protective stance without needing to speak. Under the scrutiny of 2 males, Shu Yue felt little concern. She brushed off her hands and stood up, saying, "I am heading to the square for the gathering." With that, she departed, brisk and decisive. Xiongqi followed closely behind, having neither participated in the hunt nor been assigned to the gathering expedition's guard team, yet he was determined to stay by her side. He couldn't quite comprehend why, but he sensed a change in Shu Yue. Despite her retaining the same scent, she seemed like a different person altogether. His instincts told him that this transformed Shu Yue would soon regain her former popularity. and he needed to hasten to establish a bond with her before that happened. Meanwhile, Songlong's gaze behind them was anything but friendly if he were to be outdone by that black bear. How could he, Songlong, ever show his face in the tribe again? As for Shu Yue, she had little interest in the thoughts of the two males. All she could think about was how uncomfortable her animal skin shoes were. They were stifling, and by the time she reached the square, her feet were already sweating. Taking off the shoes only revealed more discomfort, and the rigid animal skin dress was equally unpleasant, lacking undergarments and leaving her vulnerable to potential embarrassment. She could not tolerate such a primitive lifestyle. Upon arriving at the square, she learned that the hunting team had secured a substantial catch the previous day, so the hunting team would take a day off. Consequently, the square was populated only by the gathering team, guard team, and the suitors of single females. Among them was Yin Xiao and his female companion. Like Xiongqi, he was not part of the guard team, but was merely accompanying to protect his female. When Shu Yue stepped into the square, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to her. Shock rippled through the crowd. Who would have thought Shu Yue would actually show up, and so early at that? Yin Xiao glanced away, but only briefly, as Shu Yue was no longer his concern. Some females, anticipating a spectacle, observed her closely. They wondered if Shu Yue would react as she had before upon witnessing Yin Xiao comforting another female, to their disappointment. Shu Yue seemed oblivious, standing there as if in a daze that, in truth, she truly did not notice. She automatically ignored the unfriendly gazes, quietly standing in a corner, entirely unaware that her former fiancé was not far from her. Even if she had known, her reaction would have been minimal, perhaps only remarking that her former fiancé certainly looked more formidable than Songlong and Xiongqi. Fortunately, no females approached her to provoke a confrontation. They merely clustered together, whispering and pointing. The blatant isolation piqued the curiosity of Miao Xiaoze, who was nestled in Yin Zhao's arms, as she did not understand the local language. Hence, she remained unaware that the isolated female was her current partner's former fiancé. She simply found it odd. Despite the isolated female appearing somewhat thin, she was undeniably beautiful, to the point of evoking envy. It was Miao Xiaozui's first time participating in a gathering, and she was overwhelmed by the sheer number of people. Feeling anxious and tense, glancing up at the tall man holding her, she felt a surge of happiness. Deep down, she even felt grateful to the family that had put her in such a predicament. Otherwise, with her lowly status, how would she have encountered such a man? Once the gathering leader determined that enough people had assembled, she called out loudly, "Let us set off." As her words echoed, the male accompanying her transformed into beast form and soared into the sky, followed by the winged males extending their wings for their females to climb aboard. Yin Xiao, a winged wolf with silver fur, had a petite female securely seated on his back. That moment, Shu Yue felt a surge of embarrassment. She had no one to carry her. All the females had already mounted their males, leaving her standing alone, exposed to the mocking gazes of the others. Shu Yue's expression darkened, and just as she felt a loss, Xiongqi appeared. "I will take you there," he offered. The imposing black bear made her lips curve into a slight smile. All right, that simple word sent Songlong's mood spiraling into darkness. While Xiongqi was overjoyed, did this mean she was considering accepting him? Shu Yue ascended onto the back of the great black bear, its thick fur somewhat coarse against her skin, causing a slight discomfort as she sat upon it. Though it lacked wings, she was not one to be picky. Having a beast to bear her was already a considerable fortune. The lead female cast a glance downwards, and, upon seeing that everyone was prepared, she took the initiative to soar into the air. The remaining beastmen followed suit in a cacophony of movement, those without wings sprinting below, ensuring that the group maintained a steady pace without the risk of falling behind. Perched on the back of the black bear, Shu Yue felt slightly out of place. To be honest, the ride was not jarring at all, and the ample space on its back felt refreshingly novel. After a run of over half an hour, they arrived at the gathering point, a gently sloping hillside where foraging could be done while ascending. The original inhabitant had visited this place twice before with her parents, and, having experienced a bout of reckless wandering, she was aware that a flat area lay ahead if they continued their ascent. The foraging team would pause here momentarily, and to the left of the flat area was a precipice. No female would venture there. making it an ideal spot for a quiet departure from life. Once her feet touched the flat ground, Shu Yue realized her legs were somewhat weak, a consequence of her muscles being overly tense. "Thank you, Bear 7, for bringing me here. You may return now, and I shall await your return once the foraging is concluded." Without this, the Beastman would persist in following her, thwarting her intentions, upon hearing that she still wanted him to return. Bear 7 felt a sudden closeness to the female, grinning foolishly as he replied, "All right, I will take my leave then." Once Bear 7 departed, Shu Yue restrained her smile and followed the footsteps of the other females, mimicking their gathering efforts. This behavior evidently made the other females even more reluctant to approach her. One young, unmarried female directly scoffed, "You don't even carry a bee skin bag. How much can you possibly gather with just your hands?" Hearing this, the other females turned their gazes towards her, with the older ones shaking their heads in disappointment, while the younger ones snickered derisively. Miao Xiaozi, another traveler, was evidently treated far better, for she was accompanied by Yin Xiao. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she reached out to pluck fruits, ate tea that pace. She would be lucky to fill a few bags before nightfall. The striking differences in hairstyle and appearance made it hard for Shu Yue not to notice her. In her memories, she recalled that this female had been rescued from the water by the original inhabitant's fiancé, and she knew that the other female could not understand the local language. Shu Yue lightly curved her lips. Yet another traveler. She had no intention of approaching to establish a connection. After all, she would soon be leaving Wuden Ti as she listened to the cold taunts in her ears. She followed along with her empty hands, occasionally picking a wild fruit to eat on the spot, for there were no pesticides here. Just wipe off the dirt and it was ready to consume. Perhaps no one expected her to contribute much to the gathering. After the initial jibes, they largely ignored her, focusing intently on their task. Unbeknownst to them, 4 or 5 hours slipped by, and they finally arrived at the flat area. The males began to roast small game they had hunted, while the females either helped gather branches or sat in small groups, eating fruit, having already filled her stomach during the journey. Shu Yue took advantage of the others' inattention and gradually walked further to the left. Once there was no one around, she broke into a swift run. Arriving at the precipice, she gazed down at the barren rock face and the unfathomable depths below. Instinctively inhaling deeply, before she could hesitate for long, a massive, patterned python, thick as a barrel, noticed her from not far away. Shu Yue's breath caught in her throat. The python cared not whether she was male or female. If it could eat her, it would. Locking onto its target, it lunged quickly, and Shu Yue could only let out a short, startled cry before she tumbled down the cliff. The hefty python, unable to halt its momentum, followed her down. In her terrified state, she did not even have time to close her eyes, watching helplessly as the python glided past her head, falling faster than she. The sensation of weightlessness left her heart feeling hollow. A familiar embrace of death loomed over her, yet she managed to muster a smile of liberation as she whispered her farewells to this world. The sound of a splash echoed. Shu Yue choked on several mouthfuls of water, feeling a tinge of disappointment to discover that she had landed in water. In a flurry, she adjusted her position and soon surfaced. She could swim. As her breathing normalized, she beheld the endless expanse of water, her solitary figure bobbing upon the surface. Not far from her, a predator of the deep was swiftly approaching. Shu Yue had unwittingly unlocked a new method of demise and wondered if being consumed by the fish would be painful. She could see it, a creature with skin akin to that of an alligator, surfacing nearby. Its row of jagged teeth made her skin crawl. Within just a minute of falling, she encountered such a beast. Kicking off her beast skin shoes, she swam desperately in the opposite direction, treating it as a final struggle. How could a creature from land outswim one from the water? As she paddled frantically, she sensed a shadow passing by. Thinking she was about to be devoured, she fearfully closed her eyes, bracing for the pain and death that awaited her. However, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, she was lifted into the air, her cheek brushing against a cold surface. Opening her eyes, she found herself gazing at a strange male beastman. When it was soaring above the river, and as he focused ahead, he spotted a large dark form. As he drew closer, he saw the patterned python tumble into the water, and before he could look up, another small figure fell nearby, splashing into the water. Upon realizing it was a female, Surprise filled his eyes. He glanced up to see where she had fallen from. Yet, the female was oblivious to his presence above, fixated instead on the multi-toothed beast in the water, her face etched with terror as she fled. To his astonishment, despite her evident fear, she did not scream. After flying for what felt like an eternity, when finally set Shu Yue down upon the riverbank, she had no knowledge of the Beastman's race. Her memories offered no insight into any Beastman capable of flight without transforming. However, Shu Yue had little interest in learning. Her bare feet stood upon the grass, her soaked beast skin hanging heavily from her body, making it hard to breathe. The Beastman scrutinized her and inquired, "Where did you fall from? Which tribe do you belong to? I can escort you back." His deep voice was unlike the robust tones of other males, evoking a unique sensation in her ears. Shu Yue, discomfort, wrung out the water from her beast skin and replied coolly, "Thank you for rescuing me, but I can make my own way back to IT would be no trouble." Went glanced around, his expression peculiar as he fixed his gaze upon her. "There is no tribe nearby. How do you intend to return on your own?" "I can," Shu Yue asserted firmly, nodding toward the Beastman before striding in another direction. Went was momentarily taken aback, calling after her, "You are heading the wrong way. You will not return like this, and it is too dangerous for a female to be alone." Suppressing her discomfort, Shu Yue quickened her pace, evidently unwilling to engage with the man behind her. She simply sought a place to end her existence, indifferent to anything else. However, she had not anticipated the Beastman's stubbornness. Regardless of her unfriendly demeanor, he continued to follow, even offering her 2 pieces of beast skin to bind her feet. Shu Yue regarded the 2 pieces of beast skin before deciding that some things needed clarity. "Thank you for your kindness, but I do not require it. I do not know you, and I do not wish for an annoying male to follow me." This statement was not only rude but also ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Wen's brows knitted together. Though the female was indeed beautiful, his feelings soured instantly. His tone lost its warmth as he reprimanded her directly. "Is the forest a place for your reckless behavior? How did your parents raise you?" Shu Yue, indifferent to his words, retorted, "What does that have to do with you? Mind your own business." Without another word, she stubbornly pressed deeper into the woods. The image of her father collapsed on a sickbed due to her actions, weighing heavily on her conscience. She had long since forfeited her right to live. Behind her, Wen's frown deepened. This female was truly something else. Shu Yue, barefoot in the forest, felt her feet scrape against branches, drawing blood. Logically, the scent of blood should have attracted predators, yet she encountered nothing along the way. The wet beast's skin clung to her, heavy and uncomfortable, were it not for the remnant of her shame. She would have discarded the beast skin skirt long ago. Now utterly lost, with no visible end to the dense forest ahead or behind, she decided to stop altogether, finding a large tree to lean against as she sat down. Leaning against the great trunk, she tilted her head up, observing the small patch of sky visible above. Her eyes filled with confusion as her thoughts drifted back to the day she had jumped from the cliff. If only she had not acted so recklessly, her sister Shu Yue might still have been her sister. It was all her fault. Jealousy had driven Shu Yue to leave home at such a young age. Due to foolishness and the unfortunate choice of friends, the company nearly faced bankruptcy, causing her father to be hospitalized, while she herself felt utterly powerless to effect any change. Beneath the tree, Shu Yue gazed at the sky, tears of guilt and regret streaming down her face. She believed she had no right to exist in this world, considering herself a disaster for her parents. Whispering softly, she lamented, "Shu Yue, if you want me to leap off a cliff, I truly bear you no ill will. I am sorry for what has transpired, and perhaps I should vanish from this world, but I hope you can forgive Mom and Dad. You are their only daughter." Remembering the kindness her parents had shown her, she could no longer hold back and buried her face in her knees, sobbing quietly. Not far away, Wen observed this scene, his keen hearing unable to decipher the female's words. Yet his gaze was filled with astonishment and complexity. What was troubling this female? Suddenly, his pupils dilated. On the branch above her head hung a snake, as thick as a finger, lost in her sorrow. Shu Yue remained oblivious until a sudden rustle above startled her. She looked up to see a Beastman crushing the snake to death. Shocked, she hastily wiped her tears and stood up anxiously scanning the ground for any other serpents. Wen tossed the dead snake aside, silently watching the frightened female without uttering a word. Eventually, he said nothing and simply lifted off into the air. The abrupt ascent startled Shu Yue, who immediately began to struggle, exclaiming, "Let me go. Where are you taking me?" Wen sensed that something was amiss with this female and resolved to take her to a safe place for a proper conversation. Shu Yue continued to wriggle, insisting, "Release me, you stalker." She secretly hoped he would accidentally drop her. However, the Beastman's powerful arms held her tightly, ensuring she would not fall. Suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his arm, he looked down to find the female biting him. Wen thought to himself, this female possesses quite the stubborn temperament. With one hand, he restrained her while the other, through the thick hide, gave a measured squeeze to her behind, firmly stating, "Behave yourself." The squeeze rendered Shu Yue momentarily stiff, her furious gaze locking onto him. Meeting the Beastman's penetrating stare, in that single glance, she felt her body tense further, overwhelmed by fear. She had never encountered such a fierce gaze. The depths of his black pupils hinted at a murderous intent that made her feel like prey. What terrifying eyes! Daring not to look at him any longer, she shrank back, lowering her head, becoming docile and motionless. An instinctual biological suppression reminded her that she was no longer merely human. Seeing her comply, Wen continued his search for a cave, his large wings unfurling behind him. Even without transforming into his beast form, his flying speed remained impressive. Within mere minutes, he discovered a cave, tightening his grip around her as he descended. Shu Yue was set down before the cave, which loomed dark and ominous. After placing her down, the Beastman ventured inside alone, and shortly thereafter, a beastly scream echoed from within. Moments later, he emerged, dragging a creature resembling a dinosaur with one hand. He discarded the beast's corpse at her feet, prompting her to instinctively step back, repulsed by its grotesque appearance and the overwhelming stench of blood. Wen instructed her, "Wait here." With that, he returned to clean up, and after an hour, the cave was nearly ready for habitation. Shu Yue sat on a nearby rock in a daze. The cave perched halfway up the mountain, with rock walls above and an unfathomable drop below, certainly enough to cause fatal harm should she fall. Once Wen completed the preparations, he approached her, stating, "My name is Wen." Glancing up, she noted that his expression had softened considerably, no longer so intimidating. Shu bit her lip and asked, "Why did you feel the need to save me?" "I do not require your assistance. I have no tribe. I simply wish to return to the embrace of the beast god." Surely, he would understand her meaning. Wen grasped her intent, but was left perplexed. Why did she wish for death? She was still so young, and without a mate, the beast god would not welcome those who do not cherish life. Shu Yue sighed in resignation, unwilling to debate further. She glanced at the darkening sky and remarked, "It is getting late. Go take care of your prey, that I will wait here, and after you eat, we can talk." Wen regarded her deeply, replying, "Very well." With that, he hoisted the dinosaur carcass and, with a sudden spread of his wings, took to the skies. As soon as Wen departed, Shu Yue slipped off the rock, turning her back to the edge as she retreated. Only then did her heart feel a little less fearful. She wished for the day to end. Closing her eyes, she slowly stepped toward the precipice, but suddenly, a loud sound pierced her ears, and she opened her eyes to find Wen glaring at her with fury. Wen had sensed the female's distress and deliberately stayed close, only to witness this alarming scene. He could not comprehend why she wished for death so desperately. Without uttering another word, he knew he needed to act quickly as night fell. He swiftly grabbed a vine and, in silence, bound her hands and feet, tossing her into the cave to ensure her security. He placed a stone to block the entrance before taking the carcass away to deal with it. Bound and trapped in the cave, Shu Yue had no idea that chaos was erupting among the gathering team. The leading female was livid, scolding the beastmen of the guard team without reservation. "You have disappointed me greatly. You could not even protect a single female. Where was Shu Yue? When had she vanished?" The chastised beastmen wore expressions of guilt, realizing that under their watch, the female had gone missing. A clear failure on their part. Gua, unable to bear watching the beastmen be reprimanded, interjected Elder Qing, "It must have been Shu Yue who ran off on her own. She simply does not know better." Elder Qing, the leading female, glanced at Guogua, frowning. No matter how willful Shu Yue may be, she is still merely a female. She is not a cub. If the guard team had been vigilant, how could she have gone missing? There are few adult females in our tribe, and now one has disappeared under our care. The chieftain will surely be enraged. The mere mention of the chieftain's wrath made everyone shudder in tribe. The chieftain's authority was absolute, and no matter how reckless Shu Yue might be, she could not harm the tribe. She lacked the capability to do so. An adult female was a rare resource for a small tribe, and her disappearance would undoubtedly incite the chieftain's fury. At that moment, a wolf tribe Beastman rushed over, exclaiming, "Elder Qing, I caught the scent of Shu Yue near the cliff over there. Oh, you think she fell?" Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew tense. If Shu Yue had truly been there, her fate could be dire. Elder Qing turned her gaze toward Yin Xiao, who was holding a female. "Yin Xiao, you have wings. Go see if Shu Yue is there." Yin Xiao frowned, angered by Shu Yue's recklessness, as she often acted so willfully. However, finding her was the priority. Now, he glanced at the anxious young female in his arms and softly reassured. "Chui, wait for me." Miao Xiaoze clung nervously to the beastman's arm, unsure of his intentions. Yin Xiao gently patted her, handing her over to other females for care while he ventured forth. "I'll go with you." Xiong Qi stepped forward, his face somber. He had intended to bring Shu Yue back, yet she had gone missing. No one else had lost their female. Only his had disappeared, which fueled his anger as he cast a cold glare at the guard team. He intended to join Yin Xiao in the search. Yin Xiao exchanged a glance with him, but said nothing. Finding Shu Yue was paramount. Elder Qing, realizing night had completely fallen, feared further accidents might occur and ordered the guard team to escort the females back. Fortunately, they encountered no large beasts on the way back and safely returned to the tribe. This time, the tribe's square was teeming with people, as the gathering team had not returned before dark, causing great concern among the tribesmen that if they did not return soon, the chieftain would surely send someone to search for them. The chieftain frowned at Elder Qing, asking, "Why have you returned so late?" Elder Qing replied, filled with remorse, "I apologize, chieftain. Shu Yue is missing." The guard beastmen, fearing reprimand from Elder Qing, quickly interjected, "Please punish us, chieftain. It is our failure to protect the female that has led to Shu Yue's disappearance." Upon hearing this, the square erupted in shock. These beastmen had let a female slip away. The chieftain's gaze darkened with anger. "Shu Yue, explain what transpired." The male orc guards stammered, unable to articulate their thoughts, as their focus had been solely on pleasing the other females, completely unaware of when Shu Yue had gone missing. It was only when they resumed their gathering after satisfying their hunger that they realized one was absent. With no one able to provide an explanation, Chief Bok was both amused and exasperated. Under the circumstances of no attack, a guard team could not even protect a single female. Truly commendable. This time, whether male or female, all those who had gone out to gather hung their heads in shame, acknowledging their failure. Grandma Qing felt the most guilty, as she had been closest to Shu Yue's mother. After her mother's departure, not only had she failed to care for her daughter, but now she had even lost Shu Yue, leaving her with a heavy heart. The squad leader of the guard was sent sprawling to the ground by Bok's kick, as the chief's authoritative gaze lingered on the male orcs, reminding them that mistakes must be met with consequences. "You shall participate in hunting for 3 consecutive days without receiving any share of the spoils." "Yes, chief, we accept our punishment." The male orcs had no objections and readily accepted their fate. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao and Xiong Qi were still outside searching, with some clan members praying for their safe return. While a very small number wished for Shu Yue to never come back, in the cave halfway up the mountain, Shu Yue was finally freed from the vines as she inhaled the delicious aroma of roasted meat wafting through the cave. Her stomach audibly protested, tore off a piece of tender meat and placed it on a clean leaf, presenting it before her. "Eat." Shu Yue gazed at the nearly 2-pound chunk of roasted meat, silently shaking her head to indicate her refusal. Observing her rejection of food, stood before her, his expression enigmatic as he fixed his gaze upon her. That moment, Shu Yue felt immense pressure. The orc before her towered at nearly 2 meters, his robust physique imposing as he scrutinized her with such intensity. When spoke again, "Will you eat, or do you wish for me to chew it for you first?" Upon hearing this, Shu Yue glanced up at him momentarily before swiftly turning away. Doubting that an orc would actually do such a thing, it seemed as though a silent battle of wills ensued, one staring down at the ground, while the other gazed down at the female's stubbornly bowed head. The only sound in the cave being the sizzling of the roasted meat. If she were a disobedient young orc, a fist would suffice to compel her compliance. However, she was an adult female. Orcs were known for their straightforwardness, and seeing her unwavering refusal to eat, Went picked up the piece of meat and took a bite, chewing as though he truly intended to feed her. Shu Yue stared at him in disbelief, thinking, "We are not related. Must you meddle in my affairs?" "I cannot," he replied, having finished chewing. As he leaned closer to her, Shu Yue's expression changed dramatically. She immediately stood and scurried to the side, distancing herself from him. "Just let me eat in peace." Upon hearing this, the orc swallowed the meat in his mouth, giving her a warning glance before turning to eat his own portion. Shu Yue glared at his retreating figure in indignation, incredulous at such a meddlesome individual. Lacking the strength to confront him directly, she reluctantly began to eat the roasted meat. Cradling the leaf in her hands, she took a resentful bite, chewing a few times before realizing how delicious it was. She began to eat in small bites. When sat with his back to her in front of the fire, where a whole beast was roasting, one side of the meat was charred while the other remained red, clearly undercooked. Only the piece in her hands was fully roasted. Even if it was not completely cooked, it did not hinder the orc from consuming it. His hands seemed impervious to heat as he continuously tore off pieces of the meat, tossing them into his mouth with little chewing before swallowing. Shu Yue, witnessing an orc devouring roasted meat for the first time, was momentarily stunned. His eating habits were far more appetizing than those of some food vloggers she had seen. Noticing the female's gaze fixed upon him, when turned to look at her, caught in the act, Shu Yue, though not flustered, calmly averted her eyes and resumed eating. The nearly 2 pounds of roasted meat was far more than she could finish, leaving a small portion untouched. When Tu had not finished eating, with a beast's leg still remaining over the dying embers of the fire, promising another meal for the morrow, Went wrapped the leftover meat in leaves and placed it atop the beast's leg. Gesturing for her to come closer, confused, Shu Yue asked, "What are you doing?" The orc replied, "Wash up and get some sleep." "I don't need to." She refused. "I'm fine." She had eaten off the leaf, her hands clean of grease. And most importantly, she did not wish to accompany the orc. Went did not press the issue. He went to the river to wash himself out of course. Before leaving, he once again blocked the cave entrance with stones, leaving Shu Yue alone in the dark cavern, staring anxiously at the stone barricade. The stones were immovable. Inside the cave, there was only a large stone slab, and she could only wonder if that dinosaur-like creature had ever slumbered upon it. The mere thought of that unsightly creature lying there made her feel queasy. The animal hide she wore was still damp, leaving her feeling uncomfortable. While her feet ached and itched, Shu Yue hugged her knees. Squatting on the ground, her current state utterly deplorable, hiding in the darkness like a pitiful creature. After 20 years of pampered living, she now found herself in such dire straits. Was this truly divine retribution? Blinking her dry eyes, she found herself wishing for death. After an indeterminate amount of time, the stones at the cave entrance were moved aside, and the tall orc entered, carrying a bamboo tube and green plants. Upon seeing her crouched motionless on the ground, his dark eyes glimmered in the shadows. Shu Yue glanced at the bamboo tube he extended toward her, containing fresh water, and her throat became drier still as she averted her gaze from his eyes. She ought to express her gratitude, but the words would not form. "Drink," the orc instructed, squatting before her and extending the bamboo tube closer. Relenting, Shu Yue accepted the tube and softly murmured, "Thank you." She took a couple of sips, and her throat instantly felt much better. Observing her drink, when S' expression softened somewhat. Once she had quenched her thirst, he poured the remaining water over her feet to cleanse her wounds. Startled, Shu Yue stared in shock before quickly retracting her foot, exclaiming no. The orc's reflexes were swift as he held her foot in place. "Do not move. If we do not clean it tonight, it will worsen by morning." Embarrassed, Shu Yue insisted, "I can do it myself," when had already cleaned the wound. and upon hearing her insistence, he handed her the nearby plant. Chew it up and apply it to the wound. It will heal faster. Only then did she realize that the plant possessed healing properties for injuries. Silently accepting it, she chewed the herb, its bitter and astringent taste mirroring her current state. After mashing the plant, she hastily applied it to her wounds. Remarkably, once the herb was on her feet, a soothing sensation washed over her, alleviating the pain and itchiness. Seeing her tend to her injuries, went outside to gather some dry grass, laying it upon the stone slab. You will sleep here tonight. Shu Yue glanced at the thick layer of grass, and without pretense, she sat down. However, made no move to leave, seemingly wanting to engage her in conversation. As expected, he asked, "What is your name? Which tribe do you belong to? Why do you wish to give up on life?" Shu Yue replied softly, "I have no tribe. The rest is none of your concern." Once again, he furrowed his brows, intent on discussing the value of life with her. However, the woman had no interest in his words, interrupting him with, "I'm tired. You should go to sleep." Went thought to himself, females are quite difficult. If a less scrupulous male were present, this solitary female would be in grave danger tonight. Yet one was not that kind of male. Observing her indifference to everything, he felt an insatiable desire to uncover her secrets. "You still Haven T told me your name." His gaze remained locked on her. Suppressing her irritation, she replied, "Shu Yue. My name is Shu Yue." "If you intend to sleep on the stone slab, then I will go outside," she added, preparing to rise. Alone in a cave with a solitary male, she did not desire any romantic entanglements. "No," went quickly, grasped her arm. "You stay. I will go outside." It was only when he stood outside, feeling the cool breeze against his skin, that he felt some regret. The female inside was more difficult to deal with than any he had previously encountered. Beyond her name, he had learned nothing. As a rugged male accustomed to sleeping outdoors, he was well prepared for the night. However, at present, slumber eludes me, so I sit upon the stone where the female rests during the day. Gazing at the night sky, I strain my ears to catch any sounds from the cave, and only when I discern the steady rhythm of her breathing do I descend from my perch and take flight into the distance. After a night of searching, Yin Xiao and Xiongqi return to the tribe at dawn, where they report to the chieftain. Chieftain, Xiongqi and I scoured the entirety of the gathering area, including the rivers below, yet we found no trace of Shu Yue this moment. Yin Xiao's heart is filled with an indescribable turmoil that he once held a fondness for Shu Yue, and even in the absence of such feelings now, he cannot bear the thought of her fate remaining unknown. After all, they had grown up together, and she had been the female he had cared for over the years. In contrast to Yin Zhao's sorrow, Xiongqi seethes with indignation. "Chieftain, it is the failure of the guard team. They could not even protect a single female." Bahi's expression darkens. "I've already punished the guard team. Yin Xiao, take 2 others and search again in the coming days that if she remains lost, so be it. Let this incident serve as a lesson to the males in our tribe. It is indeed a pity for Shu Yue, a beautiful young female that if not for her questionable character, he would have considered introducing her to his offspring. He feels a deep regret within it, I understand. Chieftain, I shall inform Chui upon my return and continue the search." Even if the chieftain had not urged him, Yin Xiao would have sought her out. After so many years of camaraderie, he could not simply stand by and watch Shu Yue vanish. "Count me in." Xiongqi buzzed. "She has only just agreed to be my female." Hearing this, Yin Xiao cast a glance at him. "Did Shu Yue actually say that?" "She did. She promised to mate with me in 3 days." But the guard team lost her. The more Xiongqi thought about it, the angrier he became, wishing he could rush out and beat the guard senseless, if only he were capable. Yin Xiao frowned at the words. With Shu Yue missing, discussing anything further was futile. He, indifferent to the romantic tribulations of youth, wave them off that you've searched through the night. Return and rest. "Yes, chieftain," Yin Xiao and Xiongqi replied respectfully as they exited. At dawn, Shu Yue lay on the stone slab, her complexion flushed abnormally, her breathing labored. As her leaden eyelids fluttered open, she inwardly cursed her predicament. After being drenched and frightened, she had developed a fever. Weak and dazed, she realized that having no blanket last night had left her susceptible to cold and illness. This distressed Wint, who had just returned, he entered carrying a large beast-hide bundle of unknown origin, which he dropped on the ground with a dull thud. The bundle's owner seemed unconcerned about its contents, instead approaching the stone slab with a grave expression, thick palms pressed against her forehead. Confirming her elevated temperature, Wint furrowed his brow. How could she be feverish? The ailing Shu Yue could not provide an answer, her head spinning as if she might lose consciousness at any moment. In fact, she soon did succumb to unconsciousness, prompting the Beastman to quickly wet a piece of hide and place it on her forehead to cool her down. The sick female made him forget all else. His warm hand clasped her pale, cold one as he checked her neck. Her temperature was alarmingly high. Gazing at the curled-up female in the hay, he was reminded of how fragile she was. The night was too chilly, and he had forgotten to prepare a beast-hide blanket for her. Panic flashed across his resolute face. The fever in a female or cub was a fearsome ailment for all beastmen, as it was often untreatable. They could only rely on the female or cub to endure, lest their condition deteriorate further, leading to death. Wint cursed his negligence, feeling utterly helpless as he looked at the frail female on the stone slab. What was he to do? How did the tribe shamans handle such situations? Suddenly recalling something, he rummaged through the beast-hide bundle and pulled out a fluffy blanket. Thankfully, he had brought one, just as he was about to cover the female. He caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Leaning closer, he detected the musty scent of damp hide emanating from her clothing. Of course, he realized her hide, clothing soaked in water yesterday, and was not promptly changed or dried. Now, during the chilly moonlit night, I allowed her to warm the damp clothing with her body. How could she not fall ill? When it was torn, he ought to remove the female's wet clothing and replace it with a new one, covering her with the blanket for comfort. Remaining in damp, moldy clothing was certainly detrimental to her recovery, but Shu Yue wake up, he decided to first rouse the female. Shu Yue, in a feverish haze, vaguely heard someone calling her. Yet her eyelids felt impossibly heavy. When called her several times, but she remained unresponsive, causing his heart to sink. This was too serious. Unable to think further, he closed his eyes and hastily stripped her of her wet hide clothing, reasoning that once she recovered, they could become mates. After covering her with a blanket, he opened his eyes, vowing he had seen nothing, and he would keep silent about the sensations he had felt. When Shu Yue awoke again, it was afternoon. She had broken into a light sweat, her skin feeling sticky and uncomfortable. As she opened her bleary eyes, the aroma of roasted meat wafted in her nostrils. Instead of arousing her appetite, it only made her feel slightly nauseous. That you're awake. A Beastman's worried gaze fell upon her. Shu Yue responded with a faint her throat parched, Wint hastily offered a bamboo tube. This is the hot water I boiled earlier. It's still warm. Please drink some. Shu Yue struggled to sit up for a sip, but her arms lacked strength, resulting in failure. She could only turn on her side. Slightly lifting her head, observing her predicament, Wint brought the bamboo tube to her lips, raising his wrist just enough for her to drink. The warmth of the water was soothing as it slid down her throat, and she drained the entire tube in one go. Wint tucked the empty container away and asked, "Do you feel like eating roasted meat now?" Shu Yue shook her head that I have no appetite. Then let us have some fruit. Nearby were freshly washed, vibrant wild fruits. The Beastman picked the ripest red fruit and placed it in her hand. From her memories of the previous owner, she recognized this wild fruit as one of the female's favorites, known as the red fruit. Ripe red fruits are a deep scarlet and exceptionally sweet. However, at this time of year, they had not fully ripened. The semi-ripe red fruits were pleasantly tart and sweet, which was still delightful. Shu Yue pressed her dry lips together, stifling the urge to cry, and quietly murmured, "Thank you." Aside from her mother, no one had ever cared for her in such a manner. She looked up at this unfamiliar Beastman, whose face bore a rugged handsomeness. If only his gaze weren't so fierce, he might be quite appealing. Though not ostentatious, he had a rugged charm that she found attractive. As her gaze wandered over his muscular chest, she was about to bring the fruit to her mouth when she realized something was amiss. Was it a bit too smooth? Instinctively, she lifted the blanket to take a look, and she was instantly stunned. Her face turned a deep crimson, and the flicker of gratitude she had felt moments ago was cast aside. This shameless rogue— "You, cough, cough." Shu Yue exclaimed, mortified, covering herself with a blanket and glaring at him. Went caught off guard by her glare, felt a twinge of guilt, but explained, your hide clothing was moldy, and wearing it would hinder your recovery. I couldn't wake you to a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall. Now appeared like a child caught in wrongdoing. Seeing this, Shu Yue, though still flustered and angry, could not bring herself to lash out, aware that he had acted with her best interests in mind. However, being exposed like this felt particularly unfair, and with nothing on but a beast hide blanket, she felt utterly vulnerable. Do you have any spare hide clothing? Please lend me something to wear. The blush on her cheeks, tinted by anger, made when turned his head away. I only have a hide. Your clothing is being washed and is drying now. You can wear it tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Shu Yue gritted her teeth. What am I to do now? I can't possibly go to the restroom like this. What is a restroom? The Beastman paused for a moment, confused. It means to relieve oneself. That I cannot say now. Oh, I see. It is fine. I can carry you out. Oh, you need to go now. Went suddenly understood. Shu Yue hurled a red fruit at him. Don't you dare take advantage of me. He caught it with one hand. Looking at her helplessly, I'll fetch you a piece of hide. You can wrap it around yourself. I want to look. Shu Yue's face flushed crimson. She was exasperated. If she had not mentioned this topic, she might not have felt so strongly about it. But after drinking a good deal of water, the urge to relieve herself grew insistent. With no other choice, she relented. Give me the hide. You go outside. Disregarding the female's harsh tone, he placed the red fruit back down, turned around, and rummaged through the bundle for an unpatched hide, tossing it toward the female that he then pivoted to leave, despite his desire to assist. Fortunately, his irritation had granted him a modicum of strength, enabling him to struggle to wrap the hide around himself. Uncertain of the animal from which the pelt originated, it snugly encircled him, resembling a towel draped about his form, reaching just above his knees, requiring him to hold it in place with his hands. Human necessities cannot be ignored. Even in embarrassment, one must attend to nature's call. Ensuring he was properly covered, he stepped barefoot onto the stone bed, only to feel a sharp pain in the sole of his foot. Hiss! He had walked barefoot for too long the previous day, resulting in blisters. What happened? The orc, hearing the commotion, rushed into the cave and, upon seeing the newly attired female, involuntarily gulped. Shu Yue's face was darkened. Surely, this was the worst of misfortunes. Hide shoes. Thank you, it's impossible to walk without them. When averted his gaze, reaching for the hide shoes from yesterday. The suddenly inflated hide skirt betraying his fleeting thoughts. Thankfully, the female remained oblivious to him. Slowly, he retrieved 2 pieces of hide that could hardly be called shoes, merely large patches of skin strung together with tough grass, tied to his feet to prevent them from falling off. Nevertheless, this was how orcs dressed. To avoid alerting the female to his peculiarities, he scarcely walked upright, taking 2 strides to stand before her, instinctively assisting her in putting on the shoes. That moment, Shu Yue's emotions were indescribable, a mixture of embarrassment and anger. She wished to dress herself. However, attending to her lower half left her no choice but to awkwardly allow the orc to assist her. To be frank, she had never had a boyfriend and had never been this close to a male before. Now, here she was, exposed, and with no one permitting him to approach her. Once the shoes were on, Went unceremoniously scooped the female up and carried her to the designated area for relieving oneself, turning away before she could react. He left Shu Yue, who bore a scowl, to cautiously step into the makeshift latrine, only to realize there was no tissue. She could only console herself that under such limited conditions, she would have to make do. The timely arrival of the orc, who whisked her away, caused her heart to ache once more. Surely he wasn't watching her the entire time. She could never have imagined that the orc's hearing was so acute that he didn't need to see. The atmosphere gradually fell into a heavy silence until Went, after careful contemplation, finally spoke. Shu Yue, let me be your male. In the midst of chewing on the red fruit, Shu Yue was suddenly taken aback, choking on the morsel. Ugh. Her face turned an alarming shade of purple. Went, alarmed, hurried over to thump her back vigorously. Just as she felt she might be crushed, Shu Yue finally expelled the fruit. Ugh. Gasping for air, she placed a hand against her chest, her complexion gradually returning to a more normal hue. Went regarded her disapprovingly, stating that one should eat slowly, not like a youngling. Shu Yue, unable to contain herself, rolled her eyes in exasperation, retorting, "Isn't this your fault?" The orc looked innocently perplexed. "What did I do?" "Think about what you just said. Don't look." It seemed the hide had loosened without her noticing. Shu Yue hastily pulled the hide back up, glaring fiercely at the oblivious orc. You rogue." Went was baffled by the term rogue, but he could surmise it wasn't a compliment. Rubbing his nose sheepishly, he earnestly replied, "I mean it, I want to take care of you. Be my female." "Impossible," Shu Yue firmly rejected. Undeterred by the refusal, the orc confidently asserted, "You will agree." Shu Yue scoffed, "When I say impossible, I mean it. To be honest, I might just take my own life one of these days, and you won't be able to stop me." Upon hearing this, the orc's expression darkened. "And no more talk of suicide. The beast god has granted us life, and if you do not cherish it, the beast god will punish you." "Humph," Shu Yue scoffed, unimpressed. Coming from a land as vast as China, she feared no beast god. Went furrowed his brow, staring at her, unaware of the pressure his gaze exerted, causing Shu Yue, from China, to feel a chill run down her spine, wanting to flee. Feeling uncomfortable, she clutched her chest, a pained expression crossing her face. Noticing this, Went remembered that the female was still unwell, promptly lifting her back onto the hay. "Rest for now. I will find you some medicine." "No, there's no need." Shu Yue grasped his wrist, preventing him from leaving. She did not wish to owe anyone anything, nor did she desire to live in this savage land. The orc halted, then squatted down to meet her gaze. "You say you have no tribe? Well, your parents? How did you grow up?" Shu Yue forced a sorrowful smile and shook her head. "I have no tribe, nor do I have family in this world. I am utterly alone, so there's no need to concern yourself with me. I merely wish to reunite with my family." She spoke no lies. The original owner had indeed become an orphan. Went, taken aback, felt a pang of sympathy flicker in his eyes. He grasped her small hand in his large one, solemnly declaring, "Little female, from now on, you will stay with me. I will protect you, and no one will bully you. Once you regain your strength, we will return to my tribe, and we will hold a mating ceremony, living together from then on." The orc's expression was earnest as he made this serious promise, yet Shu Yue was left stunned. Here she was recounting her reasons for disdain toward the world, and he was proposing to her? What a farce! She forcefully withdrew her hand, exasperated. "I have no such intentions. I do not like you. Please stay away from me." "Thank you," Went sighed silently, having never encountered such a female, one who refused to listen. Akin to a porcupine that would prick anyone who came near. Fortunately, his thick skin was impervious to such barbs. He was determined to have this female, unlike the peacock tribe orcs, who would sweet-talk to win a female's favor. He intended to demonstrate his sincerity through actions that he resolved to venture out to gather snow crystal fruits to treat her ailment, and the sooner, the better. Before departing, he prepared several bamboo tubes of clean water, a heap of washed fruits, and 4 or 5 succulent pieces of colorful feathered bird meat. With his speed, he estimated that a day and a night would suffice for his return. Shu Yue lay weakly on the hay, observing as the orc constructed a rudimentary latrine in the cave's corner, causing her head to throb even more. Several large leaves from unknown plants were pressed to the ground by 2 stones, forming a makeshift toilet, with another stone beside it holding a stack of relatively soft leaves, their purpose quite apparent. He had also moved a flat stone into the cave as a table, laden with food and water, positioned so closely that she could reach out and touch the items, as if it were assumed she were incapacitated. "Hey, what exactly do you intend to do?" she demanded. Her tone fierce, yet her voice barely above a whisper, for her illness had left her so weak that she felt she might succumb if she lay there for another 2 days. Once one had organized everything, he approached her, touching her forehead, his expression turning grave as he noted her persistent fever. Wasting no more time, he bent down and kissed her forehead, saying, "I will return shortly." Shu Yue, incredulous, thought, "What does that mean?" Before she could voice her protest, Wen had exited the cave, promptly blocking the entrance with a stone. Furious, Shu Yue pounded the stone slab. How could she be in such a state and still run outside to take her own life? Truly, she owed him nothing. In truth, Went was not blocking her from escaping to commit suicide. He was safeguarding against other ferocious beasts. Despite having left his scent around the cave, he still felt it was insufficient protection. Blocking the entrance was a precautionary measure, buying time in case of an emergency. However, Shu Yue was unaware of this. As she lay on the hay, staring up at the cave ceiling, she found herself utterly alone in the dim space, undeniably wishing that the orc would not leave. Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. She felt afraid. Perhaps it was a shift in mindset, but that night, she burned with fever, drifting into a haze where she seemed to glimpse a shadowy figure. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to her. "Are you also called Shu Yue?" She mumbled drowsily. The shadow smiled. "I'm also Shu Yue, that I made mistakes. My father and mother died because of me, and I could not maintain good relations with my kin. I regret it deeply. Shu Yue, please live well for me, and coexist amicably with your kin." The voice grew increasingly indistinct. The figure waved goodbye, slowly vanishing, leaving Shu Yue in a panic, shouting, "Come back. You can't just leave me with this mess." "I don't want it." Upon hearing a call, the ethereal figure turned around and uttered something that Shu Yue could not quite decipher, only catching the last 5 words. "Live well that I won't." A refreshing taste spread through her mouth, and her body instinctively began to swallow. However, this delightful flavor soon vanished, prompting her to open her eyes in dissatisfaction, only to meet the gaze of a pair of familiar black eyes. Their eyes locked, and Wen's lips parted in surprise. "You have finally awakened." Stunned, Shu Yue stammered, "When did you return?" The cave was once again illuminated, and apart from a lingering scent of blood, everything remained unchanged. Just the scent of blood? Her gaze shifted to the orc, realizing the odor emanated from him. "Are you injured?" she inquired, immediately regretting the question, wondering what it had to do with her. Wen shook his head and replied softly, "No, it is the blood of the prey. Shu Yue, I have found the shu-edging fruit. You will feel better after consuming it." The orc offered her 2 translucent white fruits. Shu-edging fruit? Shu Yue stared at the fruits in his hand, rummaging through the memories of the original owner. Indeed, the original owner's father had perished while attempting to gather the shu-edging fruit. It was said that this fruit was akin to a miraculous elixir. Not only did it enhance fertility in females, but also bolstered physical strength. In short, it was exceedingly precious for females. In the act of gathering, it was perilous. Unexpectedly, the original owner had yearned for it, but had never tasted it, whereas she, an outsider, had come across too. "I won't. For someone destined to die sooner or later, consuming this would be a waste. It should be reserved for those in need." Wen's expression darkened with anger upon hearing her words. His tone turning stern, "Shu Yue, do not be so willful. Your health is of utmost importance." Turning her head away, not wanting the orc to see her reddening eyes, she trembled slightly as she spoke. "I know, but I have already given up. Do not waste your time on me. I am not worth it." She was not made of stone. The repeated kindness shown to her made it impossible for her to ignore this debt of gratitude. She feared continuing this relationship, worried she would find it hard to part ways. Went regarded her with a serious expression, compelling her to face him, and stated unequivocally, "You are worth it, even if you were once alone. You now have me. You are my female now, and if you entertain such thoughts again, I will." "What will you do?" The orc's eyes darkened, leaving his statement unanswered as he extended the fruit towards her. "Eat." Shu Yue stubbornly shook her head. "I will not eat. You can find a better female with the shu-edging fruit. I only want you to... you wish for me to continue feeding you?" The orc replied, his expression unruffled. The term "continue" evidently conjured certain implications in her mind, reminiscent of her initial awakening. Once again glaring at him, she accused, "You are taking advantage of me." Wen shook his head, concern evident in his voice. "I am not. When I returned and saw you, you must eat. The shu-edging fruit is beneficial for your body." He had been alarmed to find her lying there with such a faint aura. He nearly feared he had returned too late. Fortunately, there was still time. Observing her hesitation, Wen took a bite of the fruit himself and fed it to her, just as he had done before. Shu Yue was taken by surprise, her eyes widening. She attempted to push him away, but her hands lacked the strength to do so, forcing her to swallow. The shu-edging fruit did not dissolve instantly. However, it dispersed upon pressure from her tongue. and the familiar sweetness flowed down her throat, invigorating her spirit. Yet, the orc seemed to relish this process, lingering even after she had swallowed the fruit. Only when the taste of the Shu-edging fruit faded from her mouth did he finally pull away. Shu Yue delivered a light punch to his chest, exclaiming, "You have gone too far," rather than appearing hurt. When smiled at her, "I enjoy seeing your spirited demeanor." She chose not to respond, as he seemed poised to feed her again. She swiftly seized the fruit and consumed it herself. After devouring 3 Shu-edging fruits in succession, she felt her head clear and her spirits lift, though her stomach began to rumble. The orc, noticing her condition, felt a surge of joy and hurried to fetch some meat from the colorful feathered bird for her. Shu Yue, disregarding the coolness of the meat, accepted it and began to eat voraciously, feeling as if she had been starved for 3 days. It was utterly unbearable when observed her as she ate, noting that such reactions often indicated a restoration of health. After consuming 2 entire roasted colorful feathered birds and drinking a bamboo tube of water, she finally felt something in her stomach. Only then did she become aware that he had been watching her eat the entire time. Shu Yue's face turned a peculiar shade of red, and she exclaimed in embarrassment, "Why are you staring at me? Do I have flowers on my face?" When instinctively replied, "You have no flowers on your face, but you are far more beautiful than any flower." Shu Yue silently turned her head away, overwhelmed, wondering if all primitive orcs were so eloquent. "Give me my animal skin clothes. I want to go outside for a walk." His gaze was too intense, and she needed some fresh air, when acquiesced. Rising to retrieve the sun-dried animal skin clothes that still carried the scent of sunlight, Shu Yue took the clothes and cast him a glance. He immediately stepped outside to wait. Once dressed, she stood on the ground, testing her legs to reacquaint herself with the solid earth beneath her feet, feeling as though she had not walked in ages. Gradually making her way outside, she inhaled the long-missed scent of sunshine. Raising her hand to shield her eyes from the light, an unexpected emptiness washed over her. It seemed she lacked the courage to embrace death. The sight of the female basking in the sun caused one's heart to race. As if he were witnessing a delicate flower shedding the dirt from its petals, he swallowed hard, asking, "Where do you wish to go? I will take you out for a stroll." Shu Yue came back to herself. Instead of stating a destination, she remarked, "Gathering Shu-edging fruits is dangerous. My father died while attempting to help me collect them. My mother also perished, and my fiancé abandoned me. I am a despised female in the tribe. You are a good male. You deserve a better female, not someone like me." After saying this, she shifted her gaze elsewhere and suddenly noticed the corpses of 2 unfamiliar ferocious beasts outside the cave. These beasts bore resemblance to the legendary pterosaurs. Wasn't this the orc continent? How could creatures like dinosaurs exist here? As her thoughts wandered, a wave of warmth enveloped her when embraced her. His deep voice resonating from above. "I think you are wonderful. Though I know not what you were like before, I find you splendid now." Shu Yue fell silent. She felt a stirring within her heart upon hearing those words. It would be a lie to say she was not moved that in her past world, apart from her parents, no one had ever genuinely cared for her. Here, everyone despised the original owner, which meant they also looked down upon her present self. Yet this orc who had saved her continued to assist her despite her harsh words. "You still have me. Trust in me, and I will ensure you live better." His confidence stemmed from his strength. Shu Yue looked up at him. This orc was remarkably tall, towering enough to block the sunlight before her, while he secretly strove to illuminate her shadowed heart. How could this be? Lowering her gaze, she softly said, "Thank you for saving me. But I am not yet ready to seek a male orc." With that, she withdrew from his embrace, when felt a tingling in his heart at her gentle rejection, realizing that their time together was still limited, and some matters could not be rushed. He reluctantly released her. Just then, the female inquired, "What are these 2 called?" The orc glanced at them and replied, "They are winged beasts, not particularly large, with long beaks and sharp claws as their weapons. They fly swiftly, and regarding the area where the Shu-edging fruits grow, I eliminated the entire nest." Though he spoke nonchalantly, when combined with the tribe's rumors regarding Shu-edging fruit, it was either the rumors were exaggerated, or this orc was exceptionally strong. Shu Yue felt it was more likely the latter. This orc was indeed formidable. You are quite impressive. The orc beamed at her approval, his tone lightening. Of course, your male is strong. Trust me, I can provide you with a better life. Here we go again. She found herself at a loss for words as he began to promote himself once more. Naturally, primitive orcs focus solely on survival and reproduction. From the original owner's memories, each underage female and male had already begun seeking partners, let alone the adult orcs. Were it not for the skewed male-to-female ratio, the nights would undoubtedly be filled with frenzied mating rituals. Leaving no respite, Shu Yue let out a deep sigh, lamenting how she had ended up in such a place, with not a single decent piece of clothing. How could one endure such a life of raw meat and blood? The thought alone made her wish to leap off this cliff, ending it all and escaping her troubles. Alas, a meddlesome guardian was present behind her, making it impossible to end her life. Shu Yue shook her head in exasperation. Do not mention this again. I want to wash my face by the river. Will you take me there? Of course, you can go wherever you wish. One was more than willing. Once again embraced by the orc, she soared through the sky, where the orc shielded her from a substantial portion of the wind. His robust arms held her securely, allowing her to forget her fear of the heights, even daring to reach out and touch the clouds. As she playfully grasped at the clouds, they dispersed at her touch, and Winter, amused by her antics, deliberately slowed their flight, guiding them towards the cloud-laden areas. After approximately half an hour of delightful play, Shu Yue reluctantly withdrew her hand, declaring, "All right, let us now proceed to the riverbank." While playing with the clouds, her hands had conveniently been washed clean, as the clouds were imbued with moisture. Washing her hands with clouds was indeed an extravagant luxury. The river they approached was the same one she had fallen into before, where a few unfamiliar creatures were scattered about, drinking water. As soon as the orc set her down, these creatures seemed startled and fled in all directions. Shu Yue raised an eyebrow and turned to the figure behind her, remarking, "Surely these creatures are not fleeing because of you?" "Of course, we orcs are predators," Winter replied proudly. She could not disagree. It was indeed a world governed by the law of the jungle. Gazing at the calm, undisturbed waters of the river, it was hard to imagine the terrifying aquatic creatures lurking beneath. To be honest, she felt a twinge of fear approaching the riverbank, let alone washing up. The orc, seemingly sensing her trepidation, chuckled. "The riverbank is quite safe. The fierce aquatic creatures dwell in the deeper waters of the center doe. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, she felt considerably reassured. Shu Yue grasped a handful of the cleansing leaves the orc had given her and squatted at the riverbank, thoroughly washing her face. If it weren't for the presence of the opposite sex, she would have relished the opportunity to take a bath, for her skin was caked with mud, and a good scrubbing was in order. Yet the more she thought about it, the itchier she felt, as if her entire body were prickling. Rubbing her exposed arms, she could easily scrape off several clumps of dirt, which was utterly intolerable. With a scowl, Shu Yue rubbed harder, as if attempting to scrub her arms off entirely. Behind her, Winna kindly reminded her, "Your arms are turning red. Wouldn't you prefer to take a bath?" Being called out by the opposite sex for being dirty and urged to bathe was something no woman could endure. Shu Yue's expression darkened further as she turned to him and pointed toward a distant tree, saying, "I will bathe. You wait for me by that tree." The orc glanced in the direction she indicated, frowning as he replied, "No, that spot is too far. Should anything happen to you, I fear I would not make it in time to save you. But you just said the riverbank is safe, so I can wash up here, right?" Winter observed her insistence, and, after a brief assessment of the distance, felt confident he could return to her side within a moment's notice, thus agreeing he did not grasp the reasoning behind the female's request. Did she fear being seen? However, that distance did not obstruct his view, and he found it perplexing. Female temperaments were indeed strange. The orc obediently took his place beneath the tree she had specified. Unbeknownst to Shu Yue, she had unwittingly chosen a more distant spot. Had she simply informed the orc of her desire for privacy, he could have turned his back. Clearly, she had not considered the orc's line of sight. What appeared distant to her remained within his view. Thus, she was unwittingly observed throughout her entire bathing process. But at least Shu Yue felt at ease, believing that since she could not see him, he could not see her, and she proceeded to enjoy her bath. After utilizing all the cleansing leaves, she continued until every trace of dirt had vanished from her skin. Little did she know. The orc's eyes were bloodshot, having witnessed the entire scene, his nose bleeding thrice. Once Shu Yue dried herself and donned her clothing, she felt refreshed and comfortable. It was only then that the orc approached her. Without a word, he shed his hide skirt and dove into the water, creating quite a splash and startling numerous fish. Shu Yue was momentarily stunned before quickly turning away, aghast at the orc's shamelessness. That dark figure, well, she hadn't seen it clearly. Whether it was regret or something else, she huffed angrily and retreated to a nearby tree, waiting for the orc to finish bathing. Under usual circumstances, he would have finished in about 5 minutes, but today was different. Winter remained submerged for quite some time. Shu Yue dared not glance towards the river, for his gaze was too intense, as if it could devour her with a single look. Even when facing away, she felt a chill run down her spine. Orcs were truly terrifying. Little did she know, when it genuinely wished to consume her, his eyes taking in every inch of her form. The ripples beneath the water never ceasing. An hour later, they finally made their way back home. This time, the journey was silent. Shu Yue wore a sullen expression, ignoring the orc trailing behind her as she entered the cave and grabbed a red fruit to gnaw on. The orc, witnessing this, was not annoyed. Instead, he smiled amiably, saying, "Shu Yue, I will go take care of the prey. Wait for me." Shu Yue glanced at him without responding, turning her body away, unwilling to look at him. Winter sheepishly rubbed his nose, taking the 2 winged beasts outside the cave to tend to them. Once he left, Shu Yue furiously hurled the fruit pit outside the cave. Anyone who had been flying on a stick in the sky would not be in a good mood. And the orc displayed no sense of shame. Had she not feared falling, she would have made him understand why flowers bloom red. Due to the events of the day, when evening came and they sat outside the cave feasting on roasted meat, Shu Yue continued to ignore him. The orc offered her the tenderest morsel, and after satisfying her hunger, she perched on a stone, gazing at the stars and the moon. Winter, while eating, cautiously stole glances at her. He seemed to begin understanding why the female orcs in his tribe appeared so content even when scolded by their partners. The sight of the little female pouting was undeniably endearing. It was a pity she did not strike him. Otherwise, the impact would surely have been delightful. Lost in thoughts of her hometown, Shu Yue remained oblivious to the increasingly twisted thoughts of the orc behind her. An adult winged beast weighed approximately 500 pounds. Aside from the 2 pounds Shu Yue had consumed, when it had single-handedly devoured one, the sheer volume of food was staggering. Similarly, orcs differed from females. Once truly satiated, an orc could go several days without eating. However, only powerful orcs like Winter could consume such quantities in one sitting, as he lacked for food. In contrast, the orcs in the tribe only received several dozen pounds of meat daily. On days of plentiful hunting, they might be allotted over 100 pounds. The demand for food varied significantly between species. A solitary male orc had different requirements than one with a family. Tonight, Shu Yue finally noticed the orc's appetite, her eyes wide with astonishment. Even in the memories of her original self, she had never witnessed a male orc capable of consuming so much. My goodness. Winter, what kind of race are you? Could he possibly be a colossal orc akin to a mammoth? How could her petite frame possibly endure that? No, wait. Why should this concern her? Shu Yue mentally slapped herself, realizing her thoughts had spiraled out of control due to the events of the day. Upon hearing her inquiry, Winter's dark eyes sparkled with curiosity as he asked, "Would you like to see my form?" "No, I merely wish to know what race you are that allows you to eat so much," Shu Yue replied curtly. The orc chuckled. "Guess what? What do you think I am? I want to play a guessing game with you." Shu Yue glared at him. "You can say it or not. Be honest." Seeing her frustration rising again, Winter hurriedly said, "All right, don't be upset. I'm a dragon beast." Dragon beast? She pondered for a moment, realizing that the original self's knowledge did not encompass this race. Winter seemed unperturbed by her ignorance and explained, "You probably don't know. We dragon beasts are rare and not as numerous as other races. Most small tribes are unaware of our existence." "Oh, is that so?" Shu Yue nodded, indicating her understanding. Yes, oh, it was their rarity that made them stronger than other orcs. A gust of night wind blew by, causing her to shiver involuntarily, goosebumps rising on her arms. The orc noticed and said, "It's a bit chilly during the white moon season. Shall we go into the cave?" "All right. She had no intention of suffering unnecessarily. From the original self's memories, she learned that the Orc continent was divided into 4 seasons: White Moon Season, Yellow Moon Season, Red Moon Season, and Moonless Season. As the names imply, one could determine the season by looking up at the color of the moon in the sky. The year here was long, and the Orcs lacked a concept of counting days. However, she estimated that one season roughly equated to half a year on Earth. The White Moon Season resembled early spring in China, a time bursting with life and the most diverse food offerings. The first half of the Yellow Moon Season was the hottest, the kind of heat that could be unbearable, while the latter half marked the onset of the rainy season, often bringing relentless downpours for half a season. If the tribe's terrain were low-lying, the risk of flooding was significant. The Red Moon Season was the most perilous, a time of frenzy for ferocious beasts that could trigger beast tides. The Moonless Season represented the cold winter, with the greatest challenge being food shortages and frigid temperatures, leading to deaths among the Orcs each year. Shu Yue munched on the red fruit. She sighed, contemplating the harsh environment that made survival a daunting task. "What are you thinking about?" The Orc settled down beside her. She shifted away, creating distance, and replied, "Nothing. Let us take it one step at a time." Vint glanced at her with a hint of disappointment at her aloofness. However, he remained patient. Experienced Orcs had advised him that pursuing a female required patience, and a competent hunter was never short of that virtue. He pressed on, "Shu Yue, how long have you been an adult?" Shu Yue pondered for a moment before responding, "I just came of age this year. In Orc society, females reach maturity at 18, while males do so at 20. The original owner was born in the year of the White Moonflower, marking her coming of age this very year." Vint's eyes sparkled with delight. He felt fortunate to have stumbled upon an unclaimed adult female, and an exceptionally beautiful one at that. "Little Shu Yue, I have been an adult for 5 years," he said, his deep voice tinged with a hint of anticipation. "Oh." However, the significance of his words did not register with her. Shu Yue inquired, "Vint, which tribe do you belong to? Why haven't you returned in these past few days?" "I hail from the warrior tribe," Vint replied. "Why tribe is quite far from here. I set out to search for my father." "Your father?" The Orc nodded, confirming, "Indeed. Ever since my mother passed away when I was 5, my father left the tribe and has yet to return. I later heard that some clan members spotted him around here, so I came to look for him." Shu Yue frowned upon hearing this. "Isn't your father being rather irresponsible? He left you when you were so young, without considering how you would manage." Vince seemed unfazed. For adult male Orcs, emotional ties to their parents gradually diminished. "I have my uncle to take care of me. That is why my father could leave without any burdens. In our culture, there are no complex terms like uncle or aunt. All such relatives are referred to as onama, while those of the elder generation are simply a gong and a puh." "Then why do you seek him?" she queried. "Now that you are an adult, every mature male Orc typically lives separately from their parents." Vince smiled at her and replied, "Because I just completed my training, with nothing to occupy my time. I thought I would come and take a look. I never expected to actually find you." She turned her head away, unsure of how to respond. The Orc did not expect a reply from her. He understood that the female was recovering from her illness and needed rest to regain her health. "Shu Yue, you should get some sleep." She nodded, surveying the cave, which contained nothing but the stone table. "Where will you sleep?" Vint replied matter-of-factly, "I will stand guard outside the cave." Shu Yue felt a little embarrassed. "Isn't it too cold outside? Why don't you come in?" Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the excited Orc. "Shu Yue, are you suggesting we sleep together?" Shu Yue's forehead twitched in irritation. "Don't get the wrong idea. I'm saying you can sleep on the ground." Vince's disappointment was palpable. He had thought otherwise. Nonetheless, being able to sleep inside the cave was still a comfort, as it allowed him to watch over the female. Shu Yue turned over and lay down, deliberately avoiding the Orc's disappointed gaze. She resolutely refused to soften her heart. Vint ventured outside to gather some dry grass, tossing it into the cave. He then moved the stone table aside, making space for himself next to the stone bed, where he spread the grass. Unable to contain herself, Shu Yue sat up. "Don't lie so close to me." The Orc replied, "I'm not too close. You are above me, and I am below. If you fall out of bed in the middle of the night, I can catch you." Hearing this, she retorted, "I sleep very soundly and won't fall out of bed." "Is that so? I could lie below you to block the wind, he countered in the span of their conversation. The orc had already finished preparing the bed of grass. He then went to gather stones to block the cave entrance. Though not perfectly secured, it at least shielded them from a significant amount of the wind. Upon returning, he lay down on the grass, his bright black eyes fixed on her. Shu Yue's lips twitched. What was this burly man trying to achieve? Just because he blinked a few times didn't mean he was some cute creature. He was merely a fierce beast in disguise. Turning away from the orc, she closed her eyes, attempting to drift off to sleep. The orc remained quiet, merely gazing at her silhouette with eager eyes, his dark pupils radiating a faint glow in the darkness, while she tried her best to ignore him. How excessive. What is there to look at? Haven't you seen a woman before, you country bumpkin orc? Shu Yue thought to herself, wishing she could land a couple of punches on him for his lewd gaze. Half an hour later, she could no longer restrain herself and sat up. Have you had your fill of staring? The orc looked innocently at her. Shu Yue, I am an adult now. And so what? She replied, her tone growing icy. Vint, feeling a bit wronged, pointed to his animal skin skirt. You are my female. I can't help it. Shu Yue's expression darkened as she coldly replied, if you can't help it, then you should go outside. If you look again, I'll have you sleep outside. We can turn our backs to each other and not look. Can you manage that? Fine. The orc was somewhat unwilling, but complied nonetheless that a proper male would never oppose his female. Seeing that the orc had finally settled down, Shu Yue returned to her position and lay back down. Perhaps because someone was accompanying her, she found it easier to sleep that night. At dawn, a startled scream echoed through the cave halfway up the mountain. You? Shu Yue clutched her animal skin blanket. Glaring angrily at the orc, Vint appeared innocent. You fell down yourself. Implicitly, he meant that it was merely a coincidence that he happened to hold her while he slept. Shu Yue furrowed her brow. How could she not know that she had fallen out of bed? She always slept soundly. How could she possibly fall? It had to be that this orc had sneakily embraced her in the middle of the night. How shameless. Truly too shameless. Under the female's accusatory gaze, Vint felt a twinge of guilt. He couldn't sleep, and, seeing her sleeping so peacefully, had been unable to resist the urge to pull her into his embrace. Not realizing it would make him even more restless, experienced uncles had advised him that pursuing a female required a thick skin. Thus he should seize any opportunity to take advantage. Shu Yue angrily tossed her animal skin blanket back onto the stone bed, letting out a heavy huff. Vint scrambled up, eager to please that, I'll go prepare some roasted meat for you. With that, he dashed out of the cave. There was still one winged beast left from the previous night that hadn't been cooked. It would be perfect to roast today. The weather was gradually warming, and dead prey could not be kept for too long. Not knowing how long they would remain in the cave, Vint contemplated rearranging the space. Half an hour later, when he returned with the cooked meat for the female, he was met with another eye roll, as expected. Yet, this only made Vint feel amused. The female smelled delightful. After filling his own belly with several bites, he devoured an entire winged beast. Feeling invigorated, he turned to Shu Yue and asked, Shu Yue, would you like to accompany me outside? Where to? The orc smiled. To gather some items and redecorate our cave. Shu Yue, slightly annoyed, muttered, who said we were doing it together, but she stood up nonetheless. Let's go. After eating, we should walk a bit. Having feasted on roasted meat for several consecutive meals, she feared constipation, especially since there were no laxatives here. Sighing, she felt a wave of melancholy. Vint chuckled, spreading his arms wide in anticipation of her approaching him. Shu Yue felt rather awkward, as if she was throwing herself into his embrace, but since she couldn't fly, she had no choice but to rely on the orc as her mode of transport. Hold on tight, the orc instructed, just as Shu Yue let out a startled shriek. If you keep this up, I'll ignore you. The woman's face paled in fright. As it turned out, during their ascent, the orc had executed a series of acrobatic flips in the air. She had nearly slipped from his grasp. But he had caught her just in time. That it was all rather terrifying. Shu Yue's face turned a ghostly white as she clung tightly to him, wishing she could tether herself to him. Vince stifled a laugh, deciding it best not to reveal that it had been intentional. Even after reaching the ground, Shu Yue remained shaken. Furious enough not to notice her surroundings, she began to punch him playfully, exclaiming, "That's what you get for scaring me. That's what you get for scaring me." The orc allowed her to hit him twice, fearing she might hurt her own hand, and quickly enveloped her in his arms. Whispering, "I'm sorry. It was my fault. Will you forgive me?" Shu Yue huffed in anger. "No forgiveness. Well then, you can continue hitting me to vent your frustration," the orc said, presenting himself as a target. This made her hesitate. Only then did she realize what she was doing. Why was she engaging in such playful banter with him? "What a bothersome orc! Keep your distance from me," she exclaimed, hurriedly creating space between them as if fleeing from a ferocious beast. Vince sighed, scratching his nose in resignation. "Take it slow. Let us stop this. You wait here while I gather some branches to build a rack outside the cave." "What do you need a rack for?" Shu Yue asked, puzzled. Vint explained, "To create a structure for drying animal skins. You only possess one animal skin garment. I want to make you a few more." Upon hearing this, Shu Yue felt a wave of warmth wash over her, realizing that he intended to make her clothes. Yet, she feigned indifference, asking, "Do you know how to make clothes?" Wint chuckled, "I know a little, but first I must sharpen my bone needle and hunt a few fine-furred prey. Today, we shall tidy up the cave, and tomorrow I will make preparations." Upon hearing this, Shu Yue felt a tumult of emotions within her. She had yet to agree to become his mate, so why this fervent attentiveness? After a moment's hesitation, she attempted to express her desire for him to refrain, but her words transformed into, "Why are you being so kind to me?" Wint shook his head in response, "You are my mate. My efforts are still insufficient, but I haven't agreed to be your mate. You will agree. I will prove to you that I am a reliable male." Wint smiled like a ray of sunshine. "I." Shu Yue uttered a solitary word, but her subsequent thoughts faltered. She wished to convey that she would leave, yet now she was uncertain, unsure if she still possessed the courage to do so. The Beastman, accustomed to her sudden silences, remarked, "You can play here. I will go find some branches." Shu Yue nodded silently, watching as the Beastman bounded toward a nearby tree, forcefully breaking off a branch. The trees here stood tall and robust, with branches measuring between 1 and 2 meters, or even longer. The towering trees cast a shadow that made the tiny humans feel as if they had entered a land of giants. The wild grass grew nearly up to her knees. Had the Beastman not flattened a patch, she would have hesitated to move through such tall grass, unsure if snakes might lurk within. She picked up a small twig, brushing through the grass as she wandered, pondering what fun might exist in this place where not even a flower was in sight. Suddenly, a white object darted past her eyes, quickly disappearing into the underbrush. Shu Yue halted, squinting in that direction, and soon spotted the white creature leaping out from the grass, scampering away in the distance. If she was not mistaken, it appeared to be a rabbit. My goodness, even a rabbit is this large and jumps so high. Is this truly the world of mutations? As she watched the rabbit, something seemed to press against her foot, wrapped in animal hide. She looked down and instantly let out a startled cry. "Ah!" Wint, hearing her scream, dropped the branch and rushed over. What happened? Frightened, Shu Yue hastily discarded the stick in her hand, spinning to leap into the Beastman's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and throwing her legs over his waist. "There are bugs! So disgusting! They look like oversized caterpillars. No, far worse than any caterpillar on Earth." Wint glanced down at the ground and smirked slightly. It was merely a few worms. Yet curiously, females were terrified of such creatures. So he reassured her, "Shu Yue, do not be afraid. These are larvae. They have no teeth and cannot bite." With her face buried in the Beastman's neck, Shu Yue murmured, "But they are so gross." "Then let us not look at them," Wint said, feeling a stirring in his heart from the warm breath she exhaled. If this posture continued for much longer, he feared. No, he must maintain his composure. He carried her away from the insects and set her down, saying, "All right, there are no bugs here. Wait for me a moment. I will be quick." Shu Yue gazed at him with a pitiful expression, pleading, "Could you hurry, please?" "All right," Wint replied, somewhat amused. He had nearly completed his preparations. He merely needed to gather the branches and tie them with grass vines before they could leave. "How do we carry this?" Shu Yue inquired as she approached. Wint brushed the dirt from his hands, stating, "I can transform into my beast form to carry it." "What does a dragon beast look like?" She wondered, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. Could it resemble the 5-clawed dragon from Chinese mythology? The Beastman chuckled. "Stay back a bit. Following his advice, Shu Yue stepped back, pondering if the beast form was indeed massive. Then, she witnessed a breathtaking sight. The sunlight was completely obscured by a gigantic black creature standing before her. The scaly-tailed tip brushed against her feet, entirely different from her imagination. The creature's black scales resembled a fallen western dragon. With 4 powerful claws, 2 long horns upon its head, and scales instead of whiskers by its mouth, its enormous, lantern-like black eyes were fixed upon her, as if she were gazing into a full-length mirror. The dragon's wings were more than thrice the size of its humanoid form. When spread, it seemed as if the world had plunged into darkness. The dragon beast stood 5 meters tall and nearly 10 meters long. The largest beastman she had ever seen, which explained how it could consume so much food at once. Shu Yue, come here. The dragon beast spoke in a voice as deep as Thunder Point 1 could only imagine how deafening its roar would be. However, how could she climb upon it? Its body was slick, with no place to grip, and it stood 5 meters high. She couldn't possibly ascend. I can't get on. Hee, the dragon beast chuckled, and with a flick of its black tail, it ensnared her, lifting her into the air. When she regained her senses, she found herself seated upon the cool scales. The beastman's back was spacious, yet the absence of anything to hold on made her feel unsafe. Will I fall off if I can't grip anything? She asked, her voice laced with tension. Don't worry. If you're afraid, just climb on my head and hold my horns, he replied. To his words, Shu Yue slowly made her way to his head. The horns were thick, requiring both hands to grasp. She managed to hold on, but fear gripped her heart. This was a genuine flight without a safety harness, soaring through the skies. What if a strong wind swept her away? Previously, she felt secure being held by the beastman, but now her trembling hands clutched the horns tightly. Wind felt a tickle and moved his head. Before he could shake it too much, he heard the female's alarmed voice. Hey, don't move. I'm about to fall. Upon hearing this, he froze and reassured her, do not fear. If you hold on tight, you won't fall. Shu Yue replied hastily, yes, I understand. Let us hurry. Each second felt like an eternity. All right, we shall leave now. When approached the bundle of branches, what had previously appeared to be a substantial amount now looked like mere toys before the dragon. With a sharp claw, he easily grasped the center of the branches. And with a flap of his wings, he and Shu Yue soared far into the sky. The wind whipped through her hair, making it fly wildly about her face, stinging her skin. After this experience, she silently resolved to tie her troublesome hair back whenever she ventured outside in the future. This ride upon the dragon was devoid of any enjoyable experience. She was battered by her hair and gripped by fear, and by the time they returned to the cave, her legs felt as if they might cramp. Wind dropped the branches and shook his body, transforming back in a human form. While the stiff female fell into his embrace, he helped her loosen her limbs. He remarked helplessly, why are you so frightened? What will you do in the future? Shu Yue knew she was being a bit ridiculous, but her physiological fear was beyond her control. After all, she was fundamentally human. Well, what can I do? I simply won't ride on your back anymore. Her tongue nearly tripped over itself in the wind. The beastman sighed, but his words were harsh. You are my mate. You can only ride on my back from now on. At that moment, she remembered that a beastman's back was meant for their partners. Wait, hadn't she also ridden on Bear 7's back? Noting the beastman's intense possessiveness, Shu Yue intentionally remarked, I'm afraid I must apologize. Before you, I have ridden on the backs of other beastmen, and the original owner even rode on Silver Howl's back. Who is that? When abruptly halted his movements, his gaze fixated on her, as if he were ready to pounce. Shu Yue stretched her limbs, feeling more at ease, and casually replied, just a suitor from my previous tribe. I suppose, before she could finish her sentence, the beastman lunged at her, genuinely biting her. After a long moment, Shu Yue covered her mouth in pain, glaring at him. What on earth are you doing? Went wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Narrowing his eyes dangerously from now on, you can only have me as your male. You are not permitted to think of other males. Shu Yue nearly laughed in anger. Did I agree to that? Do you know that your behavior is called sexual harassment? Until I agree to be your mate, I have every right to consider other males. No way. The beastman was furious. Shu Yue, having forgotten her fear, boldly retorted, What is it to you? Who knows, I might encounter a male even stronger than you one day. Of course, I would choose the stronger one. Went glared at her intently. There is no male stronger than me. If any other male dares to covet you, I will kill him. His words dripped with menace. Shu Yue found herself stepping back, her voice low. On what grounds do you have to be so domineering? I am not your possession. The Beastman took a step closer, asserting, you are mine. Little female, refrain from uttering words that provoke my ire in the future, for it shall render me discontented. Do you care not whether I am pleased or displeased? She met his gaze without a trace of fear, when felt that the female before him possessed a wild spirit. If she were not properly guided, she might very well seek out a few brethren to share in her possession, a scenario he absolutely refused to entertain. A female could belong solely to him. Shu Yue observed the Beastman's grim expression and harbored a foreboding sense of dread. Watching him warily, what are you planning to do? Went with a resolute demeanor, replied, as long as you carry my scent. No other males will dare to covet you. What nonsense! Shu Yue gazed at him in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? What do you intend to do? Stay away from me. Could it be that he meant what she feared? Indeed, he did mean just that. The Beastman forcibly carried her back to the cave, disregarding her struggles. Only when she was thoroughly infused with his scent did he finally release her. Shu Yue's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Although they had not gone all the way, what difference did it make from the complete act? Gazing at the furious silhouette of the female, Went felt no remorse. The Beastman could tolerate all her minor irritations. Yet he could not abide her fickleness. Even the slightest disloyalty of spirit was intolerable. Poor Shu Yue, she had merely spoken in jest, never anticipating such a hefty price to pay. Alas, she was no longer pure. Shu Yue, I shall step outside for a moment to tidy up. The Beastman, having committed his misdeeds, exited nonchalantly. Once he left, Shu Yue slowly covered her face with her hands, although she had perused some light literature. This was her first encounter with such raw reality. The Beastman was actually quite gentle, but how could he engage in such acts after only a few days of acquaintance? Shu Yue questioned herself internally. Had she truly become this open? With her mind in turmoil, she irritably tugged at her hair. Must she truly spend a lifetime in this primitive world? There was no shelter from the elements, no secure environment for survival, no civilization, no entertainment, not even a decent garment. All her frustrations culminated in a deep sigh. She felt utterly lost regarding the future. Half an hour later, when it constructed a framework and entered the cave, glancing at the stone slab only to discover that the female had fallen asleep, he treaded lightly, making no sound, and took the large bundle from the corner of the cave outside. This was a collection of necessities he had gathered during his outing, containing beast bones, hides, and various other items. When spread out the hides, filling the framework to its capacity, while the remaining items lay out in the sun to dry. After organizing everything, he darted back out. Shu Yue was roused by the enticing aroma of meat. Blinking in a daze before donning the beast-skin shoes and stepping out of the cave, she was at a loss for how to face the Beastman now. As she emerged, the Beastman, roasting meat upon a stone outside, smiled at her. Shu Yue, I caught 2 gaga beasts for you and even found a nest of their eggs. Do you like to eat them? Shu Yue, upon hearing this, remained silent, her gaze fixed on the gaga beast sizzling over the fire, which was twice the size of a chicken from Earth, with eggs equally large beside it, alongside a feeble gaga beast. Well, this was indeed a giant version of a luo chicken. Saliva involuntarily pooled in her mouth. She was embarrassingly hungry. Shu Yue, the Beastman called her in a coaxing tone. Shu Yue ignored him, diverting her attention to the makeshift clothesline outside the cave, which was rudimentary in design, with its legs driven into the stone, both crude and primitive. To her surprise, there were numerous stones of varying sizes and shapes outside the cave, and that open hide. Could it be a pot? Approaching the object resembling a pot, her thoughts turned to the eggs, and she suddenly craved egg drop soup. When adjusted the fire and approached her, seeing her with the pot, he asked, Shu Yue, would you like to have meat soup? The gaga bee soup is the best. If you want it, I can make it for you. His gaze was intense, fixated on her. Shu Yue shot him a glare. I don't want to talk to you, Went replied. Shu Yue, I am a Beastman, and you are a female. We are meant to be like this." Yet the female grew even angrier. "Who permitted you to call me Shu Yue?" Shu Yue lifted her leg and kicked the Beastman. "Ow, that hurts." The pot clattered to the ground as she crouched down to inspect her calf. That kick felt as if she had struck a stone. Went was startled and quickly knelt to examine her, his large hands squeezing gently. Fortunately, the female's strength was not great, and it would only hurt for a while. Shu Yue was furious. "Are you made of stone? Why are you so hard?" Went, feeling helpless, responded, "Shu Yue, beastmen are like this. Next time you intend to hit me, please inform me beforehand, or else you might hurt your hand." Shu Yue scoffed. Indeed, she must have committed sins in her past life to endure such suffering in this one. It dawned on her why she found herself in this place. Perhaps it was divine retribution for her lack of filial piety towards her parents and her disrespect towards her sister. If that were the case, then she would willingly accept it. This shift in mindset occurred in an instant. Suddenly, she no longer wished to end her life. Once the pain in her leg subsided, Shu Yue blurted out, "Went, I agree to be your female." One was taken aback. "What?" She picked up the pot again, and if he hadn't heard, it was of no matter. "I want egg drop soup, so help me make it." Went, no longer concerned with her previous words, was already overjoyed, lifting her in a circle and exclaiming, "Shu Yue, you've agreed to be my female. Haven to you." Shu Yue, already famished, felt dizzy as he spun her around. Glaring at him, "You misheard. I did not agree." However, the Beastman, elated, planted a kiss on her cheek. "I want to hear you say it again." This time, she unhesitatingly thrust the pot into the Beastman's embrace. "Make the egg drop soup for me. If it pleases me, I will say it once more." The Beastman's gaze remained glued to her, his eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. "All right, I shall make it." Just as he was about to add water to the pot, he suddenly remembered he did not know how. Feeling awkward, he asked, "Shu Yue, how do you make egg drop soup?" Seeing that the Beastman was unfamiliar with the process did not surprise Shu Yue much. After all, in such a place, being able to cook meat thoroughly was commendable. Who would expect them to prepare intricate dishes? Egg drop soup is quite simple. Go fetch me some seasonings, sour fruit, and long-leaf wild vegetables. Luckily, the original owner's memories contained familiar items. Went, puzzled, asked, "Is that all?" Shu Yue nodded. "Yes, those two will suffice, and I also need 4 clean, smooth little sticks." She gestured to indicate their approximate length and width. When appeared perplexed. "What do you mean by 4 sticks?" Indeed, it seemed that the heavens had sent the Beastman to punish her. He did not know how to count. Taking a deep breath, she calmed her patience. Squatting down to draw 4 vertical lines in the dirt, instructing him, "Look closely, this is 1, 2, 3, for you need to fetch me 4 of these." She pointed at the 4 lines. Went comprehended and looked on in astonishment. "Why is this 4? Shu Yue, unwilling to starve while teaching, urged him, "This is counting. Once we are full, I will teach you properly." "All right, I shall go fetch the items you requested." The orc, eager to learn, hastily flew off in search of the desired items from the females. Meanwhile, Shu Yue settled herself upon a stone before the roasted chicken, turning the meat over. She had never been skilled in cooking. It was only after her father fell ill from anger 6 months ago that she learned to prepare meals, experimenting daily to alleviate her guilt through culinary efforts. Her naivety had led her to commit grave mistakes, and she felt that heaven would not allow her a swift demise, as death was far too simple. Accepting her fate as a divine arrangement, she resolved to remain here, willingly embracing her punishment. The primitive wilderness, devoid of comforts, felt like a unique form of exile for a pampered rich girl, she mused, finding solace in her predicament. Before long, the orc returned with the items she requested, a dozen sour fruits and a bundle of wild vegetables bound with grass vines. The wild vegetables, known as long-leaf greens here, resembled oilseed lettuce from earth but tasted akin to cabbage, promising to enhance the flavor of her egg drop soup. The sour fruits were intensely tart, comparable to lemons, serving well as a natural seasoning. The roasted bird was set aside to cool. She placed a wooden pot over the fire, crafted not from stone but from a plant-s fruit, as Wen had informed her that it was abundant during the non-flowering season and, intriguingly, resistant to fire yet prone to cracking under the sun. The tribe utilized these for cooking, and he had brought one along. Shu Yue marveled at the wonders of nature. She filled the wooden pot with water, waiting for it to boil. She was unsure how the orc had managed it, but the 4 wooden sticks were smooth and of the perfect length, effectively serving as chopsticks. However, she still needed a spoon and a bowl. "Please, Went, could you help me make 2 bowls and a spoon?" Shu Yue requested. Went was familiar with bowls, as their tribe possessed ceramic ones. She sketched 2 designs on the ground, one for a small spoon for eating and another for a larger ladle for soup. Went understood immediately and went off to find a suitable piece of wood to carve. With his sharp claws, he effortlessly hollowed out the wood, creating a rough bowl with a few deft strokes. A simple wooden bowl was completed in no time. Shu Yue watched in amazement at his skill. His claws were indeed razor sharp. It was no wonder they could carve through stone with ease. As Went crafted the bowl and spoon. She began washing the vegetables. Once the water on the fire boiled, she added the cleaned long-leaf greens, then cracked an egg against the stone. The shell remained intact even after several firm taps, revealing its impressive sturdiness. However, no matter how resilient the egg, it had to be cooked. Once One had finished one bowl and cleaned it, she broke the egg into it, mixing 2 eggs together until the whites and yolks blended seamlessly before pouring the mixture into the pot. Stirring with her chopsticks as she poured ensured the egg flours would be uniform. She squeezed in the juice of 2 sour fruits to eliminate any fishy odor, adding a pinch of salt that Wen had provided. Lacking starch or MSG, she made do with what she had. As the vegetables cooked, the egg drop soup was nearly ready. Wen had completed both the bowl and spoon, washing them in water from a bamboo tube, rendering them entirely natural. "Wen, could you bring out the stone table from the cave? We should dine outside," Shu Yue suggested. The afternoon breeze was refreshingly cool, and dining halfway up the mountain offered a certain charm. The orc complied, effortlessly carrying the stone table outside, while Shu Yue filled 2 bowls with soup and placed them atop the table to cool. The roasted meat was served on clean leaves, and she tore into it with her hands. Alternating bites of meat with sips of egg drop soup, she relished the flavors. After days of meat alone, the addition of vegetables made the soup delightful. Went too, took a bowl of soup, carefully sipping a mouthful. It was, in truth, more palatable than water, infused with the essence of wild vegetables and a hint of tanginess. Quite appetizing. However, his gaze fixated on her delicate hands, which held 2 wooden sticks. Curiously, he inquired, how do you eat with those sticks?" In good spirits, Shu Yue patiently explained, "These are chopsticks, and from now on, we will use them to eat." When examined the pair she had prepared, turning them over in his hands, clearly puzzled by the purpose of such short implements, doubting their efficacy for spearing meat. With a sigh, she clarified, "Chopsticks are not for spearing meat. They are for picking up food. Observe how I do it." Demonstrating, she lifted some greens from her bowl to her mouth, followed by a piece of egg flour, illustrating the proper use of chopsticks and the importance of hygiene. "This is how one eats. For soup, you can lift the bowl or use a spoon. Using your hands would be rather unsanitary." Realizing the logic behind her words, Wen understood that using hands would leave him greasy, which was why he had never favored soups. However, seeing Shu Yue eat in this manner made it seem acceptable to him. "All right, I will follow your lead. We shall eat with wooden chopsticks from now on." Yet as he watched her wield the wooden sticks with such ease, he found it somewhat perplexing to replicate. The comical side of the orcs struggling with chopsticks elicited laughter from Shu Yue. That is not how you hold them. Let me teach you." Rising from her seat, she moved beside him, guiding his hand on how to grip the chopsticks properly, demonstrating the motion as she helped him pick up a piece of food. This interaction went somewhat flustered, his attention drifting from the task at hand as the scent of her presence filled his senses, making him yearn to return to the cave. "Hey, what are you doing?" Shu Yue shot him a glare, annoyed by his lingering gaze. "Enough, you can figure out on your own. I won't teach you anymore." Went slightly dazed, promised, "Please, teach me just once more, and I will learn diligently." However, Shu Yue had seen through his intentions and coldly rejected him. "No, figure out yourself." With that, she resumed her meal, leaving the orc in a state of indecision. As dusk approached and the day's tasks remained unfinished, he reluctantly set aside his thoughts, waiting for the evening to resume their conversation. After finishing her meal, Shu Yue handed the dirty bowls and pots to Wen for washing, and then walked over to the rack where animal skins were drying. Feeling quite exposed after so many days without proper clothing, She urgently needed to create a few garments for herself. Otherwise, her vulnerability felt overwhelming. There were not many animal skins available. Some were long and thick, suitable for bedding but not for clothing. The garments she required demanded lightweight and breathable materials. Yet after searching for a while, she found nothing suitable. Once when had finished washing the dishes, he noticed her distress as she stood before the animal skin rack and asked, "What's wrong? You can take any piece you like. They are all yours." Shu Yue glanced at him, thinking to herself that he believed these ragged skins could win her over. How naive. Nevertheless, she was not one to be impolite and directly articulated her need. "Do you have any thin and breathable skin? I want to make some undergarments at O, and I also need bone needles and tough grass." Went nodded. "I'll grind a bone needle for you tonight. Tough grass is always available. However, I will need to search for the type of skin you mentioned." "Thank you," Shu Yue replied with a slight smile. After enduring so many days without proper clothing, she was not in a hurry. She could afford to wait a little longer. Went, being a man of action, immediately set about searching for suitable bones to grind for the needle, and she followed him to observe. The bones they were sifting through were remnants from their usual hunts. Not every bone warranted collection. The more elusive the prey, the higher the value of its bones. Went was seeking slender, sharp bones, while Shu Yue's attention was drawn to the largest one, dried and resembling a baseball bat. She lifted it, finding it quite heavy. When explained, "That was picked up by me. It's the femur of a young beast, while it may not contain as much energy as that of an adult. The bone powder is sufficient for treating external wounds." Shu Yue nodded in understanding. From her previous memories, she recalled that an orc's strength stemmed partly from their innate abilities and partly from their diet. The stronger the prey consumed, the quicker an orc would grow in power. Strangely, though, the same flesh seemed to have little effect on females. The sole path for a female to gain strength lies in finding a robust orc. By uniting with a powerful orc, the female gradually acquires the orc's markings, which bestow upon her the abilities of assimilation, enhanced strength, or swiftness of movement. In essence, these capabilities are advantageous to the frail female. Regardless of how many males a female possesses, only the strongest can impart these markings upon her. Thus, within a household of multiple males and a single female, is the one who leaves the most significant mark who wields the greatest authority. For males, regardless of the number of females they may have, they can only leave a marking on one, typically their first female. Let us use this one. It's a bone from the tip of a winged beast's wing. Possessing sufficient hardness, having selected the appropriate bone, Went proceeded to find stones for polishing. Shu Yue glanced at the bone, noting its sharpness and slenderness, and suspected it was chosen for its ease of polishing. After polishing for a while, whence vision began to dim as night fell, he set down the bone needle and inquired, "Shall we wash up?" Shu Yue nodded lightly. "Yes. Early washing means early rest." "All right, let's first wash up." The orc lifted her and flew towards the riverbank. "Would you like to bathe?" She felt the evening breeze and shook her head. "No, it's a bit chilly." Went, concerned about the female catching a chill, suggested, "Then we shall wash during the day." Shu Yue squatted by the river, washing her hands and face, while the orc nonchalantly discarded his beastskin skirt and leaped into the water. "How shameless," she muttered under her breath. Turning away to continue her washing, the orc, with his bright black eyes glimmering in the moonlit water, called out. Shu Yue's heart skipped a beat at the sound of her name, and she retorted, "What do you want?" "You are truly beautiful." Went genuinely believed so that he had never encountered a female so striking. When she was angry, she appeared cute. When she smiled, she radiated brilliance. Though she seldom smiled, if he could witness her smile every day, he would be the happiest male orc alive. Flattered, Shu Yue felt a tinge of shyness and turned her back on him, ignoring his gaze. Seeing that the female was not responding, Went splashed some water towards her face. Caught off guard by the sudden splash, Shu Yue shot him a glare. How childish! After which, she scooped a handful of water and drenched the orc from head to toe, reveling in her small triumph as she quickly ran away. Standing at a distance, hands on her hips, laughing, "Ha! Serves you right." Hee. Went chuckled in the water, admiring her. Her short black hair, akin to steel needles, glistened with droplets that cascaded down her face, tracing along her alluring throat. Shu Yue could barely suppress a swallow. Such a handsome man was a rare sight on earth, Avoid making a mistake under the moonlight. It was best to avoid inappropriate thoughts. Realizing that she could not attract the female's attention, Went hurriedly finished washing, wrapped himself in his beast skin skirt, and, much to Shu Yue's surprise, swept her into his arms and took flight. Shu Yue found herself atop a mountain, the moon casting a ghostly white light as if it were directly overhead, with stars twinkling brilliantly in the night sky. Wow, this place is beautiful, and no girl could resist such a charming locale. Glancing back at the orc, she realized that despite his rugged appearance, he had a surprisingly romantic side. "Do you like it?" When asked her, "It's all right. Average," she thought it best not to express her fondness, lest it inflate his pride. However, Went, noticing the glimmer of joy in her eyes, understood her affection. Truly, the orc's words were correct. Females did enjoy spending time atop mountains at night, which was rumored to be their favored rendezvous spot. He hesitated to ask if Shu Yue would be willing to join him. After admiring the moon for a while, Shu Yue felt her spirits lift, a smile gracing her face as they returned. Yet, upon reaching the cave, her smile faltered. The orc intended to sleep beside her. "No, you sleep below." Shu Yue claimed the stone bed, refusing to let him join her. Went, however, was adamant. "You agreed to it during the day. A bonded orc must sleep together." She was undeterred, insisting that without a bonding ceremony, it did not count, and they should still sleep apart. The orc stood firm. No, Shu Yue, equally resolute, declared, "If you insist, I'll sleep outside." Without a second thought, Went replied, "No, it's cold outside." "Cold or not, I cannot sleep with you." She had already suffered enough during the day. She certainly wouldn't endure this at night. Witnessing the female's genuine resistance, Went felt a pang of disappointment, but still took a step back. "I only wish to hold you while we sleep. I promise I will not do anything tonight." "Are you serious?" This was a proposition worth considering. With sincerity in his eyes, he assured her, "Truly, I will wait until you agree." Hearing this, Shu Yue's eyes sparkled with a newfound hope. "So if I don't agree in the future, you won't touch me?" Went nodded, affirming, "I promise, but you must not think of other males. Otherwise, I don't want to. I merely spoke casually." She was utterly speechless. They weren't even together yet, and he was already showing such possessiveness. How would it be if they actually bonded? Clearly, hearing this made Went quite happy, and he declared, "Yeah, I like you you like me." "Is the conversation progressing so swiftly?" She waved her hand dismissively. "We've known each other for too short a time. Liking someone is something that takes time to discover. Oh, you will come to like me." When experienced a fleeting moment of disappointment before his confidence surged back, Shu Yue studied his smile, recalling how he had initially appeared like a ruthless beast, yet here he was, showing a gentle side. Alas, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Went's kindness was undoubtedly tied to her identity as a female. True to his word, the orc merely held her close while they slept. Even if he was aroused, he did not overstep any boundaries. During the day, the orc busied himself finding suitable beast skins for her, even devising ways to catch various delicious foods. Over several days, her gaunt cheeks gradually filled out, taking on a healthier appearance. Went cherished his plump female, refusing to let go of her at night. Thankfully, he was a man of his word, only engaging in gentle kisses and affectionate nudges, never crossing the line. Shu Yue, observing Went over the days, found herself developing genuine feelings for him. Aside from the surroundings being less than ideal, her life here could be described as one of simplicity and ease. One day, she sat outside the cave on a stone, stitching a small garment for herself, her hands clumsily using tough grass to sew together the beast skin. The resilient grass was both thin and strong. When she first tested its durability, she even drew blood from her hands, while the grass remained intact, prompting Went to fuss over her for quite some time. Went, following her instructions, crafted a long vest and shorts for her, which she rejected due to the large stitches, so he did not attempt to make more as the weather grew warmer. Shu Yue fashioned a breathable outer garment from the skins he had procured. If she were to make inner garments from such thick skins, it would be overly warm. Fortunately, Went found a thinner, white and blue patterned hide, while calling it skin would be inaccurate, as it had been sourced from sea. It resembled the skin shed by some fish, sturdy and refreshingly cool, ideal for the hot season. Given the rising temperatures, she decided to use it for her inner garments. When it was away, having spotted a stunning white-furred, sharp-beaked beast while hunting the previous day, he intended to catch it to make clothing for her. But he had not had the time yesterday and left early this morning to avoid missing such beautiful fur. Therefore, she was left alone at home. Yes, home. Having been here for more than half a month, she had transitioned from a state of anxiety and despair to a much more tranquil demeanor, setting aside the environment. This place had become her ideal paradise. There was no vanity or competition, no false social interactions, and none of the societal pressures that once burdened her. Each day was simply about eating well and dressing comfortably. The bone needle in her hand felt far too coarse compared to the present needle, yet one had crafted the finest possible for her. And no other female in her former tribe possessed such a delicate needle. Upon seeing the bone needle, she couldn't help but recall Went's silhouette while he polished it, his large hands deftly handling the tiny needle, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Unbeknownst to her, a smile crept upon her lips as she finished sewing the bottoms, intending to change into them when suddenly a chill ran down her spine. She turned around, finding the space behind her empty. Was she truly the only one here, feeling frightened in broad daylight? Shu Yue shook her head and turned back to the cave, intending to try on her clothes to see if they fit. Suddenly, she heard a sound of something falling outside the cave. Mistaking it for the return of the orc, she hastily tossed aside her garments and rushed out to investigate, only to encounter an unfamiliar and unwelcome visitor. Her feet seemed glued to the ground as she held her breath, gazing in disbelief at the winged beast before her. How could a winged beast appear so suddenly? What should she do? With Vent not home, she felt utterly helpless. The beast's savage, cold-blooded eyes locked onto her, and in the next moment, it extended its sharp claws towards her. Unable to evade, Shu Yue was seized by the beast's talons. Lifting her into the air, the claws dug painfully into her shoulder, and were it not for the fur-lined clothing cushioning her, her shoulder would have surely bled. Even so, the fear was palpable. Vent, Vent, help me. She screamed at the top of her lungs, hoping the orc could hear her. Vent, Vent, save me. Unfortunately, he could be anywhere, perhaps hunting the white-furred, sharp-beaked creatures, and would likely not hear her cries. In despair, Shu Yue realized that fate seemed intent on punishing her. Just as her life had begun to stabilize, an unexpected turn had come to whisk her away. The winged beast was not slow in flight. In the blink of an eye, the cave vanished from sight. Without the orc's presence, the wind howled against her, but thankfully the weather was gradually warming, making the gusts somewhat bearable. Time passed in uncertainty, and Shu Yue lost track of her whereabouts. A chilling thought crossed her mind. If the beast's claws were to loosen, she would truly have no place to rest in death. What was supposed to be her wishful escape now left her with a sense of reluctance. If she simply disappeared, would the orc be heartbroken? As she spiraled into anxious thoughts, the beast's grip remained unyielding. Carrying her to its lair, it unceremoniously tossed her into a nest of hay, nearby laying 5 or 6 large white eggs, each roughly the size of a stool. Undoubtedly the winged beast's offspring. After discarding her, the beast took flight once more, leaving her alone with the eggs. Shu Yue was bewildered. What did this mean? Before she could ponder further, the winged beast returned, clutching a snake as thick as her thigh, and with a swift bite, severed the snake's head and half of its body, discarding the remainder at her feet. Terrified, Shu Yue recoiled to the edge, watching as the severed snake wriggled ominously, a truly ghastly sight. The beast paid her no mind, focusing instead on its eggs. Paralyzed by fear, Shu Yue wondered what the creature intended to do. After a long flight, her shoulder throbbed, blood having dried in the wind, leaving only the pain in its wake. Gritting her teeth, she slowly rose. The nest was only waist-high, and she carefully peered over the edge, her heart nearly stopping at the height. The winged beast was merciless, having built its nest atop a towering tree, some 50 meters high. One misstep, and she would plummet to her death. She pressed a hand to her chest, settling back down. It would truly require courage to leap. The winged beast ignored her small movements, perceiving her as no threat, merely a soft creature suitable for its young sustenance. After observing for a moment, noting that she was momentarily safe, Shu Yue sat against the edge, attempting to ease the pain in her shoulder. The beast crouched in its nest, motionless, leaving her to wonder what it was doing. As afternoon arrived, faint sounds emerged from the nest, causing the beast to become agitated. Was it waiting for the eggs to hatch? Shu Yue turned her gaze, witnessing a tiny crack forming in one of the eggs, which paused for a few minutes before shaking violently. Soon, the other eggs began to crack as well. Half an hour later, the first winged beast hatchling emerged, its beak wide open in a tiny yawn. The adult beast, indeterminate in gender, gently picked up the hatchling and placed it beside the snake meat. As soon as the newborn detected the scent of food, it eagerly began to eat. Shu Yue's heart raced. How could it consume meat so soon after hatching? Wait a moment. The beast had placed her and the snake in the nest. Was she to be the feast for the newly hatched? The more she pondered, the more terrified she became. What should she do? As more hatchlings broke free from their shells, they congregated around the snake meat, devouring it voraciously. Cornered in fear, Shu Yue faced a grim decision. Should she leap to her death or be devoured by these young beasts? Ultimately, she concluded that even if she died from the fall, it would not prevent her from being eaten. At most, she would escape the pain of the act itself. As the snake meat dwindled, she stood up, attempting to mentally prepare herself, but before she could fully brace, the ground trembled violently. Losing her balance, she fell back in the nest. What was happening? An earthquake. The winged beast sensed the disturbance, becoming increasingly agitated. As the tremors intensified, it let out a piercing, shrill cry that shattered Shu Yue's eardrums, leaving her temporarily deaf. She touched her sore ears, finding her hands stained with blood. Oh no, she might become deaf. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the sky darkened, and a swarm of winged beasts appeared. Lifting her nest into the air, two of the creatures clutched her nest, flying far away. Due to her newfound deafness, she failed to hear the thunderous roar of the beasts. Shu Yue sensed that something significant had occurred. Not only were the winged beasts fleeing, but many predators below were also in panic. Trees were crashing as a colossal creature bulldozed through the forest, sending those that could fly into a frenzied escape. The foliage was dense, and with so many fleeing creatures, the winged beasts carrying her nest were hindered in their escape. Meanwhile, Vent, returning, found his mate missing. The cave entrance still bore the scent of the winged beast. Igniting his alarm, his eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty crimson. If that wretched beast dared to consume his mate, he would annihilate its entire kind. Vent concentrated, detecting her faint aroma. Barely perceptible, yet still present, he followed the scent into the sky. Praying to the beast god that his mate remained unharmed, he resolved that once he found her, he would immediately grant her a beast mark, ensuring she would never be lost again. The mark would allow them to sense each other's whereabouts. As he followed the scent, it abruptly vanished, leaving Vent's gaze sharp with frustration. Damn it! Where could she be? He closed his eyes, deciding to take a chance. He recalled a nest once belonging to a group of winged beasts and aimed to search there. If he were to be mistaken, his mate could be in grave danger. No, he could not allow such a fate to befall her. Transforming into his beast form, he darted away, for flying in human form was far too slow. He could not afford to waste time. Shu Yue, entangled with the hatchlings, felt fortunate that they had all eaten their fill and showed no inclination to bite her. The nest swayed wildly, akin to a spinning carousel, disorienting her, coupled with her blood loss. She was on the brink of fainting. Suddenly, one of the beasts carrying the nest let out a mournful cry, causing it to tip and lose balance, sending Shu Yue and the hatchlings tumbling downward. As she screamed in terror, her eyes widened in horror, for below lay a scene of carnage. A massive creature rampaged through the underbrush, slaughtering everything in its path. Its gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth, opened and closed as it devoured a wild beast whole. In that moment, one thought consumed Shu Yue's mind. This was utterly nonsensical. How could there be a Tyrannosaurus Rex on the Orc continent? Why would dinosaurs appear here? Oh my God! Was this how she would die? Crushed beneath its weight, reduced to nothing. The heavens were indeed cruel. Shu Yue shut her eyes, bracing for the inevitable end. Yet, as fate would have it, she fell onto the back of a feathered creature, which continued its frantic flight, oblivious to her presence. This feathered beast, while not as fast or high-flying as the winged beast, was desperately fleeing from the pursuing Tyrannosaurus, which thundered behind it, its powerful legs propelling it forward. The Tyrannosaurus towered over 20 meters, driving the panicked beast before it, creating chaos akin to a massive earthquake as trees collapsed under the strain. Thankfully, she could not hear the cacophony, or else her ears would surely have suffered. Clinging desperately to the feathers, she refused to let go, even as the creature's frantic movements threatened to throw her off. The relentless predator nipped at the feathered beast's tail, narrowly missing each time, while Shu Yue grappled with the urge to release her grip, but the sight of the fearsome jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth deterred her. What if she were to be bitten? That would be excruciating. Her arm felt dislocated, numb and devoid of sensation, and the world around her grew increasingly blurry. In her haze, she thought she saw a familiar figure soaring towards her. A fleeting notion crossed her mind. Many say that before death, one sees their dearest loved ones. Could it be that in her heart, she believes the one closest to her is the orc named Vent? Vent, she murmured softly. Had she known death would come so swiftly, she would not have rebuffed the orc's advances, lamenting that she had not experienced the essence of being a woman even in her final moments. A sigh escaped her lips. She felt utterly exhausted. Shu Yue! A thunderous roar reverberated within her heart. Shu Yue, shaking her ears that could not hear any sounds, wondered how it could be possible. Was she truly on the brink of death? She felt drained of all strength. If she were to die, then so be it. As her hands weakly loosened, her body was flung away by the feathered beast, leaving her devoid of sensation as inertia propelled her far away. In her last moments, desiring to gaze upon the world once more, she instead beheld a massive black dragon soaring towards her with haste. Stunned, Shu Yue questioned whether this was merely an illusion, until she was caught again. Her hands brushing against the familiar icy touch, a surreal feeling washed over her. Vent, is that you? The dragon beast continuously urged her not to fear, declaring, I am here. I am here. Unfortunately, Shu Yue could not hear him. Yet she confirmed that the dragon beneath her was indeed Vent. Tears blurred her vision. It was a relief that he had come to save her. She rested upon the orc's back, too pained to move. Whispering, Vent, let us hurry. The Tyrannosaurus will devour us. We must flee. After uttering those words, it felt as if she had exhausted all her energy, and she peacefully succumbed to sleep atop the orc's back. Her voice was faint, yet Vent heard her, and with a sigh of relief, he cast a glance at the rampaging adult beast, his murderous intent intensifying. Were it not for the inconvenience of carrying a female, he would have certainly plunged into a fierce battle with the beast. The safety of the female took precedence, and he reluctantly soared away. He did not return to the cave, for today events had made him realize that it was no longer secure. Instead, he headed straight to find the snow crystal fruit with the female. The female was gravely injured, and she needed the snow crystal fruit urgently. This fruit typically grew within the territory of the winged beasts, their favorite delicacy. While a solitary winged beast was not difficult to handle, the challenge lay in the fact that the snow crystal fruit was located at the heart of the winged beast colony. No orc would confidently claim they could escape from such a horde. Though Vent was confident in his ability to evade capture, being besieged by the winged beasts would still result in injury. Last time, he had discovered 3 snow crystal fruits growing on the outskirts of the winged beast colony, which had allowed him to gather them successfully. This time, the situation would be more favorable, as the winged beast had been frightened away by the adult beasts, leaving the snow crystal fruits unguarded. Upon arriving at the former location of the winged beasts, he noted the extensive destruction. Fortunately, some snow crystal fruits remained intact. He quickly found a stable spot to land, transformed back into human form, and cradled the female in his arms. Seeing her in a feeble state, drenched in blood, tugged at his heartstrings, he hurriedly collected a handful of snow crystal fruits and carefully fed them to her. While the snow crystal fruits did not possess the miraculous effects often rumored, they did have medicinal properties, being gentle enough to effectively nurture the female and her offspring. They served as a tonic, capable of alleviating certain non-lethal poisons and enhancing physical constitution, making them a versatile fruit. Fortunately, Shu Yue bore no life-threatening injuries. After consuming 7 or 8 snow crystal fruits, her breathing grew stronger and the various wounds on her body began to heal gradually, including her ruptured eardrum. Vent remained by her side, vigilant. While the area was strewn with the carcasses of slain ferocious beasts, he casually feasted on a few to sate his hunger, sleep being the most effective remedy for healing wounds. Allowed Shu Yue to recover significantly after a day and night of rest. When she finally awoke, her body no longer ached. Nothing could be more beautiful than opening her eyes to see the orc. It signified that she had survived. Vent. She sat up and threw herself into his embrace, reveling in the joy of being alive. The orc was initially elated by the female's awakening, but then felt overwhelmed when she willingly approached him. "Yeah, I am here. I am sorry I could not protect you." The orc expressed his guilt. Shu Yue shook her head in response that no, you are wonderful. It was simply that the winged beast appearance was too unexpected. I lacked the ability to protect myself. Had I possessed even half of your prowess, I would not have been captured, and thus would not have faced what followed. Vent, feeling anguished, replied, "You are my female, and it is my duty to protect you. It is I who has failed, Sai. Do not blame yourself. Had you not come to save me, I would have perished long. Not utter that word. You shall not die." The orc held her tightly, unable to bear hearing that word. Shu Yue sensed the orc's anxiety for her, and a silent laugh escaped her. In this foreign world, having someone who genuinely cared for her left her feeling fulfilled. She cradled his face in her hands and gently pressed a kiss against his cheek, smiling as she said, "Vent, thank you." Vent, taken aback by the kiss, was momentarily dazed. The little female had kissed him? It took him a while to regain his composure, and in a surge of excitement, he pressed his lips against hers, which she met with no resistance, responding tenderly. The orc was elated. Had it not been for the inappropriateness of the situation, they would have indulged right there. Fortunately, Shu Yue retained her rationality and pushed him away, saying, "Not yet. Let us return to the cave first." Vent's eyes sparkled with excitement. You consented, did you not?" This time, she nodded without hesitation. "Yes, I agree. From now on, you shall be my only male, all right?" "Of course," Vent responded eagerly. Your agreement brings me such joy." The orc, overwhelmed with happiness, lifted the female and spun around several times. Had it not been for a recent recovery, he would have flown her around 10 times. He felt invigorated, eager to find an outlet for his energy. Shu Yue shook her head in disbelief. The orc was so excited by her words that it was clear he truly cared for her. As he reveled in his exhilaration, he struck a large rock with his fist, shattering it. However, as soon as the rock fractured, his body tensed up. Shu Yue sensed something amiss and inquired, "What is it?" to her surprise. Vent looked grave as he responded, "Stay here and do not move. The ferocious beast has returned. That I shall handle it." "Ferocious beast?" she asked, puzzled. That terrifying creature that had rampaged through the forest was back. For now, no other wild beast dared to return here, so she was safe waiting for him. The orc's fighting spirit was palpable. Yet, Shu Yue felt anxious. The ferocious beast was indeed the Tyrannosaurus, which was twice the size of an orc. How could Vent possibly contend with it? She urged, "Vent, let us flee. The Tyrannosaurus is too ferocious. What chance do you have against it?" However, Vent shook his head resolutely. "Yeah, trust me. I must slay it today to avenge you." Shu Yue was taken aback. It was the winged beast that had captured her, not the Tyrannosaurus. What kind of vengeance was this? Just as she was about to intervene, the orc interrupted her. Stay here and do not move. The ferocious beast is approaching. You cannot be near the battle. You will get hurt." With that, Vent transformed into his beast form and soared into the air to cast one last glance at her, conveying a message to behave and stay safe. Before taking off, below, Shu Yue stamped her feet in frustration. Why wouldn't the orc listen? Yet she was powerless, for she lacked wings. The orc had placed her in a high position, surrounded by plenty of snow crystal fruits, with the area devoid of any creatures. As long as no airborne predators attacked, she was safe. The winged beasts had all relocated, leaving no flying creatures daring to pass through, making this place as secure as it could be. Shu Yue, fuming, picked up a snow crystal fruit and began to gnaw on it. When he returned, she would certainly give him a piece of her mind for not fleeing in the face of danger, insisting on confronting it instead. Little did she know, for orcs, fleeing without a fight was never an option. Unless it was a battle they could not win, they would never retreat. Vint, already brimming with excitement, felt that a battle was precisely what he needed. Thus, the appearance of the ferocious beast was timely. He was eager for a fight. Even if he could not defeat it, he had confidence in his ability to escape. In the air, the dragon beast spotted a furious figure racing below and, releasing a murderous intent from his eyes, dove down to launch a surprise attack on the ferocious beast. The dragon's claws were exceedingly sharp, and with a single strike, a gash appeared at the corner of the beast's eye. Vint had aimed for its eye, but the ferocious beast's reflexes were quick, and it swiftly turned its head to evade the blow. As a dominant predator, it was intolerable for any beast to provoke it. The audacity of such a challenge was tantamount to courting death. The ferocious beast let out a furious roar and lunged forward to bite. The Tyrannosaurus was strongest in its bite force. Once it clamped down on its prey, it would not release without tearing flesh. Vint, being smaller than the ferocious beast, had to exercise caution. He had never encountered an adult ferocious beast before, and thus was unaware of whether his scales were harder than the beast's hide. Today, he would have the opportunity to test that. Weaker beasts gradually distanced themselves from this area, hiding in the shadows to observe the fierce contest. The black and red creatures collided with one another, emitting a series of resounding thuds. Vint and the fierce beast clashed dozens of times, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. What had begun as a test of physical strength was far from the combat style of the dragon beast. Just as he narrowly evaded a massive bite, Vint soared into the air, circling above the fierce beast in search of a vulnerable point to strike. His sharp claws moved with the swiftness of lightning, raking across the beast's body, causing blood and flesh to fly, yet failing to inflict any significant harm. The fervor of battle ignited within Vint. It had been ages since he had experienced such exhilarating combat since reaching adulthood. Below, the fierce beast roared in fury, attempting to leap and capture the winged creature. The Beastman skillfully dodged the beast's gaping maw while seizing opportunities to strike. Sitting nearby, Shu Yue, having overindulged in snow crystal fruits, could not suppress her growing anxiety as she listened to the distant roars. She felt an overwhelming urge to scold the Beastman for choosing to engage in such reckless conflict instead of enjoying their peaceful days. What if he were to get injured? What if, ugh, what would become of her then? She shifted from standing to squatting, finally settling on the ground. With each roar, her heart eased a fraction, but the silence that followed heightened her panic. When the evening glow arrived and the sound ceased, she could no longer contain herself, pacing anxiously. What had happened to that foolish Beastman? Why was there no sound? Had he emerged victorious as the pale, yellow-tinged moon ascended? Her heart sank further. Could it be that the Beastman had truly? She forced herself to halt her spiraling thoughts. It couldn't be. The Beastman was so confident and formidable. Surely, he could not have lost. As night deepened, she leaned against a stone, wide awake, having consumed dozens of snow crystal fruits. She began to understand the feelings of those on Earth who indulged in food to relieve stress. Fortunately, the snow crystal fruit was not like staple foods. Otherwise, she would have surely burst. Aside from frequent trips to relieve herself, her body felt increasingly light. Presently, Shu Yue paid little mind to her own physical state. Her gaze fixed on the direction from which the Beastman had departed, filled with hope and prayer. Like a tea last, her faith was rewarded. From the darkness emerged a dragon beast, its body smeared with blood. Flying steadily toward her, Shu Yue felt as if awakening from a dream, waving her arms and calling out, "Vint, I'm here." The dragon beast spotted her instantly, offering no words as it carefully grasped her with its claws and departed once more. Shu Yue held onto the beast's claws, remaining still and not struggling, sensing the exhaustion emanating from the Beastman, as if he were barely holding on. Vint brought her to the site of his battle with the fierce beast, where the massive carcass lay lifeless on the ground, all surrounding creatures having fled in fear. As soon as she was placed on the ground, the dragon beast collapsed beside her, gasping heavily. Shu Yue, filled with concern, reached out to touch the dragon beast's long horns. "I told you not to fight. Look at how exhausted you are." The dragon beast, lying under the moonlight, gazed at her with bright, gentle eyes. Yeah, when we become mates, may I gift you the fierce beast's tooth? At these words, Shu Yue paused her caress of the horn, suddenly reminded of the tradition. Every male beastman must hunt a ferocious beast and present its teeth or hide to their female partner as proof of their ability to protect her. So that was his intention. Her eyes softened as she replied, "All right, I would love your gift. However, this shall be a one-time occurrence, and no subsequent instances," observing the fierce yet concealed worry in her gaze. Vince smiled broadly, even extending his long tongue to lick her cheek. She did not flinch, merely wiping her face as his tongue withdrew. Having decided to share her life with the Beastman, she would embrace all aspects of him, especially given his kindness. Noticing the Beastman had grown weaker, she asked with concern, "Vint, are you seriously injured?" The dragon beast shook his head lightly. "No, just exceedingly tired." "That you're lying," she retorted. "Don't think that just because it's dark. I can't see. Your scales are missing several pieces, and you're covered in blood. You must be severely wounded. You couldn't even move, yet still came to find me." Shu Yue leaned her head against the base of his horn, concealing her reddened eyes from him. Meanwhile, Vin assumed she was upset and hurriedly reassured her, "No, truly, I'm fine. I just need to rest a bit." Cough, cough. He coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood. Shu Yue quickly sat up, flustered. "Why are you rushing to reassure me? I'm not angry. I'm just worried about you." Tears began to fall as she spoke. The Beastman grew increasingly anxious. "Please don't cry, yeah. Promise me you won tea." She sniffled. "A 1T cry. But you must tell me honestly. How long until you recover?" Vint, however, replied cheerfully, "Very soon. Just a few days, and once I'm healed, I'll be even stronger than before." He had not anticipated that he would be capable of slaying the fierce beast. It was a feat no dragon beast had accomplished before. The joy he felt at that moment of victory was indescribable. Even though he had been on the verge of collapse, he had still managed to consume the heart of the fierce beast. The source of its power. Shu Yue was solely concerned with his injuries. "Will you truly be all right in just a few days? Do you need any herbs? I can go gather them." Seeing the female so worried about him made Vent want to tackle her immediately. But his strength was waning. "No need. I'll finish the fierce beast's meat over the next few days. That a beastman recovers quickly by consuming meat." "Oh, I see." She had to admit that the resilience of the beastman was impressive. Injured like this, relying solely on meat and self-healing to recover was quite remarkable. "Don't worry about me. You should rest against me for a while." Vent lay beside the carcass of the fierce beast, able to reach the meat easily. Now, he intermittently gnawed at it, his eyes still closed. Seeing him so fatigued, Shu Yue softly replied, "All right, spending the night outdoors was perilous, yet tonight was unusually calm. No creature dared approach." The fierce clash between two titans had frightened the surrounding beasts away, and if both had perished, it would have been a grand feast. However, one still lived. The terrifying combat prowess of the remaining beastman deterred any creature from venturing too close. Shu Yue, however, thought little of such matters. With the beastman by her side, she felt an unprecedented sense of security, and after a day filled with worry, she soon fell asleep against him. Vent, hearing her steady breathing, lifted his eyelids for a moment before closing them once more, continuing to consume the meat of the fierce beast. The battle had been anything but easy for him, were it not for his unwavering determination. He might have been the one lying lifeless on the ground. Thus, he needed to keep eating to regain his strength, as the massive body of the fierce beast would take days to consume entirely. The following days were spent in recovery. Due to her excessive indulgence in snow crystal fruits, Shu Yue found herself feeling no hunger for 3 consecutive days, which allowed Vint the time he needed to recuperate. On the 3rd day, Vint successfully transformed back into his human form. The first thing he did was roast meat for Shu Yue, selecting the most tender cut from the fierce beast, which proved to be quite a challenge for her to eat. After all, they were in the wild and could not afford to be picky. They had to make do. By the 5th day, the meat of the fierce beast could no longer be consumed, as the heat had caused it to spoil. Vint no longer needed to eat, having fully recovered. Stretching his body, he heard his joints crackle, and Shu Yue watched with joy at his recovery, yet concern lingered in her heart. The beastman's gaze revealed no attempt to hide his feelings. She was frightened. Though she had gained some weight, Her combat prowess was not on par with his. Would she be able to hold her own? Vint felt a surge of urgency, yet he knew he must first dismantle the bones of the fierce beast, for they were valuable resources. The bones could be ground into powder, serving as excellent healing materials. He must not forget to gift the female with the fierce beast's tooth as well. The tooth measured nearly 3 meters in length, and once she bore his mark, she could wield it as a weapon. The fierce beast possessed 2 such teeth, but one had broken during the fight. He had removed all the other intact teeth. Shu Yue held no particular interest in the long tooth, but she thought the smaller ones might serve well as knives. Appearing quite sharp, unbeknownst to her, it was the long tooth that Vint had intended as a gift. Wrapping the fierce beast's tooth in its hide, he bound the bones with sturdy vines and transformed back into his beast form. Allowing her to climb aboard, the glossy scales glinted in the sunlight, and Shu Yue gazed upward at the Beastman, feeling as though he had grown even taller in this form. "Ah, what are you staring at?" A deep, resonant voice echoed overhead. The timbre of the voice in its beastly form possessed a rich texture, unmistakably non-human. In its humanoid shape, the voice was lower, both magnetic and melodious. Shu Yue smiled and remarked, "I feel as though you've grown larger." She preferred when in his human form, as it provided a sense of closeness and security. The dragon beast slightly parted its mouth, as if to smile, and said, "Yeah, I have become stronger, thus my beastly form has naturally expanded." His length, which had previously been 10 meters, was now estimated to be around 13 meters, and his height had risen to approximately 7 meters from the original 5, making the transformation quite apparent. "Now I understand. Then please lift me up. We must set off." She found a blade of grass to tie her hair up, having not bathed or washed her hair for several days, leaving it quite greasy. Upon returning to the cave today, she was determined to have a thorough wash. A cool tail coiled around her, securely placing her on its back, yet Shu Yue still felt an instinctive urge to climb toward the dragon's head. When halted her, saying, "My back is very stable. Trust me." Hearing this, Shu Yue paused, replying, "All right, let us give it a try." One was overjoyed by the female's transformation, saying, "You can grasp my scales. Feel free to hold on. It won't hurt." "Okay." She lifted a piece of black scale and tugged on it with all her might. It was indeed very secure, so she held onto it tightly. The Beastman seemed indifferent, almost as if he felt no sensation at all, though there was a hint of itchiness. "Yeah, please don't scratch me. It tickles too much." Shu Yue thought to herself, "Is this the extent of your sensitivity? How absurd." Seeing that the female was ready, when prepared to take flight, one claw grasped the beast hide while the other clutched the vines wrapped around bones. And with a whoosh, they soared into the air. How should I put it? The Beastman's assertion was indeed accurate. Riding on his back was far more comfortable than on his head. The expanse of his back measured nearly 3 to 4 meters wide, providing ample space not only to sit but even to lie down. Who could fathom that such a grand dragon would become her mate? Contemplating this, Shu Yue's brow furrowed as she sat upright, pondering what would happen tonight. In this realm, females did not experience menstruation, leaving no excuses to hide. Sigh. In contrast to the female's anxious musings, the Beastman was brimming with anticipation. Thus, within half an hour, they returned to the cave. It is worth noting that before defeating the violent beasts, this journey would have taken an hour to fly. Upon their return to the cave, the Beastman eagerly discarded their belongings and whisked the female off to hunt. They specifically targeted small wild animals, such as large reed chickens and big rabbits, which boasted tender meat, perfect for stewing or grilling, suiting the female's palate. Shu Yue indeed relished these dishes. However, the quantity was overwhelming. This is too much. The weather won't allow for prolonged storage. This could last me 7 or 8 days. The pile of prey loomed before them like a small mountain on a good day. She could consume a maximum of 3 reed chickens, yet here lay over 30 small creatures. Had the Beastman truly switched to hunting these smaller species? After a cursory glance at the considerable haul, the Beastman declared, "That should suffice. Let us wash the game by the river." They plucked the feathers from 3 reed chickens, removed their innards, and thoroughly cleaned them inside and out. Back at the cave, roasted the meat, having feasted well over the past few days and requiring no further sustenance. Thus, it was only Shu Yue who dined, roasting a chicken for herself. She thought nothing of it, as the Beastman always prepared extra portions. Fearing she might be caught unprepared should hunger strike, Shu Yue nibbled delicately on the roasted meat. Back on Earth, she could never finish an entire one, however, the original body could manage it, for despite its human semblance, it was fundamentally still a Beastman. Ignoring the fervent gaze directed her way, the meal went surprisingly well. Typically, she could finish a roast in half an hour, yet today, it took her an hour. As she was acutely aware of the implication of finishing the meal, the Beastman's eyes sparkled with intensity, seemingly unperturbed, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned hunter waiting for his prey to fall into the trap. Just as she let out a satisfying burp, the Beastman sprang into action, startling her as she exclaimed, "Went, I need to wash up?" Went, having no objections, discarded the leftover bones and swiftly carried the female to the river for her bath. He had been eagerly anticipating this moment, and tonight it would finally come to fruition. Upon reaching the riverbank, the Beastman's eyes gleamed even brighter. Shu Yue swallowed nervously, wanting to express her sudden shyness and suggest postponing for another day. But that was clearly out of the question. The Beastman seemed ready to assist her in shedding her beast hide. "Step back and wait for me," Shu Yue instructed him just as before. Yet this time, the Beastman remained still, grinning mischievously and saying, "What are you doing? I want to bathe, so please keep your distance," she insisted, feeling overwhelmed by his eagerness. When stood motionless, shaking his head, "Today, let me wash you, I want to see." "No, you cannot look. Wait over there," Shu Yue retorted, hands on her hips, glaring at him. The Beastman stubbornly refused to budge. Left with no other choice, she feigned anger. "Are you leaving or not? If you don't, you'll have to sleep outside the cave tonight." That is out of the question, he thought, having yearned for this moment for so long. How could he possibly sleep outside? Unable to resist the female's demands, Wen appeared quite pitiful, conceding, "All right, I'll wait for you. But please be quick." Shu Yue rolled her eyes in exasperation and shooed him away. Watching him depart with a forlorn expression, she finally disrobed and slipped into the water for her bath. The cleansing leaves worked wonders, washing away the grime, including the oil from her hair, which had grown long enough to reach her waist, making it difficult to dry. She preferred her hair at shoulder length, easy to manage and aesthetically pleasing. However, this place lacked even a barber, let alone someone to style her hair. Once the Beastman saw she was done, he rushed over, asking, "Are you finished washing?" Shu Yue suddenly had a thought. She tugged at her hair at the back of her head, measuring its length, and said to Went, "Could you use your claws to cut it for me?" This request left the Beastman stunned. "What's wrong, Iya? Why do you want to cut your hair?" she explained. "I find my hair too long and cumbersome. Just cut a bit off for me." Went hesitated, concerned that cutting her hair might ruin its appearance. His primary worry was that the female would regret it later. He could replace almost anything, but not her hair. Shu Yue pressed, "Hurry up. My arm is getting tired, and I don't think it looks bad." Since the female had insisted, Went reluctantly agreed to help her, reasoning that her hair would eventually grow back, that if she truly felt unhappy, he could always find a way to cheer her up. With a gentle swipe, her hair was divided into 2 sections. Shu Yue gazed at the severed strands in her hand, recalling hearing that people on Earth would buy hair. Such long hair could fetch 500 or 600. What a pity. Here it could only be discarded. The hair was still damp, and the true change would only be visible once it dried. Went dug a small hole in the ground, tying the hair together and burying it. He looked regretful, lamenting the loss of such beautiful hair. But that was of little consequence. The petite female had finished her bath, and the Beastman dove into the river to wash himself in haste, then scooped her up, eager to return to the cave. "Hey, why the rush?" Shu Yue exclaimed, frantically trying to push him away. Clearly, no amount of protest would sway the Beastman, who excitedly tossed her onto the stone bed in the cave, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Shu Yue gulped nervously, wrapping her arms around her knees, anxiously gazing at him. "Could you be a bit gentler?" Wen's throat bobbed with barely contained excitement, suppressing the urge to roar. And patiently reassured her, "I can. Don't be afraid." With that, his towering shadow loomed over her petite figure on the stone bed. "Don't." The small female trembled in fear. This moment, no one could deter an eager adult male. Any words spoken were in vain, as only the most primal of instincts prevailed. Days later, Shu Yue shakily emerged from the cave, leaning against the entrance and inhaling a deep breath of fresh air. Internally sighing, ah, the long-awaited sunlight. As for that beastly man, she had no desire to mention him again. It was no wonder he had hunted so many prey. It had all been for her. 7 days. A full week. She had been unable to leave that nest, and even a good night's sleep had become a luxury. In the memories of the original owner, such a lengthy duration had never occurred. How excessive. At that moment, the Beastman returned, bearing freshly washed fruits. Shu Yue's expression immediately darkened. Noticing the female's displeasure, one became cautious, softly saying, I picked these fruits for you. Shu Yue cast a sidelong glance at the fruits and coldly replied, Put them in the cave. Now, take me to wash up. Upon hearing the words wash up, the Beastman's dark eyes sparkled with excitement. All right. Seeing the expression on the other's face, she could hardly be oblivious to the trivial thoughts swirling in the orc's mind. She issued a direct warning. If you dare to touch me again, you shall never lay a finger on me for the rest of your life. The orc looked a bit wronged. I mean what I say. Shu Yue replied coldly, her face devoid of warmth. Realizing that the female was genuinely angry, Went chose to behave himself. All right, please don't be upset. Humph. If he could just exercise some restraint, she wouldn't be so furious. The orc diligently carried the female to the riverside for a bath, showering her with compliments along the way. Yet the female remained indifferent, not once granting him a pleasant look. Despite his helplessness, he felt a thrill within. His little female carried such a delightful scent. Just reminiscing about their days spent together in the cave made him feel excited once more. Sensing something amiss, Shu Yue shot him a fierce glare and then, through the animal hide, pinched him in an insubordinate area. Ow. The orc looked at her with a flattering expression. Be gentle. Bah, shameless. After pinching him a couple of times, she released her grip. The orc, utterly unashamed, had bones as hard as steel. Yeah, if you're angry, feel free to hit me, all right? Leaned in, inviting her to strike him. Shu Yue pushed his head away coldly. Stay still and behave. With no choice but to comply, he obediently flew towards the riverbank. Upon arrival, Shu Yue immediately shooed the orc away. She desired a peaceful bath. Reluctantly, he complied. For the sake of their future happiness, it was imperative to indulge her wishes. Soon as she submerged herself in the water, Shu Yue felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, wishing she could remain there forever. The fatigue from the past few days melted away, the gentle currents massaging her body. After just 5 minutes of soaking, she felt drowsy. Tiny fish swam around her feet, swiftly clearing the area of any debris. However, perhaps it was an ill-fated outing, for before long, she was abruptly pulled from the water by the orc, who bore an unusual expression. What's wrong? What happened? Shu Yue hurriedly donned her clothes, helped her get dressed. Pointing toward the part of the forest, someone is approaching. Where? She followed his gaze, but apart from trees, there was nothing to be seen. Just as her words trailed off, a blood-soaked wolf suddenly leapt out from the woods. Upon spotting them, the wolf's eyes sparkled with joy as it dashed towards them, howling, "Help me!" 2 ferocious creatures pursued closely behind. Placed the female in a safe spot before heading to confront the 2 beasts. The bloodied wolf, having been saved, collapsed on the ground, panting heavily while casting a worried glance at the orc who had come to its aid. It had not been his turn to hunt that day. He sought some game to satisfy his cravings, unaware he would encounter 2 ironback beasts. Normally, it would take 2 or 3 orcs to take down a single ironback beast, yet he had stumbled upon 2 alone. Terrified, he turned to flee, but the ironback beasts would not relent, relentlessly pursuing their prey. Unable to fly like a winged wolf, he could only run on all 4s. Before long, he was battered and bruised. Fearing he would return to the embrace of the beast god, only to unexpectedly encounter another orc. The wolf's initially anxious gaze widened in awe as it witnessed the powerful orc swiftly dispatch one of the ironback beasts with ease. Such strength, he dared say that the mightiest among their tribe, Silver Howl, could not have dealt with an ironback beast so quickly. Who was this orc so formidable? The wolf's eyes brimmed with admiration for the strong. As it was in the orc's nature to venerate strength, it fixated intently on the fighting orc, oblivious to the female nearby who was watching him intently. Yet, while the wolf remained unaware, Went certainly took notice. His expression darkened immediately. He had intended to impress the female with his prowess, yet she was completely entranced by the dying wolf on the ground, failing to appreciate the magnificence of his own combat skills. Enraged, the orc violently snapped the neck of the second ironback beast and angrily soared towards the female. Ultimately, he couldn't bring himself to scold her. Shu Yue, oblivious to his distress, glanced casually at the two dismembered creatures on the ground and praised the orc. "You truly are impressive," hearing her commendation. Went's face softened slightly, though he still voiced his discontent. "What are you staring at that wolf for?" She replied, "Went, I know that wolf." "Huh?" The orc was taken aback. The bloodied wolf exclaimed in disbelief, "Shu Yue? Is that you?" It was unmistakably her face, but why had her hair grown so short? It looked even more beautiful than before. Shu Yue nodded and approached the wolf. "It's me. How did you get so injured?" "Black Wolf." Upon hearing that she recognized him, Went's demeanor shifted. He was now cautious. He had not forgotten her earlier words. It was rumored that many sought after the female from a previous tribe. Could this nearly dead wolf be one of them? Feeling the murderous intent emanating from Went, the Black Wolf quickly understood the situation. If not for his inability to move, the potent scent of the orc would have driven him to retreat several paces. He had witnessed the orc's strength firsthand and knew he could not escape the ironback beasts only to perish at the hands of this formidable orc. The Black Wolf hastily surrendered. "Warrior, thank you for saving me. In the future, I will repay your kindness." Went, in a foul mood, curtly replied, "No need." The Black Wolf was taken aback. "Please don't misunderstand." Shu Yue shot Went a glance, surprised by his high moral awareness. He was indeed noble. However, the Black Wolf was already on the brink of death. If they continued conversing, he might soon meet the beast god. "What will happen to your injuries, Black Wolf?" As soon as the words left her lips, she was met with a reproachful gaze from the orc. Shu Yue looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" Went, feeling hurt, realized that his female was showing concern for this wolf, who was still alive. She found the orc's reaction bewildering. What was with that look? The Black Wolf silently coughed up blood, mustering the courage to plead. "Shu Yue, please help me. I'm gravely injured and cannot move. I can only rely on self-healing. Could you spare me some food for a few days?" "Absolutely not." Went responded without a moment's hesitation. Why should he feed his prey to a wild beast? If the Black Wolf filled his belly, he would surely compete for his female. Not a chance. Upon hearing the refusal, the Black Wolf's face turned pale, his eyes pleading with Shu Yue. "Shu Yue, we are kin from the same tribe. When you went missing, the tribe searched for you extensively. That I am so glad to see you again." He coughed again, blood splattering. Shu Yue replied, exasperated, "We can chat later. You need to conserve your strength." Went, "Drag those two over here and let Black Wolf eat to regain some strength." Went clearly was reluctant, not moving an inch. Shu Yue, perplexed, asked, "What is the matter?" The orc pressed his lips into a thin line. "I don't want to share my prey with him." The dejected Black Wolf thought to himself, "The beast god is truly playing tricks on me." Shu Yue was at a loss regarding Went's behavior. "If you don't feed him, he will die. Black Wolf is from the same tribe as me. I can't just stand by and watch him perish." Seeing the orc still unmoving, she felt utterly confused. He wasn't like this. "What's wrong with you?" The Black Wolf was on the verge of losing consciousness. The two had yet to provide a clear answer. A male, he somewhat understood their intentions, yet he had no connection with Shu Yue. To preserve his life, he needed to plead, "Warrior, please help me. The female I like is still waiting for me to return." The meaning was clear enough. Upon hearing this, Went reluctantly glanced at him. "You have a female?" The Black Wolf nodded slightly. "Yes, but she is yet to agree to become my mate. I don't want to die." Since she was the Shu Yue he adored, Went decided to save him. After all, he dragged the ironback beast over to the Black Wolf's side, who nearly wept with joy as he began to devour the meat hungrily. Shu Yue observed the scene, alternating her gaze between the two. So, the orc was willing to save him to fulfill his desire to find a mate? Just then, when approached, scooped her up and took to the skies. She exclaimed in surprise, We just leaving him like this?" Went huffed. "He is too injured. I'll go home and grind some bone powder for him. That will help his wounds heal faster." Oh, so that was the plan. For some reason, she sensed that the orc seemed rather displeased. But why? Returning to the cave, she scrutinized his expressions but could not discern the reason behind his mood. Never mind, he was starting to act petulantly now that he had secured her. Went gazed at the female, feeling utterly aggrieved by her indifference. Thus, he could only grind the bones to vent his frustrations. The bones of the ferocious beasts could expedite wound healing, and he had gathered quite a few, soon producing a bowl full. When called out from the cave, "I will return shortly," Shu Yue waved her hand to reassure him to go without worry. Upon returning to the riverbank, the black wolf had ceased its feeding and was resting on the ground. Fortunately, there had been no encounters with fierce beasts during this time. When Went returned, the black wolf slightly raised its neck in a gesture of gratitude. Went said little, taking the wooden bowl filled with bone powder and, without bothering to clean the wound, sprinkled it all over the black wolf's body. The black wolf was bewildered. What was this substance? It sniffed the air, detecting an unfamiliar scent. Went remarked, "All done by tomorrow. Your wound should be half healed. Tonight, you may stay here." The black wolf looked skeptically at the gray powder on its body. Could this possibly hasten its healing? What was this substance? Bone powder from ferocious beasts. The black wolf's eyes widened in surprise. What? This is bone powder from ferocious beasts for ferocious beasts. Went nodded, understanding the other's excitement, as ferocious beast bones were indeed rare. The black wolf maintained its astonished expression, thinking of how it would boast to its tribe once healed. The orc before it was remarkably powerful, possessing the bones of ferocious beasts, and moreover, he was Shu Yue's male. Reflecting on this, the black wolf lowered its head, concealing the complexity in its eyes. Who would have imagined that Shu Yue, who had gone missing, was not dead but instead had a formidable orc as her mate? If Guo were to learn of this, she would surely be displeased. Sighing, the black wolf mused that Shu Yue was merely a willful female, unable to comprehend why the other females in the tribe disliked her, including Guo, whom he favored. Shu Yue had saved him this time, and when he returned to the tribe, he would surely try to persuade Guo. Males were not so fragile. Once Went finished administering the medicine, he prepared to leave. The warrior was about to depart. The black wolf urgently called out, "Wait, warrior." Went was not accustomed to being addressed as a warrior and replied, "My name is Went. Thank you for saving me." "I am called Black Wolf," the black wolf said sincerely. Went shook his head. "We are all orcs. It is nothing." Black Wolf smiled. "If not for you, I would have perished long ago. I will remember this gratitude. By the way, how did you come to know Shu Yue?" Upon hearing her name, Went instinctively heightened his vigilance. Scrutinizing the wolf beast on the ground, he recalled the female's words, that her former tribe's members despised her. "I saved her from the river. She is now my female," he stated flatly. Seeing the orc's change in demeanor, Black Wolf internally sighed. Shu Yue was a petulant female who loved to complain, now that she had such a powerful orc mate. How could she refrain from telling the orc how poorly her kin treated her? With a hint of remorse, Black Wolf said, "It is our fault. Had it not been for the negligence of the guard team, Shu Yue would not have gone missing on the day of gathering." Went cast a cold glance at him. A tribe that cannot even protect its females has the audacity to speak of such matters? Black Wolf replied, "It is the males of the guard team who lack face." If he had been present that day, he would certainly have kept a watch over Tsonglong. Thinking of his good brother Tsonglong, he felt troubled. Previously, believing the female to be dead, Tsonglong had been itching for a fight. Fortunately, things had calmed down in recent days. If he were to discover that Shu Yue was still alive, he would surely go mad. Alas, with an orc like Went, he had no chance. While Black Wolf was preoccupied with worrying about his brother's emotional state, he failed to notice Went's unfriendly gaze. Anyone who bullied a small female was essentially bullying him. Those individuals were among the most despicable orcs on the continent. Although he had yet to meet them, Went's impression of this tribe had already plummeted. Rest and recover. I shall take my leave. Went said. With that time, he preferred to return and accompany the small female. Black Wolf stared blankly at the figure that was swiftly departing. Was he truly being left behind? Sighing, he looked up for a moment before returning to the ground. The assistance he received had been ample. He was a male, with food and drink, and had been sprinkled with bone powder. If he could not endure any longer, he was unworthy of being a male. Upon returning to the cave, Shu Yue was already asleep, when glanced at the peacefully slumbering female before quietly stepping outside to roast meat. The little female had indeed been worn out over the past few days. Sleeping from day to night, Shu Yue stretched languidly, feeling refreshed when she heard Went enter with roasted meat. I have roasted this again for you. Do try it. It's particularly delicious, just as she was feeling hungry after a nap. She took it without hesitation and began to eat. The flavor was indeed delightful. Previously, she had worried about constipation from eating meat daily, but now realized the concern was unfounded. Orcs had consumed meat all their lives. How could they possibly suffer from constipation? Even without soup for a month, they wouldn't have a problem. After finishing the roasted meat, Went promptly handed her a bowl of clear water, providing attentive service. Once sated, she finally remembered to inquire, "How is Black Wolf?" The orc's expression instantly soured. "Why do you care about him?" Shu Yue found this somewhat absurd. "You saved him. Can I ask a couple of questions? By the way, what's with you today? Are you giving me the cold shoulder?" One was confused. Cold shoulder. What does that mean? She huffed lightly and explained, "Giving the cold shoulder means getting angry with me." "Did I provoke you?" Went fell silent. "So that was what it meant," he softly replied. "I did not." "You absolutely did. I distinctly felt you were unhappy today. Why?" Shu Yue scrutinized him. The orc spoke candidly, "Because you were looking at another male. It made me unhappy. Ha." She had not anticipated that to be the reason. Shu Yue found it both amusing and exasperating. Reaching to pinch his ear, "You are so easily jealous. Just a glance at someone else, and you are upset?" When pursed his lips, "You did not just glance. You were staring intently for quite some time." His tone was filled with grievance. Shu Yue was left speechless. "I was not staring. I merely thought they looked somewhat familiar and glanced a few extra times. And it turned out I did know them." Upon mentioning this, Went's expression darkened further. "The orcs from that tribe do not treat you well." Shu Yue was unfazed. It was the original owner's doing, and it had nothing to do with her. Besides, she had only spent one night in the tribe. The people there were all strangers to her. "Whether they are good or bad has nothing to do with me. I will be living with you from now on," she said, wrapping her arms around one of his, resting her head against him. Upon hearing this, Went felt a surge of happiness, softening his body to make it more comfortable for the female to lean against. He asked her, "So, do you wish to return to the tribe and take a look?" "Return to the tribe?" Shu Yue shook her head. "No, wherever you are is my home." Sweet words flowed easily from her lips. "No." Having never heard such romantic words, Went was momentarily stunned. He had no idea he held such significance in her heart. The entire orc felt a surge of excitement. "Yeah, I will protect you well from now on. I will not allow anyone to bully you." With an overflow of tenderness seeking release, he could only tackle the female to alleviate his current feelings. Shu Yue, once again tackled, on the verge of tears. Shu Yue exclaimed, "Went, you rascal! Have you forgotten what I said in the morning?" The orc feigned ignorance. The following day, "Get out and roast meat." Shu Yue angrily kicked the orc. "Enough already. After a night of frolicking, do you not care for your waist?" Went felt no pain, cheerfully preparing food for the female. While washing the prey by the river, he also took the opportunity to sprinkle more medicine on Black Wolf. "I in a good mood today." Went's attitude towards Black Wolf was considerably more amiable, saying, "In another day, your wound should be nearly healed." Black Wolf expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. When did I truly appreciate your use of precious bone powder to heal my wounds." Went remained expressionless. "I only saved you because you were Yi Ye's kin." Upon hearing this, Black Wolf paused, then shamefully replied, "Once I am healed, I will repay your kindness." Without a moment's hesitation, Went declined, "No need. Once you are healed, leave quickly and do not disturb our lives." With that, he departed. The Black Wolf observed Vent leaving without hesitation, wishing to express something but ultimately refraining, deciding to wait until their next encounter. The orc's natural healing abilities were formidable, and with ample food and timely medicine, he had nearly recovered within 3 days. Although it was time for him to return to the tribe, he lingered, awaiting Vent and the others, as the sun reached a familiar hour. Vent arrived at the riverbank, one hand carrying prey while the other embraced Shu Yue. The black wolf, brimming with excitement, approached to greet him. Vint, however, upon seeing him, Vint frowned, questioning why he was still there when he had seemingly healed. For the past few days, having nursed his wounds by the river, he had refrained from bringing any females to bathe, assuming that now healed, he would depart. Yet, to his surprise, the orc remained, feeling somewhat slighted. The black wolf brushed it off, his thick skin allowing him to overlook such matters. Vint, I was intentionally waiting for you, he stated earnestly. What do you wish to wait for? Vint inquired. The black wolf continued with sincerity. I would like to extend an invitation for you to visit our tribe. It has become evident to me that you have not integrated in a tribal life, and the wilderness can be perilous. I have my own tribe and no current intention of joining another, Vint replied, confident in his abilities to thrive even while living independently with a female. The black wolf, recognizing this, redirected his gaze toward Shu Yue. Shu Yue, do you not wish to return to the tribe and see how they have fared? Everyone has been quite worried about your prolonged absence. Shu Yue anticipated this question, but viewed the tribe as a foreign place. Deeming it unnecessary to return, with a light laugh, she replied, having been missing for so long, my kin must have presumed me dead. You need not claim to have seen me. Let them think I succumbed to the outside world. Do not speak of death, Vint interjected, visibly displeased. Tightening his grip on the female's hand, he dreaded the thought of her mentioning death repeatedly. Feeling the discomfort, Shu Yue quickly reassured him. All right, I shall refrain from such talk. Upon her concession, Vint released her hand, reiterating, no more of that. The female nodded obediently. The black wolf observed their interaction, a fleeting surprise crossing his eyes. When had Shu Yue become so amiable? In his recollection, she had always been haughty and dismissive toward males. Were it not for her height, one might think she regarded them with disdain. When had she become so accommodating? Shu Yue, the chief has already dealt harshly with them upon learning of her disappearance. We are, after all, of the same tribe. Your safe return would bring great joy to everyone. The black wolf continued to plead earnestly. Before Vint could respond, Shu Yue shook her head decisively. No, I am quite content with my current life. You may convey this to them upon your return. Seeing Shu Yue's utter lack of nostalgia for the tribe, the black wolf grew anxious, wishing to say more, yet Vint was growing impatient. Are you leaving or not? If you do not wish to depart, I would not mind forcibly escorting you away, he stated, flexing his wrist, ready for a confrontation. The black wolf, aware of his limitations, understood that he would not prevail in a fight and reluctantly took his leave. His presence and subsequent departure affected neither Shu Yue nor Vint. They continued with their routine, indulging in food and drink, while Shu Yue washed herself, as usual. While drying her hair by the river, her keen eyes spotted a large fish. Having consumed nothing but fruit and roasted meat for days, she yearned to sample the taste of grilled fish. Calling to the orc, she pointed toward the water. Vint, I wish to eat fish. Fish? Vint frowned at the river. Yeah, the creatures in the river are inedible. They have a strong, unpleasant taste, and if a bone gets lodged in your throat, it could be disastrous. His tone was grave. Shu Yue nodded, playfully pouting. I know fish can be unpalatable. But I simply wish to try grilled fish. Please help me catch a few. After a moment's contemplation, Vint agreed. If you wish to try, then let us do so. At worst, I shall remove the bones myself. Very well, I shall go catch some for you, he declared, leaping into the water. Shu Yue smiled, standing on the shore, reminding him, do not catch just one kind. Gather various types, and avoid those with bright colors. Understood, came the orc's response. With that assurance, Shu Yue settled on a nearby rock to wait. In the original owner's memories, fish had always been unappetizing, and she could not guarantee that any familiar species resided in the river. Nonetheless, she held on to the hope that among the multitude, at least one would be edible. The orc diligently caught fish, tossing them onto the bank, and soon had gathered over a dozen. Shu Yue approached to examine the catch. None appeared familiar. They were all oversized, the longest measuring nearly 2 meters, while the shortest still reached half a meter. As the orc continued to toss fish ashore, she quickly interjected, that is enough. Vint, these will suffice. Upon hearing her, Vint returned from the river. Standing beside her, These are the easiest to catch in the shallow water. If you desire different kinds, I would need to dive deeper. Shu Yue waved her hand dismissively. This is sufficient. We do not rely solely on fish for sustenance, and diving is too dangerous. The orc nodded in agreement. His strength would diminish significantly underwater, making fish catching an unwise choice. What do you intend to do with these creatures you call fish? He queried, having never assigned a name to them before. As Shu Yue scrutinized the fish, she promptly dismissed the most grotesque specimens, their appearance alone repulsive enough to induce nausea, let alone the thought of consuming them. Avoiding those with an overly fierce appearance, covered in sharp spines, she settled on a few that were shorter, between 0.5 meter and 1 meter long, at least appearing somewhat edible. Directing the orc to scale and gut the fish, she found a shard of stone to assist. As she crouched down to help, the orc, assuming she wanted to play, did not stop her. However, as she scraped the fish scales, she discovered they were too tough. Not only did she fail to remove the scales, but she also cut her finger on the sharp edge. Ouch! She exclaimed, dropping the stone and applying pressure to her injured finger before she could assess the damage. The orc, alarmed by her distress, swiftly took her finger into his mouth. Shu Yue, embarrassed, stared at him, but his intense gaze dissuaded her from withdrawing her hand. The orc held her finger in his mouth for a moment, and when he withdrew, the wound had miraculously healed. She marveled at the sight. Her injury vanished. The orc, unfazed by the incident, simply remarked, "You need not interfere. Allow me to handle this," with no choice but to concede. Recognizing her clumsiness, Shu Yue sat beside him, watching as he skillfully scaled the fish. The stone in his hand became a remarkably sharp tool, gliding smoothly over the fish's body and removing the scales in just a few strokes. In mere moments, the fish was entirely free of scales, prompting her to give the orc a thumbs up. "Vint, you are truly impressive." With a smile, Vint accepted her praise. "I possess greater strength than you. You must not touch this again." Yes. I shall leave it all to you from now on." Shu Yue beamed, delighted at having assistance. Just as she was becoming engrossed in the process, the fish were soon cleaned, and Vint produced 2 black stones. Striking them together to ignite the pile of dry twigs, the flames roared to life, and the orc expertly skewered the fish on long branches, positioning them above the fire to roast. Shu Yue eyed the black stones. Having noticed them earlier, these fire-starting rocks were far superior to those used by her original tribe, the inner tribe. They utilized yellow stones, which made igniting a fire a tedious task. The communal area often hosted a pot of broth for the entire tribe. But lighting the fire was so troublesome that it was rarely extinguished, maintaining the embers instead. "Vint, where did you find these flint stones? They make starting a fire so easy." With a laugh, Vint replied. "The black stones can only be found in the mountains east of the warrior tribe. They do not exist here." He was certain of this, having seen nothing of the sort on his journey. "Oh, I see," Shu Yue acknowledged, refraining from further inquiries. The fish cooked quickly, and within half an hour, the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, whetting their appetites. As the fish neared completion, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to bring salt. Vint used a makeshift pair of chopsticks to poke the fish, declaring, "It is ready to eat." He then tore off a piece from the thickest part and handed it to her, catching it with a leaf. Yet the orc insisted, "Allow me to taste it first. If I am unharmed, then you may eat." Shu Yue froze, staring at him in confusion, realizing he intended to sample it for poison. What right did she have to impose such a risk? What if he were to fall ill? Wint regarded her with an expression of reassurance, stating that a common poison could not kill him. But even if it doesn't kill you, being poisoned is still detrimental to one's health. Observing the female's worried gaze upon him, he smiled with a slight curve of his lips. "There's no need for concern. I have sniffed the roasted fish and detected no poison. To be on the safe side. I shall sample it first." The keen noses of beasts are adept at discerning toxins. This is an essential skill. Shu Yue, unable to intervene in time, watched helplessly as the Beastman took a bite of the roasted fish from the leaves in her hand. Exclaiming, "Hey, don't take such a big bite. Be careful of the fish bones." With a mouthful of fish, Wint could not speak, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After savoring the morsel, he eventually spat out a large bone, remarking that the flavor was quite pleasant, with only a single bone, a remarkable outcome. The roasted fish is not poisonous. You can eat it with peace of mind. Shu Yue gazed at the roasted meat in her hand, pondering whether the absence of salt would affect its tastiness, even though it had received the approval of the Dragon Clan Beastman. With uncertainty, she cautiously took a bite. The fish had the advantage of possessing no small bones, just one large spine running through it, alleviating her concerns of choking. Upon tasting the fish, the initial smoky flavor enveloped her senses, and with a few chews, she reached the tender white flesh. How should she describe it? It was indeed delicious. The saltiness was just right, neither too much nor too little. This is delightful. Went, the roasted fish is delicious. You should have some too. Went nodded lightly, joining the female and enjoying the roasted fish. The half-meter-long fish weighed approximately 10 kilograms, its slender body appearing to yield little meat. Yet collectively, these few fish amounted to 50 or 60 kilograms, far too much for the female to consume alone. As Shu Yue indulged in the roasted fish, she reflected on her growing repertoire of meals. Roasted fish by day, fish soup by night. Life was simply too blissful. Meanwhile, the beleaguered black wolf continued its journey. The ground-bound creatures could never match the speed of those that could fly, and after an entire day of travel, they finally returned to the tribe under the cover of night. The distant howl echoed through the air, signaling the black wolf's return. The sentinels at the gate perked their ears at the sound, discerning the familiar call of the black wolf. They hurriedly rushed over, exclaiming, "Black wolf, where have you been these past few days?" The tribe thought you had perished. Upon returning to the tribe, the black wolf felt a sense of relief wash over him. He playfully punched the sentinel's shoulder, saying, "I was fortunate this time. I encountered an exceptionally strong beastman. Or I might not have made it back. Really, do share what has transpired during your absence." The tribe members were eager for news. Oh yes, the black wolf recounted his encounter with two iron-backed beasts. He noted that if he had faced just one, he could have easily escaped. However, encountering two was a different story, and he had nearly met his demise, just as he began to describe how a formidable beastman had saved him. The black wolf paused, saying, "I will tell you more another time. I must first report to the chief." The captivated tribe members felt a sense of anticipation, assuming the black wolf was simply informing the chief of his safety. In reality, he was there to convey the news that Shu Yue was still alive. When Bok saw the black wolf return unharmed, he joyfully patted him on the back, but sternly remarked, "In the future, you must inform me of your whereabouts. I feared you had perished out there." The black wolf grimaced, "Chief, I truly came close to dying this time." Bok's expression turned serious. "What happened? Did you encounter a fierce beast?" The black wolf recounted his ordeal in detail, stating, "It was Shu Yue's male who saved me. She is still alive." "Shu Yue is alive?" Bok's gaze deepened with intrigue. "Yes, she was rescued by a powerful beastman, and they are now bonded as companions." "Chief, this beastman is incredibly strong. He single-handedly killed two iron-backed beasts." The black wolf spoke with fervor, having never witnessed such strength outside of the chief himself. If the beastman were not already affiliated with another tribe, he would have urged the chief to recruit him. Such a powerful ally would significantly bolster their hunting capabilities. Bok, however, was more interested in the beastman, who could kill two iron-backed beasts. "What is his race?" The black wolf hesitated, then sheepishly shook his head. "I do not know. I did not ask." Suddenly recalling something, he added, "Oh, that beastman can fly without transforming. His name is Went." "Went?" Bok felt a sense of familiarity with the name, as though he had heard it before. "Yes, he is called Went. It is a pity he belongs to another tribe. Otherwise, it would be wonderful if he could join ours." The black wolf lamented. Bok, now distracted by his own thoughts, waved the black wolf away. "All right, I understand. You may return and rest. Will you be able to join the hunting party the day after tomorrow?" "Yes." The black wolf nodded affirmatively. He left eagerly, unaware that the chief was experiencing a sleepless night, rejecting the advances of his females while lying alone on his stone bed, murmuring, Went, before dawn had fully arrived. The black wolf, deeply asleep, was abruptly awakened by the chief's unusual demeanor. "Black wolf, take me to find a beastman named Went." The black wolf jolted awake, wiping his face. "What is it, chief?" Bok's expression was grave as he patted the black wolf on the head. "Enough chatter. Lead the way." The black wolf, still bewildered, accompanied the chief out of the tribe. his mind racing with various speculations. Did the chief wish to personally invite Wen to join the tribe? Such eagerness seemed excessive. If not for an invitation, could it possibly be a confrontation? He pondered whether he should intervene. Just as he was lost in thought, he received another gentle smack on the head, turning to see the chief's displeasure. "Why are you moving so slowly?" Feeling aggrieved, the beastly black wolf replied, "Chief, I cannot fly." Bok, exasperated, shot him a look before spreading his wings, shimmering with dark light, and in an instant he soared into the sky. The black wolf stood there in shock, staring at the chief in midair, as if discovering for the first time that the chief possessed wings. "See, Chief, you have wings too?" Bok cast him a glance. Reverting to his human form, "I will carry you while you guide me." The black wolf hastily transformed into a human, allowing the chief to lift him into the air. At that moment, his mind was flooded with questions, realizing how much the chief resembled that Beastman. Both could fly without transforming, as he pondered. He realized he had never seen the chief's beast form. The chief had never hunted personally, and therefore, no one had seen his beast form over the years. He had never even heard others in the tribe mention it. The black wolf felt bewildered, so the chief was so enigmatic. While lost in thought, the chief had already brought him to the riverside where he had previously recuperated. Humans could not compare. It would take him a full day to reach the spot on foot, while the chief, with wings, had flown here in under an hour. The black wolf silently swallowed his bitterness and told the chief, "I do not know where they reside, but Went comes here daily to wash his prey. We will need to wait." Expecting another reprimand, the black wolf was surprised when the chief merely nodded, pacing along the riverbank as if searching for something. The black wolf dared not disturb him or ask questions. Sensing that the chief was preoccupied with something important, Bok was indeed searching for something. A scent, he walked along the riverbank, faintly sensing an unsettling presence. This aura indicated the frequent presence of a powerful being. Bok felt a chill. Could this aura truly belong to his little Went? They waited from dawn until noon, when Went, as usual, arrived at the river with the female. The reason for their late arrival could only be attributed to a certain Beastman failing to keep his word. The moment Went landed, he sensed something was amiss, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, his muscles tensed as if facing a formidable enemy. Shu Yue, sensing the Beastman's unease, whispered, "What is it?" Went, with a serious expression, replied, "There's the scent of unfamiliar beastmen nearby." "What should we do?" she asked, feeling uneasy. Why was it that they were constantly disturbed every few days? Sensing danger in the vicinity, Went clung to the female's arm, contemplating whether to escort her back before confronting the intruders encroaching upon his territory. Before he could deliberate further, a shadow filled with malice lunged towards him, prompting Shu Yue to exclaim in alarm. "Ah!" With the powerful flapping of his wings, Went soared to a place of safety, unaware that the assailant was relentless in his pursuit, vowing not to relent until his objective was achieved. He had no choice but to first place the female on a branch before confronting his enemy. Fortunately, the ambushing orc seemed to focus solely on Went, sparing the female from harm. The two equally formidable orcs engaged in a fierce battle on the riverbank. Initially, Shu Yue was filled with apprehension, but as she observed the clash, she began to feel that the ambusher looked somewhat familiar. Was that not the chieftain of the original tribe? Her heart skipped a beat. Could this possibly be related to her? Long, who was also caught in a web of speculation, hid nearby, watching the unfolding struggle. Neither of the two had transformed into their beast forms. They were relying solely on their bare hands in this brutal confrontation. It was difficult to discern who held the advantage, and he was already quite astonished. He knew the chieftain was strong, but never had he imagined he was as formidable as Went. Memories flooded Heilong's mind of the chieftain being surrounded by admirers within the tribe. Sometimes even displaying affection in front of the entire clan, he shook his head, dismissing those images. It was entirely natural for powerful orcs to attract the favor of more females, and he merely felt a tinge of envy. The battle neared its climax as Went twisted Bok's arm, pinning him to the ground. Defeated, Bok's face shifted from pale to flushed, his eyes flickering with a complex mix of regret and satisfaction. Shu Yue gazed blankly at the scene below, contemplating whether she should intervene if Went were to strike a lethal blow. considering Bok had once been the chieftain. Just as she hesitated, Hei Lung, thoroughly alarmed, rushed forward, anxiously shouting, "Went, show mercy! Do not slay our chieftain!" Fearing that if he spoke too late, Bok would meet the same fate as those two iron-backed beasts, having their necks twisted upon hearing the shout, when immediately released his grip and stood up. While Bok, his expression darkened, glared coldly at Hei Lung from the ground before rising as well. Hei Lung felt a chill run down his spine under Bok's scrutinizing gaze. What sort of look was that from the chieftain? "Bok," he barked, "do not speak." Hei Lung was left speechless, wondering why he was being reprimanded again, when cast a neutral glance in their direction before proceeding to lift Shu Yue down from the tree. Shu Yue, still in a daze, wondered if this was truly how it would end, so calmly. Neither of the two bore any injuries, let alone bloodshed. It was entirely unlike the fights she recalled from the original memories, with Hei Lung silenced. None of the others dared to speak, leading to a moment of peculiar silence as the four exchanged glances. Feeling the tension, Shu Yue sensed something amiss between the two, her gaze flitting between Went and the chieftain. Was it just her imagination, or did they bear a striking resemblance? Hei Lung cautiously moved behind the chieftain, creating a 2v2 standoff. Bok, preoccupied, focused intently on the young orc, suddenly clapped one on the shoulder, joyfully exclaiming, "Good lad, you are now stronger than your father." "Father?" Hei Lung exclaimed, astonished as he looked at the chieftain. Bok nodded, introducing, "Indeed, when is my son?" Hei Lung could hardly believe it. "But chieftain, we never knew you had a child." They had often lamented that the chieftain had two females, yet no offspring to carry on his legacy. They had once thought that without a successor, Silverhowl would inherit his position. Little did they realize that the chieftain had already fathered such a powerful son. When calmly called out, "Father," Shu Yue, shaken from her surprise, felt a surge of disdain toward Bok. So this was the irresponsible father who abandoned his youngling, claiming to wander alone. In truth, he had been hiding in tribe, surrounded by females, indulging in a life of bliss. While she was unaware, the original memories were all too clear. The chieftain was but a plaything in the tribe. How shameless. Bok laughed heartily. "Went, come with your father back to the tribe. I have much to discuss with you." Went did not immediately acquiesce, instead turning to her. "Yeah. Do you wish to accompany us?" Bok, hearing this, also looked at her, having initially thought to introduce Shu Yue to his offspring, only to find the two had already formed a bond. Yet, he felt the need to caution his child about her less than amiable disposition, as the gazes of the three fell upon her. Shu Yue paused for 2 seconds before relinquishing the decision to the orc. "If you wish to go, Went, I will accompany you." After all, the orc had originally come to seek his father, and despite the fact that this father had been absent for 20 years, she believed Went would want to have a meaningful conversation with him. Indeed, after a brief hesitation, Went decided to return to the tribe with Bok. "Father, we will return to the tribe with you." Bok laughed joyfully. "Excellent. Come, let us return, and I shall treat you to roasted meat." With that, he soared into the air, effortlessly lifting Hei Lung along with him. Subsequently, Went cradled Shu Yue and followed closely behind. Throughout the journey, Bok was in high spirits, occasionally inquiring about his childhood, and Hei Lung learned that Went had been born even before the chieftain arrived at the Yue tribe. Being of a similar age, Hei Lung was unaware of how Bok became chieftain and would need to return and consult the elder orcs for clarification. Upon hearing that their chieftain had returned with a stranger and retrieved Shu Yue, all the orcs who had not ventured out gathered in the tribe square, eagerly awaiting the hunting party's return. The Yue tribe rarely encountered fresh news, and today was no exception. Regardless of gender or age, all were present in the square, gazing at the young orc beside the chieftain and the female he held. The young females gasped in astonishment. Shu Yue had survived and was now accompanied by a male. Meanwhile, the males thought, "This unfamiliar orc is remarkably powerful. His presence exceeds even that of the chieftain," as Bok saw that everyone had gathered. He joyfully introduced, "Tribe members, this is Went, my son." A collective gasp erupted. The chieftain's child? The most shocked were Bok's females, who had felt guilty for years about not bearing him any children, only to discover he had long been a father. Bok continued, "For many years, I have kept a secret from you. Before coming to Yue tribe, I was from the Southern Warrior tribe, where I had a female partner who bore me a child. Sadly, my partner passed away due to illness, prompting me to leave the tribe and wander for 2 years until I arrived at Utah. Little did I expect that I would one day reunite with my child. As Bach spoke, he grew increasingly animated, letting out a resonant roar that echoed through the square, commanding everyone's attention. Following this cathartic release, he laughed heartily, declaring, "Today is a joyous occasion, when a hunting party returns. We shall feast and dance in the square. Tomorrow, I will personally lead the hunting party to showcase my strength as chieftain." Roar. The crowd erupted in cheers. The orcs, whose thoughts were simple, cheered along with their chieftain, and the male orcs roared alongside him, their voices resounding throughout the square. The females, standing at the periphery, also shared in the jubilation, while Shu Yue felt as though the orcs had lost their minds. Quietly covering her ears, for goodness sake, she thought her ears were about to be deafened. Why was there a need for such collective howling? With her human sensibilities, she simply could not comprehend this behavior and resorted to shielding her ears to avoid further torment. Went, inspired by the atmosphere, began to smile, only to notice the small female covering her ears, clearly overwhelmed. Alarmed, he turned to all the orcs in the square and bellowed, "Silence!" His voice was even more commanding than the chieftain's roar, resonating with authority. The weaker females fainted on the spot, while the younglings were knocked off their feet. All the orcs who had been roaring ceased their noise, eyes wide with shock as they gazed at the young orc. However, Went paid them no mind, his expression filled with concern for his female. Are you all right?" Shu Yue, closest to him, felt dizzy from the noise and shot him an irritated glance, grumbling, "Could you not be quieter?" "My ears hurt." Went, feeling remorseful, whispered, "I apologize, yet I will certainly be more mindful next time. They're simply too loud." She rubbed her ears, relieved there was no blood. In truth, she had yet to realize that having consumed numerous snow crystal fruits, combined with her union with the orcs, her body was gradually transforming. No longer the frail being she once was at that moment. The orcs who had been silenced finally grasped the situation. It turned out the young female had been distressed by their roaring. Wait a minute, if she was distressed, what about their females? The orcs quickly glanced back at the females, only to find several had already fainted. Instantly, chaos erupted in the square. Healer! Healer! Quickly, save our females! Aya! Wake up! Guogua! How come your ears are bleeding? The black wolf swiftly scooped up Guogua and dashed towards the shaman's cave. Bach, startled by the sudden turn of events, felt his temples throb as he cast a furious glance at his son, urgently directing the clan members to escort the injured females to the shaman's dwelling. What was meant to be a joyous welcome gathering had devolved into a scene of distress for the females. How precious they were! The sight of so many injured females would surely break the hearts of the entire tribe of orcs. They seemed to forget that females could not withstand the roars of the males. With the most detestable being that went, had he not made that last loud proclamation, the females would not have fainted so quickly. Went remained oblivious, having arrived in the tribe merely a day ago. He was already the target of discontent from all the male orcs. Yet, even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent, coldly uttering the 4 words, "Welcome, challenge me." Soon, all the injured females were taken for treatment, leaving behind only the unaccompanied single males, and the young .1 orc bellowed directly at Went, "How dare you harm the females?" When explained, I did not intend to. Your voices were simply too loud, causing my female discomfort. Shu Yue thought, well, since it was for her sake, I shall not hold it against him. The orcs gathered in the square fell silent. While your female may be unharmed, the tribe's females are suffering. After Bach managed the situation with the females, he noticed the males were on the verge of conflict and bellowed, "No one provoked trouble." Today, I acknowledge my oversight in forgetting that loud noises could harm the females' ears. Of course, Went bears the greatest fault that I shall not show favoritism just because he is my son. Tomorrow, he will be punished to hunt several large beasts to atone for the females, as the chieftain. Bach's word was law, and with his decree, the orcs had no choice but to relent. After all, no one was blameless. Ultimately, all the orcs shared responsibility for the matter. Seeing the orcs quiet down, Bach waved his hand and declared, "Now disperse. We shall gather again for dinner tonight." "Very well. We shall heed the chieftain. The orcs scattered. Bok then led Went and Shu Yue back to his dwelling. As he turned, Went noticed an unfriendly gaze directed at him and glanced back to see a male with a scarred face. Puzzled, he felt a pat from Bok, who said, "What are you looking at? You've already caused enough trouble on your first day. Hurry up and leave." Went shrugged and followed his father. Shu Yue held the orc's large hand, keeping pace with him. Though it felt somewhat unethical, she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Those females who had previously mocked her were now in dire straits. The path was littered with stones, and her feet, wrapped in animal hides, were occasionally pricked. Although it wasn't overly painful, it was quite uncomfortable. She looked down at the orc's bare feet and winced as she watched the chieftain's large foot crush a sharp stone, anticipating the pain. Yet, to her surprise, Bok remained expressionless, and as he stepped over, the stone was crushed into 2 small pieces. Shu Yue's lips twitched. What tough and resilient soles he had. Suddenly, an idea struck her. "Yeah, what are you looking at?" When asked curiously, noticing her gaze was fixed downward, Shu Yue replied, "There are too many stones in the tribe. I think we could have the orcs with thicker soles transform into their beast forms and tread on the paths frequented by the females to crush the stones, alleviating the discomfort." Bok, ahead, turned back and regarded her with admiration. "Not bad. That is a splendid idea." Many females had complained about the pain of walking with animal hides, and while the elders felt sympathy, they had no solution. Yet, Shu Yue had thought of a viable proposal. "In a few days I will have some bear beasts come and crush the stones in the tribe," Bok continued, purposefully stepping on stones and finding it quite enjoyable. "Now, let us move on. We should wait until no one is watching to play." The trio arrived at Bok's cave, the largest and most spacious in the tribe, that a large stone bed could comfortably accommodate 4 individuals. And the cave was filled with the most items. As the chieftain, he enjoyed certain privileges. His 2 mates, Aisha and Emma, had returned early to tidy the cave and greeted them warmly, urging them to sit on the stone stools. Other caves lacked such comforts, forcing occupants to sit directly on the ground. Due to their long-standing union with the chieftain, Aisha and Emma, though lacking beast marks, possessed a far stronger constitution than newly adult females. Thus they were unscathed. Some paired females had only experienced minor shocks, while the fainted ones were the unaccompanied single females. It was likely that a group of fathers would come tomorrow to confront Went. Aisha placed a basin of water on the stone table, looking at Went with a motherly gaze. "Drink some water." It was as if she regarded him as her own child. Went, feeling awkward, replied, "Thank you." Bok, however, was less reserved. He lifted the basin and drank heartily, casting a flirtatious glance at Aisha, which earned him a playful glare, clearly indicating the affectionate bond between the pair. Emma offered Shu Yue some fruits, gently admonishing, "You've been missing for so many days, causing great worry among the clan." Shu Yue accepted the fruits, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Emma, for worrying you." Aisha and Emma were a rare pair of twin females. Although they did not look identical, their existence had shocked the entire tribe. Who could have imagined that both sisters would be taken by the chieftain? Emma shook her head in exasperation and kindly asked, "Shu Yue, do you and Went plan to become mates?" Shu Yue nodded. "Went is now my male." Went beamed at the public acknowledgement of their relationship. Unable to suppress his smile that moment, Bok interjected, "Very well. The Yellow Moon Festival is approaching. How about I hold a mating ceremony for you?" A union blessed by parents was undoubtedly the best, and Went would not refuse, promptly replying, "Thank you, Father." Shu Yue had no objections either, having decided to be together. A ceremony would be even better, as it signified a marriage recognized by the beast god. Bok felt elated and suddenly stood up. "Went, you still do not have a cave. Let me take you to choose a suitable one." Went quickly interjected, "Wait, Father, we do not intend to stay in the tribe." Shu Yue was somewhat taken aback. Why were the orcs so hasty in making arrangements? Bok frowned at this, if not in the tribe. "Where will you stay?" "It is quite far from a warrior tribe, and with the heat of the season, it is not suitable for long-distance flights." Went replied, "Father, we have our own cave, not far from the river. It is quite secluded." Shu Yue nodded in agreement, not wanting to return to the tribe. Bok still frowned. "In half a month, the rainy season will arrive. It is unsafe for you to be outdoors. You must return to the tribe." Mention of the rainy season caused one to furrow his brow as well. This was indeed a concern. The rainy season itself was manageable, but the beast tide that followed was a real threat. After pondering for a moment, Wen still did not allow Bach to arrange a cave for them, merely stating, "Father, we have not brought our belongings. Let Shu Yue and I return to discuss this." Bach glared. "What is there to discuss? You do not intend to take your female back to the warrior tribe, do you?" Wen indeed thought so. While the warrior tribe was somewhat distant with his current flying speed, he could return in less than half a month. Seeing Wen's tacit acceptance, Bach felt a pang of sorrow, speaking wearily, "Child, I've only just reunited with you. Will you not spend more time with me?" Shu Yue rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, now you care about father-son bonds. Where was this concern before? Wen was torn. He genuinely wished to spend time with his father, but what about Yi? Shu Yue, sensing the orc's troubled gaze, sighed softly and said, "We will discuss this when we return. After all, we will not be staying in the tribe tonight." "All right." The orc heeded his female's words. Bach lamented, "In the end, the daughter-in-law takes precedence over the father." Reluctantly, he turned his attention to Shu Yue. "Shu Yue." Shu Yue interrupted with a half-smile. "Chieftain, we did not say we would not stay. You merely want us to return to discuss." Emma found this amusing and stepped forward to pinch her male's arm. "Bach, do not interfere too much in the affairs of the young." "Ah, I can hardly manage the youth anymore." Bach sighed. It was disheartening that his offspring listened to their mate and not him. How could life continue like this? Aisha attempted to mediate. "Bach, do not frown. Today is a day of joy. Not only has Shu Yue returned safely, but you have also found your son. Are you not happy?" Bach, having been chided by his mate, wiped his face and cast aside the flicker of displeasure in his heart, restoring his smile as he laughed heartily. "Indeed, I am quite pleased today. Make sure to indulge yourselves later." Just as he spoke, a roar echoed from the square, signaling the return of the hunting orcs. Bach's eyes sparkled. The feast of roasted meat was about to commence. "Let us go and divide the meat." Shu Yue, still settling into her seat, protested, "Wait." Then had noticed the weariness in his mate's feet and offered, "You allow me to carry you." Shu Yue shook her head in refusal. "No, there are many eyes upon us in the tribe. It would be too embarrassing. You are my mate. What is wrong with me carrying you? Who dares to say otherwise?" With that, he swept her up in his arms. "Hey, put me down. Can't you see how Bach and the others are looking at us with those teasing smiles?" Emma chuckled. "Shu Yue is far too shy. Just let Vent carry her, or else she'll be uncomfortable walking." It was indeed common for males to carry their mates in the tribe. Shu Yue blushed deeply. Despite possessing a human heart, her sensitivity remained intact. Vent, grinning, carried his mate with ease, and without her short legs to slow him down, they swiftly arrived at the square. The square was already bustling with orcs. But the earlier disturbance had diverted their focus from the meat distribution. "What? My Aya has fainted." A middle-aged orc hastily set down his catch and rushed toward the shaman's cave. Those orcs with mates hurried to the shaman's dwelling, while those without lingered in the square, listening intently to the day's events. Yin Xiao, hearing snippets, felt an urgency rise within him and quickly made his way back to the cave. Upon finding Chui safely crafting leather garments, his heart settled in relief. "Chui, thank goodness you are all right. It is a blessing you did not go to the square." He embraced her tightly, still shaken. Miao Xiao Chui was perplexed. "What is the matter?" Yin Xiao Gu. Over time, her grasp of the orc tongue had improved significantly, allowing for basic communication. She was also aware that her partner was the mightiest warrior of the tribe, a fact that brought her joy in her dreams. However, the revealing attire of the locals and the lewd gazes of the men made her apprehensive about stepping outside, fearing that in Yin Zhao's absence, she might be objectified. Only with him by her side did she feel secure enough to venture out. Yin Xiao briefly recounted the happenings at the square, keeping it succinct, as he had only heard that the chieftain had returned with his child and Shu Yue come. "Chui, let us enjoy roasted meat at the tribal square tonight." "Oh, all right." Miao Xiao Chui obediently allowed the orc to carry her to the square. Upon arrival, her gaze immediately fell upon the beautiful female who had gone missing some time ago, astonished to see her safe return. Miao Xiao Chui stared, unsure if it was her imagination, but she found the female even more stunning than before, with her silky shoulder-length hair, a rarity among the tribe. The females of the tribe typically tied their hair messily at the back, including herself, yet this one's locks flowed gracefully. How did she achieve such elegance? Moreover, the leather garments she wore were modest, yet accentuated her exquisite figure, with delicate features that marked Shu Yue as a quintessential beauty. In Xiao was equally taken aback. He had never seen such a captivating Shu Yue. Vince's expression darkened. The drooling males were courting disaster by gazing at his Yu Yu. In a fit of anger, he bellowed, "Gaze upon her once more, and I shall pluck out your eyes." Shu Yu instinctively stepped back behind the orc, inwardly criticizing, "A bunch of unsophisticated country bumpkin orcs." One of the orcs defiantly retorted, "Shu Yu is of our tribe. If you have not bonded with her, we have every right to pursue her." "What did you say?" Vince shot him a cold glare at a few audacious orcs exchanged glances and declared, "We challenge you." Vince, ready to flex his muscles, dismissed them, "Bring it on, all of you. If I catch anyone still daring stare my mate after today, it shall be a lesson to remember." "Listen," the single orcs bristled with indignation. Never had one dared to utter such bold words. Exchanging knowing glances, they seemed to agree on giving him a lesson. Vint entrusted Shu Yu to Aisha and Emma's care. Stepping to the center of the square, where those who wished to challenge him gathered in unison, the others, opting not to partake in the challenge, formed a circle, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Shu Yu furrowed her brow, apprehensive of yet another impending brawl. Bok stood among the crowd, grinning. Any male who did not engage in a few fights over a female was hardly a male at all, and thus he found it entertaining. There were 3 to 50 orcs eager to challenge Vint, but if they truly banded together, victory would not be as honorable that a burly orc declared, "Choose any one of us for a duel. Do not think that just because you are the chieftain's son, we will go easy on you." Vint, standing with his hands behind his back, reiterated, "I said, all of you together. Even now, you remain so arrogant. We shall teach this boastful cub a proper lesson on behalf of the chieftain." Vint smirked disdainfully, welcoming the oncoming fists. As fists collided, the former stood firmly, while the latter was pushed back several steps, their face flushing with embarrassment at the unexpected humiliation. The atmosphere froze momentarily before the orcs unleashed their full ferocity, the dust swirling as dozens of orcs engaged in a chaotic melee. The ground littered with debris. In Xiao, caught in the dust storm, pulled his mate back to safety, away from the tumult. Boom! Thud! The sounds of flesh meeting flesh echoed, with orcs occasionally being flung from the fray, only to spring back into the fray. The spectators outside were filled with adrenaline, itching to join the fray, regardless of the opponent. Any fight would suffice. Thankfully, they all refrained from transforming into their beast forms. Otherwise, the venue would have been overwhelmed. After more than half an hour of relentless fighting, some fathers, having checked on their children, sought out the instigator for retribution, only to find him surrounded, leaving them to spectate the unfolding drama. If Vint were to be thoroughly thrashed, they would not need to intervene. Conversely, if he were to single-handedly defeat this group, their involvement would be unnecessary. Another half hour passed, culminating in the last orc being knocked to the ground. The dust settled, revealing Vint, bruised yet unyielding, his fierce gaze still challenging the remaining orcs, as if to say, "Who's next?" The other orcs grimaced, realizing that a single orc had bested dozens. They would be foolish to step forward, risking further humiliation. Goodness, the young orcs have become so formidable. The tribe's orcs were left in doubt, while the chieftain laughed heartily, his pride evident for all to hear. If their offspring were as strong, they would surely outlaugh the chieftain, but alas, Chieftain Vint is incredibly strong. Setting aside other matters, this was an undeniable truth. The defeated orcs, heads hung low in shame, rose one by one, unable to best a single opponent. They realized they lacked the qualifications to pursue a mate. Bok, witnessing their plight, chuckled, "Do not be disheartened. It is not that you are weak, but rather that our dragon beasts are inherently formidable. You remain valiant warriors of our tribe." The defeated orcs groaned, "Chieftain, your consolation does little to comfort us. So it is that dragon beasts reign supreme, while we mere beasts are inherently inferior." At that moment, Shu Yu squeezed through the crowd, pulling the still brimming with battle spirit Vint away. adding with a hint of annoyance, "Show off much, don't you? Are you foolish? Even if you are truly capable, do not let others see it. Everyone knows of your strength. In times of danger, they will surely call upon you. This clueless male." However, Vint, oblivious to the implication, persisted in asking, "Yu, am I impressive?" Shu Yue cast an exasperated glare at him, exclaiming, "You are indeed impressive. You've become extraordinary." The orc, with a naive expression, replied, "Can I really ascend to the heavens?" "Enough chatter." She shot him a stern look, went scratch his head in silence, utterly perplexed as to why. Despite his victory, the female was still displeased. Alas, females are often unreasonable. He could only allow her to drag him to the riverbank for washing up. The party involved was unceremoniously yanked away by the fierce female, leaving Bach feeling embarrassed by his son's lackluster demeanor. "Forget them. Let us now divide the meat." After a long day of toil, if the meat was not distributed soon, night would fall. The atmosphere quickly grew lively once more. Orcs, after all, are primarily occupied with eating and fighting. Yin Xiao joined the queue, while Miao Xiaocui gazed longingly in the direction Shu Yue had departed, pondering, "That orc is quite formidable." Upon reaching the riverbank, finding it deserted, Shu Yue chastised Went, insisting that he must refrain from such ostentatious behavior in the future. "Do you understand? Ostentatious. What does that mean?" Went was baffled by this new term. Shu Yue sighed, explaining, "Your conduct today was ostentatious. Do you not realize? You know your own strength. There is no need to flaunt it. Now everyone knows just how impressive you are." The orc remained unconvinced, arguing, "Isn't it good that they all know I'm strong? No one will dare to target you anymore." "Forget it. I cannot clarify this right now. We'll discuss it further when we return to the cave. For now, clean yourself up. Look at your arms, caked in mud. Imagine how thick the dirt on your body must be." Understanding that females value cleanliness, Went promptly stripped off his animal skin skirt and jumped into the river to wash himself. Shu Yue face-bombed and turned away, thinking, "This man has no sense of shame." Soon, the orc emerged from the water, and they returned to the square. The meat had already been distributed, and the orcs were beginning to roast it on the ground. The female who had suffered from an injured eardrum had returned from the shaman, and the square was alive with laughter and merriment. Went walked over with Shu Yue. The square fell silent for 2 seconds before everyone resumed their activities as if nothing had happened. The injured females kept their distance from Went, each casting complex glances at Shu Yue. Who would have imagined that this troublesome female was so fortunate to have such a powerful orc as her mate? Surely, she would strut around the tribe from now on. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became, especially as they looked at the ineffectual males, feeling even more disdain. How embarrassing to fail against just one. Bach was taken aback by how, in just one day, his son's influence had surpassed his own, leaving him with a rather complicated mood. "Went, we've saved some meat for you. Our family will roast it over there." Aisha and Emma were lighting a fire nearby, with a large quantity of meat laid out beside them, clearly the most in the tribe. Went pulled her down to sit, laying a large leaf he had casually picked up on the ground for her. This gesture left the orcs observing nearby in astonishment. The typically brutish orcs were showing such tenderness toward the female. This made the other young females even more envious. How extraordinarily lucky Shu Yue was. First, she had Yin Xiao looking after her, and now she had found an orc even stronger than him. Was it truly the case that beauty granted advantages? After all, appearances were gifts from the beast gods. How unfair. Used to indulging their whims, the females felt compelled to vent their frustrations. Thus, 2 of them positioned themselves as a barrier in front of Shu Yue, who could only roll her eyes at their antics. Thinking they must be quite bored to bother her so persistently, "There's something you want?" she asked languidly, regarding the 2 females named Guogua and Yaya. Aside from the original owner, Yaya was the second most attractive female in the tribe, seemingly having had an interest in Yin Xiao in the past. Guogua approached, hands on her hips, and began lecturing. "Shu Yue, you are always so willful. Do you have any idea how long the tribe searched for you when you wandered off?" Shu Yue felt no guilt whatsoever, replying nonchalantly, "I don't know." Shrugging carelessly, she added, "If you couldn't find me, then don't bother looking. After all, you don't welcome me, so my disappearance surely suits you." Upon hearing this, Bach frowned. Shu Yue, the tribe cares for you that I know it was the guard's fault. I've already punished them for you. Guo muttered defiantly. It was her fault for running off if she had just stayed with us. The guards wouldn't have lost sight of her. Guo, Bak called out sharply, feeling a headache coming on. Why were these young females so thoughtless? Guo closed her mouth in distress, while Yaya comforted her with a pat on the arm and then turned to Shu Yue. Asking Shu Yue, is when your mate? Shu Yue leaned against the orc's arm, smiling knowingly. It's quite obvious. Yaya could hardly tolerate her smug demeanor. She had been insufferable with Yin Xiao, and now she was the same with Went. How annoying. Shifting her gaze to the orc's roasting meat, Yaya said, Went, let me tell you, Shu Yue is not a good female. Don't be deceived by her appearance, Went frowned. Aisha and Emma, who were listening, thought Yaya had gone too far. Yeah, you shouldn't speak about Shu Yue like that. Yaya huffed in indignation, declaring, It's true. You can't favor her. Shu Yue remained unbothered, smirking at her. Then please, enlighten me on how I am so wicked at this point. Guo chimed in, You even sent your father to his doom. How can you not be considered bad? Yaya added her accusations. Exactly. You can't do anything right. Your mother died because you couldn't take care of her. You're lazy and ill-tempered, and that is why Yin Xiao doesn't like you. Yin Xiao? When turned to Shu Yue. Yin Xiao Gu. Miao Xiaocui, who had been listening intently, was also surprised and glanced at the orc beside her. Yin Xiao. Shu. Was the focus on Yin Xiao? Who is Yin Xiao? Wen only cared about this question. Guo sneered. Yin Xiao was Shu Yue's guardian orc, but now he is someone else and no longer likes her. Miao Xiaocui, hearing this, quietly asked the orc beside her, Is that true about Yin Xiao Gu? Yin Xiao nodded, hurriedly explaining, I only like you now. Shall I ask the chieftain to arrange a mating ceremony for us later? Miao Xiaocui understood the significance of a mating ceremony and, blushing, nodded in agreement. Yet, she remained attentive to the chieftain's actions, realizing that this Shu Yue had a connection with her man. Went sighed in relief. Grateful that she was no longer entangled with his female. Aisha and Emma were growing increasingly upset, believing the words were too hurtful for Shu Yue, their tone turning stern. Enough, Yaya and Guo. Stop this at once. How could Shu Yue harm her own parents? It was all an accident. Now that Shu Yue's went, and Yin Xiao has Miao Xiaocui, I assent that a good outcome. Yaya, seeing no one was defending Shu Yue, became furious, shouting, You all just favor Shu Yue. Aisha and Emma felt utterly helpless. Shu Yue straightened, coldly gazing at the wailing females, and asked softly, Do you wish for everyone to blame me, to know that I am the villain? And then what? To drive me out? Went pained, embraced her, saying, You, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to return here. As he spoke, his icy gaze swept over the aggressive Yaya and Guo, as well as the silent tribesman, finally resting on his father's face. Father, knowing your whereabouts gives me peace. From now on, we shall not meet. Taking Shu Yue's hand, they prepared to leave, leaving the other tribesmen in stunned silence at this unexpected turn of events. Bak, seeing this, felt a surge of urgency, exclaiming, What are you saying? He then turned to Yaya and Guo, shouting, You are females, and I have refrained from scolding you until now, but you are being utterly thoughtless. You grew up alongside Shu Yue. Why do you insist on driving her out of the tribe? For the first time, the chieftain's reprimand frightened Yaya and Guo, leaving them pale and at a loss. Their parents, fearing their children had angered the chieftain, rushed over to apologize. Chieftain, please don't be angry. Yaya and Guo are just thoughtless. I'll talk to them when we return. Yaya and Guo cowered in their parents' embrace. Too scared to speak. They didn't know what to say. As much as they disliked Shu Yue, they never intended to expel her. How had things escalated to this point? Bak, his expression serious, addressed the gathering. Now that it has come to this, in front of the tribe, I must inquire. Shu Yue's father met with a tragic accident while picking snow crystal fruits, an unfortunate event that no one wished to occur. I believe Shu Yue is the most heartbroken, and not long after, her mother also passed away. Her kin. Why have you not shown her more concern? Then, turning his gaze towards Yin Xiao, he continued, And you, Yin Xiao, as a male, how could you betray the sacred contract of protecting the Beastman at such a time? While Shu Yue may be more willful than other females, that is no justification for abandoning her. Bach understood in his heart that Shu Yue had been spoiled, indulged to the point of being reckless, which had annoyed him in the past. However, now that Shu Yue was the mother of his offspring, there was no reason not to support her as family. After this admonition, the clan members and Yin Shao hung their heads in shame. Indeed, upon reflection, had Shu Yue committed any unforgivable transgressions? None, so why had they treated her with such disdain? The females lowered their heads in guilt, while the beastmen were left confused. Yes, the females were indeed willful, but why should they heed the words of Guagua and forsake their pursuit of Shu Yue? Allowing this outsider to reap the benefits, Shu Yue observed the silent crowd, a cold smile curling her lips. In truth, the one she had wronged the most was her own parents, not anyone else. Ultimately, it was merely jealousy, an emotion the females themselves were unaware of, while the beastmen followed blindly. Bach, filled with anger and disappointment, looked at his clansmen and said, "You have truly let me down. Other tribes cherish their females like treasures. Yet you," Yin Shao, feeling ashamed, stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Shu Yue. Startled, she thought, "What kind of proposal is this?" He clasped his right hand over his chest and, filled with remorse, said, "I am sorry. Shu Yue, please forgive me for breaking the contract of protection. It was my fault." "Oh, I forgive you," Shu Yue interjected, guessing what he intended to say. "Let us cut to the chase." Huh. Yin Shao was interrupted and momentarily forgot what he was going to say. Shu Yue reiterated, "I said I forgive you, and I must thank you. If it weren't for your abandonment, I would not have met my Went." Yin Shao was taken aback, while Went felt elated, finding Yin Shao much more agreeable now. At least no longer wishing to knock him out, that he smugly added, "Did you not hear? My you never like you. Go back and cherish your current female. A beast man with a divided heart will be punished by the beast god." Yin Shao had no retort, silently returning to Miao Xiaozui's side, taking her hand and approaching the clan leader. "Leader, please officiate our mate-choosing ceremony." Bach raised his gaze to them. "Have you made up your minds?" Yin Shao, with determination, replied, "Yes, I have made up my mind. I like Chui, and Chui likes me. We have reached the age to mate." Bach then turned to Miao Xiaozui. "Do you consent?" Caught off guard by the suddenness of it all. With the eyes of the entire clan upon her, her face flushed crimson, and she awkwardly nodded. I do." Seeing that both young ones were willing, Bach declared, "Very well, on the day of the yellow moonflower. We shall hold the mating ceremony for you. By the way, on that day, Went and Shu Yue will also have their ceremony." However, Shu Yue shook her head and calmly responded, "Leader, let us skip the ceremony. The tribe does not welcome me. We shall not hold it in the Yuta tribe." When shared the sentiment, apologizing to his father, "I too do not wish to stay here." Bach furrowed his brow, wanting to say more, but was interrupted by Went. "I was pleased to see you today, father, but it is getting late, and we should return." Aisha hurriedly urged, "But we haven't eaten the roasted meat yet." Went shook his head. "No, we want to eat. We lack nothing in our cave. I apologize for the injury caused to the females today. Tomorrow, I will accept the punishment you give me." With that, he unfurled his wings and carried the female away, leaving behind a crowd of astonished clan members. They marveled at the strength of their kind, able to fly without transforming into beast form. Only Bach wore a stern expression as he watched the figures fade into the distance, his appetite for the evening's roast completely gone, returning to the cave in silence. The remaining members exchanged anxious glances. It was unclear who broke the silence first, but one wondered aloud, "Have we been too harsh on Shu Yue?" Aisha sighed and addressed the clan. "Shu Yue is still just a child. She has just lost her parents. And the tribe does not accept her. It is because of you that she is unwilling to return." The tribe members hung their heads in shame, unsure of how to proceed. Daiya and Guagud dared not speak, feeling as though all of this was their fault. If they hadn't troubled Shu Yue, the clan leader Wun Ti had been angered. Guagua, straightforward and honest, began to cry, saying through her tears, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have said anything about Shu Yue." As father sighed, comforting his child, "Do not cry, Guagua. Tomorrow, I will bring Shu Yue back, and you, and all of us will sincerely apologize to her. She will certainly forgive us." Look at Yin Shao. As soon as he apologized, Shu Yue forgave him. Yin Shao, he was not fond of hearing that phrase. Upon realizing this logic, Guagua still sobbing, insisted, "Then, father, you must bring Shu Yue back tomorrow." "I never meant to drive her away." Guoguo's father patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "I know, my Guoguo would never harbor such ill thoughts. You are all good children, having grown up together. As long as you talk it out, you will still be good friends." Yi nodded in agreement, anxious about the clan leader's anger. They were all terrified. The once lively square now felt subdued. With the clan leader gone, they felt too ashamed to continue feasting. Returning to their caves to reflect, Aisha and Emma exchanged glances as they gathered their belongings and returned to their own cave. Once inside, they found a fire already blazing in the hearth. Upon seeing only the two of them, Bok's stern demeanor softened as he eagerly exclaimed, "Hurry, hurry, let us roast some meat. I'm starving. Wait, weren't you just angry?" The two exchanged incredulous looks. Aisha questioned, "Aren't you upset with the tribe?" Bok skewered meat on his sticks as he replied, "Of course I was angry, but if this outburst helps the tribe understand an important lesson, then it was worth it." "What lesson?" Bok gathered both females into his embrace and declared, "They must understand that while females are physically weaker and deserving of indulgence, they must never be spoiled. Did you not see how the males in the tribe have spoiled the females to the point where they unite to ostracize others? They show no understanding of unity." Aisha and Emma exchanged glances, wishing to deliver a slap to their boastful male, who now spoke with such conviction. Why had they waited until Shu Yue went missing to recognize the problem? Yet, after all these years as partners, they could not be bothered to expose him. Emma voiced her concerns, "But what of Wint and Shu Yue? They are unwilling to return to the tribe. Should we let these two children fend for themselves outside?" Bok remained unconcerned, confident that once the tribe realized their mistakes and sincerely apologized, the two would return. The rainy season was approaching, and Wint would not allow Shu Yue to face danger alone. No matter how long he had been absent, he knew his child's temperament well. Aisha shot him a reproachful glance. "Well, we shall see if your predictions hold true." Bok chuckled. "I'm the clan leader." "My words are certainly true," he added. "I say tonight, none of you are allowed to sleep." The statement took a turn, and the result was a playful tussle as Bok laughed heartily. Back in her cave, Shu Yue had intended to discuss her future plans with the Beastman, but was once again tackled onto the bed. She sat up, kicking him playfully. "Stop it. We need to talk about serious matters." The Beastman, looking quite aggrieved, replied, "You didn't tell me about your protector Beastman." A protector Beastman is a candidate for a mate, one agreed upon by both the parents and the female herself. Essentially a fiancé. Shu Yue rubbed her forehead wearily. "Oh, come on. That was in the past. Were you not aware of this when you were in the tribe? Yin Xiao has long since lost interest in me and is pursuing other females." However, Wint did not seem particularly pleased, saying, You are the best. He is the one who wronged you." He felt a mix of relief that Yin Xiao no longer liked her, yet also a sense of disbelief that anyone could overlook how wonderful she was. Shu Yue remained oblivious to his inner turmoil, rising to grab some fruit from the stone table. Munching as she said, "But we are not mates. There is no question of who owes whom anything. We will continue our lives as we choose, and they will have no bearing on us." Wint nodded vigorously. "Exactly. Then, did he ever take advantage of you before?" One can hear the underlying hostility in that question. Shu Yue shook her head, stating, "No, when my father was still alive, he wouldn't allow Yin Xiao to come near me." Indeed, the original Shu Yue's father had acted in such a manner, and besides, she was not yet of age. Yin Xiao dared not act recklessly. Upon hearing this, the jealous Beastman finally felt relieved. "That's good. From now on, you can only have me as your male." She raised her hand and playfully pinched the Beastman's cheek, retorting, "I understand, oh great jealous king." What is a great jealous king? Wint was intrigued by the new terms that occasionally emerged from the females. Shu Yue managed a polite smile, explaining that the term was derived from the role of condiments, leading to a rather sour discussion regarding a certain beastman's current disposition. Astonishingly, the Beastman comprehended this seemingly nonsensical exchange and generously admitted, "You are right, yeah. I am indeed jealous." Shu Yue replied, "So what?" Wint, with a serious demeanor, proposed a solution. "Therefore, you must quickly bear me a little cub. We must prove that I am stronger than Yin Xiao." "Ha!" Shu Yue cast a sardonic glance at the Beastman, feeling as though 1,000 grass-mud horses were galloping through her mind. Who the hell wants to compete over this? Yet, the Beastman was utterly earnest, to the extent that the female had no choice but to comply, as she was currently engaged in some mischief. As dawn broke, while the female remained lost in slumber, the Beastman, who had toiled throughout the night, had already quietly departed. The hunting team of the Yue tribe was prepared, with Chief Bok among them, as he had promised to lead the tribe in hunting the day before. Therefore, regardless of what transpires, he would uphold his promise today. With the chief leading the way, the tribe's young male beastmen eagerly sought to accompany him, eager to witness the chief's formidable presence. The tribe also required guardians, which resulted in a slight delay in distributing the beastmen, causing the hunt to commence later than usual before they could set off. When arrived, flying in with a string of game, the dark specks in the sky grew larger. The beastmen stared in awe. Heavens, the chief's offspring possesses immense strength. He can carry such heavy game without transforming. When tossed a large bundle of prey onto the square, it consisted of 5 fierce beasts, weighing approximately 5,000 pounds in total, which he had carried back with ease. The gazes of all shifted towards him with newfound respect, and even Bok was somewhat taken aback. This was remarkably early. Ahem, Went responded coldly. This is my token of apology. Is it sufficient? Of course it is sufficient. You have worked hard hunting. Would you like to join me for a drink in my cave? Bok chuckled awkwardly, when shook his head, saying, I do not require any water. Since it suffices, I shall take my leave. I am concerned about ye being alone in the cave. With that, he prepared to depart. What father quickly called out, Wait. Went, i.e. his father, also stepped forward. Both middle-aged beastmen wearing expressions of regret, as they said, Went, could you please bring Shu Yue back today? We have reflected on our actions and realized we were indeed excessive. We wish to apologize to Shu Yue. Hearing this, one was not surprised. They ought to apologize. I will convey your message, but I cannot ascertain if he is willing to return. This child, Shu Yue, will surely be willing. It is we, the elders, who have erred. Guoguo's father recalled the late Shu Yue's father, feeling increasingly ashamed. Other beastmen also expressed their apologies. We too have made mistakes. Went, please convey our apologies to Shu Yue. We will always be members of the same tribe. Went returned to his cave, carrying the sincere apologies of the Yue tribe's beastmen. Shu Yue woke up at some point, her gaze expectantly fixed on the cave entrance. Upon hearing the sounds of Went's return, her heart inexplicably relaxed. You reawake? I'll prepare some roasted meat for you. When approached and gently kissed the female's forehead. Okay. Her body felt slick. The beastman had been too warm last night, and they both had sweated profusely. Afterward, he even suggested taking her for a wash. Honestly, with the weather growing hotter, the beastman was hardly restrained, and Shu Yue angrily ruffled the dry grass. Outside the cave, Went was busily roasting meat. And in a few days, it would be the Yellow Moon Festival. During that time, they could roast meat by the river and afterward soak in the water. Otherwise, the hot meat would be hard to swallow. With the rising temperatures, Shu Yue abandoned the idea of wearing undergarments and donned a dress made of blue fish skin, though she still wore underpants. After finishing the roasted meat, she planned to have Went fetch more fish skin for her to make a few more dresses to wear. The fish skin was cool and comfortable, preventing sweat. It was essential attire for the Yellow Moon Festival. Yeah, the meat is done. The beastman called from outside. I am coming. She secured her fish skin shoes and stepped out of the cave. The fish skin felt pleasant on her feet, though it was not durable. A day's walk would render these shoes useless. It was surprising how she was now living such a luxurious life. Going through a pair of shoes each day. One was roasting a type of winged fowl that resembled an eagle but did not soar as high. Its meat was tender and flavorful, and she found it quite enjoyable as she savored the roasted meat. When broached the subject of visiting the Yue tribe today. Yeah. Do you wish to return to accept their apologies? Upon hearing this, Shu Yue paused in her eating, the complexity in her eyes evident. Let me think about it. Very well. No matter what your decision is, I will support you. When assured, prioritizing his female's feelings, Shu Yue nodded absently, continuing to eat the roasted meat. A sense of conflict brewed within her. These beastmen were surprisingly sincere. Why didn't they ever act out of pride or stubbornness? Ideally, they would stubbornly refuse to admit their faults for a lifetime, giving her a reason to continue as she was. Yet, here she was, forget it. Since she had taken over the original owner's body, she might as well help the original owner reconcile with her kin, ensuring that her departure was devoid of regrets. Whether that incident was a dream or the original owner's obsession, she could not discern. Once she finished the roasted meat, Shu Yue declared, "I can return to the Yue tribe. However, if your father wishes for us to stay, what are your thoughts? After all, the Yellow Moon Festival is approaching." Regarding the Yellow Moon Festival, Went pondered before responding, "Yeah, during the rainy season, we cannot stay alone in the wild. There will be beast tides, and we could find ourselves in peril." Shu Yue nodded. According to the original owner's memories, the rainy and winter seasons were the most arduous times. So what do? We have two options. One is to set off immediately and fly back to the Southern Warriors tribe. The other is to temporarily stay at the Yue tribe until the rainy season passes, then return to the Warriors tribe. The Beastman looked at her, waiting for her decision. Shu Yue furrowed her brow in thought. Regardless of which tribe they went to, it would be unfamiliar to her. However, the circumstances dictated that their solitary existence would significantly heighten the danger. She believed that with the Beastman's strength, he could survive alone. Yet with her being a burden, they had no choice but to join a tribe. Sighing lightly, she remarked, "Let us first visit the Yue tribe and see how it goes. If not feasible, we can stay there temporarily." Went nodded. "All right. We will head there shortly, and why father is currently hunting with his tribe. We will wait for their return." Shu Yue, "Not in a hurry," suggested. "Let us take a bath. I feel all sticky and uncomfortable after eating the roasted meat." "Very well," he replied, casting a suggestive glance at her fish-skin dress. She shot him an exasperated look. "Pervert." The Beastman chuckled. In front of the female, he unabashedly embraced his playful side. As they made their way to the river, he also brought along the soiled beast skin skirt. Shu Yue washed herself in the river while the Beastman cleaned the skirt on the shore. After finishing their bath, they returned to the cave, where they busily set to work, one crafting beast skin clothing and the other making beast skin shoes. Only when Went felt the hunting team was about to return did they set off for the Yue tribe. Went's timing was impeccable. Upon arriving at the Yue tribe, the square had just finished distributing meat. With the chief leading the hunt today, it was indeed a bountiful return, coupled with the game Wen had delivered earlier. Each participating beastman received 300 to 400 pounds of meat, while those guarding the tribe received around 200 pounds. Females, cubs, and elder beastmen received about 100 pounds each. The tribe system always prioritized ensuring that hunting beastmen did not go hungry, followed by capable adult beastmen, and lastly, females and cubs, with elderly beastmen at the bottom. Generally, this was manageable, but especially during the moonless season, it was the elderly beastmen who suffered the most from hunger. The square was filled with joyous festivities, and as Shu Yue and the others arrived, an enthusiastic welcome erupted from the crowd. Among them, Guoguo pulled Ayaya to Shu Yue, summoning all her courage to loudly exclaim, "Shu Yue, it is our fault. Please forgive us." All the orcs were watching, and some of the males shouted, "Shu Yue, we are your kin. We never intended to drive you away. We were simply neglectful of you before. Will you forgive us?" Shu Yue had never anticipated an apology from the entire tribe, but upon witnessing their sincere and remorseful expressions, her eyes involuntarily reddened. This was not her emotion. She stood frozen in place. Aisha and Emma stood beside Bach, smiling at her with encouraging glances. Guoguo looked at her timidly, her eyes filled with genuine remorse, and Shu Yue noted it all. She had known from the very first day that Guoguo was a silly girl. They were all people who wore their thoughts openly on their faces, yielding to the emotions that did not belong to her. Shu Yue smiled at her kin and proclaimed, "I accept your apologies. And I hope you will accept mine as well. I have been too willful in the past and caused you much trouble. I hope you can forget the thoughtless version of me." The moment those words left her lips, all the tribespeople laughed wholeheartedly, realizing that Shu Yue had indeed changed. Her temperament had improved. Guoguo's eyes glistened with tears as she asked, "Can we still play together?" Shu Yue nodded, "Of course." "Ha ha, splendid." Bach exclaimed, "The happiest of all. That's more like it. In our tribe, both males and females are exemplary." Anyone who makes a mistake must apologize, and from now on, let it be forgotten that if I hear anyone speak ill of Shu Yue again, they shall not escape my wrath." The tribe members echoed in agreement. "We concur," Bach bellowed. "Then what are we waiting for? Let us commence the roasting. Tonight we celebrate." Shu Yue felt an overwhelming lightness wash over her. Sensing that she was leaving behind no regrets, in the crowd, Yin Xiao felt someone gazing at him. But there was nothing in that direction, so he dismissed it as an illusion. The sounds of howls and yelps filled the air, a testament to everyone's joy. Guo was softly invited. "Shu Yue, we have plenty of meat at home today. Would you join us for dinner?" Meanwhile, Bach waved at them, signaling for them to come over to eat. Shu Yue smiled apologetically at Guo, saying, "You go ahead. The chief is inviting us over." Noticing the chief's gesture, lamented, "All right then, we'll eat together next time." They made their way towards Bach, with Shu Yue waving goodbye to Guo as she walked alongside Went. Watching them depart, Guo turned to Yaya in disbelief. "I never thought Shu Yue could be so agreeable." Yaya nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I remember when she used to look at me with such disdain. It seems to be different now." "Has Shu Yue changed for the better?" Guo began to believe. "I feel like Shu Yue is indeed different now." They exchanged glances, recognizing this as a positive development, and shared a smile before returning to their homes for the barbecue. At Bach's side, Aisha handed Shu Yue 2 fruits, smiling, "You are both such good children." Shu Yue gratefully accepted the fruits, saying, "Thank you, Grandma." Bach then inquired of his son, "When are you planning to remain in the tribe?" Went replied, "I am still considering." "What is there to consider? Just listen to your father. Once Wang Yueji helps you with your mating ceremony, you'll be together every day. Who knows, Shu Yue might get pregnant one day. Your grandmas, Aisha and Emma, can take care of her." Upon hearing the word pregnant, Aisha and Emma's eyes lit up, quickly assuring, "Went Shu Yue, don't worry. Although Grandma doesn't have her own children, we have the most experience taking care of little ones." Shu Yue chuckled lightly, thinking it wouldn't happen anytime soon. After all, procreation among orcs is challenging. On average, each orc lives to be 200 or 300 years old, but a couple can only have 2 or 3 children at most, 4 or 5 in rare cases. It may seem like a lot, but far more orcs die each year, which keeps their numbers from rising. Nature is fair and never allows a species to overpopulate. Emma smiled, with Went's robust physique. "You will surely have children soon. Once you do, you must not move around carelessly." Shu Yue felt it wouldn't happen that quickly, and discussing such topics felt oddly awkward. Wen, however, was quite invested, stating, "Father, you are right. After we finish the barbecue, please find us a larger cave." Bach laughed heartily. "No problem. I've already found a suitable cave for you, not far from mine, about the same size. The chief's cave is centrally located in the tribe. Spacious and elevated, not just anyone gets to live near the chief. There are the shaman and another particularly formidable middle-aged orc in his family, and now one was being arranged for one as well." When hesitated, "Will your tribesmen agree to let us stay in the large cave?" Bach nodded, "Of course. Went, you have proven your strength to the tribe." Yet Went clarified, "But we want to be joining the Yuta tribe. We are merely staying temporarily." Bach was not surprised. "Don't worry about that, my child. With me around, the orcs of the Yuta tribe will not drive you away. Besides, I was once a warrior of the tribe. I understand your perspective." With that reassurance, Went felt his worries dissipate. "Then I will clean the cave tomorrow, and we can move in right away," he said to Shu Yue. She had no objections. After all, they would be living in a cave regardless, and she had no plans to build a house. Had she known she would end up in such a place, she would have thoroughly learned survival skills in the wild. Alas, one cannot foresee the future. As a pampered daughter of a wealthy family, she had never even set foot in the countryside in China, and the only reason she knew the names of vegetables was due to her culinary studies. If only she had learned something truly useful, she would not be wearing animal hide on her feet, but rather proper shoes. Wait a moment. Shu Yue's gaze wandered across the square in search of Yin Xiao. Recalling there was another person from her homeland. Wasn't it Shui? The crowd was too dense, and she could only catch a glimpse of a petite figure nestled in Yin Xiao's embrace. Upon witnessing this scene, Shu Yue couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. This fellow countrywoman had adapted quite well, boldly seeking affection in public, a far bolder act than she would dare in the presence of others. She would at most hold one's hand, but would never snuggle directly into someone's arms. Looking around, she noticed none of the females were nestled in the arms of males. Most were busy conversing with familiar friends. Had it not been for the delicious aroma of roasted meat enticing them back, they likely wouldn't have given her a second glance. One must admit, the male's status seemed a bit humble. The mouth-watering scent of roasted meat wafted through the square, and as usual, when offered her the tenderest piece of meat, asking curiously, what are you looking at? Shu Yue returned her gaze, contemplating visiting that fellow countrywoman another day. Oh, nothing. I was just watching everyone enjoy the feast. Bach laughed. Of course, the tribe thrives on merriment, which is why I want you to return and live here. That I fear that if you don't interact with outsiders for too long, you might become too timid to speak to anyone in the future. Shu Yue agreed. The chief is right. What do you mean, chief? You should call me father while you are with Went. Bach chuckled. Went joined in the laughter. That's right, yeah. You should call him father now. Shu Yue. Well, if you insist on changing how I address you, who will cover the cost of this transition? Facing the expectant gazes of the orcs, she calmly called out. Father. Ha! Excellent. Bach was overjoyed. Went also smiled, pleased with his female's understanding. Yet Shu Yue internally lamented, Mom and Dad, I'm so sorry for the way I've turned out, marrying off without any bride price, as everyone indulged in the roasted meat. Bach spoke loudly to the tribe from a distance, engulfed in the din of chatter and laughter. She sat beside the orcs, alternating between bites of fruit and roasted meat, feeling as though she had forgotten something important. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to let it go. After dinner, some orcs began dancing in the square, with the males performing courtship dances for the females, who gathered to critique the performances. Went wished to join in and dance for her, but Shu Yue firmly held him back, shaking her head. No, Went, I'm not very fond of watching dance. The orcs' dancing was not the issue. Whether it was beautiful or not mattered little. The crucial point was the risk of exposure. While perhaps showcasing oneself was a necessity in this context, in orc's size was known to oneself, and there was no need to flaunt it for others. One expressed his disappointment at her disinterest in dance. Noticing his dejection, Shu Yue leaned closer to his ear and whispered, If you want to dance for me, you can do so when we return to the cave. Upon hearing the news, the orc was indeed elated. All right, I'll return and dance for you. At this, Shu Yue finally breathed a sigh of relief. The moon above cast a faint yellow halo, while on the ground. The orcs danced and sang around the bonfire, creating a lively and joyous scene, until an incongruous voice interrupted the revelry. Tribe leader, Xiongqi has returned. Shu Yue's eyelids twitched at the mention of his name. She had forgotten about Xiongqi. The tribe leader paused, casting a bewildered glance in her direction. Shu Yue turned her face away, thinking, What are you looking at me for? The leader sighed, recognizing that he could not fault Shu Yue for being forgetful. After all, every young female was a prize catch, and it was quite normal to have a few romantic entanglements. Besides, his son was strong enough. These males posed no threat. Let Xiongqi come over, he declared, as the conversation had grown strained after such a long absence. Everyone knew Xiongqi had never given up searching for Shu Yue. Now that she had returned, it was uncertain how he would cope with the disappointment. The gaze of the clansman turned to Shu Yue with an odd intensity, making her wish to find an excuse to escape. She subtly shifted behind Went, who remained oblivious to the tension, his eyes fixed on the approaching figure of a robust man. Xiongqi was somewhat taken aback, reflecting on what made today so special, as the square was abuzz with excitement. Upon reaching the tribe leader, he noticed a stranger among the orcs, along with a somewhat familiar silhouette behind him. He sniffed the air, recognizing the scent of the orc before him emanating from the small figure, suggesting they were mates. Went, disliking other males eyeing his female, positioned himself protectively in front of Shu Yue. Not having seen her face, Xiongqi did not recognize her and shifted his attention to the tribe leader, respectfully thumping his chest in the warrior's greeting. Leader, I have returned. Bach cleared his throat. It's good to have you back. You must be hungry. Would you like some roasted meat? Xiongqi nodded, accepting the meat handed to him by Aisha, and dejectedly replied, Leader, I still haven't found Shu Yue. Wen's pupils dilated, a warning bell ringing in his mind. Who was this orc? Shu Yue cursed silently. She shouldn't be here. She shouldn't have returned. It wasn't that she feared Xiongqi's persistence. Rather, she dreaded Wen's uncontrollable nature. Last night had already been tumultuous enough, and now another complication arose. The clansmen fell silent. Who wouldn't want to watch the unfolding drama? They were eager to see how Shu Yue would navigate this intricate relationship. Orcs had little entertainment, and they relished watching the romantic disputes between females and males, especially when it culminated in a live confrontation. This was not the first time such a scenario had played out. Previously, a female had been pursued by two males, both of whom were infatuated with her. When they met, a chaotic three-way confrontation ensued, much to the delight of the onlookers, and it had since resulted in a family unit. At the edge of the crowd, the gray wolf observed the unfolding spectacle with amusement, fully aware that Xiongqi was in for a rough time. One was not one to be trifled with. If anyone had regrets, it was certainly him. Had he known the female he sought was slipping away, he should have forcibly detained her that day. But now she was gone. The black wolf, seated beside his good friend, gleefully remarked, "Songlong, just wait and see. Xiongqi will suffer worse than you did yesterday." Songlong shot him a disapproving glance. "Shall we train another day?" "Must you bring that up?" The black wolf chuckled. "Training it is. I could laugh for days thinking about how badly you were beaten yesterday. Right now, my admiration lies with Went." Songlong snorted, determined to ensure that the black wolf understood his misfortune was not as amusing as it seemed. Bach felt a twinge of sympathy for Xiongqi. The lad had sincere feelings for Shu Yue, but to become a formidable male, such setbacks were inevitable. With this thought, his guilt diminished considerably. Ahem, Xiongqi. Shu Yue has returned. You need not search any longer. Xiongqi's face lit up with joy. Where is she? Shu Yue knew she could not continue to hide, so she peeked out from behind Went. Smiling at Xiongqi, "I'm right here. Thank you for searching for me all this time. Express my gratitude for your kinship. I'll have my mail send you some game tomorrow." Xiongqi's smile faltered. His gaze toward Went filled with an unspoken animosity. Went's cold stare met his. Another orc vying for his female. Xiongqi felt wronged. "Shu Yue, you promised to be my mate." Went's eyes darkened with confusion as he looked at her. Shu Yue shook her head. "I didn't. I was starving at the time and only made a deal with Xiongqi. But he hasn't fulfilled his part, and then I fell into the river." Bach seized upon the key phrase. "Starving?" Shu Yue, with feigned innocence, lamented. "Yes, that day I was so hungry I had to eat leaves. The miserly Songlong only offered me a piece of roasted meat in exchange for being his female. But I refused. Xiongqi promised to take care of me for 3 days, and that was why I agreed to the trade. But before even a day had passed, I fell into the river while gathering." She vividly recounted the plight of a helpless female, enduring hardships for mere sustenance. Xiongqi was left speechless, while Songlong's expression darkened. Went was furious, but his ire was directed at the tribe leader. "Father, why didn't you give Shu Yue any meat?" Bach appeared momentarily perplexed. "Did I not give Shu Yue any meat?" The clansmen fell silent, guilt washing over them as Guobu sheepishly stepped forward. "Apologies, leader. Shu Yue was in the cave those days. And we simply forgot." The onlookers were filled with shame. How could they have overlooked such a lovely and charming female? Some males felt regretful, while others looked disdainfully at Songlong, thinking him unworthy for attempting to win a female's affection with just one piece of meat. It was no wonder he remained single. Songlong felt as though he might choke on his own frustration, exclaiming, "Unjust! Unjust! Heaven knows I would have gladly satisfied any demands for more meat if the female had asked." But the most aggrieved was Xiongqi, for regardless of the situation, he had been the first to arrive. Shu Yue, feigning innocence, clung to Went's arm and apologized to Xiongqi. "You did not fulfill your promise. So the deal is void. Now that I have found my male, I will ensure he provides you with game to repay your kindness." Went, with a stern countenance, interjected, "I will hunt something substantial for you." However, Xiongqi, with a grim face, refused. "I do not want that. I challenge you. I will be Shu Yue's male." Went was instantly incensed. "You think you can?" Without further ado, Xiongqi transformed into a massive black bear. Swinging his paw at Went, Shu Yue gasped and was swiftly whisked away by Went to a safer location. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself cradled in Aisha's arms. Meanwhile, the orcs prepared to confront the bear's paw. After yesterday's tumultuous confrontation, Today, it was just Xiong facing off alone, and unsurprisingly, he was soundly thrashed. The others had little to say about such matters. It was perfectly normal for males to fight over females, with winners and losers alike, and they felt no sympathy for the defeated. It was simply the way of nature. Bruised and battered, Xiong felt utterly humiliated. Having not even tasted a morsel of roasted meat, he returned to his cave in dejection. Shu Yue felt a pang of guilt watching him leave. Unfortunately, this expression of guilt did not go unnoticed by Went, and Shu Yue felt a chill run down her spine, sensing impending trouble. Went, oblivious to his own harshness, believed that being lenient toward his rival would equate to being harsh on himself. Once the meal was finished and the brawl concluded, Went bid farewell to the tribe leader. "Father, it is getting late. We shall return now, and I will come back to tidy the cave tomorrow." Bok glanced at the sky and agreed that it was indeed late. "Very well, you may head back." At the tea that moment, Shu Yue felt a wave of foreboding. Went's demeanor mirrored the first time he had treated her coldly. Fearing for her safety that night, she clung tightly to Aisha's arm. "Dear Aisha, may I stay with you tonight?" Aisha looked puzzled. "What is the matter?" Shu Yue buried her head in Aisha's shoulder, blinking back tears that wouldn't fall. She murmured, "I miss my mother. She used to stay with me at night." "Aisha, could you be my mother just for tonight?" Upon hearing this, Aisha's maternal instincts surged, and she was about to agree when Went cruelly intervened. He scooped the female into his arms, speaking tenderly. "Yeah, now that you are an adult, how can you still cling to Aisha? It is inappropriate for Aisha to sleep with your father, but we should return. Tomorrow will be just the same." Shu Yue thought, those arms may appear gentle, but they held her firmly in place. This stubborn beast was trying to exploit the situation. Aisha did not perceive anything unusual and, with a gentle touch on Shu Yue's head, reassured her, "It's all right, little Shu Yue. Tomorrow, when you come, grandmother will help you tidy up the cave." One expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, grandmother. We shall take our leave now." "All right, be cautious on your way." Shu Yue remained silent as she was forcibly swept away by the orc, instead of returning directly to the cave. They arrived at a familiar hilltop. The elevation made a remarkable difference. Despite the sweltering heat, a refreshing breeze wafted through the air. Yet she inexplicably felt a chill. "Went, why have you brought me here?" The orc, his back turned to the moonlight, seemed to radiate a glow, his eyes shining ominously. "Yeah, will I be your only male in the future?" His question echoed like a woman's plea for a promise. Without hesitation, Shu Yue nodded. "Of course, having you is sufficient. Just one is more than enough." However, Went did not exhibit joy, but instead inquired, "Then why do you seem reluctant about Bear 7's injuries? Do you have feelings for him?" She felt a twinge of unease. Emotions were lingering here for her. Rolling her eyes in frustration, she retorted, "Which of your eyes saw me being reluctant?" Went, "Why are you always so jealous?" The orc, feeling wronged, replied, "It's because you attract too many orcs. How can I feel at ease?" Shu Yue sighed deeply, exasperated. "I'm already your female. You must have confidence in yourself. You are the strongest, and my affections are solely for you." Such a blatant confession should be unmistakable. If he still failed to comprehend, perhaps she should consider another orc. When understood, and his eyes gleamed even brighter under the moonlight, although he remained concerned about her agreeing to trade with other males. His heart swelled with happiness. "Yeah, are you truly sincere?" "Of course, my sincerity surpasses that of pure gold." Shu Yue nearly raised 3 fingers to swear to the beast god. Feeling a bit downcast, she wondered why it was the woman who felt anxious rather than the man. The orc, elated, embraced her once more. "Yeah, you are my favorite." Shu Yue, speechless, poked his shoulder. "You must not doubt my sincerity again. Otherwise, I will truly be angry." Went nodded vigorously, apologizing. "I'm sorry. Next time, I shall drive away all the males who harbor thoughts about you." "You must not look at them." "I won't," she replied, feeling drained. The orc, now cheerful, felt his little brother perk up to prevent any mischief beneath the moonlight. Shu Yue hastily extricated herself from his embrace. Yet the orc clung on stubbornly, shamelessly suggesting, "Yeah, I like this place. Can we?" "Absolutely not. Don't even think about it." Shu Yue's face darkened. Faced with the female's refusal, Went felt slightly dejected, but soon his eyes brightened again. Then shall we return? Shu Yue shook her head. No, I am quite tired today. I wish to rest. Ah, the orc sighed. Very well, as Shu Yue skeptically observed the orc preparing to leave. She wondered why he was being so agreeable today. Not long after taking flight, she realized he intended to soar through the skies. Ah, Went, you rascal, I am terrified. She was airborne. Went, perspiring with restraint, comforted her. Do not be afraid. I'm holding you. Shu Yue clutched his neck tightly, her senses overwhelmed with fear. She could scarcely believe that he had taken to the skies. Please, Went, let me down. I am already scared to tears. The orc's expression was one of restraint, just a moment longer. However, that moment stretched on until she fainted from the exhilaration. The next day, it was only Went who ventured to the Yuta tribe to organize the cave, as Bach and his companions came to assist, spending the day cleaning and transporting belongings. 2 days later, the pair officially moved in. After bidding farewell to their guests, Shu Yue remained in the cave, refusing to venture out. Went diligently offered her water and fruits, bowing and scraping, yet he could not elicit even a smile from her. Shu Yue had been in a one-sided cold war for 2 days, growing incensed at the sight of the orc. Went scratched his nose awkwardly, regretting his actions from that day. Had he known the female was so fearful, he would have, that night had been truly wonderful. Unfortunately, there would be no next time. Yeah, I was wrong. I promise I won't dare do it again, all right? Went knelt on a rough stone, pleading for her forgiveness. Shu Yue turned away, refusing to look at him. Yeah, why not hit me to vent your anger? She laughed in exasperation. Hit you? Do you want to lose my hand? Went realized the absurdity of his suggestion and hesitated. Then shall I hit myself for you? As he spoke, he punched himself, producing a dull thud that startled Shu Yue. Stop. Are you foolish? You cannot hit yourself. Look, your shoulder is turned blue. How much strength did you use? She felt a mix of anger and pity. The orc simply smiled foolishly. It's nothing, as long as you are not angry. Shu Yue glared at him. If you dare do that again, I will ignore you for good. Sensing that the female was finally acknowledging him, Went quickly acquiesced. Yeah, I promise I won't dare again. Please forgive me. Shu Yue regarded him coldly, though in truth, the anger had dissipated long ago. However, she could not show it. She had to maintain a stance that would never allow him to err again. Otherwise, if he were so reckless in the skies, what else would he dare do in the future? The tactic proved effective. Went refrained from any further mischief, fearing the female's ire. Stop kneeling and go make me some leather shoes. I have visiting to do tomorrow. With her anger spent, it was time to get to work. The orc cheerfully rose. All right, I will make plenty. Shu Yue shook her head helplessly and set about crafting leather garments herself. With no television or entertainment, she had to find something to occupy her time. Otherwise, staying idle all day would drive her to madness. To her surprise, she discovered her own industriousness. Without finding tasks to engage in, she felt restless. At tea dinner, she proactively requested to learn how to roast meat over a fire. As it was time to gradually hone her survival skills, in the event that the orc ventured far away one day, she could not simply starve. Yet, Went was reluctant to let her do it, watching anxiously as she handled the black stones. Fire is too dangerous. Let me take care of it. Shu Yue scrutinized him. If you don't allow me to learn now, what will I eat if you go away for 2 or 3 days? Without hesitation, the orc replied, I will prepare food for you in advance. Besides, I can fly quickly. If I go too far, I will take you with me and will not leave you alone at home. This fellow, she had no words left to say. She was too weary to explain the existence of unforeseen circumstances and insisted, I want to learn. If you won't teach me, I will have other orcs teach me. This threat proved effective. Went furrowed his brows. No, it must be me who teaches you. Shu Yue smiled triumphantly. You must teach me well, understand? The orc nodded helplessly. Understood. Disobedient female. Igniting the fire was simple. She struck the 2 black stones together, and sparks immediately ignited the dry grass below. Having never done this before, her hand was singed by the sparks, and in pain, she tossed the stones aside, quickly inspecting her hand. Fortunately, it was merely a red mark, not a burn. Yet, this was enough to terrify the orc. who hurriedly took her hand into his large one. Though he said nothing, the concern in his eyes was unmistakable. Shu Yue felt a bit overwhelmed by his gaze. To maintain her resolve, she averted her eyes. "It's fine. I'm all right. Now, please help me gather firewood. Otherwise, my pain will be in vain." Reluctantly, Went released her, watching as she clumsily added more wood to the fire. The prominent red mark on her palm caught his attention, and he pondered whether he should hide the black stones tomorrow. Yet, he feared that doing so might anger her. Went furrowed his brow, realizing how difficult it was to manage the female. Meanwhile, Shu Yue watched the flames steadily rise, feeling a sense of pride. See? Nothing could defeat her. Making a fire was a simple task, ignoring the weather conditions. She completely overlooked the fact that in the heat and dryness, spontaneous combustion of dry branches was a possibility, especially with the kindling present. Once the fire was lit, she began to skewer the meat. First, she pierced 2 pounds of small pieces onto a branch and roasted them over the flames, followed by larger chunks for the orc. This time, one could no longer remain still. That piece is heavy. Let me help. Shu Yue did not refuse. The large chunk was as tall as she was, and she lacked the confidence to lift it, let alone skewer it onto a branch. The orc deftly skewered the meat, holding it in one hand while using the other to fuss with the fire. Before long, he had fashioned a sturdy rack capable of supporting the hefty chunks of meat, which he then placed upon it. Observing this, Shu Yue cast her gaze downwards. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, it was her first attempt at starting a fire, and she resolved to improve next time. As the meat sizzled and oozed grease over the flames, both of them found themselves sweating profusely in the oppressive heat. Shu Yue, feeling the warmth, stepped back slightly, exclaiming, "Isn't this weather unbearably hot?" Beneath the orc's feet, a pool of moisture had already formed, the ground dampened by the sweat that dripped from his body. "Yeah, go cool off beneath the tree. I shall be fine here for a while," he suggested. However, she shook her head resolutely. "No, I will stay here with you." She needed to keep an eye on the meat to ensure her efforts weren't in vain. Hearing this, the orc could only silently shake his head. Shu Yue inwardly grumbled about the stillness of the night, lamenting the absence of even a gentle breeze. She couldn't help but think about how sweltering it would become harvest season. She had already begun to miss the air conditioning back in China. Enduring the stifling heat, the orc continued to roast the meat while Shu Yue strolled in circles outside the cave, hoping to create a breeze with her movements. Not far from their cave lay the chief's dwelling. Though it was not close, the two caves were separated by at least 400 or 500 meters. To the left was the chief's cave, and to the right was that of the shaman, with their own cave nestled perfectly in between. After completing a circuit, Shu Yue returned to the orc and proposed, "Vent, shall we build a fence tomorrow?" "A fence? What is that?" Vent inquired, curiosity piqued. "Yes," she explained. She picked up a stick and began sketching a large circle in the dirt beside him. "You see, Vent, a fence is made of wood to enclose our dwelling." The orc appeared even more perplexed. "Why do we need to enclose it?" How could she explain that this was a yearning for security stemming from a soul from China? It was about claiming territory, using wood to demarcate their home, signifying that the enclosed space was theirs, and no one other than us should wander in freely. The area outside is public, where anyone may pass through. Intrigued, the orc pressed for details on how to construct it. Shu Yue, though inexperienced, recalled watching television that we need to gather enough wood, drive it into the ground, and then bind it together with iron wire. No, wait, with sturdy vines that are hard to break. Then we would have our fence. The purpose of the fence was merely to mark their territory, for with the orc's strength, not even the toughest wall could withstand a single kick from him. She envisioned that once the fence was completed, they would have a yard where she could set up a clothesline facing the sun and cultivate some flowers and wild vegetables. Such idyllic pastoral living. Vent's heart surged with excitement at Shu Yue's vivid description. If it weren't for the darkness of the night, he would have rushed off to gather wood immediately, suppressing his eagerness. He replied, "Very well, we shall start building the fence tomorrow, but only after I return from the hunt." "Hunt? Are you going hunting tomorrow?" Shu Yue inquired. Vent nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I have joined the hunting party that I am free except on hunting days." Within the tribe, there were 3 hunting parties with all adult male orcs participating. The teams took turns, hunting for 2 days and resting on the third during seasons when food was plentiful. Thus, Every orc had ample time to rest. With such heat, no amount of hunting would allow for preservation. Therefore, they only hunted enough to feed the tribe for 2 days, after which they could take a break. Shu Yue thought of winter. According to the memories of the original owner, this period was the safest time of the year. With an abundance of food, aside from the heat, there was plenty to eat and leisure to enjoy. After this season, the orcs would begin to stockpile food for winter. She contemplated digging a cellar in their yard for food storage and shared her idea with Vent. Vent paused for a moment, replying, "You're right. I almost forgot about digging a hole." "Oh?" Vent wished to pat her head, but was deterred by his grimy hands, instead explaining, "Our warrior tribe has storage pits. When the red moon season arrives, the chief organizes food storage, placing it all in the pits. Because we store enough food, very few orcs starve during winter." Upon hearing this, Shu Yue realized it was precisely what she had suggested. Wait a moment, if the chief of the warrior tribe knows how to dig pits, why does Bach not know? Did not her father also come from the warrior tribe? Why was he unaware of such a thing? The original owner's memories held no knowledge of storage pits. Vent explained, "By the time the chief learned to dig pits, my father had already left the tribe for several years. Tomorrow, I will speak to my father about this matter. When I am not out hunting, we shall dig one in our yard." He secretly wished to store more food for his female. All right, let us proceed with this plan. Shu Yue reflected that once they had a home, there would still be many things lacking. However, there was no need to rush. They would tackle one thing at a time. As they chatted, the meat was finally ready, and the two enjoyed their feast, filled with anticipation for the future. After dinner and freshening up, they found themselves lacking entertainment, as the other caves were shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Yet their cave was illuminated by a luminous pearl emitting a soft green glow, though it could not compare to modern electric lights. It was brighter than a candle. Who would have believed that a significant portion of the warrior tribe possessed such a treasure? There was no doubt. The warrior tribe was far larger than the Yuta tribe. While others engaged in nighttime activities or succumbed to slumber, they embarked on their daily lessons, focusing on arithmetic. The orcs were quite intelligent. They had already mastered Arabic numerals up to 1,000, writing them with considerable proficiency. Today, they began to delve into the operations of addition and subtraction, starting with simple arithmetic. "Vent, if you have 5 red fruits, and I also have 5 red fruits, how many do we have in total?" Shu Yue stifled a laugh, enjoying the sight of the 2-meter-tall orc clumsily counting on his fingers like a kindergarten child. His earnest demeanor was endearing, and she found herself cherishing this moment. Vent, upon calculating, declared 10. When he looked up, he was met with the sight of Shu Yue, who was laughing heartily. He was puzzled by her amusement. "Did I calculate incorrectly?" Shu Yue shook her head. "No, you were correct." "Then why are you still laughing?" He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Haha, I just think you're adorable," she replied, unable to contain her growing smile. Adorable? Vent instinctively felt that Shu Yue was mocking him, but he could not discern why. Typically, at such times, he would use his body to deter her mischievous thoughts. However, after having upset her in the past few days, he could no longer resort to that method and could only gaze at her with a mix of frustration and longing. His female was exceedingly clever, possessing knowledge that eluded him, even writing mysterious symbols. How could he not understand? She was laughing at his clumsiness, and he was left without a retort. His pitiful expression only served to further amuse Shu Yue, dispelling the vexation she had felt over the past few days. Once their laughter subsided, they resumed their lessons. "All right, I will stop laughing now. Let me continue teaching you." Every night, they dedicated at least 2 hours to learning before retiring for the evening. This was a personal challenge for Shu Yue, as a day here equated to 2 days back in China, and the nights stretched out interminably, making it difficult for her to sleep for such long durations. Thus, she sought some form of entertainment to occupy her evenings. Though during the day, she managed to keep pace with the rhythm of life, enjoying 3 meals and even a midday nap. Only she maintained the habit of 3 meals a day. The other females typically adhered to 2, and in times of scarcity, it was not uncommon for them to subsist on just one. The original owner had also lived this way, leading to her being somewhat spoiled by the orcs. As the study session concluded, Shu Yue covered the luminous pearl with animal skin, plunging the cave into darkness. Just as she anticipated drifting off to sleep, an unusual noise disturbed her. The voices from the chief's cave next door were too loud. with Aisha and Emma's flirtatious tones intermittently reaching her ears in the darkness. Her expression fluctuated as she grappled with the situation. Eavesdropping was not uncommon, but this was several hundred meters away. When had her hearing become so acute? Beside her, the orc seemed unaffected, his breathing steady as he drifted into slumber. She chose to pretend she hadn't heard anything, closing her eyes and forcing herself to sleep. Yet the sounds buzzed around her ears like bothersome mosquitoes, preventing her from finding rest. Finally, unable to contain herself, she asked, "Vent, do you hear any noise?" The orc opened his eyes, confused. What noise? Shu Yue hesitated, the commotion from the chief's side. Upon hearing this, Vent pricked his ears and listened intently for a moment. Though his face remained expressionless, his body began to heat up. And why father and the others are engaging in intimacy? What of it? What of it? Can you actually sleep through that noise? Shu Yue queried with incredulity. Went remarked, "You can fall asleep without listening." She paused in surprise and quickly asked, "Is it possible not to listen? How can I not hear? This noise is disturbing my sleep." Upon hearing this, Went seemed momentarily taken aback, as if realizing something for the first time. "Yeah. Can you hear the sounds from the cave of Afu?" "Yes," she replied, but immediately discovered that she could no longer hear anything. Sitting up abruptly, she focused intently. And to her astonishment, she confirmed that indeed, there was silence. Went, "Have they stopped moving over there? I can't hear anything now." The Beastman also sat up and lifted the hide covering the luminous pearl, illuminating the cave once more. "Afu hasn't stopped. Can you really not hear?" Shu Yue attempted to listen and found, to her surprise, that there was indeed no sound. "Yes, how strange. It seems completely quiet now." Went, upon hearing this, began to gaze at her intently. Noticing his stare, Shu Yue inquired, "What are you looking at?" The Beastman replied, "I'm searching for the beast mark. The fact that you can hear the sound from Afu's cave indicates that your hearing is improving, likely due to absorbing my strength." She recalled that there was indeed something like a beast mark associated with Beastman pairings. She began to examine herself, but found nothing on her arms or legs, nor on her hands or feet, and lifted her hide coat. "Don't move." The Beastman's gaze was fixed on a particular spot. Following his line of sight, she looked down and found a darkened mark at the position of her heart, resembling a smear of mud. Shu Yue rubbed it with her hand, but it showed no change, leaving her speechless. This what a beast mark looks like? It's so ugly." Went shot her an annoyed glance. "How can you call your beast mark ugly?" Nevertheless, he explained, "This isn't a complete beast mark. It has only just begun to manifest. You must continue to absorb my strength for it to take shape. And your own power will stabilize it." That's so?" She questioned, a hint of skepticism in her voice. The Beastman nodded enthusiastically. "Of course. It's evident that the beast god blesses us. We have only recently bonded, and the beast mark has already appeared. For other Beastman couples, it usually takes at least a year." Shu Yue's expression grew increasingly complex upon hearing this. Could it truly be the will of the beast god? Well, she was more convinced than ever that the heavens had indeed sent her here for punishment. Given that her time-traveling experience had occurred, how could there be no divine presence? In any case, she believed it. Knowing her ears were functioning properly, she lay back down to "I understand now." Went, "Please cover the luminous pearl. It's time for us to sleep." She yawned as she spoke. However, at that moment, Went felt far from sleepy, his heart racing with anticipation. "Yeah, you have your beast mark now. Shouldn't we not waste any more time?" Shu Yue regarded him with a cold smile. "That if we do it tonight, will the beast mark become complete by tomorrow?" The Beastman shook his head. "No, it won't happen that quickly." "Then there's no need to rush. Let us sleep first. We can discuss the beast mark in a few days." With that, she turned away and lay down to sleep. Went thought, the female makes a valid point, yet he felt wronged. He cast a glance at his spirited brothers, fell silent for a moment, then covered the luminous pearl again and went to sleep. The next morning, Shu Yue awoke feeling refreshed. It could be said that last night was the most comfortable sleep she had enjoyed since arriving here, although it was a bit warm. Tonight she planned to spread fish skin on the stone bed to use as a cooling mat. Outside, the Beastman had prepared meat, and she went out to eat. While she was dining, The chieftain passed by and was somewhat surprised to see the two of them awake so early, particularly Shu Yue. Shu Yue, you're up quite early. Are you not accustomed to sleeping? Though he spoke lightly, his gaze toward one was filled with skepticism. Was this son of his really as strong as he seemed? After all, he hadn't heard any sounds last night. When interpreted his father's gaze and darkened his expression, softly saying, Yea was tired from moving yesterday. She went to bed early and woke up early. He added, Afu doesn't mind the heat. Aisha, Emma, and Grandma haven't woken up yet. Have they? Bach raised an eyebrow after hearing this. This kid has been eavesdropping on me. He tilted his head to glance at Shu Yue, who maintained a poker face, seemingly oblivious to Went's meaning. Daha. Do you really doubt my abilities as your father? Since you've already begun roasting, I hope you don't mind if I join you for a meal. Though he asked if it was all right, he had already found a stone stump to sit on, ready to beg for food. Wen shook his head. How could we mind? Afu, please join us for a meal. Shu Yue pretended not to understand their conversation and got up to fetch a bamboo tube of water for Bach from the cave. Afu, here is some water. Bach wasn't thirsty, but he accepted it and drank. Then remarked, You're so considerate, little female. The only regret of my life is not having a little female. If one weren't a beastman, but rather a little female, he would never have wandered alone. He would have taken great care to raise his female offspring, ensuring she was never bullied by anyone. Upon hearing this, Shu Yue casually replied, Afu, you still have a chance. Make an effort with Aisha and Grandma Emma. Bach laughed heartily. I've been trying every day, but it hasn't borne fruit. Alas, Shu Yue found herself at a loss for words. The beastmen here chatted freely without reserve, and, as a daughter-in-law, she felt it best not to continue that topic. Went, however, had no such reservations, and he laughed outright. Afu, you're getting old. We all understand. Bach glared at him. You little brat, who's old. Want to go outside and practice? The beastman was unafraid. Let us practice, but after we finish eating the roasted meat. Ha. That day was just a fluke. Do you really think you're invincible? Bach remained seated, but his words were relentless. All right then, I'll see how you defeat me. Went replied casually, don't just rely on word. The roasted meat cooked amidst their banter. Shu Yue enjoyed her portion, listening to their entire exchange, thinking to herself that this was what family felt like. The once formidable chieftain, who had seemed so intimidating, appeared so childish before his children. Blood relations were truly remarkable. After 20 years apart, they reunited as if they had always lived together. She could feel the genuine happiness radiating from both of them, making her return to the Yue tribe feel less daunting. Once they finished the roasted meat, the tribe members began to rise and move about, and it was time for Went and the others to depart. The chieftain did not partake in hunting, but today he wished to accompany his son to see how well his eldest had taught him, comparing their hunting skills. Went, somewhat concerned about Shu Yue, said, I'm leaving. If you feel bored, you can go find Aisha and Grandma Emma. Shu Yue nodded. I understand. Today I'm going to find a female of Silver Howl. You go hunting, the earlier you go, the earlier you'll return. Upon hearing this, the beastman became even more anxious. You're going to Silver Howl's cave. The mention of the female associated with Silver Howl made him uneasy that he emphasized, I'm going to Silver Howl's cave to find Shui. I have some questions to ask. Don't let your mind wander. The beastman wanted to accompany her, but was roughly pushed out of the cave by the female. Hurry and go hunting with Afu. There is still work to be done when you return. Having promised to build a fence last night, Wen felt the urgency of time and tasks, reluctantly turning back to the square to gather. Shu Yue sighed at the anxious beastman, wondering if she was a 3-year-old child to warrant such concern. Was she really that worrisome? Whatever, she thought. Now she was somewhat hesitant. Shouldn't she bring a gift for a formal visit? However, this wasn't a custom in the tribe. After some thought, she turned back to the cave and grabbed 4 ripe red fruits before heading to Silver Howl's cave, meeting her fellow tribesmen for the first time. She felt it was best to be a bit formal than on her way. She encountered enthusiastic females who, seeing her carrying ripe red fruits through the tribe, curiously asked, Little Shu Yue, where are you off to? Shu Yue politely replied, I'm going to play with Silver Howl's female. Chwait, I'll be off now, grandmas. Upon hearing her response, the grandmothers exchanged peculiar glances, recalling how, when Shu Yue had still been Silver Hell's unwed partner. She would storm into the cave of any female who showed interest in him. Aya was always the first target. Now she was going to find Shui. Did that mean trouble was brewing? They couldn't be certain, especially since Shu Yue's current male partner was quite formidable, and she had forgiven Silver Hell. Surely, she wouldn't be fickle again, would she? If Shu Yue knew their thoughts at that moment, she would surely exclaim, "Indeed, no matter where one is, a woman's capacity for imagination is the strongest." She merely mentioned her whereabouts in passing. Yet these grandmothers could conjure an entire drama of ex-girlfriend confrontations with the current partner. Fortunately, she remained unaware that after merely 20 minutes of walking, she had arrived at the entrance of Yin Zhao's cave at Ah. As Shu Yue observed the scene within, her heart sank. So early in the morning, and it had already begun. Two figures stood conspicuously at the cave's mouth. Yin Zhao had his back turned, and from his side, she could see a woman's disheveled clothing clinging to the orc's body. If she wasn't mistaken, Yin Zhao's form was swaying slightly. Shu Yue couldn't help but twitch her lips, hurriedly seeking a place to conceal herself, crouching down to wait. Miao Xiaocai, lost in her thoughts, was oblivious. As an orc, Yin Zhao naturally sensed someone approaching and assumed the intruder would leave upon hearing the noise. To his surprise, they lingered nearby, eavesdropping. Anger flickered in Yin Zhao's eyes, and he resolved to teach that orc a lesson. Not wanting his feminine allure to be seen by other males, he hastily finished whatever it was he was doing, tidied up the woman, and stepped outside. Seething, without needing to search, he soon found the suspect who had been eavesdropping behind the cave. Yin Zhao's intent to strike faltered. Astonished, "Shu Yue, what are you doing here?" Shu Yue, who was squatting on the ground counting ants, was equally taken aback that you're already done so quickly. An awkward silence enveloped them for a moment. As a male, being confronted by a female regarding his ineptitude was undoubtedly a blow to his pride. Yet facing Shu Yue, Yin Zhao found it difficult to explain himself, rendering the atmosphere particularly uncomfortable. Realizing her words were misplaced, Shu Yue clarified her purpose. "I came to find Shui. I have something to discuss." Before she could finish, Yin Zhao eyed her warily. "You don't even know Shui. What business could you possibly have with her?" His gaze irked Shu Yue. What was he implying? Did he think she would covet his female? Initially intending to be polite, her good mood evaporated upon witnessing the orc's demeanor. She replied coolly, "Do not fear. I mean no harm to your female. I genuinely have matters to discuss with her. Just let me ask her a couple questions. What are you two doing here?" Miao Xiaocui approached, her expression fierce, as if they had engaged in some illicit affair. Miao Xiaocui felt that the orc's activities had concluded rather swiftly today and, having not been cleaned up yet, sensed something was amiss after putting on her clothes and stepping out. She was met with the sight of Shu Yue standing with her man in a concealed spot. Upon seeing Miao Xiaocui's expression, Shu Yue realized she had been misunderstood and hurriedly explained. "Cui, I'm here to find you." Miao Xiaocui suddenly felt a strong aversion to Shu Yue's face. Convinced that Shu Yue was attempting to seduce her man, she turned to Yin Zhao. Her eyes brimming with tears, "Brother Yin Zhao, what are you and Shu Yue doing here?" Her soft tone carried an accusatory undertone. Shu Yue frowned at this. Yin Zhao replied, "Shu Yue says she is here to find you." Shu Yue nodded. "Yes, I'm here to find you." "Cui, may we speak privately for a moment?" The orc's intent was quite evident. However, caught up in her feelings of jealousy over her man, Miao Xiaocui failed to perceive the difference in Shu Yue's words and instead viewed the female before her as having ulterior motives. What did speak privately mean? Was she trying to intimidate her, flaunting her allure to steal her man's affection? Miao Xiaocui's thoughts twisted into a myriad of conclusions, viewing Shu Yue as one of those seductive women who toyed with men using unscrupulous means. She immediately adopted a frosty demeanor, striking a pose of a rightful partner. "I don't know you, and I have nothing to say to you." Shu Yue, knowing of Shu Yue's past, Yin Zhao feared she was there to cause trouble for his female. Subtly urging her to leave, "Shu Yue, Cui is timid. It would be best if you didn't seek her out again." Yet this only deepened Miao Xiaocui's misunderstanding, believing her man still harbored feelings for Shu Yue, interpreting his words as a declaration meant for her ears. After all, she had spent years as a servant in a prominent household, witnessing how the head of the family would defend his beloved concubine by saying, Why must the main wife contend with a concubine? And other similar remarks. Miao Xiaozui's nails dug into her palm, wishing to tear Shu Yue's face apart. How dare she appear for just a few days and capture her man's heart? Ugh! Shameless! To assert her dominance, Miao Xiaozui wrapped her arms around the orcs, defiantly glancing at the stunned Shu Yue. Did you not hear my brother Yin Xiao? I don't know you. What do you want from me? You are not welcome here. Yin Xiao furrowed his brow, feeling something was amiss with Chui's words. Shu Yue looked on, baffled by the couple, questioning whether they were suffering from some strange ailment. Was she truly a fearsome beast to invoke such terror in them? Furthermore, was this Chui truly a compatriot from China? To verify, she disregarded the other's attitude and directly inquired, Chui, where is your hometown? Miao Xiaozui hesitated, instinctively replying, my hometown is in Tongshu village. Wait, why are you asking me this? She recalled her own predicament with the pig cage and realized she must not let this woman know. Yet, she overlooked the fact that they were in a remote, ancient world where no one would know who she was unless she divulged it. Moreover, even if she did share, who would understand what being submerged in a pig cage meant? Nevertheless, for Shu Yue, that statement sufficed, at least proving that Chui indeed hailed from another world. She could not recall the moment Chui was rescued in the original owner's memories, only knowing that she had been mute for 10 days. Too weak to leave the cave, yet had seduced her fiancé in such a short span that time. The original owner's mother had passed, and her fiancé had betrayed her, leaving her in a state of abandonment by the world, utterly indifferent to external matters until Shu Yue took over her body. This moment, Shu Yue dismissed any desire for communication with her compatriot. She was not one to force her warmth upon a cold shoulder. I've finished my questions. I bid you farewell. With that, she departed, clutching her fruit. This outing had truly been unfortunate. The other party left without hesitation, leaving the embracing couple momentarily stunned. Yin Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Miao Xiaozui, however, felt an unsettling sensation. She had prepared to confront the shameless woman, yet the latter had already departed. Humph! It was best that she knew when to retreat. Yin Xiao sensed the tension in his female's body, assuming it was due to Shu Yue's scare, and quickly offered reassurance. Chui, do not fear. I am here. Shu Yue wouldn't dare harm you. This statement irked Miao Xiaozui, who angrily shrugged off the orc's arm and silently retreated into the cave. Yin Xiao was perplexed by her sudden anger, rushing after her into the cave. Chui, what's wrong? When Miao Xiaozui turned, her face was streaked with tears, choked up as she asked, Brother Yin Xiao, do you still have feelings for Shu Yue? Yin Xiao quickly denied. Chui, how could you think that? The female I love is you. That if I still like Shu Yue, why would I go against the vow of the guardian orcs? Hearing this explanation, Miao Xiaozui felt somewhat reassured but remained unhappy. Yin Xiao, exasperated and at a loss, could not fathom what displeased her, especially since Shu Yue had done nothing. Yin Xiao. At that moment, a call echoed from outside. It was the sun, the black-winged leopard, and Yin Xiao's closest companion. Upon hearing the call, Yin Xiao comfortingly patted his female's shoulder before stepping outside. The sun, noticing his hesitation, wore a teasing smile. Are you reluctant to leave your female? Yin Xiao grinned sheepishly. Are we heading out now? The sun replied, since it's you who is to participate in the partner ceremony for the Yellow Moon Festival, you can decide. Upon mentioning the Yellow Moon Festival, Yin Xiao felt a sense of urgency. Indeed, time was running short. Chui stood at the cave entrance, timidly watching them converse, her pitiful demeanor making Mu Sun awkwardly turn away. Chui felt a flicker of delight at Mu Sun's reaction. She was aware that this orc liked her, often casting furtive glances her way whenever he visited Yin Xiao, having been caught several times. Unfortunately, Mu Sun was not as bold as other orcs and dared not confess, though she would not have accepted him anyway. Brother Yin Xiao, where are you going? Aren't we skipping the hunt today? Yin Xiao explained, Mu Sun has something to attend to, and I may need to accompany him for a couple of days. Chui, do not worry. I will have my mother come to take care of you during that time. And Mu Sun shot a knowing glance at his brother, bewildered that he was using him as an excuse. What? You'll be gone for so long. Miao Xiaozui's face turned pale. What was she to do alone? Yin Xiao, reluctant to leave his female, understood that this matter required his personal involvement. Otherwise, how could the partner's ceremony be conducted? He first asked Mu-san to wait aside, and then pulled his female back into the cave for a proper consultation. Chui, do not worry. This truly is an important matter. Will you wait for me at home? Miao Xiaozui's eyes turned red. I don't know anyone here. What if someone bullies me while you're gone? Yin Xiao shook his head reassuringly. That won't happen. The tribe members are quite amicable. My mother will bring you food, and if you don't want to move, you can ask her to fetch meat for you at the square. However, Miao Xiaozui remained unwilling, her demeanor pitiful as she implored. Yin Xiao Gu, is Mu Sin's matter truly significant? Can't he seek out another Beastman? Suddenly, she found Mu Sun quite loathsome. Yin Xiao shook his head with evident reluctance. No, very well, Chui, I shall heed your words. I must take my leave now, but I shall return shortly. Upon my return, we shall commence the pairing ceremony. Miao Xiaozui sobbed, reluctant to part, and despite Yin Zhao's aching heart, he could not afford to delay for too long. He embraced the female tenderly, kissing her for a moment before releasing her. Chui, I am departing now. Take care of yourself in the coming days. With that, he left alongside Mu Senator left behind. The sorrowful Miao Xiao gazed longingly at the cave entrance. Hesitant to enter, her forlorn appearance caught the attention of a passing beastman, who happened to develop a fondness for this timid and bashful female. But he approached her, expressing concern. Are you Chui? Why are you here, crying all alone? Where is Yin Xiao? Miao Xiaozui shook her head, unwilling to engage in conversation with this beastman, and attempted to turn back into the dwelling, but the beastman did not budge, just as she was about to shoo him away. She saw Yin Zhao's mother, Lui, approaching with roasted meat. Upon noticing another beastman bothering her son's female, Lui promptly stepped in front of Miao Xiaozui, shooing the beastman away. Miao Xiaozui softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Amu. Lui was quite pleased with Chui and flashed a bright smile at her. This morning, Yin Xiao brought me some meat that if you find yourself hungry, do come to me for roasted meat. I prepared some for you. Please eat it while it's still warm. She offered a piece of charred meat, still emanating a smoky aroma. The female's culinary skills were not on par with those of the male beastmen. Thus, burnt offerings were commonplace. Miao Xiaozui looked at it with a hint of disdain. After all, Yin Xiao had never given her charred meat, and now this mother-in-law was presenting her with such a dish. It was hard not to suspect that this mother-in-law was deliberately trying to make things difficult for her in her son's absence. Miao Xiaozui suppressed her smile and accepted the roasted meat with a slightly aggrieved expression. Thank you, Amu. Lui, unable to decipher the young female's emotions, felt reassured when she saw the meat being accepted, and cheerfully remarked, Ha, take your time eating, little Chui. Whenever you feel hungry, just come find me. Understood, Miao Xiaozui replied absently. After delivering the roasted meat, Lui returned home, leaving Miao Xiaozui alone once more. She looked at the meat with distaste. Having exercised earlier that morning, she was already quite hungry. Picking through it, she consumed only the good portions. Discarding the slightly burnt parts, she had thrown away nearly 3/4 of the 2-pound piece of meat into the bushes not far from the cave. After discarding the meat, she meticulously wiped her hands and retreated to the cave to sleep. At that moment, a small figure darted into the bushes to retrieve the discarded piece of meat, brushing off the dirt with care and casting a dissatisfied glance toward the cave with a huff. It took the roasted meat and departed. Back in her own cave, Shu Yue, incensed, devoured 4 red fruits in one go, declaring that her compatriot was undoubtedly unwell. If they were not to interact, then so be it. She would prove that she could concoct something useful all on her own. When Went returned, she would first tidy up her cave. Hardly had she settled down when she heard Guoguo's voice calling from outside. Is Shu Yue there? Upon hearing the call, Shu Yue rose and stepped outside, surprised to see Guoguo and Yaya. What brings you here? Yaya appeared somewhat awkward, as their previous relationship had been tumultuous, making this sudden visit to seek companionship rather embarrassing. Shu Yue, we're just idling about, so we thought we would come and play with you, Guoguo announced boldly, unfazed by past grievances. Now that Shu Yue's temperament had improved, she was keen to welcome this friend back in her life. Shu Yue smiled warmly. Perfect timing. I have nothing on my agenda either. Please come in. I have plenty of fruits at home. Upon witnessing Shu Yue's amiable demeanor, Guogua and Yaya knew their visit had been a good decision, and they entered the cave, giggling together. Having just moved in the day before, Shu Yue's new abode had not yet been visited by Guogua, and as they stepped inside, they exclaimed in awe, "Wow, your cave is so spacious." Shu Yue waved her hand dismissively. "It's a bit untidy. Please have a seat." Inside her cave, there was a stone table and stools that one had crafted, which she had brought over during her move. At the far end of the cave lay a large bundle. She intended for Wen to create a wooden rack to separate it and hang a beast skin curtain for storage purposes. As she was not accustomed to having others see her living space so openly, it made her feel rather exposed, but she had yet to get around to it, leaving her belongings haphazardly piled up. However, Guogua and Yaya were unfazed, as they were used to seeing such arrangements. They simply concluded that Shu Yue's family was affluent. Shu Yue placed the remaining red fruits into a wooden tray and brought them to the stone table for her guests. This gesture made Guogua and Yaya feel quite cherished, as no beastman had ever treated them in such a manner. Usually, they were made to sit on the ground and offered unwashed fruits, which, while not affecting the taste, was still less than ideal. Guogua, unreserved, picked up a clean red fruit, wiping it with her hand. There wasn't a speck of dirt on it. In fact, the dirt she had gotten on her hands during the walk had transferred onto the fruit. Her cheeks flushed slightly. "Shu Yue, your place is so clean." She then marveled at the stone table. "And how did you shape this stone? It's so fascinating." Yaya also curiously touched the smooth edges of the stone table and the cylindrical stone stool, which was just the right height for her to sit on, with her feet barely touching the ground. Shu Yue explained, "This is a stone table and stone stool. We use them to eat at, which is much cleaner than sitting on the ground." Yaya nodded in agreement. "It is indeed quite clean. I shall have my father make one for me. When I return to me too, I want my father to make one as well." Guogua added while munching on a red fruit. "Wow, this red fruit is so sweet. Shu Yue, your red fruits are delicious." Guogua was like a female who had never seen the world. Shu Yue sighed. "The red fruits atop the trees are both large and sweet. If your fathers could fly, they would be able to pick them easily. Such a pity," she thought, as all their fathers were wingless. Yaya, feeling envious, remarked, "Shu Yue, I truly envy you for finding a strong beastman with wings. You could also seek out a winged beastman. There are plenty in the tribe, aren't there?" Upon hearing this, Guogua frowned. "What a pity that Black Wolf isn't a winged beastman. What about you, Yaya? Aside from Inshao, do you fancy any other males?" Previously, everyone knew that Yaya and Shu Yue had been vying fiercely for Inshao. Yet neither had succeeded, allowing a stranger female to swoop in instead. This was perhaps why Yaya was able to accept Shu Yue so quickly. There was a shared sense of camaraderie in their plight. When Inshao was mentioned, Yaya's expression darkened momentarily, and she stole a glance at Shu Yue, who appeared impassive, causing her spirits to sink. It seemed that the latter had long moved on from Inshao, while she remained stuck in her feelings. Noticing this, Guogua frowned. "Are you still fond of Inshao, Yaya?" At that moment, Shu Yue interjected, "I advise you to let go of Inshao. Both he and his female Chui have issues." "Huh? They have problems?" The two females were taken aback. She nodded, pointing her head. "They are physically fine, but mentally unwell." "Mentally unwell? Is that a headache?" Guogua asked innocently. Shu Yue paused for a moment, then vaguely explained. "It's not a headache. It's a sort of mental illness that I can't quite articulate to you, that I ensure their bodies are fine, and there's no need to summon a shaman. Just keep your distance from them." "Oh." The two females responded, somewhat understanding but ultimately confused, as they had comprehended nothing. Since Shu Yue claimed that Inshao and his female had a mental illness, they decided to maintain their distance. After all, they were not well acquainted with that Chui, who appeared weak and unwholesome. Young females were restless by nature. Having finished the fruits, they began to curiously explore the cave. Yaya noticed that Shu Yue's beast skin was different from theirs and inquired, "Shu Yue, what kind of beast skin are you wearing? I haven't seen it before." Guo also looked on with curiosity, discovering that she had never seen it either. Among beastmen, there was no excessive formality. Guo directly reached out to touch Shu Yue's fish skin dress, surprised by its cool texture. "It's so refreshing. It must be comfortable to wear." "Is that so?" Yaya also reached out to feel it. Shu Yue felt a few beads of sweat forming on her brow as she dodged the two inquisitive hands, explaining, "This is fish skin that went found for me. It must be the skin shed by some creature from the river. If you would like, I can give each of you a piece to take home and make clothes out of. After all, she has plenty more," upon hearing that they would receive a gift. Guogua and Yaya were instantly filled with both surprise and emotion. How had they not realized before that Shu Yue was such a kind-hearted person? Indeed, they had all been mistaken. Shu Yue, overwhelmed by the fervent gazes of the two, turned her head away, saying, "It's nothing. We are all friends. Giving gifts is the quickest way to strengthen relationships." In the end, Guogua and Yaya each received a piece of fish skin. Not only did they leave feeling content, but they also warmly invited Shu Yue to their home for a meal. After enjoying a complimentary lunch at someone else's home, Shu Yue returned to her cave to take a nap. The entrance was draped with a relatively thin beast skin curtain, and when the cave's owner lowered the curtain, it signified that outsiders were not welcome. Although she felt a twinge of unease, she hoped no one would disturb her. Lost in thought, she soon drifted off to sleep. While she slumbered, Miao Xiaocui in the Silver Howl cave tossed and turned, unable to find rest. She missed Yin Xiao, and despite the cave's warm temperature, she longed to be enveloped in the embrace of an orc. Typically, orcs returned from hunting by dusk, but today they were still absent. The night was so dark that she felt a pang of fear. Anxious, she found herself unable to sleep during what should have been a peaceful afternoon. A person plagued by inner turmoil in an utterly silent environment could gradually drive themselves to madness. Miao Xiaocui, being from an ancient time, was unaware that her state of mind was amiss. She simply knew that remaining in the cave made her feel suffocated and short of breath, so she stepped outside for fresh air. This unintentional act allowed her emotions to be released. But as she emerged, she was startled by a large dark shadow in the sky above. Heavens! What is that? So enormous! She looked up in awe, seeing a massive black creature with wings as it flapped its wings. It drew nearer, revealing its full form to her. The tribespeople instinctively came out to watch, having never seen a beast so fierce and peculiar. "Ah, that beast is approaching our tribe. Goodness, it's heading towards the square." The male orcs left behind were instinctively alarmed. The chieftain and the hunting party had not yet returned. What if this creature wreaked havoc among their tribe? They needed to act swiftly to either kill it or drive it away. All the tribespeople rushed towards the square, completely oblivious to the figures of their kin gradually appearing in the sky above. In light of this situation, Miao Xiaocui should have hidden away, but for some reason, she felt compelled to follow the tribe towards the place where the ominous beast was descending. Having lived for 18 years without encountering such a peculiar creature, she felt that if she did not go to see it, her life would be in vain. From the sky, one observed the commotion in the tribe and concluded that his father enjoyed being the center of attention. The orcs behind him were filled with excitement. Realizing that their chieftain's beast form was so formidable, no wonder they struggled against the chieftain's offspring. According to the Black Wolf, even the chieftain could not defeat his own son, leaving them to imagine the sheer size of one's beast form. Educated by the females to maintain a low profile, Went understood the value of humility. The evidence was right before him. Today, they had hunted farther than usual and successfully captured large game. And after some competitive harvesting of beast heads, they realized they had accumulated far too many prey to carry back in one trip. Without a second thought, Bach decided to transport them in beast form. Being large and strong, the dragon beast carried a substantial portion of the haul back, while the other tribespeople carried a normal amount. Observing his father bearing such a heavy load, one began to appreciate the words of Yia. Piles of carcasses formed a small mountain in the square, with Bach's 4 paws standing atop it, letting out a roar to summon the tribespeople. The IT was then that the orcs running over realized that the formidable black beast was, in fact, their chieftain. A thunderous cheer erupted from the orcs, and Bach quickly spotted the approaching females and roared for them to quiet down, jokingly reminding them of a previous lesson learned. The orcs fell silent, excitedly watching their chieftain and shouting, "Chieftain! Chieftain!" The females trailing behind were astonished. Was this truly their chieftain? Aisha and Emma stood proudly before their male, fully aware of Bach's beast form. Previously, for reasons unknown, Bach had preferred to keep it a secret from the tribespeople, and they would not speak of it. With such a remarkable male, how could they not feel proud? Positioned at the edge, Miao Xiaotsue was left in a daze. The first time she had witnessed a beast transform into a human. She had been frightened for a long time. However, after spending considerable time in the tribe, she had grown accustomed to it. Yet seeing the chieftain assume such a large beast form was an overwhelming shock. Before long, Went and the other orcs returned, and upon seeing the mountain of prey in the square, the tribespeople were ecstatic. These provisions would sustain the tribe for several days without the need for further hunting. The orcs tossed the chieftain, now returned to human form, into the air, and the square erupted in jubilant cheers. However, Went was not in the mood to celebrate. He searched the crowd for the figure of his female. Meanwhile, Shu Yue was fast asleep, completely unaware of their return. Miao Xiaotsue's attention was drawn to Went, who was surrounded by a throng of people. His upper body was even more muscular than Yin Zhao's, his bronze skin radiating strength. Though he may not have been as handsome as Yin Zhao, he exuded a potent masculinity. No longer a young girl, she understood how such a physique could make a woman feel comfortable, especially since he was the chieftain's son that he was approaching, walking directly toward her. Miao Xiaotsue knew he was not heading her way, but as he passed, she involuntarily called out, "Wait, Went," hearing someone call his name. When turned to see the source of the voice, only to find it was Yin Zhao's female. There's something you need." His indifferent tone left Miao Xiaotsue, who was used to being favored by the orcs, feeling out of place. However, recalling Shu Yue's shameless actions that morning, she felt a surge of anger. She immediately voiced her grievances. "Could you please keep an eye on Shu Yue? Don't let her seek out my mail again." "All right, I know I'm not as pretty as she is, but she has you already. Why is she still trying to entice Yin Zhao?" Upon hearing this, Went's expression darkened, and he coldly responded, "You say my Yeye is trying to seduce Yin Zhao? That's impossible." With that, he strode away, intending to clarify with the female upon his return. Miao Xiaotsue attempted to follow and say more, but he moved too swiftly, leaving her fuming as she returned to her cave. Went, upon returning to his cave, was indeed angry. He could not believe that Yeye would attempt to seduce another male. Rather, he was irritated by others discussing his female in relation to other males. What kind of worthless orc was Yin Zhao to be mentioned alongside Yeye? Storming into the cave, he inadvertently awakened Shu Yue, who had been sleeping fitfully. Hearing the curtain rustle, she was startled awake. Upon seeing it was an orc returning, she sighed in relief, patting her racing heart and exclaiming, "Could you please announce your arrival next time before entering? You nearly scared me to death." The sight of the startled female eased some of Went's tension, and he quickly replied, "I apologize, Yeye. I did not mean to frighten you. Next time, I will announce myself from outside." Shu Yue huffed lightly, then cheerfully remarked, "Hunting usually ends by dusk, so why are you back so early?" When explained, "With my father and me hunting today, we were able to work quickly and returned early with enough game." That's so. "You dragon beasts really are impressive," she praised without reservation. He mused, pondering how to broach the subject of Yin Zhao. By the way, weren't you looking for Yin Zhao's female this morning? How did that go? The orc inquired casually. Shu Yue's expression soured as she replied, "Don't even mention it. Both Yin Zhao and his female are impossible to communicate with." "What happened?" When asked, taken aback, she scoffed, "That Shui probably thinks I'm trying to steal her mail. She refused to communicate with me. So I came back. Let Yin Zhao think of himself as a treasure. It's best that we don't interact anymore." Moreover, through her observations that morning, she concluded that the one named Shui seemed rather dim-witted and unlikely to offer any assistance. After all, one must rely on oneself. Turning to the somewhat dazed orc, she asked, "Have you divided the meat yet?" Went snapped back to reality and shook his head. "Not yet. I wanted to see you sooner." At this, Shu Yue leaped from her bed, exclaiming, "Let's go divide the meat then," eager to join in the excitement. All right. Vent did not allow the female to walk on her own, but instead carried her forward. Unable to persuade him otherwise, Shu Yue could only urge him to walk faster, so as not to be seen, and to set her down in a less crowded area. The Beastman complied. Fortuitously, the clan leader was preparing to distribute meat. Upon seeing Vent return, Bach waved him over, saying, "Vent, come here." You contributed significantly to today's hunt. Feel free to choose from the skins here. After glancing at the other hunters, he added, "You all have no objections." "Right." The beastmen shook their heads in agreement, proclaiming, "No objections. Vint is the strongest." The others who remained behind had even less to say. They had heard that the greatest credit for today's success belonged to the clan leader and Vint, and they had done nothing to earn such a bounty of meat. Any dissent would indeed be foolish. Vint looked at the prey with a frown. The issue was that these large animals bore no soft fur, only tough hides that were of little use to him, but he had no desire for them, and was about to refuse when the female grasped his arm. Shu Yue pointed to the three largest beasts and said, "Vint, we want these skins." Vint was somewhat perplexed. "Yeah, these hides can't be made into clothing." "What do you want them for?" Shu Yue replied, "Though these hides can't be fashioned into garments, they could be used for leather shoes or beast skin bags. They are perfect for me to practice my skills." The beastmen, recognizing that the female intended to tinker with something again, ceased their inquiries and turned to Bach, stating, "I want the skins of those 3 green-skinned beasts." Upon hearing their exchange, Bach was confused as to why Vint referred to them as 3-headed. "Vint, what do you mean by 3-headed green-skinned beasts? When did they become 3-headed?" Shu Yue responded, "Vint, just count them." Reluctantly, Vint approached the green-skinned beasts, pointing and counting aloud. 1, 2, 3, so that makes 3-headed green-skinned beasts. Bach found himself even more baffled. The other clan members looked equally bewildered, and Vint couldn't help but feel that they were rather slow-witted. "Father, this is merely counting that I'll teach you later. For now, you should distribute the meat." His tone was tinged with exasperation. Bach cast a long look at his offspring and replied, "Very well. Tonight you shall teach me how to count." He believed that knowing how to count would surely be beneficial. The beastmen who overheard their conversation were filled with anticipation, as counting seemed like an amusing endeavor, and they hoped the clan leader would instruct them. Observing this, Shu Yue thought to herself that if they all wished to learn, she would hardly have a moment of peace. The matter of counting could wait. It was time to distribute the meat. First, they allocated their own portions, with each of them receiving 2,000 pounds of meat, inciting envy among the other clan members, who voiced no objections. After all, the clan leader and Vint were indeed deserving of such a bounty. Once the meat was distributed, Vint carried his share along with the hides back to the cave. Upon returning, he placed the meat on the hides, feeling distressed as he gazed at the bounty. With the heat so intense, it would spoil in just a couple of days. Shu Yue proposed, "Why not eat it all in one day?" Vint rubbed his nose, conceding, "All right, I'll roast them for you first." Selecting 2 tender pieces of meat, he started a fire to roast them, and then shifted into beast form to consume the remaining raw meat. Shu Yue sat by the fire, watching with keen interest. To be honest, the first time she witnessed this scene, it was rather gruesome. However, after seeing it repeatedly, she found it oddly entertaining. The crunching sounds of chewing were surprisingly appetizing. The dragon beast had a large mouth, and within moments, the pile of meat was gone. After finishing, he immediately transformed back into human form to roast more meat for the female, ensuring that his ear wouldn't suffer from the heat. Shu Yue, delighted, graciously relinquished her seat, positioning herself in a breezy spot to begin assigning post-dinner tasks to the beastmen. The first priority was to tan the hides. If not processed soon, they would spoil. Tomorrow, they would start constructing wooden fences, completing the yard before moving into the cave, taking it step by step. Vint received the directive, and, after giving a reassuring look to signify he would complete the task, continued roasting the meat. The meat distribution took 2 hours, and when Bach came to find his offspring for dinner, Vint was by the river, cleaning the hides. Bach, seeing that their cave was empty, had no choice but to wait. And as night fell, Vint pushed their dinner plans until the next day, citing that the darkness would disrupt the female's sleep. Bach grumbled in frustration, returning home to sleep, thinking to himself that if this little cub delayed him again tomorrow, he would simply refuse to leave his home. Vint, however, was not intentionally dragging his feet. He had something important to discuss with the female. The cave glimmered with a soft green light, and under its glow, the beastman presented a stack of already tanned hides to the female. "Yeah, could you help me make a phantom beast garment?" Shu Yue looked puzzled and asked, "What is a phantom beast garment?" The beastman explained, "Male beastmen can only possess a phantom beast garment when they bond with a partner. It is a one-time opportunity in their lifetime. The phantom beast garment is what I wear when I transform from beast to human. It 1T burst due to the transformation. This is the hide of a ferocious beast. Please, use it to create a phantom beast garment for me to wear on the day of our bonding. Upon hearing this explanation, Shu Yue felt the weight of the Tyrannosaurus hide, realizing it was quite a heavy responsibility. She was not skilled in crafting. Faced with the Beastman's eager gaze, she hesitantly said, Vint, what if I told you I don't know how to make a beast skin skirt? The Beastman was taken aback. He had mentally prepared himself for this outcome, knowing that it need not be overly intricate. A simple beast skin skirt would suffice. Oh, Shu Yue took the Tyrannosaurus hide with a solemn expression, treating it as if it were a priceless treasure. She spread it out to examine it. The size was sufficient to craft an entire outfit for the Beastman. However, she had to avoid making any mistakes, or she would ruin the hide. To be safe, she first inquired, are there any specific requirements for the beast skin used in the phantom beast garment? Can it be any hide? Vint shook his head. Of course, it cannot be just any hide. The phantom beast garment must offer a certain level of protection, whether in beast or human form. So it must be made from the finest hide. There is no hide better than that of a ferocious beast. I see. Shu Yue's expression grew more serious. She resolved to begin practicing tomorrow, using other hides to create a few garments, and once her skills were refined, she would use the Tyrannosaurus hide. Vint found her expression amusing and reassured her, no need to rush. Whenever you finish the phantom beast garment, that will be when we bond. All right, I will ensure it is beautiful. She thought her male should not settle for merely a beast skin skirt. She would strive to create a splendid outfit. Indeed, she was determined to make something remarkable. For someone without any sewing experience, this would be quite a challenge. Enough, it's quite late. We should get some rest. Shu Yue nodded, carefully placing the Tyrannosaurus hide in a hidden spot before climbing into bed to sleep. That night, some found solace in each other's embrace, while others lay awake in solitude. Miao Xiaocui felt loneliness and desolation for the first time, and no matter how hot the weather was, it could not reach her. She curled up on the stone bed, trembling uncontrollably, without the Beastman to light the mosquito-repelling incense. She was bitten all over, and the pitch-black cave seemed to amplify every sound in the past. She would peacefully fall asleep in Yin Xiao's embrace at this hour. But tonight, only fear enveloped her. Oh, Yin Xiao, please come back soon. As dawn broke, Bok hurried to find Vint, having been troubled about the counting matter all night. His patience had reached its limit, and standing outside their cave, he called out, Vint, are you awake yet? Shu Yue was roused from sleep by the shout, and quickly nudged the Beastman beside her. Vint, your father is here. Vint had long been awake, but was reluctant to release the female. However, there was no choice but to rise. Stepping out of the cave, he voiced his displeasure. Father, why are you here so early? Bok chuckled and playfully scolded. Stop pretending. Quickly teach me how to count. Upon hearing this, Shu Yue felt a wave of emotion, realizing how eager the clan leader was to learn. If only the clan leader were in China, with that spirit of learning, attending Tsinghua or Peking University would be a breeze. Vince sighed. Father, counting is quite simple. It's all thanks to you. I'll roast her some meat while I teach you. This was taught to you by Shu Yue. Bok was taken aback. Yes, Ye knows quite a bit. Just as Shu Yue exited the cave, Bok immediately questioned her. How did you learn to count? Shu Yue casually concocted an excuse. I'm not sure. It just seems like I suddenly understood many strange things. She added, if you're interested, I can teach you arithmetic. Bok, contemplating her words with a knowing expression, did not refuse. Very well. That A.S. went roast to the meat. Shu Yue inscribed the Arabic numeral 110 upon the ground, conveying to the chieftain the significance of this quantity. Scattered leaves served as readily available teaching tools, making the act of counting a simple endeavor. Bayer grasped it swiftly, though the act of writing posed a challenge. By the time the meat was cooked, Bayer had mastered counting, and he understood that proficiency in writing would come with practice. It was only after learning to count that Bayer recognized the importance of numbers. Observing Shu Yue relish the roasted meat, he hurriedly departed, intending to consult with the shaman. Went, now free from the need to eat, set about felling trees, aiming to complete the enclosure by day's end. Shu Yue, not idle, sought out animal hides for practice. selecting some worn ones, unperturbed by the possibility of mistakes. Approximately 3 hours later, Went returned, burdened with a large bundle of wood, attracting the curiosity of several orcs. Hearing the commotion, Shu Yue set aside her task and emerged from the cave, astonished to see the orc had just untied the vines binding the branches. "You've gathered so much," she exclaimed. The orc nodded, expressing a desire for a larger enclosure. "That's fine. Do you need a break?" she offered, handing him a bamboo tube of water. When accepted the water, about to decline the offer of rest when Bayer's voice approached. "Went, why have you gathered so much wood?" Bayer was not alone. He was accompanied by an elderly female orc leaning on a cane, whom Shu Yue recognized as the shaman, Grandma Wei from the Yuta tribe. Went replied, "I intend to construct a fence to enclose our cave." Bayer, perplexed, questioned, "What purpose does enclosing the cave serve?" "It is Shu Yue's idea. I do not fully comprehend it myself. This is Shu Yue's notion." Bayer inquired. Shu Yue simply smiled. "Father, why did you come with the shaman?" Bayer explained, "Shu Yue, the shaman is quite interested in your counting skills. Shall we learn together?" The shaman, nearly 150 years old, possessed eyes that had weathered many storms, seemingly capable of seeing through everything that moment. Those eyes scrutinized Shu Yue, who met her gaze for a fleeting instant before lowering her own and murmuring, "All right." The shaman, somewhat bewildered by the transformation in the young female, recalled how Shu Yue had once cowered behind her father in fear. Now, however, she dared to meet her gaze, devoid of fear or timidity, as if she had become a different person altogether. Could the death of her parents truly affect such profound change in a female? The thought flickered momentarily before the shaman inquired with a smile, "Shu Yue, how did you learn to count?" Shu Yue offered the same explanation she had given to the chieftain, causing the shaman to chuckle and refrain from further questioning. Instead, she turned to the topic of the enclosure, asking, "Why do you wish to surround the cave?" Shu Yue cheerfully replied, "I wish to create a different kind of home. Of course, this is merely an idea. I'm unsure how it will turn out in practice." The shaman's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Shu Yue, your thoughts have become more diverse. This is splendid." "Thank you for the compliment, shaman," Shu Yue responded, holding the elder in high regard. The shaman remarked, "I have heard that you are capable of communicating with the beast god. It is wise not to offend those with such divine connections." Bayer, growing impatient, urged, "Let one take his time with the fence. Shu Yue, teach us how to count first. Tomorrow marks the arrival of the yellow moon season, and the shaman and I may not have the opportunity to learn." Shu Yue inwardly grumbled about the tight schedule, wishing to delay for a couple of days as she had not yet found the time to teach, yet she outwardly agreed, "All right." However, haste makes waste. While counting is not inherently difficult, it cannot be mastered in a single day. Ideally, one should learn for a couple of hours each day, and with perseverance, proficiency will follow. Her words left the shaman and the chieftain momentarily stunned, and some of the vocabulary escaped their understanding. Yet they did not press for clarification. Bayer and the shaman exchanged glances, the latter smiling. "Then let us commence." "Very well," Shu Yue replied, inviting them into the cave. Seeing this, Went resigned himself to laboring alone outside. The previous night, Shu Yue had sketched a more detailed plan for the fence, and he began driving the wooden posts into the ground. The log stood approximately 4 meters tall, and the round timber needed splitting down the middle. After about an hour of toil, the posts were successfully anchored around the cave, each driven half a meter deep into the earth, ensuring stability. Shu Yue escorted the shaman and the chieftain out, both having gained valuable insights. Indeed, those worthy of being called shamans are remarkable individuals. Despite their advanced age, their learning speed surpassed that of the chieftain. She speculated that the shaman's exceptional abilities stemmed from superior cognitive development, enabling her to communicate with the divine. Bayer, feeling overwhelmed by the complexities of numbers, struggled to concentrate, especially with the sounds of Went hammering in the posts distracting him. However, upon witnessing the results, he felt a sense of intrigue. The shaman, too, appeared fascinated, but as the task was still incomplete, she merely praised Went's strength before departing alongside the chieftain. That on their way back, Bayer found himself counting everything in sight, while the shaman, constrained by her status, restrained herself. Shu Yue, finally free from her 2 older students, eagerly turned to Went. "I am famished. Could you catch some fish for us to roast? Went, unable to refuse, set aside his work and went fishing. News of Shu Yue's endeavor to construct a fence spread throughout the tribe. And while some unfamiliar orcs hesitated to inquire, Hua and Yaya rushed over upon hearing of Shu Yue's new project. The two stood outside the half-finished enclosure, curiously surveying the scene. Shu Yue, what are you doing? Guo asked. Shu Yue couldn't help but smirk. Was a fence truly such a spectacle? A wave of spectators had gathered as if to watch a performance. I am building a yard for convenience and living, she explained with a forced smile. They were unfamiliar with such concepts and thus required her patience. What is a yard? Guo, embodying the spirit of inquiry, insisted on understanding fully. Shu Yue, weary of lengthy explanations that would only lead to more questions, opted for a straightforward response. Even if I tell you, you may not understand. Once I finish building it, you will know. Oh, when will it be completed? She inquired. Shu Yue felt a tinge of impatience rising within her. Fortunately, Went returned just then, prompting her to swiftly change the subject. One has caught plenty of fish. Guo and Yaya, why don't you stay for roasted fish? The two female orcs, however, were soon curious again, asking, what is roasted fish? Shu Yue could barely contain her exasperation. It's something from the water. Please, no more questions. We will eat shortly. She was quite hungry, after all, and wished to enjoy her meal in peace. When it caught 3 plump fish, more than enough for their needs. The fish were cleaned by the riverbank and then roasted over a fire. Upon witnessing one ignite the flames with a piece of black stone, both female orcs gasped in astonishment. Wow, this black stone is incredibly useful. Where did you find it? I'll ask my father to search for some too, Guo exclaimed, eagerly handling the black stone. When explained, the source of this black stone is far from here. There is none near the Yuta tribe. The implication was clear. There was no point in searching here. Guo responded with a disappointed oh. Then inquired, do you have any spare black stones? With this, my father could save much effort when starting fires. I do not have extras. I only brought 2, Went replied apologetically. Hearing this, Guo and Yaya expressed their regret, but understood it was not reasonable to demand more. After all, they rarely roasted meat, so the absence of the stones was of little consequence. Their attention returned to the fish sizzling over the fire, with Yaya's expression turning contemplative. But it has bones. Shu Yue, why do you want to eat this? It's both fishy and unpalatable. How could one allow you to eat such a thing? They looked at Went with confusion. Shu Yue sighed in resignation. Some creatures from the river are edible, while others are not. How can you know if you don't try? Please, stop asking questions and wait to eat. Okay, Guo and Yaya complied, sensing Shu Yue's mood and deciding to hold their inquiries for later. As the aroma intensified, the fish were finally ready. Went stood, shaking the sweat from his brow, and retrieved some clean leaves from the cave, first handing a piece to Shu Yue, then giving each female orc a portion. Upon seeing the leaves, they understood they were meant to hold the roasted fish. When placed a generous piece of fish on the leaf before serving them. Hurry and taste. Roasted fish is truly delicious. Shu Yue encouraged. Upon uttering these words, she began to blow on the roasted meat in her hands, taking small, delicate bites. Guo and Yaya hesitated for a moment, but seeing Shu Yue enjoying it so heartily and noticing the absence of small bones in the fish, they ultimately succumbed to the alluring aroma and began to eat. Once they took that first bite, they found it impossible to stop. Both astonished and delighted, they realized that the grilled fish was truly delectable. Shu Yue chuckled lightly. Of course, would I ever serve you anything unpalatable? Guo responded with a grin. Shu Yue, you are so kind. Although Yaya did not voice it, her eyes betrayed her feelings. She genuinely liked the current version of Shu Yue. One did not interrupt their enjoyment of the grilled fish. Instead, he sat alone on a log, feeling the gentle breeze. Though in truth, there was hardly a breeze, merely a slight coolness above compared to below. He also used his gaze to ward off a continuous stream of curious beastmen. After all, his female was dining right there, and the log provided little protection. Why should he allow them to gawk? Tomorrow, he would weave vines to cover the gaps in the log, ensuring that these beastmen would not even catch a glimpse at the tea that moment. He seemed to grasp the benefits of having a fence. It greatly protected one's privacy. Otherwise, even if his female merely stretched her limbs outside, she could easily become a spectacle. After finishing the grilled fish, Gua and Yaya reluctantly took their leave, though they did not say it. Shu Yue knew they would return tomorrow. Fortunately, the shaman and the chief would be too occupied to attend her lesson, or she would truly be overwhelmed. She had yet to find any clues regarding the phantom beasts. After all, their matters were far less significant than those concerning her own male. Once the two females departed, Went finally rose from the log. After all, it was not appropriate for him as a male to be present while the females conversed. Yeah, shall we go take a bath? It has been quite a while since we were intimate, the Beastman suggested, his gaze filled with intensity. Shu Yue's heart raced under his scrutiny. She cast him a glance and replied, "It is not even dark yet. We can bathe before sleeping." The Beastman pressed, "Aren't you hot?" "Hot or not, we are all rather warm," she replied with a smile. "Yeah, I want the Beastman's expression turned pleading and distressed." Shu Yue felt a pang of sympathy. She looked up at the sky, where the sunset was particularly beautiful. The only problem was that every time the Beastman insisted on staying up until dawn. And with the day still so young, she felt anxious. Perhaps it would be wise to find him something to occupy himself with and help him release some of his excess energy. "Would you like to join me for a bath?" she said, smiling alluringly. Went's eyes widened in surprise. "Yeah. Do you really agree?" Shu Yue wagged her finger. "No, you must help me with something first." The Beastman readily obliged. "What is it? Just tell me." She chuckled mischievously. "Go into the cave and fetch me 2 teeth from the ferocious beasts. These 2 teeth are the shortest from their jaws, approximately 40 centimeters long. I need you to sharpen one into a cleaver and the other into a dagger. And sure, he understood the difference between a cleaver and a dagger. She even sketched it out for him. Went comprehended the request, but lamented, "The issue is, I may not be able to sharpen them well tonight." He gazed at her with a hint of sorrow. "You are bullying me again." Shu Yue cleared her throat. Avoiding his gaze, "How am I bullying you?" Went pouted, his entire demeanor exuding grievance. "Can we do it tomorrow instead?" "No, we cannot." All right. You sharpen the knife first, and once the tribe has settled down for the night, I will join you for a bath at the river where we used to go. How does that sound?" Shu Yue compromised. The Beastman beamed, "Great," and promptly set to work sharpening the knife that he brought over a sharpening stone. And with fervor, he began to grind the blade, while Shu Yue sat beside him, her hands cradling her face, content to watch. Happiness was indeed that simple. Meanwhile, Miao Xiaoze was enjoying roasted meat at Yin Zhao's mother's home. The meat expertly cooked by Yin Zhao's father. Crispy on the outside and tender within, it was utterly delightful. Yin Zhao had a younger Beastman brother named Yin Chuan, a lively little creature who was well informed about all the happenings in the tribe. At that moment, he was animatedly recounting the events of Shu Yue's household, mentioning how they had surrounded their cave with wood. "Why would they surround the cave with wood?" asked Lui. Miao Xiaoze listened intently, instinctively focusing on matters concerning Shu Yue. Yin Chuan, unaware of the reason, replied, "I heard someone say that Sister Shu Yue wanted to build some kind of courtyard, but I don't quite understand." Yin Zhao's father paused for a moment and remarked, "This child Shu Yue is different from before. I've heard she can count now and even attended lessons with a shaman today." "Really?" Lui exclaimed in astonishment. She had always held a disdain for Shu Yue, believing that no matter how beautiful a female was, if she could not contribute, she would only add burdens to the males. If it were a household with many females and few males, it might be acceptable, but her son Yin Zhao certainly would not share with other males, which had caused her much worry in the past. Now, however, although Yin Zhao could not be with Shu Yue, he had found a female from outside the tribe who was not superior to Shu Yue. Initially, she was pleased with this, but upon learning that Xiaoze had discarded the roasted meat she had given her, her fondness vanished. Wastefulness, especially regarding food, was utterly intolerable to Beastmen. Even the former Shu Yue would never waste food, and yet this Xiaoze, if it were not for her son Yin Zhao, she would have little desire to concern herself with Xiaoze's fate. She believed she ought to endure a few days of hunger to understand the value of food. "What is counting? Even a shaman cannot do it?" Yin Chuan asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Miao Xiaoze displayed an incredulous expression. "You all do not know how to count?" At her words, the 2 adults and 1 child, turned to look at her. Yin Chuan, who was not particularly fond of her, raised his chin. Do you know how? Miao Xiaozue hesitated before nodding. I do that I can show you. She then began searching for something in the cave. Upon spotting some fruits on the ground, she stood up, approached the fruits, and said, Look, there are 6 fruits in total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is how you count. Though she could not read, she certainly knew how to count. The other 3 were left astonished. Yin Zhao's father asked incredulously, Chui, you can actually count. Seeing their astonished expressions, Miao Xiaozue felt a surge of pride. Of course, it's quite simple. Suddenly, a question struck her. Since everyone here could not count, how had Shu Yue learned? Yin Chuan, unconvinced, dashed outside to gather some branches, returning to ask her to continue counting. The child was a bit naive, collecting less than 20 sticks, yet this was no challenge for Miao Xiaozue. When she successfully counted them, Yin Zhao's father was overjoyed and exclaimed, Chui, if the chief learns that you can count, he will surely be delighted. Miao Xiaozue had never felt so proud. However, she was not eager to rush over, feigning reluctance. Father, perhaps we should not seek out the chief. He is Shu Yue to teach him, and I cannot compete with her. Yin Zhao's father, oblivious to her underlying meaning, comforted her. You have not compared yourself to her yet. How do you know you are inferior? Besides, in our Yuta tribe, no one can count except you and Shu Yue. The chief will be thrilled and reward you with more meat. Upon learning that Chui could count, Yin Chuan felt a complex mix of emotions. While he was angry at her wastefulness, he also thought she was impressive. Not understanding the concept of malice, he said with good intentions, Sister Chui, if you are even better than Sister Shu Yue, you could teach the shaman and the chief. The tribe would surely think highly of you. Lui agreed with her son. Yes, Chui, you should inform the chief about your counting skills. It would be beneficial to teach the tribe. Their words struck a chord with Miao Xiaozue, and after feigning difficulty for a moment, she finally said, All right, I will follow your advice, but it is too late today. Let us tell the chief tomorrow. Tomorrow will suffice, Yin Zhao's father observed, increasingly convinced that this girl Chui was extraordinary at her age. No other female exhibited her level of composure. She was indeed impressive. That night, Yin Zhao's family had a significantly altered impression of her. Beastmen could not disguise their emotions, and Miao Xiaozue took note of this. Suddenly struck by a vague idea. Due to the counting incident, the dinner was particularly enjoyable, and as they headed back to their cave, she was even escorted by the young Beastman Yin Chuan. However, just as they neared the cave, she felt a shadow pass above her head, and she paused in surprise. Xiao Chuan, what just flew by? What she could see, Yin Chuan could also perceive. The orcs possessed exceptional night vision. Able to discern identities at a mere glance, It was her brother, Went, who had flown away with Sister Shu Yue, though she remained oblivious to their destination at O. So, it is them, she mused. Soon after, Miao Xiaozue furrowed her brow and remarked, Isn't it rather late for them to be out? Aren't they afraid of danger? Yin Chuan, assuming her concern stemmed from worry, reassured her, Sister Chui, you need not fret. Brother Wen is incredibly capable, more so than my brother and the clan leader combined. Miao Xiaozue refrained from further comment. Upon reaching the cave, she instructed Yin Chuan to return, while she herself made her solitary way back to the cave to rest. With Yin Xiao absent, she felt hesitant to bathe alone. Lying on the cool stone bed, she was consumed by a wave of nostalgia. For reasons unknown, her thoughts drifted to the shadow that had swept over her head not long ago, if her intuition was correct. Wen had taken Shu Yue to bathe. Orcs were known for their abundant energy, and one could only speculate what they might be doing by the river. This line of thought unwittingly led her to recall the robust physique she had glimpsed yesterday, igniting an involuntary heat within her. The weather was already stifling, and her agitation only intensified. She forced herself to dismiss such thoughts, feeling a tinge of resentment towards Yin Xiao, blaming him for not being present as he usually was, which had left her feeling out of sorts. Lost in her musings, she gradually forgot her fears and drifted into a slumber. Her sleep was restless. Her dreams alternated between the visage of Yin Xiao and that of Shu Yue. In her dream, Yin Xiao had just been whispering sweet nothings to her before he turned and embraced Shu Yue, prompting her to launch herself into Wen's arms in a fit of jealousy. Upon awakening, she realized she had dreamt a rather risky dream. and to her dismay, the male lead was not In Xiao. Peering through the bee-skin curtain, Miao Xiao noted that the day had brightened considerably. Her expression a mix of shyness and irritation. Went and Shu Yue, who had ventured out the previous night, had not returned until dawn, with Shu Yue utterly exhausted upon her return, while she sank into a deep slumber inside the cave. Wen appeared invigorated, continuing to tinker with the fence and tactfully declining the visit of two females, Fugua and Yaya, realizing their visit had been in vain, left with flushed faces, acknowledging that they would have to wait until evening to see her. When Shu Yue finally awoke, it was already afternoon. Had the weather not been so oppressive, she could have slept longer. Dragging her trembling legs, she sat on a stone bench and devoured 2 red fruits. Feeling both hungry and weary. "Damn, Went," she muttered, her expression a mask of frustration as she called out, "Went, hey!" Coming, a figure darted in. The orc wore an eager expression. "Don't rush. I'm currently roasting fish over the fire. And I've also prepared fish soup that's cooling. Dinner will be ready shortly." Enraged, Shu Yue twisted his ear and barked, "Do you understand the meaning of moderation? Must you always overdo things?" Went, feeling guilty, quickly pleaded, "Yeah, be gentle. Our orc ears are quite delicate. Could you perhaps twist it somewhere else?" Rolling her eyes, she retorted that this was the only place that would teach him a lesson. Fine. I promise to heed your advice next time," he said, shaking his ears in a mock display of sorrow. "Humph. I trust you as far as I can throw you," Shu Yue huffed, releasing his in matters such as these, if men's words held any weight. Fish would sprout wings and fly. Went, having learned to avoid provoking her at the wrong time, wisely shifted the conversation to distract her. "Yeah, while you were sleeping, I completed the fence. Would you like to see?" The fence is done." Shu Yue's attention was indeed diverted as Went carried her outside. Today he had been tirelessly industrious, not only enclosing the yard but also constructing a clothes rack, a small stone table, and even a latrine. Shu Yue was taken aback by how well the yard had turned out. The wooden fence encircled the cave securely, leaving only an entrance, which had also been fitted with a wooden door. In the sunlit area, 2 thick logs stood upright, each nearly 2 meters high, with vines tied securely at the top, drying the bee skins to the cave entrance. A stone jar rested, with a rough-hewn stone table and stools positioned nearby. Atop which sat a bowl of steaming fish soup and a pot of simmering broth that a little further from the entrance, a fire crackled, grilling fish. Behind the cave, a makeshift wooden toilet had been constructed per her request, featuring a squat toilet style. The orc had dug a pit and placed a wooden bucket inside for disposal. Went cradled her. They circled the yard, which spanned approximately 200 square meters, ample enough for an orc in their beast form. Went was elated and shared his thoughts with her, expressing a desire to excavate a cellar and build a larger kitchen, thus completing the yard. Shu Yue had no objections. The orc's efforts exceeded her expectations. He set her down on a stool in the yard, urging her to enjoy the fish soup while he checked on the grilled fish. As Shu Yue savored the soup, she observed Went expertly flipping the fish. The broth was light yet flavorful, mildly salty without any fishy odor, adorned with a few wild greens. A sprinkle of scallions would have made it even more delightful. Alas, in such a place, one could not be too demanding. Went, "The fish is ready," he declared, unbothered by the heat, tearing pieces of freshly grilled fish for her, placing them in a wooden plate. Shu Yue mused about how thick-skinned orcs were, unfazed by such heat, once the fish was prepared. She could eat with chopsticks, keeping her hands clean. After a couple of bites, she remembered to ask, "Have you eaten yet?" Went shook his head. "I'm not hungry yet. Please, go ahead and eat. Whatever is left will be mine." It felt rather awkward to always let the orc eat her leftovers. Unfortunately, their differing appetites and eating speeds meant Went would have to accommodate her pace. "Well, since I'm eating, he has to keep me company," she thought, considering this a mere snack for him. By the time they finished their meal, dusk had settled in. The orc dutifully began washing the dishes, but before he could finish, Ba pushed the door open. Peeking in while surveying the surroundings, his eyes brightened upon seeing them. Went placed the clean dishes back in the cave and emerged with a grin. "Father, what do you think?" Ba nodded enthusiastically. "Very impressive. I shall make one for myself as well. This yard is truly splendid." He then complimented Shu Yue. Shu Yue, how did you come up with this? Living here is indeed comfortable. As Ba examined the yard, he even lifted the lid of the stone jar to inspect the water inside. Shu Yue chuckled, just some idle thoughts. I thought about what would make it comfortable to owe them. The novelty of it all paled in comparison to the grandeur of China, but she decided not to dwell on it. Ba remarked, then you should indulge in more of those idle thoughts, so that we might enjoy some comfort too. Almost forgetting the matter at hand, he added, today marks the Yue festival that I came to gather you for the ceremony in the square. The shaman will perform the rites tonight. Are you two preparing to bond today? Wen shook his head, we're not quite ready yet. Let us wait a few more days. Shu Yue felt a pang of anxiety at the unfinished, illusory beast skins. Ba sighed regretfully. Very well. Time is indeed too short. Yin Xiao came to see me a few days ago, expressing a desire to bond during the Yue festival, yet he has not returned. It seems that will not come pass. Let us go to the square. After speaking, he strode purposefully out. Wen closed the door behind them, and Shu Yue noticed something odd. There was no lock on the door. After a moment's thought, she brushed it off. If the orc truly wished to enter, the fence would be of little consequence, and the door even less so. The trio arrived at the square, where the clansfolk had already gathered on significant days like this. The tribe dared not delay to the altar. A colossal beast head was prominently displayed, with the shaman fiddling with various trinkets that, to Shu Yue, appeared trivial but were treasures for the orcs of the Yue tribe. They had arrived before the ceremony commenced, so they were not late, yet their presence immediately drew attention. Many approached them, eager to inquire about the fence. As the first visitor, Ba held sway over the conversation, declaring, I truly believe that fence is splendid. If any of you wish to build a yard, you are welcome to do so. That a few flying orcs took the opportunity to stealthily circle above Shu Yue's home, returning to share their discoveries with the others. Aside from the single males, families with females were visibly intrigued. That moment, Fugua approached Shu Yue, asking, Shu Yue, tomorrow is the day for gathering. Will you be going? Gathering? I suppose I shall. In truth, she had little interest in venturing out in such weather. But who could blame her for her cravings? These past few days had been filled with nothing but barbecued meat and fish, leaving her mouth longing for something more flavorful. She felt compelled to venture out in search of something that could tantalize her taste buds, ideally something spicy to satiate her desires. Back in China, she had never been fond of spicy food. However, the variety and the exquisite flavors of the dishes rendered the absence of spice inconsequential. Yet now, the food was monotonous, and given her naturally picky nature, it was commendable that she had managed to endure these past few days. Upon hearing her intentions, Guo beamed with delight and exclaimed, Perfect! We can go together. I need to gather some fruits as well. My supplies are running low. Sounds good. She nodded in agreement. Gathering was essentially an opportunity for the females to take a leisurely stroll. After all, wild vegetables and fruits could hardly satisfy hunger, and the male beastmen had little interest in such things, unlike the females who relished variety in their meals. Thus, the chieftain suggested that gathering should occur every 3 days. This did not conflict with the hunting teams, although for safety reasons, gathering was forbidden during the rainy season and winter, as unexpected weather events could pose risks that the chieftain would not allow the females to face. Moreover, the items collected by the females were theirs to keep, without any need for distribution among the tribe, which fostered a keen enthusiasm for gathering among them. As they chatted, the yellow moon began to rise in the sky, prompting the shaman to prepare for the ritual. The tribe members fell silent, their attention fixed on the shaman's movements. Among the crowd, Yin Zhao's family wore expressions of concern. It had been 2 days without news of him, and their worry was palpable. Most anxious of all was Miao Xiaozui, who feared that Yin Xiao might have met with misfortune, leaving her distraught. Internally, she cursed the fates for choosing to involve her Yin Xiao, and the sight of the shaman's ritual only heightened her unease. She scoffed at the ignorance of the beastmen. After all, wasn't Shu Yue's abode simply a shabby courtyard? Why all the fuss? Truly, they lacked perspective. As the yellow moon ascended higher, the ritual commenced in earnest. The shaman arranged the ceremonial items, sitting with her back to the tribe under the moonlight, reciting incantations while the congregation sat on the ground in reverent prayer. Shu Yue joined them, exchanging glances with the Beastman from time to time. The shaman performed this ritual on the first day of each season, seeking the blessings of the beast god for their sustenance and a reduction in rainfall, according to the original owner's memories. The ritual would take about half an hour, during which they would remain motionless. The more restless young beastlings were forcibly restrained by their parents, lest they disrupt the solemnity of the occasion. Had the situation been less serious, it was likely that laughter would have erupted from the crowd. As the ritual neared its conclusion, a sudden flash of white light encircled the yellow moon, dazzling everyone present. Though the light vanished as swiftly as it appeared, its brilliance had momentarily blinded the onlookers. All eyes turned, astonished, to the now empty sky, including that of the shaman. Baki, perplexed, inquired of the shaman, "What was that?" The shaman, her expression grave, shook her head. The ritual had concluded, but the reason for the celestial phenomenon eluded her. "I must perform a divination. Please remain silent." The tribe members promptly sealed their lips. Their gazes fixated on the shaman as she began her divination. Shu Yue mused that the flash resembled a shooting star and wondered if wishes made upon it held any merit. Resolutely, she closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and silently wished, "I hope my parents far away on earth remain healthy. Forgive me for not being there to honor them, and I wish for my sister's happiness." And no sooner had she completed her wish than she felt a gentle nudge on her arm. Opening her eyes, she met the bewildered gaze of Beastman. She smiled and gestured for him to focus on the ritual. Upon closer inspection, the scene was startling. The shaman's brow was furrowed, and beads of sweat adorned her forehead, as if she were enduring some form of torment. This left the tribe members feeling uneasy. Was a calamity about to befall them? The shaman's distress seemed to persist for 3 minutes before she collapsed, her weary eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions, excitement intertwined with confusion. Baki, hesitant to approach, voiced his concern from a distance. "Shaman, are you all right?" The shaman slowly regained her composure, sitting up to address the tribe. "I am fine." Then, with deliberate clarity, she continued, "Just now, the beast god bestowed guidance upon me. The emissary of the beast god has arrived, and she shall ensure that we, the beastmen, will not suffer from hunger or illness." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Baki's expression was one of disbelief as he asked, "Where is the emissary of the beast god?" The shaman shook her head, elaborating, "The beast god has informed me that the emissary is female, possessing knowledge beyond our understanding. Should any male bond with the emissary, he shall become the king of our kind." The shaman revealed the means by which to identify the emissary. She would be an outsider from the distant east, frail of body and burdened by the challenges of reproduction, yet possessing knowledge that escaped our grasp. With that, the shaman fell silent, retreating to rest. However, 2 individuals among the crowd felt a sudden jolt of realization. Shu Yue stared blankly at the shaman, her mind racing with the implications. Setting aside the credibility of the beast god's emissary, the mere mention of an outsider from another world indicated that the shaman possessed extraordinary abilities. She instinctively sensed that the emissary the shaman spoke of was not her. Shifting her gaze to another compatriot in the crowd, at that moment, Miao Xiaotsue was first taken aback, then filled with exhilaration. The description of the beast god's emissary seemed to align perfectly with her. An outsider from the east, she hailed from the Eastern dynasty, was she not? She possessed skills in needlework and cooking that others did not, as well as the ability to count, skills that set her apart. Oh my goodness! Could it be that she was favored by the beast god? The tribe murmured excitedly among themselves, while Baki's gaze fell upon Miao Xiaotsue. Recognizing that their tribe indeed had a female outsider, some tribe members began to connect the dots. Their focus shifted to Miao Xiaotsue, their expressions a mixture of excitement and uncertainty. The shaman, having regained her composure, noticed the chieftain's gaze directed at a particular spot. Following his line of sight, she caught sight of the blushing Xiaotsue and felt a stirring in her heart. "Come forth." Yin Zhao's female, she beckoned. Upon hearing the shaman's call, the tribe members parted, urging Xiaotsue to approach the altar. Miao Xiaotsue had never experienced such attention from so many before. Her legs trembled with excitement as she stood up, battling her anxiety to walk with her back straight. While everyone speculated whether Xiaotsue truly was the beast god's emissary, Only Shu Yue noticed how her body swayed, revealing just how overwhelmed she was. Remaining silent, she observed intently. Miao Xiaocui's heart raced as she cautiously approached the shaman. The shaman offered a reassuring smile. "Do not be nervous. I have a few questions for you." Miao Xiaocui nodded eagerly. "Please ask away." The shaman inquired. "Where do you hail from?" With enthusiasm, she replied, "My hometown is in the Eastern Dynasty, the east below." Shu Yue furrowed her brow, pondering. Eastern Dynasty? What era was that? The shaman nodded before asking, "What is your name?" "Miao Xiaocui." The tribe members instinctively repeated her name, finding it somewhat difficult to pronounce. The shaman continued, "What skills do you possess?" Hearing this question, Miao Xiaocui took a deep breath, her pride swelling as she proclaimed, "I'm skilled in needlework, cooking, and weaving baskets and I can count too." "You can count?" the shaman asked, intrigued. Miao Xiaocui proudly affirmed, "Yes, if you don't believe me, I can count for you right now." The shaman, convinced by her confidence, began to wonder why the beast god's emissary would choose their small tribe. If word of the emissary were spread, how could they compete with the larger tribes in the south? While Yin Shao was a commendable male, the shaman doubted he was destined to become the king of their kind, lacking the strength of intellect. Could it be that Yin Shao would return with some fortuitous encounter? The shaman appeared pensive, but since the beast god had arranged for the emissary to appear among them, they could only accept the unfolding events as they came. The chieftain. Baki, too, contemplated this predicament. Yet the tribe members remained oblivious to the potential dangers posed by the beast god's emissary, their hearts filled with joy at the prospect of her presence in their tribe. "Shaman, is Xiaoci truly the beast god's emissary?" The shaman appraised the slender Xiaocui with a discerning eye, momentarily lingering on her physique, and concluded that she did not appear to be particularly capable of bearing many offspring. The matter of the beast god's emissary was not to be taken lightly. She refrained from confirming Xiaocui's status, stating, "Xiaocui aligns with the beast god's guidance, but whether she is indeed the emissary, I cannot conclude. Let time reveal the truth." Despite her uncertain words, they were enough to incite frenzy among the beastmen. Whoever claimed Xiaocui would be hailed as the king of their kind. No male could resist such a tantalizing prospect. It was easy to envision the fervent pursuit Xiaocui would face once the shaman departed. Shu Yue observed Xiaocui on the altar with a bemused smile. Should Miao Xiaocui truly be the beast god's emissary, she could only conclude that the beast god was rather short-sighted. If this was the chosen savior, then perhaps she was simply unfit for such a role. "Did you think this was a Mary Sue novel?" Her nonchalant demeanor was observed by Went, who quietly inquired, "Yeah. Do you not believe it?" Shu Yue shook her head, replying, "Whether I believe it or not is inconsequential. What truly matters is whether our kin believe it." After uttering these words, she suddenly looked at him with curiosity and asked, "Went, if Miao Xiaocui is indeed the messenger of the beast god, and her male counterpart is to be the king of the beastmen, would you desire to be her male?" It was understandable that she harbored doubts about the beastmen. Had she not witnessed the frenzy of those single males, each seemingly determined to win Miao Xiaocui's favor, making her feel quite alarmed? Went, however, resolutely shook his head, stating, "I have no desire to become the beast king. My uncle is the chieftain of the warrior tribe and is perpetually busy. I do not relish such a life. It is too exhausting. I only cherish you." With that, he casually declared his affection. Upon hearing this, Shu Yue's lips curled into a smile. Why should she care who the messenger of the beast god might be? She simply wished to lead a good life with her male. After confessing, Wen proceeded to shower her with compliments, exclaiming, "You are the most formidable female. That name, what was it? Chui, is so difficult to pronounce, yet you articulated it flawlessly. Truly impressive." Shu Yue's lips twitched slightly, but she refrained from offering any explanation. It was not as though she were tongue-tied. How difficult could an ordinary name be to pronounce? The influence of the beast god's messenger on the beastmen was considerable, although the shaman had not explicitly stated it. The likelihood that Chui was indeed the messenger was quite high, as evidenced by the newfound courtesy Bach exhibited when speaking to Chui. The shaman conducted a ceremony and performed a divination, and after carefully packing away the ceremonial items, departed. Bach found a middle-aged beastman to escort the shaman back. while he remained to announce the conclusion of the ceremony, instructing everyone to return home and rest. Upon observing the restless single beastman below, he frowned and admonished, "Regardless of whether Chui is truly the messenger of the beast god, you must not act recklessly, unless you have Chui's consent. Should anyone dare to harm her, I will expel them from the tribe. Furthermore, the matter of Chui should not be disclosed to other tribes, as it could invite calamity upon us. Yes, chieftain, we shall speak no more of it." Upon hearing the chieftain's warning, the single beastmen subdued their fervor somewhat. Yin Zhao's father assertively stepped in front of Miao Xiaotsue, declaring, "Chui is Yin Xiao's female. Until Yin Xiao returns, none of you may lay claim to her." This declaration sparked discontent among the single males, for if Chui was the messenger of the beast god, how could she be confined to only one male? "Have you even considered Chui's opinion?" Miao Xiaote, witnessing the throng vying for her attention, felt an overwhelming sense of superiority. Casting a glance toward Shu Yue, who was being ignored, her mood lifted further, as it appeared that these individuals were on the verge of fighting over her. She felt compelled to interject, "Please do not quarrel." Her somewhat affected voice sent shivers down Shu Yue's spine on the sacrificial altar. Miao Xiaoce blushed slightly, seemingly shy, and deliberately softened her tone, saying, "The shaman has yet to confirm anything. I may not necessarily be the messenger of the beast god. You all should continue to treat me as you normally would." After speaking, she even performed a courteous bow, showcasing her grace and elegance. The beastmen, puzzled by Chui's actions, were unsure of their significance, yet they seemed to find her impressive, falling silent as they watched her intently. Shu Yue, however, was convinced that Miao Xiaotsue was quite antiquated in her ways. She claimed to possess skills in sewing and cooking. Shu Yue chuckled at the thought, but weaving baskets held practical value. She called out to the somewhat awkward Miao Xiaotsue on the altar. "Miao Xiaote, the shaman said that the messenger of the beast god possesses skills we do not. How about you teach us to weave baskets tomorrow?" Upon hearing Shu Yue's suggestion, Miao Xiaotsue's brow furrowed imperceptibly. There were no materials for basket weaving here. Shu Yue questioned, "How could there be none? We have plenty of rattan and bamboo. If you do not believe me, we can gather some tomorrow. What materials do you need?" "We shall assist you." At this point, Miao Xiaotsue, keen to establish her image within the tribe, agreed, proclaiming, "Very well, tomorrow I shall gather with the females. If we find the materials, I will teach you." She thought to herself that once they found the materials, she would have to showcase her abilities to these beastmen. Otherwise, they would not accept her identity as the messenger of the beast god. Upon hearing that they could learn something from the messenger, the tribesmen were filled with excitement, clamoring to participate in the gathering. The square grew increasingly boisterous, prompting Bach, his head throbbing from the noise, to shout, "We will discuss tomorrow's gathering tomorrow. For now, disperse and return to sleep." Turning to face Miao Xiaotsue, he softened his tone, saying, "Chui, you should also return to rest. Feel free to pursue whatever new endeavors you wish. The tribesmen will help you find the materials." Miao Xiaotsue obediently responded. "Chieftain, I will teach the tribesmen all that I know." Bach nodded in satisfaction, affirming, "You are a good child. Off you go." Miao Xiao nodded to the chieftain before leaping down from the altar to return to her cave. However, this time, her return was marked by a considerable commotion, as she was surrounded by admirers. Yin Zhao's father found himself unable to contain the throng of single beastmen, helplessly watching as his son's female was escorted away by a multitude of admirers. These beastmen were remarkably courteous, bowing and flattering Miao Xiaotsue. For the chance of eliciting even a smile from her, they would elevate themselves on the spot. This greatly satisfied Miao Xiaotsue's vanity, but she remained mindful of Yin Xiao and did not overtly respond to the attention. Yin Chuan's little face scrunched up. "Father, with so many beastmen pursuing Sister Chui, what will happen to brother?" Yin Zhao's father's expression darkened. "We cannot concern ourselves with that. We shall speak of it when your brother returns." Oh, aside from their little family of 3 feeling somewhat discontent, the other tribesmen were overjoyed. As long as the messenger of the beast god could provide them with a better life, they would hold her in high esteem. Before long, most of the people in the square had departed. Seeing that there was no more entertainment, Shu Yue took the beastman and headed back. "Let us return together. Bach accompanied them on the way back. Bach inquired meaningfully, Shu Yue, how did you know that bamboo and rattan are needed for basket weaving? As chieftain, one must remain astute. The tribesmen were captivated by new concepts, and while they were unaware of what basket weaving entailed, Shu Yue was able to specify the materials, indicating her familiarity with the craft. But how did she know? Wasn't this the sort of knowledge reserved for messengers? Wen also realized this, but did not react with surprise. He was already aware that Ye possessed extensive knowledge. Shu Yue had not anticipated the chieftain's keen perception. However, this was not something to be concealed, so she replied, because I have seen what a bamboo basket looks like. I just cannot weave. Oh, you have seen? Where did you see it? Bach inquired. Could she possibly say she saw it on television? Clearly not, so she hastily concocted a reason, saying, when I was a child, I saw someone carrying a bamboo basket to gather wild fruits. Beyond that, I cannot recall the details. She feigned forgetfulness. Bach scrutinized her meaningfully, uncertain of his belief in her words. When asked, what is a bamboo basket used for? Shu Yue explained, it serves a function similar to that of a beast's skin bag. But it is more practical, capable of holding more items while being carried on the back, leaving the hands free for work. As she spoke, she gestured to demonstrate the height and diameter of the basket, allowing Bach and his son to grasp a rough idea of its purpose. If sufficiently sturdy, it would indeed prove more useful than a beast skin bag. Bach felt a glimmer of anticipation. Their home was nearby, so they returned first. After parting ways, Bach made his way home alone, while Aisha and Emma always arrived home first to await him. Upon returning home, Shu Yue yawned. She had not sufficiently napped during the day and planned to retire early that night. It was not long before she was urgently pulling Wen outside, exclaiming, it's sweltering. Let's go take a dip in the river and find a fan. The yellow moon season is insufferably hot, far worse than yesterday. Shu Yue estimated that the current temperature reached the 30s, and considering it was still evening, she wondered how scorching it would be at midday. She could scarcely fathom how she had managed to sleep for so long during the day. Wen carried her aloft for a while, the breeze from his wings refreshing. Had she not feared tiring her man, she would have loved to remain on Wen's back all night. After bathing and flying for about 2 hours, they casually gathered a few large banana leaves to use as fans. Went, let us return. While it is cooler, the pesky mosquitoes are unbearable. I cannot fathom how they manage to fly so high. It is sweltering at home and intolerable outside. I envy the orcs, whose tough skin and resilient flesh render them impervious to bites. Sighing, Wen maintained his beastly form as he soared back to the tribe. Upon reaching a certain part of the village, he detected a faint scent of blood. Sensing something amiss, he paused, reverting to his human shape to catch the female. Shu Yue suddenly experienced weightlessness, not having the time to express her fear before being caught by the orc. In a state of bewilderment, she inquired, what is happening? Wen replied, someone ahead has been injured. Let us investigate. In the stillness of the windless, dark night, was it possible that someone had been harmed? The orc took the banana leaf from her arms, guiding her along with his other hand. Ahead, figures were bustling, and a young orc cried out in a fluster, brother, wake up! Please, don't leave us, a middle-aged orc urged. Quickly, take Silver Howl to the shaman. At that moment, they realized that Silver Howl had returned, albeit wounded. Went, feeling disinclined to proceed, halted and said to her, since someone is already attending to him, we need not go. With that, he held the banana leaf in one hand and picked her up with the other. Flying back to the cave, Shu Yue thought to herself, how petty of the orc! But it mattered not. Silver Howl's injuries were of no concern to her. It wasn't until the following day that she learned Silver Howl had gone searching for the hide to craft a phantom beast coat, which he had found, along with a gift for a female, but he had sustained injuries, resulting in a broken leg. Upon hearing this news, the tribe members anxiously flocked to the shaman to check on Silver Howl. It was only when Guogua came looking for her in the morning that she became aware of this. Guogua sighed, mentioning that Yaya had already gone to see Silver Howl, uncertain if he could endure the trauma of a broken leg. Shu Yue remained silent. She was not a healer and could not mend bones. If only her sister, Shu Xin, were present, perhaps she could save him, but alas, Guogua appeared regretful, lamenting that Silver Howl's fate was sealed. An orc without a leg would face a significant decline in strength. After all, Silver Howl was a warrior of their tribe. How could this happen? Shu Yue's thoughts drifted to the fate of disabled orcs within the tribe, her heart sinking slightly. With Silver Howl's leg broken, it seemed unlikely that Miao Xiaotsue would choose him as a mate. Wen ceased his fan-like motions, admonishing her, "You must not concern yourself with him." She was at a loss for words. She wasn't concerned. Merely reflecting that with Silver Howl's injury, the tribe would lose a laborer. Guo expressed her sadness. After all, we grew up together. I, too, feel a heavy heart for Silver Howl. Shu Yue recalled that she had many beast leg bones at home, thinking it would be a nice gesture to send some to Silver Howl, saying, "Wen is kin, should we not send a bit of leg bone powder as a token?" Wen glanced at her for a couple of seconds before nodding and proceeding to grind the leg bone powder. From an orc's perspective, he still felt sympathy for Silver Howl. Life would be challenging for an orc without a leg. Guo showed little interest in what Wen was doing, engaging in casual conversation with Shu Yue. Today's gathering was off the table, but perhaps that was for the best. The heat was unbearable. She continued fanning herself. "Let me take these banana leaves home. I can fan my parents as well." Shu Yue, not one to be stingy, replied, "Take as many as you like. There are still plenty left to pick." After a brief conversation, Wen quickly ground a bowl of bone powder. Guo curiously asked, "What is it you have?" Shu Yue explained, "This is a remedy for injuries. Come, let us visit the shaman to check on Silver Howl." Just as they were about to leave, she turned back to grab 2 more banana leaves. Thinking that in such sweltering heat, an inflamed wound would be troublesome, and it would be kind to send Miao Xiaotsue a couple of fans for her mate. Guo was somewhat perplexed but did not inquire further, assuming Shu Yue wanted to keep cool. The leaves were indeed quite effective, their edges shaped into smooth, round forms. With a single fan, they provided a delightful coolness, though they were a bit heavy, and fanning for too long would tire the arm. She envied Shu Yue, who had an orc to fan for her, while she did not. The 3 companions arrived at the shaman's abode. Aside from Silver Howl's family, the other visitors had departed. Unfortunately, they arrived just in time for the commotion, which stemmed from Silver Howl's refusal to accept his broken leg, adamantly resisting the need to bite off the severed portion. Miao Xiao, Lue, and the young Silver Chuan wept nearby, while Silver Howl's father sat heavily on the ground. Consumed by sorrow, the shaman earnestly urged, "Silver Howl, I understand this is difficult for you, but your leg is already broken. If you do not bite it off in time, it will heal improperly, and the consequences could be dire, potentially preventing you from ever returning to your human form." Silver Howl, lying upon the stone bed, whimpered, clutching his leg tightly with his tail. The tribe leader stood at the cave entrance, attempting to persuade him alongside the shaman. But to no avail. The wolf's eyes, filled with confusion and fear, reflected his dread. If he lost his leg, what would become of Chui? How could he provide a stable life for his mate? She might come to despise him, which was precisely why he was so unwilling to relinquish his leg. What if it could heal? "Are you here to see Silver Howl as well?" Baha noticed them. Wen nodded, stating, "I have brought beast leg bone powder for Silver Howl's injury." Baha's expression brightened. "That is splendid news. Your timing is impeccable." The others in the cave turned their astonished gazes toward the wooden bowl in Wen's hands. The shaman excitedly asked, "Is that beast leg bone powder?" Wen affirmed. Indeed, a smile spread across the shaman's face. "Wonderful. Quickly, bring it to Silver Howl." Baha took the bowl, looking down at Silver Howl with concern, "But it cannot be used yet. Silver Howl must bite off his leg first for it to be effective." Silver Howl shook his wolf head, unwilling to comply that moment. Shu Yue approached, feeling grateful she had not chosen such a helpless orc for herself. Baha furrowed his brow, calling for Silver Howl's father. "Here is the plan. I will restrain Silver Howl, and you will bite off his leg." Silver Howl's father gravely nodded, transforming into his beast form in a swift motion, positioning himself beside Silver Howl, poised to act. Silver Howl, in a state of panic, shook his head. "Father, please don't." His father, heartbroken, implored, "Listen to me, child. If you bite off your leg, you will still have your wings and a chance for survival." What those chances were, he himself did not know. The heat was already oppressive, and with so many people crowded in the cave, the shaman instructed everyone to leave, allowing only Baha and Silver Howl's father to remain. Shu Yue caught a glimpse of the bloodied silver wolf, barely clinging to life on the bed. aside from the tail shielding his leg. He lay completely still. She ventured further into the cave for a closer look, noticing the severed leg twisted unnaturally to one side. At that moment, the shaman urged her to step outside. Shu Yue, please wait outside while the tribe leader and the others assist Silver Howl in biting off his leg. Miao Xiaocui, her eyes red with anger, shouted, Shu Yue, do not hinder the shaman's treatment. Shu Yue frowned at her, but chose to ignore her. Addressing the shaman, you must mend Silver Howl's leg. With the orc's healing abilities, it should be able to heal. However, the shaman shook his head. Even if we reattach it, it will still break upon movement. Well, can't we use a wooden stick to stabilize it? The shaman frowned. Shu Yue, you cannot take such risks, with a sigh. Shu Yue replied, I'm not being reckless. If Silver Howl refuses to bite off his leg, we should at least try. What if it can heal? Baha turned to her. Please explain how we might do this. If it seems feasible, we will attempt it. If not, then we will have no choice. Silver Howl looked at her with a glimmer of hope, though he was skeptical of her. However, if his leg could hold on for just a bit longer, it was worth the risk. If he bit it off, he would truly lose everything. Went feared that if his female made a mistake, others would blame her. Yet, he did not wish to hinder her efforts. Stating, do you need my help? Shu Yue replied, yes, please find 2 straight sticks of this length and some vines. They will be of great use. All right, I will go at once. When promptly flew off to gather the materials. Baha and Silver Howl's father made space for Shu Yue to examine the situation. The stench of blood was overwhelming, and Shu Yue covered her nose as she looked at the severed leg, grateful she did not faint at the sight. Is there a way to remove the fur from his leg? It obscures the view of the bone. Outside, Miao Xiaocui anxiously shouted, Shu Yue, if you can't help, don't interfere. What if you make Silver Howl worse? Shu Yue shot her an exasperated look. If we don't try, Silver Howl's leg will be bitten off, since it's already destined to be lost. What's the harm in trying? Do you think that if Silver Howl loses his leg, you can care for him for the rest of his life? Her words struck a painful chord in Silver Howl. While outside, Lu wept uncontrollably. Miao Xiaocui, however, did not respond, knowing full well she could not care for him. Without an orc to look after her, her own survival would be in question. The scene fell into an instant silence. The little orc from Yinchuan anxiously gazed at her and asked, Sister Shu Yue, can you reattach my brother's leg? Shu Yue shook her head. I cannot reattach it. I can only stabilize the bones once they are set. Whether it heals properly depends on your brother's self-healing ability. Bach, observing from the side, contemplated, how does Shu Yue know they can reattach the bone? Let me shave his leg fur clean. I can reattach bones too. Bach extended his hand, transforming it into a claw, and within moments, the sharp talons had cleared away the fur surrounding the severed leg. With the fur removed, the break was clearly visible, resembling a wound inflicted by some large beast. The leg was not completely severed, still attached by a portion, now twisted, and the sight of the contorted tendons caused her pain. Just then, Went returned with the necessary materials, having thoroughly cleaned a wooden stick. We can begin now. Father, please reattach his leg first. Shu Yue requested another piece of beast hide from the shaman. Although she had only witnessed the procedure, she was unable to perform it herself, and thus required the orc's assistance while she directed the process. She had no experience reattaching human limbs, let alone those of beasts. In deft motion, Bach aligned the wolf's leg, and Shu Yue instructed him to hold it steady for the time being. She then sprinkled a generous amount of bone powder over the wound. The silver wolf bared its teeth in agony. Had it not been for its father holding it down, Yin Xiao would have already begun to convulse in pain. Next, she examined the beast hide provided by the shaman. It was stifling and lacked breathability in such sweltering weather. Even if the wound did not become inflamed, it would certainly foster inflammation. Is there any thinner, more breathable hide? The shaman shook his head. This is the thinnest available. Shu Yue gazed at the hide in distress. It was unusable. However, without some form of covering for the wound, securing the wooden stick would prove challenging. What material is both thin and breathable? Maintaining the position for the bone reattachment. Bach remained motionless. Sensing her silence, he urged, Shu Yue, what is your next step? All right, fish skin, but going back to the tribe now would take too long. She glanced at her dress. When could you assist me? Went replied, what do you need? Please cut off a strip from my skirt. That Wen's expression changed instantly. No way. How could his feminine body be exposed to outsiders? Shu Yue gestured to indicate the length. Hurry, just cut a strip of this width. Normally, materials for dressing wounds should be sterilized, but given the limited circumstances, her dress had been sun-dried on the way here, which could serve as an alternative means of sterilization. The orc, seeing that it would not result in excessive exposure, helped her cut off less than 20 centimeters from the hem of her skirt, which now rested above her knees, revealing her smooth, fair knees. Wen felt a twinge of regret, as everyone puzzled over the purpose of this action. They watched as Shu Yue wrapped the cut fish skin around the severed leg, circling it twice before securing it with a slender vine. She then directed the orc to position the wooden stick, which stabilized the leg at both ends, wrapping it several times with the vine, completing the task only once it was firmly secured. That moment, aside from the broken leg, the silver wolf's body curled in on itself, overwhelmed by pain. Were it not for its unwavering will, it could have fainted from the agony several times throughout the process. Shu Yue wiped the sweat from her brow. There was nothing she could do about the pain, and with no anesthetics available, he would have to endure it. The others looked at the leg now bound with multiple layers, questioning, is this sufficient? Shu Yue nodded. This will do for now. The leg must not move. As for how long it will take to heal, that depends on Yin Xiao's self-healing ability. Wen scrutinized the leg carefully before concluding, as long as the bones are properly set, the leg will heal. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao weakly lifted his gaze to him. For some reason, he instinctively believed Wen's words, and a glimmer of hope blossomed within him that Yin Xiao's father, however, remained uncertain, needing to observe how things unfolded. If the flesh does not decay, then there is hope. Bach also found this method plausible. Looking at Shu Yue with astonishment, how did you come up with this? Shu Yue certainly could not disclose that she had seen it on television. Instead, she offered an explanation. I didn't think too much about it. I felt the wound could heal, that as long as the leg is still connected by tendons, it should also heal, but we need to use external materials to reattach it. This seemingly simple explanation left both the shaman and Bach momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, it did indeed make sense. The shaman regarded Shu Yue with a profound gaze, pondering when she had become so astute. Now, we must wait for Yin Xiao to recover, but with the heat so intense, I fear his leg may deteriorate. The shaman voiced his concerns. Wen replied on Shu Yue's behalf. That won't happen. Fish skin is thin and breathable, unlike beast hide, and we have also sprinkled the powder from the bones of the savage beasts, which will aid in his recovery. The shaman, reminded of the bone powder, felt a renewed sense of confidence. All right, then let us proceed with this plan. Shu Yue looked at the blood-soaked wolf with discomfort and suggested, given the heat, we should shave off Yin Xiao's fur to facilitate cleaning the wounds. That it would be best to wash him daily during this hot weather to help lower his temperature and prevent infection. Upon finishing her words, she noticed Yin Xiao gazing at her with a hint of terror. Shave? Yin Xiao's father hesitated. Is it necessary to shave? Shu Yue refrained from elaborating. She merely touched the wolf's fur and found her hand smeared with blood and filth. Do you think it can be cleaned without shaving? At this, Yin Xiao's father was left speechless. Yin Xiao, lying on the stone bed, let out a sorrowful whimper, prompting his father to turn away in sympathy. Poor cub. Whether his leg will heal remains uncertain, but for now, his fur is gone. Wen was unconcerned about the wolf's cleanliness. He was only aware that his female had touched another male's fur, and now her hands were dirty. Shu Yue awkwardly withdrew her hand. All right, no need to wipe it. I can wash it later. Wen wished he could return home to wash immediately. The neglected Yin Xiao felt a whirlwind of emotions. He had not expected Shu Yue to assist him. Seeing that no one was taking action, Bach decided to take the initiative to shave the fur himself. The cave was unbearably hot, and Shu Yue could no longer endure it, pulling the orcs to step outside first. The shaman and Yin Xiao's father, seeing that they had no further role to play, followed suit, leaving Bach alone to shave Yin Xiao's fur. Outside the cave, upon seeing them emerge, the crowd hurriedly approached, with Green Leaf anxiously inquiring. Shaman, how is Yin Xiao's leg? Can it be saved? The shaman replied, for now, there are no issues. If Yin Xiao's leg truly heals, you should thank Shu Yue. Upon hearing this, Green Leaf cast a complex look at Shu Yue, about to speak when Shu Yue interrupted. No need for formality. Aiding our kin is a duty. However, I cannot guarantee it will be effective. If it does not work, I hope you will not blame me, even if she were to be blamed in the end. There was little she could do. Trying was at least a chance for success. If they did not attempt it, the leg would indeed be lost, so she considered it a mere experiment. Greenleaf's expression grew more complicated. No, grandmother would not blame you. Nearby, Miao Xiaoze, unable to bear Shu Yue's attention, huffed, "What if your misguided treatment ruins In Xiao's future?" Shu Yue shot a mocking glance at her. If I were to misapply treatment, his leg would have already been lost. If you have a solution, then do share. If not, kindly hold your tongue. Miao Xiaoze glared at her, enraged that Shu Yue dared to retort. After all, she was the beast god's messenger. Shu Yue paid no heed to her status. What of it? Your male is injured. If you wish for his swift recovery, why not care for him instead? Oh, right, I also brought you 2 banana leaves to use as fans. Make sure to cool In Xiao down each day. As she spoke, she retrieved the banana leaves entrusted to Guogua and stuffed them into Miao Xiaozue's arms. Miao Xiaozue, overwhelmed by the heavy banana leaves, stumbled slightly as she tried to hold them. You dare to be so rude to me? Shu Yue, puzzled, replied. I give you a gift, and you call me rude? Fiske, it seems goodwill is mistaken for malice. You! Miao Xiaozue's face flushed with anger, realizing she could not out-argue Shu Yue. She turned to Greenleaf with a pitiful gaze. Mother, look, Shu Yue is bullying me. Greenleaf, however, remained unfazed, feeling that Shu Yue was in the right. After all, she had offered a kind gesture. She ignored Miao Xiaozue's complaint and asked Shu Yue, how do these banana leaves help with cooling? Grandmother may not know, but Guogua does. She interjected eagerly. Grandmother, these banana leaves are incredibly useful. When fanned with force, they create a strong breeze. Allow me to demonstrate. As she spoke, Miao Xiaozue assisted in alleviating one of the burdens from the banana leaf. Guogua, grasping the long green stem with both hands, fervently fanned it towards the crowd, who immediately felt a refreshing breeze. Seeing that Guogua lacked strength, Silverhowl's father took over, vigorously waving the leaf, and the gust of wind intensified, bringing a moment of clarity to everyone present. The shaman praised, this leaf is truly splendid. Where did you procure it? Guogua proudly replied, this was found by Shu Yue and went. One might mistakenly think it was she who had discovered it. Oh, Shu Yue, where did you find it? The shaman, now accustomed to the mention of Shu Yue, inquired. Shu Yue casually explained, there are plenty of these banana leaves just north of the tribe. When took me out yesterday, and I simply plucked some for use as fans. The shaman nodded approvingly, noting that it was indeed a fine idea. He would later instruct the chieftain to inform the tribe. Allowing those in need to gather their own, he then addressed Silverhowl's father, saying, Shu Yue's suggestion is sound. Each day, ensure that Silverhowl's body is cleaned, supplemented with the cooling leaves to prevent the meat from rotting. You must adhere to this. Injuries during the scorching days posed significant challenges for the Beastman. Even minor wounds risked festering, leading to a high mortality rate among the injured during the Huangyue season. Silverhowl's father nodded earnestly, understanding that shirking this responsibility could cost his child's life. Went, anxious, led the female to wash her hands, and upon realizing her involvement had concluded, Shu Yue proposed to take her leave. The shaman smiled, good child, return and rest. It is too hot outside. Prolonged exposure may harm your health. Shu Yue understood the warning against heat stroke and replied, we shall take our leave then. Farewell. Wait, I too shall depart. Hua, having merely followed Shu Yue for the excitement, naturally decided to leave as well. After the three departed, Bok soon emerged after finishing his grooming, reiterating the precautions to Silverhowl's father before hastily exiting. Desperate to cool off in the river, the trio arrived at the small river commonly utilized by the tribe to wash their hands. Although it was not yet noon, the temperature was scarcely cooler, with the river water being lukewarm. The water level had dropped by a centimeter or two, and Shu Yue, noticing this, worriedly asked, this weather won't lead to drought, will it? Guogua confidently replied, no. Shu Yue, have you forgotten? Previously, the water level dropped by as much as half before the rainy season arrived. So we shall not lack water, then no. Shu Yue realized that the original owner's memories contained little information about the Huang Yue season, only that it was exceedingly hot. She sighed, acknowledging that the original owner had been spoiled. Lacking any survival skills or knowledge, much like herself, that I can't take it any longer. It's too hot. Shu Yue, I'm heading home now. Let us play another day after spending too much time outside. Guo felt overwhelmed by the heat. Shu Yue urged, hurry back. Remember to wash your face to cool down. Got it, Guo responded before swiftly departing. Once Guo left, Shu Yue and hurried home as well. Shu Yue felt she had been scorched thoroughly. Her skin beneath the animal hide, contrasting starkly with the skin underneath, now two different shades. With no sunscreen available, the thought of venturing out to gather during the Huang Yue season was immediately dismissed. The weather was simply too punishing. Upon returning to the cave, Shu Yue fetched water from the stone tank, its edges hot to the touch, and noticed that it had gone from being full that morning to merely a quarter remaining. Seeing this, she instructed the Beastman to move the tank inside the cave to conserve water and avoid drinking naturally heated water on such a scorching day. Who wouldn't crave a refreshing drink? It's sweltering. Shu Yue fanned herself vigorously, yet still felt the oppressive heat. She yearned for the air conditioning back in China, when perpetually damp was drenched in sweat, requiring a basin of water approximately every hour. Having ruined 2 banana leaves without any relief. Lie down and sleep. I'll fan you, he offered, concerned for the female's frail arms. Shu Yue graciously accepted his offer. Lying down, in such sweltering weather, fatigue overtook her, rendering her drowsy by the afternoon. The Beastman, with his considerable strength, fanned himself while providing a gentle breeze for her, allowing her to enjoy a peaceful nap. She relished the comfort of the Beastman's cooling presence, drifting into a blissful slumber. Meanwhile, Miao Xiaotsue found herself in a state of utter despair. Overheated, exhausted, and famished, with no appetite to speak of, the hairless wolf on the stone bed lay in a near-death state, panting like some canine creature. While Miao Xiaotsue weakly fanned herself with a banana leaf, a twinge of regret flitted through her mind. Had she known it would be so unbearable, she would not have contested with grandmother for the chance to care for Silverhowl. The cave was steeped in a foul stench of blood, making her stomach churn. Typically, she would take a brief nap around this time, yet now she was too fatigued and lacked a suitable place to rest. This cave was specifically designated for injured beastmen, equipped with 2 large stone beds, but they were merely covered with a layer of hay that appeared far from clean. How could Miao Xiaotsue possibly endure such conditions? She cursed the weather incessantly in her mind. How could it be this unseasonably hot? Silverhowl, in a state of half-sleep and half-unconsciousness, would never allow a female to suffer in such a manner if he were alert. He, a robust beastman, could scarcely endure it. How could the delicate Shui? Unfortunately, he was not conscious enough to realize that Miao Xiaotsue was even blaming him. She scowled at the beastman on the stone bed, questioning how he could be so weak, returning so grievously injured after a mere outing. Then she glanced at Went, who was strong and never seemed to get hurt, always attentive to Shu Yue. Why had she not encountered such a fine beastman earlier? Reflecting on her current status as the envoy of the beast god, she mused that without Shu Yue, Went would likely have pursued her, but alas, he was now with Shu Yue, leaving Miao Xiaotsue feeling somewhat resentful. Chui, a sudden voice startled Miao Xiaotsue, and upon glancing toward the cave entrance, she found it was Silverhowl's father. Father, what brings you here? She inquired with immediate obedience. That it's too hot here. You should return and rest a while. I will watch over Silverhowl, he insisted. The more he observed this daughter-in-law, the more satisfied he became, appreciating her dedication to caring for his son even before their union was formalized. Silverhowl's judgment had indeed proven sound. Upon hearing that he had come to relieve her, Miao Xiaotsue felt a wave of joy, though she feigned reluctance, saying, "It's fine, father. I'm not tired. Your face has turned pale. You must be exhausted. Go and rest." Silverhowl's father maintained his insistence that Shui return. This time, she did not resist further, hesitating only briefly before reluctantly agreeing. "Very well. I shall return later this evening to take over for you." Silverhowl's father smiled, replying, "All right." As she exited the cave, Miao Xiaotsue's steps felt considerably lighter, a sense of pride swelling within her. It was not only the daughters of affluent families who could play the part. She had successfully endeared herself today. Just as she hurried back to her cave, she spotted someone standing at her entrance. Upon closer inspection, she recognized it was the son. She frowned and asked, "What are you doing here?" The son gazed at her intently, his expression filled with remorse as he said, "Chui, I'm sorry I couldn't assist Silverhowl. The gifts exchanged between beastmen and females during courtship must be hunted by the beastmen themselves." The son had been on the lookout while Silverhowl ventured into the depths of the forest to hunt, and when he heard Silverhowl's call, it was too late. He had already returned in this state. Fortunately, he had managed to bring back a successful catch. Upon learning the circumstances of Silverhowl's actions, Miao Xiaozue's discontent with the son evaporated. This was not something to blame him for. "The son, I understand. This is not your fault." She smiled up at him. The son's heart raced at her smile, recalling the rumors he had heard in the tribe that day, prompting him to swallow hard. "Chui, you want to only have one male in the future, will you?" "I don't know," Miao Xiaozue replied, lowering her head, yet her words sparked hope within the beastman. The son's eyes lit up as he stepped closer, excitement bubbling forth. "Chui, may I pursue you?" Miao Xiaozue feigned shock, stepping back. "No, the son. I have Silverhowl." The son's expression hardened, yet he pressed on. "Chui, I can persuade Silverhowl that he is injured and cannot care for you. Let me look after you during this time. All right?" That might not be appropriate," she hesitated. The son, feeling encouraged, boldly stepped forward, wrapping her in his arms. "Chui, do not reject me." Miao Xiaozue, flustered and alarmed in the beastman's embrace, pushed against him with her small hands, albeit without much force. No, this isn't right. Having finally held the female he had longed for, the son had no intention of releasing her. "Chui," he murmured, his voice growing ever closer. Miao Xiaozue, uncertain of how to respond, closed her eyes, surrendering to the presence of another unfamiliar male as he leaned in towards her lips. By the time she realized what had happened, she was already lying on the stone bed. Her response was one of fierce resistance. "No, let go of me." Fearing that he might hurt her, the son released her, his gaze burning with intensity. Miao Xiaozue hastily created distance between them, saying, "Don't touch me. In Xiao will find out, and I don't want him to know about this while he is injured. That if you can persuade him, I will be with you." "How does that sound?" The son's eyes lit up with joy. "Chui, are you serious?" Miao Xiaozue nodded demurely. "Of course I am serious. I cannot bear to reject you, but I also do not wish to cause In Xiao distress. Can you understand my position?" At that moment, the son was overwhelmed with love, his gaze capable of melting her resolve. "I understand. I promise not to touch you now. Once I have In Xiao's consent, we can be together." Upon hearing this, Miao Xiaozue shyly replied, "All right, I will wait for you." The beastman felt both excited and delighted, becoming more cautious around her. "Can I kiss you now?" "Yes," Miao Xiaozue replied with a blush. As the son leaped forward in excitement, Miao Xiaozue gazed longingly at the empty cave, feeling a sense of loss. She yearned for tangible progress more than the son did, but she knew that once she was seen with a male, everyone would catch wind of it. She could not afford to be seen as a loose woman by her kin, which would tarnish her image as a beast god's messenger. It was better to let the son speak on her behalf. She would wait for the outcome. Lost in her thoughts, Miao Xiaozue unknowingly drifted into slumber, sleeping soundly until the next day, while In Zhao's father ensured no one disturb her. Today, the hunting team was set to embark on a hunt, as the tribe's meat supply had nearly run out. However, it was not Wen's turn this time. Taking advantage of the cool weather, Wen hurriedly sharpened his knife, while Shu Yue practiced on animal hides, embodying a sense of harmonious labor between men and women. As soon as the hunting team set out, Bach approached with a beaming expression, pushing open the wooden door and exclaiming, "Shu Yue, I have wonderful news. In Zhao's broken leg has healed." Shu Yue paused, setting down the animal hide in surprise. "Really? It healed so quickly?" Wen, however, was not taken aback, stating that the powdered bones of adult feral beasts were the best remedy for healing wounds. Bach had confirmed this point today, and then remembered to ask, "Where did you get the powdered bones of the feral beast?" Wen replied nonchalantly, "I killed a feral beast." "What? Don't joke with me." Bach was utterly incredulous. Their dragon beasts were indeed formidable compared to other beastmen, But against an adult feral beast? That was a different story. He recalled how he and his brother had only managed to kill a juvenile feral beast together. One had barely reached adulthood. How could he possibly kill an adult feral beast? When helplessly reiterated, "It's true, father." Yet Bach remained skeptical, thinking the young man was merely bragging. Seeing this, Shu Yue directly interjected, "One isn't that capable." He merely witnessed a battle between a feral beast and a group of beasts and took advantage of the situation when the feral beast died. Upon hearing this, Bach finally understood the situation. Laughing heartily as he patted Wen's shoulder, "You lucky fellow. Did you manage to feast on feral beast meat?" Wen remained silent, casting a puzzled glance at Shu Yue, seemingly questioning why she had lied. She shrugged in response, signaling for him to wait for an explanation later. Bach suggested they visit the shaman. "Shu Yue, you should go see Yin Xiao. His leg is truly healed." Curious, Shu Yue agreed. "All right, father, we'll go right away." One was also eager to find out if this leg-mending method was indeed practical. Upon their arrival, they found Yin Xiao's family waiting outside the cave. Yin Xiao's father wore a joyful expression, especially as Lu Yi excitedly grasped Shu Yue's hand, unsure how to express his gratitude. Meanwhile, Yin Chuan, the young Beastman, thanked her with red-rimmed eyes. "Thank you, Sister Shu Yue." Shu Yue smiled back at Yin Chuan. "No need for formalities. I'm going to check on your brother." Lu Yi gratefully patted the back of Shu Yue's hand before releasing it Shu Yue and entered the cave. They found the shaman and Miao Xiao Chui keeping vigil over Yin Xiao. The shaman, astonished, gently touched the site of Yin Xiao's broken leg, his eyes occasionally sparkling with surprise upon noticing their arrival. He beckoned. "Shu Yue, went, come quickly. Yin Xiao's leg is healing rapidly. Your method truly works." Miao Xiao Chui's expression darkened momentarily at their arrival, and she silently sat there without speaking. The most delighted among them was, of course, Yin Xiao, who had not expected to awaken to find that his leg had been saved. He expressed his gratitude. "Shu Yue, thank you." Shu Yue replied softly, "You're welcome. We are all kin, and helping one another is only natural." The shaman nodded approvingly at her words. "Indeed, we are one tribe. Yin Xiao, once you recover, you must properly thank Shu Yue." Yin Xiao nodded earnestly. "I will." However, the action appeared somewhat comical on a bald wolf, when inadvertently shifted to block Yin Xiao's view, preventing him from seeing his own female. Yin Xiao remained oblivious, but Shu Yue noticed, finding it somewhat amusing without any other feelings. Miao Xiao Chui was in turmoil. While it was good that Yin Xiao was recovering, she felt deeply troubled, as if she were being overshadowed by Shu Yue. Just then, Yin Xiao's father entered, wearing a smile as he said, "Thanks to the banana leaves Shu Yue sent us. I fanned Yin Xiao throughout the night, and he slept exceptionally well. As long as a beastman sleeps well, recovery will be swift." The shaman chimed in, "You must continue to fan him these next few days. Yin Xiao needs stable food and rest during this recovery period." Yin Xiao's father nodded. "Of course." The shaman exclaimed excitedly, "With Shu Yue's method, there will be no more need for beastmen to bite off their own legs. Our tribe will no longer have disabled beastmen." Shu Yue, fearing that the shaman might think this was an infallible solution, quickly clarified, "Not all broken legs can be healed, if they are completely severed. No method will work. Of course, in China, prosthetics can be fitted, but here, there is nothing to replace a leg." The shaman nodded in understanding. "Shu Yue, I grasp your meaning. It is just a pity, if only you had thought of this method sooner. Many beastmen in our tribe could have had a chance at healing." Sighing, the shaman lamented for those who had perished due to broken legs. Yin Zhao's father also sighed, grateful that his child was fortunate. Noticing the sudden gloom in their moods, Shu Yue remarked, "Indeed, I was too young back then and did not know how to think critically." "Ha, then you must think more in the future," the shaman echoed Bach's sentiments. Shu Yue responded with a smile. "All right, I will certainly make an effort to think more." Since Yin Xiao was recovering well, they decided to take their leave and not disturb his rest. The shaman nodded. "Good. I have no further business here, and I should return as well." Yin Zhao's father offered, "I will see you out." As they exited, Miao Xiao Chui remained motionless. The currently cheerful Yin Xiao noticed something amiss in his female's expression and inquired curiously, "Chui, what are you thinking about?" Miao Xiao Chui lifted her head, smiling as she replied, "I'm not thinking about anything. I'm just happy for you. You will recover soon. The silver wolf grinned. Once I am healed. Shall we seek the tribe leader to hold a mate's ceremony? Miao Xiao Chui, somewhat absent-minded, replied, Sure. Yin Xiao, feeling guilty, said, I'm sorry, Chui. I haven't been able to care for you during this time, and you've had to look after me. Uve worked hard. She shook her head. I'm not tired. As long as you recover well, I can endure a bit of hardship. Hearing this, Yin Xiao felt even guiltier, his heart swelling with affection for Chui. I promise to provide you with the best life in the future. Miao Xiao Chui, upon hearing this, grasped his wolf paw with both hands. I believe in you, so you must get better soon. Yin Xiao moved, extended his tongue to lick her hand, but just as he was about to retract it, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent. Suddenly raising his wolf head, he asked, Did his son come looking for you? Upon hearing his son's name, Miao Xiao Chui's heart skipped a beat, and she tried to mask her unease, gently asking, What about him? He told me yesterday that he was very sorry for not being able to help you. Hearing this, Yin Zhao's previously anxious heart eased, and his wolf eyes softened considerably. The son was a good brother, but that was unrelated to him. Miao Xiaocui, upon hearing the orc's words, exhaled in relief and chuckled. Indeed, that is precisely what I told him. He should not blame himself. Yin Xiao smiled and remarked, Chui, you truly are considerate. With a light laugh, she responded, her feminine giggle stirring a flutter in the orc's heart, though he regrettably found himself unable to act on it. Just as he contemplated teasing her verbally, Yin Zhao's father returned from escorting the shaman, and he promptly abandoned his playful intentions. Yin Zhao's father said, Chui, you haven't eaten anything this morning. You should go and have a meal with your mother. Feeling a twinge of hunger, Miao Xiaocui turned to Yin Xiao and said, Yin Xiao, please wait for me to finish eating before I attend to you. Hearing that the female was neglecting her own nourishment for his sake, Yin Xiao felt a pang of sympathy and replied gravely, No need, Chui. You should eat your fill and rest in the cave. I have my father to look after me, he added. It would be best not to wander outside in this heat. It could become troublesome if you were to overheat. Miao Xiaocui nodded obediently, saying, All right, Yin Xiao, I will heed your advice. After bidding farewell, she returned to the cave with Greenleaf. The weather was sweltering, and the previously distributed meat began to emit a foul odor, although its appearance remained somewhat acceptable. Greenleaf seemed completely unfazed, picking up the stinking meat and skewering it on a branch to roast outside the cave, perspiration pouring down his face. Miao Xiaocui gasped inwardly and exclaimed, Mother, are we really going to eat this meat? Greenleaf, accustomed to such situations, replied, Yes, we will consume all of it for this meal. When the hunting team returns in the afternoon, we can enjoy fresh meat. Miao Xiaocui furrowed her brows deeply, insisting, But this meat has gone bad. It cannot be eaten. Greenleaf shook his head disapprovingly. Chui, the weather is hot, and we have no other options. Your father must care for Yin Xiao, and there is no one to go hunting. If we do not eat, we will go hungry. Once the hunting team returns this afternoon, I will roast fresh meat for you, all right? But eating this spoiled meat will give me a stomachache. Mother, let us throw it away. Miao Xiaocui was genuinely repulsed by the thought of the meat. Greenleaf, growing somewhat irate at her suggestion, replied emphatically, How can we throw it away? It only has a slight odor when food is scarce. Even rotten meat is better than nothing. Greenleaf truly did not comprehend the concept of stomachache. Even if the meat had begun to smell, eating it would not have any adverse effects on their health. Why could they not consume it? Feeling unjustly criticized, Miao Xiaocui could no longer contain her tears, exclaiming, Mother, are you trying to harm me? With that, she abandoned the roasted meat and dashed back to her cave. Greenleaf, caught off guard by her sudden departure, could only watch helplessly as she ran away, anxiously questioning her. Xiao Chuan, how have I harmed her? Yin Chuan, equally perplexed, recalled the time she had discarded meat and concluded, Mother, I believe Sister Chui only eats good meat and refuses to touch burnt or smelly meat. With a sigh, Greenleaf lamented, This child, who has spoiled her. In the past, even Shu Yue would not dare waste food in such a manner. Why did the beast god's messenger fail to cherish sustenance? In the tribe, only males tended to indulge females. Were not all females accustomed to pampered lives? Thus, when Miao Xiaocui ran away in tears, Greenleaf did not intend to chase after her. if she wished to cry. So be it. Was it right to waste food? Even if Yin Xiao stood before her, she would not dare to retort. Greenleaf was genuinely angry. If she did not wish to eat, then they would consume the roasted meat themselves. Yin Chuan pondered whether to inform his brother, but upon recalling that his brother was still injured and unable to hunt for the females, he abandoned the thought. Perhaps in the afternoon, when the chief distributed meat, he could prepare fresh meat for Sister Chui. Fortunately, the heat kept most tribe members from wandering about. Otherwise, Miao Xiaocui's return in tears would have caused quite a stir within the tribe. However, fate was not without its twists. A stranger orc blocked her path. Chui, why are you crying? Who has bullied you? The orc expressed genuine concern. Miao Xiaocui wiped her tears with the back of her hand and replied sulkily, It's nothing. Who are you? Do not obstruct my way. The orc introduced himself. My name is Chung. I am a lion beast, and I wish to be your male. Upon hearing this, Miao Xiaocui glanced at the orc. Finding him less handsome than Yin Xiao and not nearly as strong as Went, and his voice did not compare to Descend's, she flatly rejected him, saying, I am not interested. Cheng's expression fell, and he pleaded, Chui, please do not be so hasty in your rejection. I am quite strong, not much less than Yin Xiao. As he spoke, he flexed the muscles in his arms. Miao Xiaocui, already in a foul mood, offered him no kindness. Not much less than Yin Xiao. Can you even compare to Went's strength? Cheng was momentarily at a loss for words. How could one be viewed as an ordinary beast? He attempted to soften his tone. Chui, one is a dragon beast. And what of it? Your weakness remains your weakness. I could never be with a weak orc. With that, she brushed past him and departed. In mere moments, her face had grown warm from the sun, and her head felt slightly dizzy, yet she managed to stagger back to the cave. Cheng, wounded in his pride, did not pursue her, consumed by dejection. Back in the cave, Miao Xiaocui felt increasingly upset as she replayed the day's events. Her stomach grumbled, and the more she thought, the more aggrieved she became. This was all Yin Zhao's fault for being injured. As tears streamed down her face, a familiar voice rang out from outside the cave. Chui, are you there? Upon hearing Descend's voice, Miao Xiao rushed out of the cave without a moment's thought to wipe her tears. Calling out Descend, startled by the sight of the weeping female, hurried over to embrace her. Chui, what is the matter? Miao Xiaocui, choking back sobs, recounted the day's events. Descend, Yin Zhao's mother does not like me. She made me eat spoiled meat, and I will become ill if I eat it. Descend, taken aback, responded, surely not. Grandma Yi is not like that. Miao Xiaocui, incensed, pushed him away, saying, if you do not believe me, then so be it. After all, Yin Xiao is injured. I am just a pitiful girl who is all alone. Seeing the female's tears, Descend felt a pang of sympathy and, without considering anything else, quickly soothed her. It is all my fault. I will go find you something to eat, all right? Miao Xiaocui, feeling somewhat appeased, replied tearfully, then you must hurry back. I am starving. I will go right away. Upon realizing how starved the female was, the orc transformed and took flight in search of fresh meat. As she watched him rush off to hunt for her, Miao Xiaocui felt her grievances dissipate. Instead, she thought resentfully, I do not need to rely solely on Yin Xiao. There are others who care for me. Humph. Greenleaf, you old woman, how dare you bully me? It was a deeply ingrained belief that mothers-in-law often disliked their daughters-in-law. However, despite her disdain for Yin Zhao's mother, she had no intention of complaining to Yin Xiao. She had witnessed too much during her time as a maid. Even the wives of wealthy families had to endure the whims of their mothers-in-law. Complaining to their husbands would only result in further reprimands and resentment from their mothers-in-law. She was not foolish enough to make such a mistake. At least she had his son now. After what felt like an eternity, Descend hurriedly returned, carrying a freshly prepared little chicken beast. Miao Xiaocui's mouth watered as she exclaimed, roast it quickly. Descend rushed inside the cave to start a fire. Mindful that cooking outside would be impossible under the blazing sun, one could easily roast even an orc. Once the meat was roasted, Miao Xiaocui devoured it ravenously. In the past, she had not had the means to eat meat. Yet now it seemed a daily occurrence. Strangely, her appetite had grown exponentially. When she first arrived, she could barely consume a small piece, but now she required at least 2 substantial portions in a single sitting. Not only had her appetite increased, but her strength had also surged significantly. This sudden change led her to believe she might be pregnant. Though her monthly cycle had not arrived, she felt no discomfort in her body and instinctively knew she was not pregnant. However, this transformation was peculiar. Could it be that the beast god was aiding her in altering her physique? The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, for she was indeed a messenger of the beast god. The sun, drenched in sweat, continued to fan her with banana leaves to keep her comfortable while she enjoyed her meal. Thanks to Guo's promotion efforts the previous day, every tribe member now had a banana leaf, which truly helped to cool them down. "Chui, eat slowly. Do not rush," the sun said, his expression a blend of concern and complexity. How could his Chui be reduced to such hunger? It was all his fault. The sun felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, while Miao Xiaocui, blissfully unconcerned, satisfied her hunger. After finishing, she sipped a bowl of water, contentedly letting out a satisfied burp. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to idle thoughts. And the two remained in the cave for a while, entangled in each other's company. Yet, they both refrained from taking their relationship to the final stage out of respect for Inshao. "Ah, no more roasting meat. I have lost my appetite," she declared. At the same time, Shu Yue gazed at the raw meat with a sense of dismay. Went furrowed his brow and remarked, "You ate very little in the morning. And now you refuse to eat again. Your body will suffer from hunger." Shu Yue let out a despondent sigh, lamenting that the heat had completely diminished her appetite, stating, "I can subsist on fruits, but fruits cannot substitute for a proper meal." The orcs fear that females may starve. She shook her small face defiantly and replied, "No, I do not wish to eat meat. I only desire something refreshing." Unable to sway her, the orc ultimately gathered a multitude of fruits for her. Enough for Shu Yue to satisfy her hunger. In the afternoon, after a short nap, they resumed their tasks of sewing animal hides and sharpening tools. However, the oppressive heat rendered their productivity rather lackluster. As evening approached, the hunting team returned and went to the square to collect the apportioned meat. Compared to that day, the quantity hunted was merely a fifth of what they usually procured, leaving him with only a few dozen pounds of meat. Such a meager amount would hardly suffice for a single meal. Yet, he had no expectation of filling his belly solely through the tribe's distributions, whether in the warrior tribe or the Yuta tribe. He consistently ventured into the wilderness daily to satisfy his hunger, as the dragon beasts were large and required substantial sustenance, a burden the tribe could not bear. Yinshuan, the young orc, received a similar portion of meat, bouncing back home to request his mother to roast it for him. Though Lily was irked by Chui's behavior, she remained concerned that her daughter would suffer from hunger after a day without food. Upon receiving the fresh meat, she first roasted a piece for the young orc to hasten to deliver. Yinshuan, cradling approximately 2 or 3 pounds of meat, sought out Chui, who was still asleep within the cave. The young orc politely called out from outside, "Sister Chui." After several attempts, Miao Xiaocui finally stirred awake, though she did not emerge but instead inquired from within, "Is that you, Yinshuan?" The young orc replied, "It is I." "Sister Chui, I have brought you something to eat. Come in." Upon receiving permission, Yinshuan stepped into the cave, immediately enveloped by a familiar yet foreign scent that was quite potent. As he approached Chui, the aroma intensified, and he realized that all traces of his brother's scent had vanished from her. Yinshuan's gaze grew complex, caught between thoughts of Chui and his brother, Dosin. Miao Xiaocui, oblivious to his expression, lackadaisically accepted the meat, thinking to herself that this time the roasting was quite satisfactory. At least it wasn't burnt. It seemed her mother-in-law was adept at putting on a good show. "Thank you, Xiaochuan, for bringing me meat. You may return. I shall eat shortly." Yinshuan nodded. Then, "Sister Chui, I shall take my leave." He was eager to relay this matter to his brother. Miao Xiaocui remained unaware that her body was now imbued with Dosin's scent, believing that since she hadn't completed the final step, the fragrance would dissipate soon. Little did she know that she had been thoroughly licked by Dosin, making the lingering scent quite permanent. In the cave where Inshao was recuperating, he nudged his brother's face with his nose, saying, "Xiaochuan, thank you for visiting your brother." Yinshuan, maintaining a serious demeanor, nodded. "Brother, You must recover quickly. Sister Chui may be taken by Brother Dosin. When did this happen? Yin Xiao instantly ceased his movements. Inquiring, the young orc, being an honest child, explained, just now, when I delivered meat to Sister Chui, I detected a strong scent of Brother Dosin on her. Yin Xiao's expression darkened immediately. An orc's sense of smell is highly acute. And if he could detect such a potent scent, it indicated a close relationship between the male and female. He did not doubt his brother's words. Orc children do not lie. His heart sank. Filled with confusion, why would Chui act in such a manner? Outside the cave, Yin Xiao's father overheard the conversation between the brothers and felt a pang of sympathy for his child. With a deep sigh, he entered the cave, saying, Xiaochuan, you should return and keep your mother company. I need to speak with your brother. Yin Xuan, reluctant to depart, pleaded, Father, I wish to stay with brother a little longer. Yin Xiao's father, his expression stern, replied, Listen, you may return tomorrow. Not daring to defy his father, the young orc had no choice but to leave reluctantly. Yin Xiao watched his brother's departing figure, bewildered, and asked, Father, am I going to lose Chui? Yin Xiao's father shook his head. Yin Xiao, you may not yet realize, but the shaman has declared that Chui is the messenger of the beast god. The female you choose will not belong solely to you. Yin Xiao was taken aback. What do you mean, the messenger of the beast god? Yin Xiao's father proceeded to recount the events of that fateful night with Huang Yueji, emphasizing that whoever possesses Chui would have the potential to become the king of the orcs. After hearing his father's words, Yin Xiao remained silent for an extended period, his demeanor unsettling. Yin Xiao, my child, his father observed with concern. Yin Xiao shook his head, closed his eyes, and whispered, Father, I wish to be alone for a while. Very well, your recovery is paramount. Do not dwell on these matters too deeply. Understanding the nature of males, his father recognized that his son needed solitude at this time. Once his father departed, Yin Xiao's fury erupted. He could not care less about Chui being the messenger of the beast god. Chui was meant to be his and his alone. The following day, Guo arrived, brimming with gossip to share with Shu Yue. Exclaiming, Shu Yue, have you heard? Yin Xiao fought with Dosin last night. Shu Yue, astonished, responded, he broke his leg and could still fight. Guo continued, while they didn't actually fight, it's unclear what happened. Dosin didn't retaliate. No one knows what transpired. Guo struggled to comprehend. Went interjected without a moment's thought. Dosin must want to share a female with Yin Xiao, which is why he behaved that way. But if a male did not retaliate when provoked, there could only be two reasons. Either he had committed a grievous offense against the other, potentially jeopardizing his life, or it pertained to a female. Every male wishing to join a mating family must bow to the first male of the female, unless he could defeat the first male. Guoguo's eyes widened. Are you saying Dosin also desires Chui? Wen did not answer, uncertain, but he suspected it was highly likely. Shu Yue mused, we shall know in a few days. Guoguo nodded, sharing her thoughts. Since Chui is the messenger of the beast god, she will undoubtedly not belong solely to Yin Xiao. If Dosin joins, it could be beneficial, helping Yin Xiao drive away other males. Shu Yue chuckled, but Yin Xiao must first agree to Dosin's presence. Let us wait and see. She speculated that Miao Xiaocui, being an ancient soul, would not entertain the notion of one woman serving two husbands. Miao Xiaocui had not anticipated that Yin Xiao would learn so quickly to make tea that moment. The cave housed only herself and Yin Xiao, who remained in his beast form, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a long pause, Yin Xiao sorrowfully inquired, Chui, do you have feelings for Dosin? She lowered her head, a hint of grievance in her tone, replying, I do not know, but the one I cherish most is you. Her words offered no solace to the orc. Yin Xiao's gaze remained complex as he questioned, you will not have only me as your male, will you? Upon hearing this, Miao Xiaocui's eyes reddened. No, brother Yin Xiao, having you is enough for me. Yet she bit her lip, appearing troubled. But what? Yin Xiao pressed her. But I fear that when you are not around, someone may bully me. Miao Xiaocui sobbed softly. Those orcs surrounded me, and I was very scared. When you're not here, what am I to do? Who dares to surround you? Yin Xiao seethed with rage. Who does not know that Chui is my female and still dares to plot against her in my absence? Fearing he would confront other orcs, Miao Xiaocui hastily shook her head. I do not know them, But now that you are back, they will not dare to surround me again. Yin Xiao, you cannot leave me. Yin Xiao's heart burned with unspent fury, frustrated that his recovery was too slow, preventing him from asserting his dominance over other orcs. Miao Xiaoze, sensing his disregard, grew anxious, calling brother Yin Xiao. At that moment, Yin Xiao's inner turmoil roiled. Filled with anger at his own frail body, fury at Chui's supposed infidelity, and resentment towards his brother's betrayal, he painfully closed his eyes, saying, "Chui, please return for now. I need to rest." Miao Xiaotai, distressed by his demeanor, wept, "Brother Yin Xiao, I will not leave. I will stay here with you." Hearing the cries of his female only deepened Yin Xiao's anguish. Such a docile female. Yet, "Chui, can you promise me one thing?" "What is it? Just say it." Yin Xiao practically forced the words out between clenched teeth. "Before I regain my strength, you must not engage with Dosin." Miao Xiaozui's face paled momentarily at the term engage, but she quickly reassured him. "I will not. Brother Yin Xiao, you must believe that I am innocent." Yin Xiao nodded. "I believe you." Whether she was innocent or not was easily discernible, but any intimate contact would be undeniable upon hearing the orc express trust. Miao Xiaozui felt a wave of relief wash over her. She thought to herself that the orc's anger must be fleeting. As long as she could coax him gently in the future, everything would be just fine. Yin Xiao, it would be wonderful if you could believe in me, that I promise I will not let you down. Please rest well. I shall not disturb you any longer. Yin Xiao responded with a faint acknowledgement. You should return to rest. Miao Xiaozui obediently complied and departed. Today, Yin Xiao had expended considerable energy, yet fortunately, his broken leg showed no signs of hindrance. It seemed he retained a sliver of rationality and had not acted recklessly. Otherwise, he would truly have lost his female companion. For 2 consecutive days, a palpable barrier appeared to exist between Yin Xiao and Miao Xiaozui, a subtle sense of estrangement. Yin Xiao's leg injury was gradually healing, and today he had discarded the wooden support. The outside world could no longer discern any signs of the fracture. However, he was not yet able to assume his human form and required a few more days of recuperation. Miao Xiaoze, too, refrained from any unseemly conduct, adhering to decorum over the past 2 days. When faced with Descend's advances, she consistently turned him down, determined to prove her sincerity to Yin Xiao. He was her first love, and her feelings for him were genuine. One day, after emerging from the cave where Yin Xiao was recuperating and walking home, she suddenly heard Shu Yue's voice and, inexplicably, found herself drawn towards the sound. Shu Yue looked at the 2 orcs blocking her path with exasperation. "What do you mean by stopping me?" The orcs in question were Songlong and Xiongqi. Xiongqi had grown darker in complexion compared to their first meeting. Over the past few days, he had pondered deeply and concluded that he was destined to love Shu Yue. Thus, he aimed to seize the opportunity while Went was absent. Unfortunately, he encountered Songlong, and, after a brief conversation, they discovered their thoughts aligned, leading them to approach Shu Yue together. They figured that if they were to face a beating, at least they would have each other for company. Xiongqi thumped his chest with his right hand. Speaking with utmost seriousness, "Shu Yue, we wish to be your males. That is impossible. I do not like either of you, and I will never be with you." Shu Yue coldly rejected them. Songlong remained silent beside Xiongqi, gazing at the female with eyes filled with longing and supplication. "Shu Yue, I know you find me unattractive, but I genuinely like you and wish to treat you well, though we do not seek to contest one's position. We only hope you will accept us." Xiongqi nodded humbly beside him, pitifully adding, "Shu Yue, you almost agreed to me once, which means you have considered me, right?" Shu Yue rolled her eyes internally and bluntly retorted, "Do not think too highly of yourself. I have never considered you." She added firmly, "I will only ever have one male, and that is Went. You should seek love elsewhere," seeing that the 2 men were still reluctant to leave. She offered a half-smile, half-sneer. "If you depart now, I will not inform Went. Otherwise, once he returns, you can prepare for a beating." Songlong and Xiongqi exchanged glances, the former attempting to persuade her. "Shu Yue, what if one day one is incapacitated like Yin Xiao? What will you do alone? Who will take care of you?" Shu Yue laughed at this notion. "Yin Xiao cannot be compared to Went. Even if one is not by my side one day, I will take care of myself without needing anyone else. The courage to survive came from Went. If he were to die one day, she would likely follow him into the afterlife. Hearing her speak thus, both males felt a pang of sorrow. Xiongqi worriedly said, "You are but a female. Without an orc, how will you survive? That is my concern. Even if I perish from hunger, it is of no consequence to you." Shu Yue's resolve was unyielding, leaving Songlong and Xiongqi no choice but to sorrowfully step aside and allow her to leave. They could not force the female. Watching her depart without a backward glance, they felt a twinge of envy towards Went. Songlong regretted his past choices, realizing he had once had an opportunity. Had he been a bit more amiable, Shu Yue would not have left him. Regret filled his eyes. Xiongqi also felt remorse, lamenting that he had not followed the female that day. If he had been more attentive, she would have been his mate by now. The two males were steeped in regret when Miao Xiaocui, hidden from sight, overheard the entire conversation and promptly fainted, her fall startling the two orcs. Songlong and Xiongqi exchanged worried glances and hurried over to check on her, only to discover it was the beast god's envoy, Chui. "Quickly, take her to the shaman," Xiongqi urged. Songlong, maintaining his composure, scooped up Miao Xiaocui and rushed towards the shaman's cave, puzzled by her motive for eavesdropping. Xiongqi, equally bewildered, shook his head. "How would I know? I thought she was merely passing by, but it seems she stood there for ages and fainted from the sun." Songlong remarked. The shaman mentioned that the beast god's envoy was frail, but I did not expect her to be so weak that she would faint from a little sun exposure. The shaman, still processing the situation, was interrupted by the sudden arrival of a silver wolf, baring its teeth and growling at them. "What have you done to Chui?" Songlong explained. "Yin Xiao, do not misunderstand. Your female fainted in the tribe, and it is not our fault. We merely brought her to the shaman." Yin Xiao, ever on edge, felt a primal urge to protect his mate at any sign of male contact. "How did she faint?" the shaman urgently inquired. Shu Yue had not been gone for long, and she had yet to fully grasp what she had learned today when their arrival interrupted her. Xiongqi explained, "We are just as baffled, shaman. Please take a look." The shaman instructed Songlong to place Miao Xiaocui inside the cave, with Yin Xiao closely following, his expression betraying his concern. The shaman felt her forehead, touched her neck, and examined her eyelids, ultimately concluding that she had fainted from the sun. After diagnosing her condition, the shaman fetched a bowl of cool water and splashed it on Miao Xiaocui's face. She instantly awoke, blinking in confusion, utterly unaware of the situation. After a brief moment, she noticed the 4 pairs of eyes fixed upon her, startling her. She let out a short scream. Once she recognized who they were, she placed a hand on her chest, still shaken, and asked, "Why are you all staring at me?" Before the shaman could respond, Yin Xiao anxiously inquired, "Chui, the shaman said you fainted from the sun. Why did you not hurry home?" Faced with the puzzled gazes of Songlong and Xiongqi, Miao Xiaocui felt a twinge of guilt and hastily concocted a lie. "I heard Shu Yue talking with them, so I wanted to join in the conversation. I did not know what happened. I just lost consciousness." The shaman shook his head in resignation. "Chui, your body is too weak. You should not be out in the sun for long. You might develop a fever after returning. So I will prepare some cool leaf water for you to help alleviate the heat within." Miao Xiaocui panicked upon hearing she might develop a fever. "Shaman, you must not let me get a fever." "I cannot guarantee that, but the cool leaf water will help mitigate the internal heat." The shaman then proceeded to rummage through the various plant racks in the cave, quickly retrieving 2 green diamond-shaped leaves. "This is the cool leaf," he explained, "as the water brewed from these leaves has a refreshing effect. The huanghua plant is the most suitable for this purpose." The preparation of cool leaf water was quite simple. It involved placing the 2 leaves in a bowl of cold water and waiting for the liquid to take on a green hue before it could be consumed. The cool leaves were exclusive to the huanghua plant, but they were scarce and difficult to find, making it impossible to supply the entire tribe. Hence, priority was given to orcs who were out hunting to prevent them from succumbing to heat-related illnesses. The remaining cool leaves would be saved for critical moments, such as now. Miao Xiaocui felt a surge of anxiety, realizing that there was no doctor present. If she were to fall ill, she would have to endure it alone. Fearing the potential consequences, "Shaman, How long until the cool leaf water is ready? She asked, her head still spinning. She hoped she had not already developed a fever. The shaman responded, "It will be ready once the water changes color." Receiving confirmation, Miao Xiaozi waited expectantly. "Since Chui is fine now, we shall take our leave," Songlong and Xiongqi stated, preparing to exit. The shaman waved them off. "Quickly, depart. Your presence only makes the cave hotter." The two males, feeling unwelcome, sheepishly exited. Yin Xiao, watching their retreating figures, opened his mouth to express gratitude, but found them too swift to catch. He resigned himself to the idea of thanking them another time. Approximately 10 minutes later, the cool leaf water was finally ready, its color transformed. Yet Miao Xiaocui hesitated to drink it, lifting the wooden bowl and second-guessing herself, questioning, is this truly safe to consume? Noticing her reluctance, Yin Xiao urged, "Cui, you must drink it quickly. It will help cool you down." He was aware of how beneficial the cool leaf water was from the Huanghua plant. Consuming just one bowl daily could keep one's internal temperature regulated for half a day. If one were to consume 2 bowls a day, enduring the yellow rose would not be such an ordeal. Alas, such privileges are reserved solely for the beasts that venture into the hunt. Silver Howl, I shall partake now. Miao Xiaote, a simple village girl, holds a high acceptance of folk remedies. She mused that since the shaman presented this verdant concoction, it must surely be effective, preparing herself mentally. She gulped it down in one swift motion, the bitter aftertaste lingering in her mouth, nearly bringing her to tears. Yet, the remedy proved swift in its effects, as a refreshing coolness coursed through her body, providing relief in this sweltering heat. At that moment, she understood why the shaman was devoid of sweat on such a hot day. It was indeed due to this cool leaf infusion. Finding it insufficient, she requested another bowl from the shaman, and after drinking 3 in total, her body finally returned to normal, revealing her fortunate escape from fever today. Noticing her complexion regain its rosy hue, the shaman ceased to offer her more, advising, "Enough, Cui, you have recovered. When your body is weak, do not linger outside for too long." Miao Xiaotui nodded humbly. Even without the shaman's warning, she would have refrained, for the moment of losing consciousness had been too frightening. Once she was well, the shaman began to usher everyone away. "You must return now," Silver Howl declared. "Cui, I shall escort you home." "All right," Miao Xiaotsue replied, but upon reaching the cave entrance, she turned back to inquire, "Shaman, may I take some cool leaves to brew at home?" Expecting the shaman to grant her request, she was instead met with a shake of the head. "No, Cui, I have few cool leaves left. They must be reserved for the tribe. The season for the yellow rose has just begun, and the cool leaves cannot be wasted." "Oh, very well then." Miao Xiaozi left, disappointed, alongside Silver Howl, inwardly grumbling about the shaman's stinginess. "Cui, hop on my back," Silver Howl said, bowing down as they exited the cave. "All right," Miao Xiaotsue exclaimed, delighted. As she mounted the wolf, she felt far more majestic than any noble lady riding a horse. The two returned together, with Silver Howl planning to move back into the cave, for certain issues must ultimately be addressed. With when present in the hunting party, they always returned early. This time, however, their catch was not abundant, merely enough to provide sustenance for the tribe for 2 days. Each family sent a representative to collect their share, but Shu Yue, finding the heat unbearable, did not come. Went took the apportioned meat and a special portion for the females before heading back. "Yu, today I found several eggs from the clucking beasts. Would you care for some?" Hearing the voice, Shu Yue hurriedly emerged with a banana leaf. "Are there chicken eggs?" "Indeed, there are eggs." The beastmen seemed puzzled as to why the females referred to the clucking beasts as chickens. But as long as they were called eggs, that was sufficient for them. Shu Yue's eyes lit up. Her taste buds had grown numb from a diet of either meat or fruit, and the prospect of a different flavor was simply delightful. When inquired, "Shall we make egg soup?" she shook her head. On such a day, egg soup would be too hot. Let us prepare fried eggs instead. The beastmen had never heard of fried eggs. Shu Yue took the eggs and explained, "Just watch how I do it." With 3 eggs in total, they would be ample for her alone. She retrieved a thin stone slab, less than 2 centimeters thick, 20 centimeters wide, and nearly a meter long. Upon discovering it, she felt it was a natural griddle, perfect for frying. Today, she finally had the opportunity to showcase it. Given the oppressive heat, Shu Yue thought it arduous for the Beastmen to construct a kitchen and decided to wait for cooler weather. In the meantime, she devised a makeshift grass shelter in the courtyard. With a variety of trees around, some bore impressively large leaves, each measuring 1 to 2 meters across. She had the Beastmen gather a few, creating a thick leafy roof supported by wooden poles. As long as the wind did not blow and rain did not fall, it would remain intact, providing a cool and convenient space for roasting meat. The Beastmen lit a fire, placing the stone slab atop to heat. Shu Yue first sliced a piece of fatty meat, allowing it to sizzle and render fat on the slab. Within a few days, the Beastmen had crafted her a set of tools from the fangs of fierce beasts. They used a sharp knife for cutting meat, along with spatulas and cleavers. She even wished to fashion a pair of chopsticks from the fangs, but was met with a relentless refusal from the Beastmen, who declared they would never use another's teeth. Shu Yue found this reasoning somewhat amusing, but acquiesced. When thoroughly enjoyed watching the females concoct their dishes, particularly now, as the fatty meat sizzled and released a delightful aroma. He curiously asked, "Aren't we making fried eggs? Why is there meat as well?" Shu Yue explained, "The fat in the meat will render oil, which makes the fried eggs taste even better. Please fetch me a sour fruit and some salt. Once it's ready, you shall have a taste." "Certainly." The Beastman eagerly scampered off to gather the ingredients, also bringing back 2 wooden plates. Observing his actions, Shu Yue thought, he has good foresight, knowing we will need plates. The meat shrank visibly on the stone slab, and with its reduction, more oil was released. When watched in fascination, realizing that it truly worked, Shu Yue flipped the meat with chopsticks, only extracting it once it had lost all its value, delivering it directly to the Beastman's mouth. Without hesitation, when accepted the offering, not questioning whether he could eat it, if the female offered it, he would gladly partake, even if it was barely enough to satisfy. Just as he began to savor the flavor, it was gone. The Beastman's eyes sparkled. "You, this is delicious." Shu Yue laughed. "Is it truly tasty?" He nodded vigorously. "So fragrant and delicious. I want more." She feigned a sigh of regret. Alas, there is none left. Distributing the oil evenly, she began cracking the eggs. The Beastman assisted by making a large hole in one end, and she carefully poured the contents onto the stone slab. The eggs remained intact, not spilling everywhere, resembling runny yolk eggs as they cooked. Once all 3 eggs were in place, Went pitifully remarked, "You, when will you make these again?" Shu Yue pretended to ponder. "Perhaps when I next fry eggs with oil." Upon hearing this, the Beastman promptly stated, "Then I shall find you more eggs tomorrow. Ha! You say that as if it's for me, but isn't it really for your own craving for the crispy bits?" She shot him a sidelong glance that, "It's all the same," he replied with a cheeky grin. Shu Yue shook her head, amused, before squeezing some sour fruit juice into the centers of the 3 yolks and sprinkling coarse salt for seasoning. The coarse salt had been brought over by the Beastmen from the warrior tribe, as the salt stones used by the Yue tribe were too impure compared to the loose coarse salt. Once the egg whites solidified, she would flip them using a spatula. Just as she was preparing to do so, Bok arrived with his females, drawn by the enticing aroma. "What are you all cooking?" "It smells heavenly." Upon entering, Bok noticed the grass shelter and curiously asked, "What is this?" When explained, "This is a grass shelter." "Father, what brings you here?" Sniffing the delicious scent, Bok licked his lips. "It smells delightful, unlike the aroma of roasted meat. I brought your grandmothers over to see, and lo and behold, you are indeed enjoying something scrumptious." When, however, did not seem particularly welcoming. Aisha and Emma approached Shu Yue, their curiosity piqued. "Shu Yue, what are you preparing?" As she flipped the eggs, Shu Yue felt somewhat exasperated by the tribe leader's visit with his entourage. "I am making fried eggs. Would your grandmothers like to stay for a taste?" Just then, a rumble emanated from Aisha and Emma's stomachs, creating an awkward moment, as they were the elders, and it felt inappropriate to compete for food with the younger generation. Shu Yue chuckled. "It seems you are all hungry. Luckily, there are 3 eggs here, 1 for each of us." Aisha hesitated. "But if we eat your food, won't you be left hungry?" "No worries," Shu Yue replied nonchalantly. "There is still roasted meat, and I can ask when to gather more eggs tomorrow." Emma was eager to taste the fried eggs and asked, "Let us have Bok fetch some tomorrow." "But how do you make these fried eggs?" "It's quite simple. We can talk while we eat." The eggs were perfectly cooked, golden brown on both sides, looking utterly delectable. The aroma wafted toward Bach, who couldn't resist asking his two females for a taste. "Let me have a bite too." Aisha generously offered him a piece. "Is it good?" The fried egg was still hot, causing Bach to grimace as he bit into it. But he couldn't bring himself to spit it out. It was simply too flavorful. The taste was so delightful that it nearly made him forget himself. "Delicious. The flavor is exquisite." Bach smacked his lips, savoring the taste. Aisha and Emma chuckled at his eagerness. "Look at that greedy expression." Bach felt no qualms about his image, and despite his fondness for food, he would never compete with a female for it. Thus, he promptly took flight. Initially chuckling, Shu Yue was taken aback when he suddenly departed, asking, "Where's father going?" Emma, well acquainted with her male, casually remarked, "Don't mind him. He's certainly off in search of the go-go beast's eggs, hoping you'll cook him another fried egg. That's so. However, I can't just do it for free." Shu Yue laughed. Aisha replied, "Of course it shouldn't be free. Once your father returns with the eggs, keep half for yourself." "All right, I'll listen to Grandma." Shu Yue mischievously grinned. Seeing his benefits slipping away, Vint remarked, "It's too hot outside. Why don't you all go into the cave to eat while father and I look for some eggs?" The three females exchanged glances, somewhat speechless, yet they paid him no mind. After all, there wasn't enough fried egg to go around, and since the orcs were full of energy, running a few errands wouldn't be a problem. Shu Yue suggested, "Then let's go inside and eat." "All right," the three agreed, entering the cave to enjoy the fried eggs. Shu Yue picked up a bite with her chopsticks, nodding in approval. It was simply delicious. The best fried egg she had ever tasted. The sour fruit masked the egg's fishy taste, and the egg was fried to a tender perfection, growing increasingly flavorful with each bite. One was hardly sufficient. Aisha and Emma were equally enthralled, their eyes sparkling as they devoured the eggs with growing speed, finishing a large egg in mere moments. Afterward, licking her lips, one of them asked, "Shu Yue, why do you eat with a stick?" Shu Yue explained, "This is called chopsticks. It keeps things cleaner." Aisha and Emma were puzzled, but seeing Shu Yue's clean hands after her meal contrasted with their greasy ones, they began to understand. However, they had no intention of imitating her. They were accustomed to their ways, believing it unnecessary, as they could simply wash their hands if they got dirty. During the season of the yellow rose, the layer of oil could even protect their hands from freezing. So what was the point of being so clean? Shu Yue had no desire to change their views. Her way of life did not require universal acceptance, as long as she was comfortable. One egg was hardly enough to satisfy them. Despite being equivalent to 3 or 4 eggs in China, it weighed barely a pound that a healthy female typically consumed only 2 meals a day, needing 4 or 5 pounds of roasted meat to feel full. However, Shu Yue was accustomed to 3 or 4 meals a day, each comprising around 2 pounds, as her body was that of a native orc. Before long, Bach and Vint returned together. Bach cradled a large nest filled to the brim with white eggs, likely having pilfered several go-go beast nests to acquire such a bounty. Vint, on the other hand, carried a hefty tree branch laden with diamond-shaped leaves. Shu Yue recognized the leaves and inquired, "Vint, what do you have there?" Upon hearing the question, Aisha looked at her in confusion. "Shu Yue, don't you recognize it?" "These are cool leaves." "Cool leaves?" Shu Yue instantly recalled, realizing these were indeed excellent for relieving heat. "Where on earth did you find so many cool leaves?" She marveled, touching the diamond-shaped leaves. Nature truly was wondrous, never forcing people into dire straits. She had been thinking that the yellow rose season had just begun, and the days would only grow hotter. Relying solely on banana leaves would not suffice. She feared she might not survive the summer. Yet here was such a remarkable discovery. Vin explained, "We found 2 cool leaf trees while looking for eggs, so I brought some back. The rest will be gathered by the tribe tomorrow. We'll need them later. Then quickly place the cool leaves in the cave," she urged, eager to brew a bowl of cool leaf tea to test its reputed magic. Without hesitation, she retrieved 5 wooden bowls and plucked 10 leaves to steep in the cool leaf water. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Vint began to render oil, slicing large chunks of fatty meat, which sizzled enticingly on the stone slab. Seeing this, Shu Yue grabbed another wooden bowl to collect the oil. Bach, taken aback by the necessity of this step before frying the eggs, remained silent, watching eagerly. When the oil finally began to flow, He snatched a few morsels of the crispy bits, thinking to himself that the wait was worthwhile. The flavor of the crispy bits was delightful. As the stone slab yielded a generous amount of oil, Vint intended to crack the eggs onto it, but a bowl was silently extended toward him, his expression filled with confusion. Yu, what is this for? Shu Yue inwardly chastised him for his ignorance and explained, There's too much oil. Just a layer is enough. The rest goes into the bowl. Saying this, she scooped the excess oil into the bowl, which barely filled half of it, leaving enough for another use. All right, we can't fry all the eggs at once. We can do it in 2 batches, saving time by not having to render more oil. Upon hearing her explanation, Vint's face lit up with understanding as he chuckled. Yu, you're truly clever. I'd never have thought of that. She merely possesses common sense. Bach chimed in, praising her. Shu Yue, you've learned so much. How did you figure out that frying fatty meat would yield oil? Shu Yue hesitated, finding it difficult to respond to such a question. It wasn't her idea. It was simply the wisdom of those before her. Yet, the truth couldn't be revealed, lest it lead to more inquiries. What if they deemed her a malevolent spirit invading the bodies of their kin and sought to burn her? That would be quite the predicament. With this in mind, she calmly fabricated a story. I've been idly pondering. I grew tired of roasted meat, so I thought to try something different, and to my surprise, it turned out quite tasty. Bach, intrigued, asked Shu Yue, how come you have such peculiar ideas? Why can't we think of them? Upon hearing this, Aisha playfully slapped him, laughing, that's simply because you're foolish. I senti the shaman equally wise and clever. What is so strange about it? Speaking of shamans, Emma suddenly had a flash of inspiration and speculated, could it be that Shu Yue will become the shaman's successor? Shu Yue, why are we bringing up the shaman's successor again? Waving her hands dismissively, she insisted, Emma, you're overthinking it. How could I possibly be the shaman's successor? I wouldn't know how. Emma replied, why not? Shu Yue, you've changed so much. Perhaps the beast god is testing you. You re-often with the shaman. Aren't you learning the shaman skills? Shu Yue retorted, not really. For the past few days, I've been teaching the shaman how to count, that we haven't discussed anything else. Is that so? Emma mused, now convinced that the possibility of Shu Yue being the shaman's successor was quite high. She turned to her male, Bach, what do you think? Bach stroked his chin thoughtfully. If it's true, we'll know for sure by asking the shaman. We wouldn't understand otherwise. Yes, we wouldn't know. After we finish the fried eggs, let us go ask the shaman, Aisha suggested, her gaze returning to the frying eggs. Vint cracked 5 eggs in a row, which he had just placed onto a platter. With the oil on the stone slab depleted, he poured the remaining oil from the wooden bowl evenly across the slab before cracking the rest of the eggs. The sizzling sound particularly appetizing. The 5 eggs were shared among the 3 females, and the second round of frying would be for Vint and Bach. Regardless of whether they were full, Shu Yue herself was satisfied after consuming 2.5 fried eggs. After finishing the eggs, a bowl of cool leaf tea made her feel indescribably refreshed. After drinking the cool leaf tea, Aisha remarked to Bach, why didn't you bring some cool leaves back to our cave? Bach chuckled, of course, I wouldn't forget you. I'll make another trip tonight to bring back more. Upon hearing this, Emma responded, now that's more like it. While the tribe had yet to notice, it was wise to gather some for themselves. Everyone had their own little schemes, after all. Shu Yue thought the same, planning to have Vint gather more when night fell, as one must look out for oneself. Once everyone had finished the fried eggs, Bach asked, Shu Yue, shall we go find a shaman to inquire? I don't think it's necessary. I want to become a shaman, Shu Yue declined. Yet Bach insisted. It wouldn't hurt to ask. Let us go. The determination of a shaman's successor could only be confirmed by the shaman themselves, though no one knew how that was determined. Each shaman would miraculously find their successor before embracing the beast god. If the shaman fails to find a successor until death, it signifies the impending demise of the tribe, that a tribe that possesses both a chief and a shaman is one that the beast god permits to exist. Both are indispensable. The shaman, now of considerable age, must find a successor soon. Unable to resist her elder's wishes, Shu Yue reluctantly accompanied the shaman to the cave. Within the shaman's cave, one hand grasped Shu Yue's, while the other held a patterned black stone. They sat facing each other, Eyes closed, that a sense of unease gripped Shu Yue. She could not possibly be the shaman's successor. Lacking both medical knowledge and divination skills, she had no desire to oversee the tribe, for it would surely lead to her exhaustion. Perhaps the beast god heard her silent prayers, for the shaman opened her eyes and shook her head, declaring, "Shu Yue is not my successor." A wave of relief washed over Shu Yue. Invent's expression mirrored her own, while Boss' demeanor remained unchanged, and Aisha and Emma appeared somewhat disappointed. Ba inquired shaman, "Have you sensed a successor yet?" The shaman shook her head once more, stating, "No, perhaps it is nothing." She seemed to hesitate, then turned to Shu Yue, saying, "Shu Yue, the beast god does not intend for you to become a shaman. Hence I cannot teach you what I know, referring to divination and rituals that I understand." Shaman, Shu Yue thought, knowing that such mystical practices would elude her grasp. Emma sighed, as if lamenting a lost opportunity. As twins, Aisha sensed her sister's thoughts and playfully tugged at her, saying, "Emma, this is a good thing for Shu Yue. Being a shaman is exhausting." The shaman wholeheartedly agreed, affirming that Aisha spoke the truth. Being a shaman bore the heavy responsibility of carrying the beast god's mission, which impacted the entire tribe. Vint expressed his relief. Thank goodness Shu Yue is not that. If she were indeed the shaman's successor, it would mean they could never leave the Yuta tribe. But that was unacceptable. After the rainy season, they must return to the warrior tribe and introduce Shu Yue to his brothers. That was their true home. Ba pressed on, "Shaman, is Chui truly the beast god's envoy?" Upon hearing this question, everyone listened intently. The shaman furrowed her brow, replying, "It is hard to say that Chui's background aligns with the signs given to me by the beast god. However, she lacks medical knowledge and has yet to effect any change within the tribe. Something feels amiss." Ba hesitated, suggesting, "Could it be that the heat of the yellow moon season has rendered the females inactive, thus causing no movement?" Earlier, Chui mentioned teaching everyone basket weaving, but due to Yin Zhao's injury and the sweltering heat, the females were reluctant to venture out for gathering, which delayed the task. After considering this reason, the shaman proposed, "Then let the females gather tomorrow to prevent idleness during the yellow moon season." Bon nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall notify them. By the way, we discovered 2 cool leaf trees. Tomorrow, let us send some males to collect the leaves, so the females can drink a bowl of cool leaf water before gathering." The shaman had no objections. As evening fell, all the females received both good and bad news. The good news was that they could drink cool leaf water. The bad news was that those who drank it would have to go gather. For Miao Xiaote, there was only bad news. She had to gather. The chief declared that this gathering was to procure the materials for the basket she mentioned, and her presence was essential. The thought of enduring the sweltering heat made Miao Xiaote want to back out, for the basket was hardly crucial. Must they really venture out in such weather? Yet, she lacked the courage to voice her reluctance to the chief, not wanting to appear useless, so she steeled herself to comply. Yin Xiao comforted her. "Do not worry, Chui. I will accompany you tomorrow. You need not fear any dangers." Miao Xiaotsue responded with a lackluster acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Shu Yue directed the orcs to place 2 large branches into the cave's partition. The cave had been divided with wooden planks and animal skin curtains, housing their more valuable possessions, such as the bones of fierce beasts and the recently stored cool leaves. Hanging the cool leaves on the branches preserved their moisture, as they could not be left in plain sight. They were to be discreetly stashed for personal consumption. She had no selfless spirit of sacrifice. Her priority was her own well-being. After securely hiding the leaves, she enlisted the orcs to prepare their gear for the expedition. The sun of the yellow moon season was fierce, and venturing out unprotected would undoubtedly lead to sunburn, so proper sun protection was essential. She fashioned 2 sleeves from fish skin to shield her arms, while her skirt reached her ankles, effectively covering her legs. The animal skin shoes also required modification. She found a piece of durable animal hide to cover a thin, foot-shaped wooden board, stitching 2 layers of fish skin onto the board as insoles, finally leaving space for her feet and crafting the shoe upper from fish skin. The final product was rather unsightly, yet after trying them on and testing their comfort, she found them satisfactory, as they no longer chafed her soles. Shu Yue felt a flush of embarrassment at her creation, which would be deemed unworthy even by beggars in China, yet it was a treasure in her hands. If her feet were to avoid blisters tomorrow, it depended entirely on these shoes. Vint, however, was quite taken with her uniquely designed footwear, praising, "Shu Yue, your shoes are truly beautiful. They will keep your feet from hurting tomorrow." Splendid work. He even gave her a thumbs up. Shu Yue thought to herself, if not for the orc's unfamiliarity with real shoes, she would suspect it was mockery. Once she was sufficiently bundled up, it was time to prepare her sun-blocking gear. Vint selected a particularly sturdy round leaf, resembling an oversized lotus leaf, which was perfect for use as a sunshade. With the animal skin bag ready, they could depart at a moment's notice by the time they finished preparing. It was already deep into the night. An impatient orc slowly approached. Shu Yue pushed him away, saying, "Don't crowd me. It's hot." The orc, eager to please, fanned her, asking Shu Yue, "Are we bathing today?" "No, there are too many mosquitoes outside. I'm afraid of being bitten." Did he think she couldn't see through his intentions? "I will keep watch and ensure no mosquitoes come near you." Vint was nearly ready to act on his promise. However, Shu Yue firmly refused, insisting on postponing the wash for another day. They had to gather tomorrow, and if she couldn't rise in time, it would be quite embarrassing. "Shu Yue, there is no room for negotiation." After finally feeling comfortable and ready for a good night's sleep, the orc still dared to disturb her. Seeing her steadfast resolution, Vint could only abandon his thoughts of persuasion, lamenting the chief's insistence on gathering tomorrow rather than at another time. It was truly inconvenient. Feeling wronged, he climbed onto the stone bed, while the female refused to cuddle him, which displeased him greatly during the yellow moon season. At dawn the next day, after finishing the meat roasted by the orcs, Shu Yue gathered her gear and set off, as they were not going hunting today. Many orcs accompanied the females for the gathering. In the square, a perspiring Ba canceled the organization of the guard team, noting that there were already plenty of orcs accompanying the females. Having too many participants for the gathering was counterproductive, as it would only deplete the cool leaves further. Venturing out in the yellow moon season was a luxury. They would only go this once and wait until after the season had passed. With cool leaf water available, everyone heading out for gathering was invited to drink a bowl. Aisha and Emma brewed a large pot of cool leaf water to distribute among the crowd. Guogua and Yaya, having finished their cool leaf water, began searching for Shu Yue. Today, Shu Yue was dressed unusually. Not only was she bundled up, but she also carried an animal skin bag with a large leaf sticking out, creating a rather comical appearance that made her easy to spot. "Shu Yue, why does your animal skin look like that today?" Yaya inquired with curiosity. The leaf itself was not extraordinary. They wondered what Shu Yue intended to do with it. Shu Yue explained, "I wear this to prevent sunburn. The sunlight can harm the skin, and covering my arms protects me from tanning." Upon hearing this, Guogua and Yaya glanced at their own arms, which bore contrasting colors. The part covered by the animal skin was still fair, while the rest of their arms were darkened by the sun. Previously, they too had endured the yellow moon season without concern, but Shu Yue's attire sparked their interest. "Oh, that's wonderful. We want to make one too," Guogua exclaimed, eager to return home and craft her own sleeves. Clearly, there was no time for that today. Shu Yue stopped her, saying, "The gathering team is about to depart. You won't have time to make one now. You can craft it when you return. Oh, why didn't I think of such a good method?" Guogua lamented with a sigh. "Yeah, quick on the uptake," suggested, "though we didn't think of it, Shu Yue did. We can learn from her." Realizing the wisdom in this, Guogua replied, "From now on, we should often visit Shu Yue. She always has fresh ideas." Indeed. Yaya expressed her agreement. Shu Yue merely smiled and remained silent. It was rather dull to be alone each day, and having someone to converse with was certainly a welcome distraction. It was not only Guogua and Yaya who took note of Shu Yue's attire. The females were intrigued by new fashions, and they had overheard her remarks. Observing how Shu Yue was bundled up, they couldn't help but feel envious. What female does not cherish beauty? As for the animal skins worn by Shu Yue and her companions, they had never even laid eyes on such things. And feeling shy to inquire, they could only urge their own males to venture outside in search of similar pelts, which appeared quite cool and comfortable. Unlike the envy felt by other females, Miao Xiaocui held a disdainful attitude. What was she wearing? It was obvious at a glance that she had no skill in garment making, piecing together scraps haphazardly. Moreover, her animal skin shoes, wrapped like zongzi, were utterly unsightly. Regardless of her appearance, she was ultimately an uncivilized savage. Once she returned from gathering, she would undoubtedly craft a splendid outfit to show these people. Miao Xiaozi glanced at her own exposed arms and noted the deepening tan. A flicker of regret crossed her eyes. Had she known she would tan this way, she would have made herself a garment long ago, rather than donning a bee-skin skirt like these females. Once again, the expedition was led by Elder Qing. Noticing that most of the females had arrived, she took the lead to take flight. "Is everyone ready? We shall set off now," she announced, taking advantage of the cool morning air before the heat set in. The females with partners quickly climbed onto the backs of their males, while those without, such as Guagua and Yaya, were carried by their fathers or pursued by the Beastmen. Once everyone was prepared, Elder Qing shouted, "Let us go." Thus, they all moved. Those who could fly soared above, while those who could not ran along the ground, resembling a stampede of wild beasts. Went cradling a female forged ahead, maintaining a distance neither too far nor too close to the long line of beastmen. Just minutes after setting off, the females began to voice their complaints, lamenting the oppressive heat and relentless sun. Shu Yue, sheltered by the leaves, found it bearable, but others were not so fortunate. Those flying enjoyed some breeze. Albeit it felt hotter, yet at least it was dry. The runners below, however, suffered greatly. The jungle was stifling, and combined with the heat, sweat cascaded down their bodies, leaving them in a state of distress, yearning to leap into the river for relief. Miao Xiaote, perched atop Yin Zhao's back, searched for any sign of Shu Yue and her companions. Human eyes could not see far, and she failed to spot them. "Yin Zhao, why can't I see Shu Yue?" she queried. "Went flies quickly. They're ahead of us." Yin Zhao replied, "Oh, should we fly faster then?" she inquired. Yin Zhao shook his head. "What purpose would it serve to fly so swiftly? We should match the pace of the group. Flying too fast will deplete our strength." "Fine," Miao Xiaozue retorted, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Did flying quickly merely showcase her male-esque strength? Humph. Her male would one day be the king among beastmen. What was went? After all, but someone who would ultimately heed her male's words? Just wait and see. Shu Yue. Under the scorching sun, they finally arrived at the gathering site. The air was eerily silent, and the ground burned beneath their feet. Fortunately, Shu Yue's shoes had several layers, so she felt little discomfort. The other females hopped about, exclaiming how hot the ground was. The males, opting to transform into their beast forms, allowed the females to ride them while gathering, thus avoiding the burning ground. Consequently, what should have been a fruitful day of gathering transformed into a competition of mounts. Shu Yue observed this scene with a twitch of her mouth. These individuals were not here to work. With all the females atop their males, only Shu Yue remained on the ground, as if one did not care for his female-esque comfort. When asked, "Do you want me to carry you?" Shu Yue waved her hand. "No, my soles are thick, my feet are fine." All eyes turned toward her, and Guo, puzzled, asked Shu Yue, "Aren't your feet hot?" "Not at all, though, let's get to work." The last time she came, she had been so intent on her own demise that she hardly noticed the environment. Now, observing it, she found the place rather desolate. The wild grass grew knee-high, and the fruit trees were sparsely scattered, with an average distance of several dozen meters between each tree. The ground was covered with grass, revealing no discernible edible vegetation. The beastmen, accompanied by the females, instinctively moved toward the fruit trees, while Shu Yue rummaged through the undergrowth. She sought spices such as chili peppers, knowing they would not grow on trees and must be found among the grass. Went followed closely behind her, shielding her with a leaf umbrella. "Yeah, what are you looking for?" he inquired. "That I wish to find some distinctive ingredients, perhaps something that is particularly spicy or has a unique flavor." Shu Yue replied, "Spicy? What does spicy mean?" The beastman questioned, confusion evident on his face. Shu Yue attempted to describe, "It's the kind of sensation where your tongue feels uncomfortable after eating, making you thirst for water." "I don't know. I've never encountered it." Wen shook his head. This revelation was not surprising. It was quite normal for them not to have tasted such things. However, her quest for ingredients proved challenging, as everything here was unlike what grew in China. Even if the flavors were similar, the differing appearances rendered her unable to discern them. Was she to emulate Shinnong and taste the herbs? But what if she were poisoned? Went, can you tell which of these grasses are toxic and which are not? Went casually plucked a handful of grass, sniffed it, and said, you can tell, this grass is not poisonous. Shu Yue examined the grass in his hand. Slender and leaf-like, this variety was abundant. Driven by her relentless spirit, she broke off a piece and tasted it. Tui, it was nothing but a useless weed. Confirmed. Went stared at her in bewilderment. Yeah, why are you eating that? Shu Yue spat out the grass, explaining, to determine whether I can find the ingredients I seek, I must taste them. If I see something unusual, I will taste it as well. You just need to ensure it's not toxic. That I'll help you taste. When offered, she waved her hand. No need. Only I can discern whether it's edible or not. You wouldn't know even if you tasted it. When conceded, fine, all leaves taste the same to me. Thus began Shu Yue's exploration of grasses. Upon encountering different varieties, she tasted each one as long as it was not poisonous. However, this area was not limited to just a few types. There were hundreds, many of which were edible. Their peculiar behavior drew puzzled looks from those afar who were gathering fruit. What was so delightful about grass? Miao Xiaozue's disdain deepened, her thoughts questioning whether this Shu Yue was a fool for eating grass. What a pity that such a beautiful face was not accompanied by a clever mind. Yin Xiao also found it perplexing. Though he said nothing, they were simply out for fun, and if she desired to eat grass, that was her prerogative. Curious, Guoguo had her father lead her over to Shu Yue. And from a distance, she called out, Shu Yue, why are you eating grass? Shu Yue's expression soured as she replied, I'm just playing around. It's nothing. After tasting a dozen varieties, she found the flavors to be earthy and fishy. A few grasses were so foul-smelling that merely inhaling them was unbearable. There was no way she could put such things in her mouth. Guoguo and her father approached, unable to comprehend. Grass is terribly unpalatable. Shu Yue, let us go gather fruit. She politely declined. You go ahead. I'll join you later to and remember to have Miao Xiaozue look for materials to weave baskets. Huh? You're not going? Guoguo asked, watching her take a bite of grass, only to spit it out immediately, utterly baffled by her actions. Shu Yue shook her head. Not right now. I'm still playing with this and nearly gagging on it. All right then, once you're done playing, remember to come over, Guoguo said, unable to persuade her, and thus departed to gather fruit. Father, let us go gather fruit. As they walked away, Guoguo glanced back at the leaf in Wen's hand, realizing how it was used. Father, I want one of those leaves too. Her father affectionately replied, all right, I'll find one for you. Upon returning to the fruit trees, passing by Yin Xiao and his female, Guoguo remarked, Cui, weren't you going to teach us how to weave baskets? Have you found any materials? Miao Xiaote, her face flushed from the sun, was desperate to return to the cave and had little interest in searching for materials. She replied dismissively, I'm in the midst of searching. The materials may not be found here. Guoguo was unsure whether she spoke the truth or not, only knowing that it would be a shame if they were unavailable. You must search thoroughly. Miao Xiaozue nodded, indicating her determination to search diligently. After Guoguo finished speaking, she and her father set off to look for large leaves. Meanwhile, Shu Yue finally found some palatable grass, a type adorned with small, round, reddish leaves at its tip, which had a mildly sweet taste and could be eaten raw. She mused that if she were to pair this with roasted meat, it would surely be delightful. And thus she gathered a handful to place in her leather pouch. If only there were paper here, she could record the various plants she had tasted to avoid forgetting which one she had already tried on her next visit. With the discovery of the small round leaves, she no longer felt foolish about her method. After all, time was plentiful, and if the efficiency was low, so be it, perhaps spurred by this initial success. She soon stumbled upon several other edible grasses, most of which were sweet and crisp. However, these varieties were fewer, likely due to the grazing of herbivores. Speaking of herbivores, Shu Yue's eyes suddenly lit up, and she turned to the Beastman, saying, Went, could you do me a favor? What favor? When you go hunting, could you pay more attention to the small grazing animals, following them to see what they eat? Perhaps there are other discoveries to be made. Animals certainly avoid toxic plants, so if they can consume something, it stands to reason that beastmen can as well. The grass here is tall and dense, and if there is anything edible in the soil, I might miss it. Following herbivores is surely better than searching blindly. All right, I'll keep an eye out, Went replied, although he thought that even if they found edible grass, it might not be of much use. Nonetheless, since he had enjoyed such activities, he would indulge her. After searching for a while longer without finding any spicy peppers, her palms muddy and sweaty, she decided it was futile to continue and would return another day. Noticing her stop, Wen took out a bamboo tube filled with water from his leather pouch and asked, "Yeah, would you like some water?" "Yes, please, thank you," Shu Yue exclaimed, feeling quite thirsty. She took 2 big gulps. Yet her thirst remained unquenched. However, she couldn't drink excessively, or her belly would feel uncomfortable. "Let us not search any more today. Instead, let's pick some fruits and look for materials to weave baskets." No sooner had she spoken than a high-pitched scream erupted from the fruit trees. "Ah!" Everyone jumped, startled, with the quick-reacting ones rushing over. "What happened? What happened?" Silverhowl soothingly licked the back of the female's hand, saying, "Chui, don't be afraid. The bugs won't bite." Miao Xiaoze was half scared out of her wits, exclaiming, "That bug is so disgusting. It just fell on my leg." Although the insect was now a lifeless corpse, crushed by Silverhowl, the beastmen who hurried over were relieved to find it was merely an insect. One female teased, "Chui, you're so timid. A little bug has you so frightened. I'm terrified of bugs." Miao Xiaozue's face turned pale with fright. "Ha, it's all right. Even little females have a fear of bugs." Someone chuckled kindly. At this moment, Shu Yue and Wen approached hand in hand, casting a glance at the deceased insect before looking up at the tree, where something sticky appeared to be a cocoon. After scrutinizing it further, she wondered whether this large, flat bug, about 2 fingers thick, could be a silkworm pupa. Unfortunately, it was unrecognizable, having been crushed beyond recognition. Miao Xiaozue, terrified, disregarded everyone else and urged Silverhowl to leave. "Brother Silverhowl, let us pick from another tree. There are too many bugs on this one." Silverhowl naturally agreed. "All right, let us switch trees." He led Miao Xiaozue to another tree, while the leather pouch on the back of the silver wolf was only half full, still capable of holding much more. The female who had spoken earlier noticed the lack of good fruit on this tree and decided against picking from it, saying to Shu Yue as she left, "There aren't any good fruits on this tree. Let us go to another one." Shu Yue smiled and nodded. "Sure, you go ahead." The others departed, but Shu Yue remained behind, asking when to retrieve a cocoon for her. Wen looked at her in surprise. "Yeah, that contains bugs." Shu Yue calmly nodded. "I know. I just want to see what the bugs inside look like." The Beastman's expression was quite complex. What was going on with Ye today? One moment she wanted to eat grass, and the next she wanted to catch bugs. Nevertheless, he would refuse such a small request from his mate. He sprang up a tree and brought down a cocoon, which was sticky, causing a rare expression of discomfort to cross Wen's face. Shu Yue, intrigued, made an even bolder request. "Could you open the cocoon to take a look?" Wen protested. "Yeah, let us find something else to play with." Shu Yue laughed at him. "Wen, are you afraid of bugs?" He shook his head. "I'm not afraid. It's just disgusting." He pinched a bit between his fingers, openly displaying his disdain for the thing. She touched her nose, conceding, "All right, it is quite gross." However, this was likely a silkworm pupa, a delicacy rich in protein that shouldn't be overlooked. "Please open it. If it's a silkworm pupa, we could have a delightful meal tonight." She pinched Wen's hand affectionately, playfully. Wen was momentarily dazzled by the female's smile. No male could refuse his partner's request, yet he still made a small demand. "Yeah, shall we bathe tonight?" Shu Yue was taken aback that Wen would make a request of her, exclaiming, "Are you negotiating with me?" He chuckled softly, then leaned down to kiss her forehead. "I'm not." Shu Yue wiped the spot where he had kissed, huffing. "Then what were you just saying?" Wen shook the cocoon in his hand, speaking with utmost seriousness. "If you agree to bathe, I'll help you open it." A threat. An unabashed threat. "Fine," I agreed. It was inevitable. Agreeing or not made little difference. The female readily consented, deepening the gaze in Wen's eyes. And when he looked back at the cocoon, it no longer seemed so repulsive. With a firm press of his thumb, he pierced the cocoon, creating a large opening that revealed the green contents within. Wen's expression froze, clearly disgusted, while Shu Yue, far from feeling the same, used a stick to extract the small creature inside. The plump little creature, ringed in appearance, resembled an oversized silkworm. The more Shu Yue looked, the more it seemed so, and by the end, She couldn't help but swallow, startling the Beastman beside her. Huh, you don't want to eat that, do you? His deep voice betrayed his alarm. Shu Yue laughed, tossing the insect in her leather pouch. Let us give it a try. It should taste delicious. The Beastman was taken aback. He quickly intervened. Yeah, we don't lack for food right now. You don't need to eat bugs. She shot him a look that said he didn't understand. Went, let me tell you if I'm not mistaken, this bug is called a silkworm pupa, and it's best when fried. It's particularly nutritious. I'll cook it for you when we return. You should gather all the cocoons from the tree now. They may not be here next time. She then set off to search for the large leaves that could wrap the cocoons, ensuring her collection of wild vegetables remained uncontaminated. In China, silkworms are not inexpensive, and as someone who could afford it, she had indulged in such delicacies while enjoying the company of friends. The first time she tried it, it was a bit disconcerting, but after that, she realized it was quite delicious. They could be roasted or fried, and when perfectly cooked with a sprinkle of cumin, the flavor was exquisite. She couldn't dwell on these thoughts. There was no returning to China, and reminiscing would only make her crave it even more. Do you see that large leaf at the top of the tree? Pluck it down. I'll wrap the cocoons in it. She pointed to a big leaf, instructing the Beastman to retrieve it. Went was now at a loss for thought, struggling to comprehend why his female wanted to eat bugs. Wasn't it a common fear among females? Why did his appear unable to contain her saliva? Doubting his life choices, he instinctively plucked the large leaf, which was nearly a meter wide and could hold quite a few insects. Yeah, are you really going to eat bugs? He asked again for confirmation. She nodded firmly. Yes, that's exactly what I want. Is there something wrong with the bugs? Went's expression was a mixture of conflict. While there was no poison, he still hesitated, but yeah. Oh, there are no buts. If it doesn't taste good, will you throw it all away? With no choice left, he acquiesced to the female's wishes. If you want to eat bugs, then eat bugs. I'm a male. What do I have to fear? It is merely a matter of enduring a few days of discomfort. The sight of Went, both disdainful and reluctantly extracting the cocoons, elicited a few suppressed chuckles from Shu Yue. How amusing it was that such a formidable Beastman was being troubled by mere insects. One by one, the cocoons were discarded as she deftly collected them on large leaves, soon filling her hands to capacity, while the tree still bore many more. That's enough. Went, I can no longer carry more, she called out. Upon hearing her exclamation, Went immediately ceased his efforts and leapt down, hastily wiping his fingers on a leaf that, in the time it took him to clean his hands, Shu Yue had already fashioned a small pouch from the leaves and tucked it into her leather bag. Once the pouch was stowed, her leather bag was filled to the brim. Fortunately, she had brought a second one to hold some wild fruits as well. The gathering party continued its trek and along the ascent. The fruit trees bore only underdeveloped wild fruits, leaving some sustenance for other small creatures. The Beastmen would never strip a tree bare nor hunt the young, though they lacked knowledge of profound principles. They understood the necessity of not overexploiting nature, lest the beast deity punish them. When held the leather bag while she sprinted to catch up with the main group. Logically, after a prolonged period of inactivity, her sudden run should have caused discomfort in her chest, yet she felt no such ill effects, apart from her ill-fitting shoes and a slight warmth in the distance. The others gazed at Shu Yue's approach with expressions of astonishment. However, upon observing her vibrant complexion, a thought flickered through their minds. Shu Yue is a healthy and spirited female. Aya waved her hand. Shu Yue, come over here. Let us gather together. With a bright smile, Shu Yue replied, All right, I'm coming. Went followed closely behind her, his gaze filled with adoration, for his Iya was indeed the most beautiful. And her father had gone to search for shaded leaves and had yet to return, leaving Aya to gather alone, which had grown rather tedious. With Shu Yue's arrival, she began to inquire incessantly, Shu Yue, why do you eat grass? Shu Yue replied, I wanted to see if I could find some delicious grass. Aya paused. Delicious grass. Have you found any? Shu Yue nodded, pointing to a patch of grass by Aya's leg. I found a few kinds. Look at that one beside you. Its leaves are sweet. Aya looked down. Is this the one? Yes, Shu Yue affirmed. Upon hearing this, Aya eagerly plucked a leaf, tasting it, and found it to be pleasantly sweet after a couple of chews. That it's delicious. I'll gather some to take home for my mother, she exclaimed, stuffing some in her leather bag. Father assisted. Knowing his daughter enjoyed such snacks, since their child liked it, they decided to collect more. Shu Yue ceased her gathering, instead directing her gaze toward the fruits hanging from the trees, which resembled apricots in color and size. Went remarked, those fruits are not tasty. That's so. A Beastman plucked one down, wiping off the dirt before handing it to her. Taste it and you'll see. With skepticism, Shu Yue took a small bite and promptly spat it out. Indeed, it was unpalatable, lacking both sweetness and acidity, and exhibiting a hint of bitterness, as if it were still unripe. This unripe? She queried. Went replied, these fruits are simply unappetizing, regardless of ripeness. Hearing this, Shu Yue quietly discarded the fruit and moved towards another tree, keeping an eye out for willow branches. Around the edible fruit trees, several individuals were busy foraging, while some larger trees bore an abundance of fruits that remained untouched, clearly indicating that they were either inedible or unappetizing. Only a few trees were available for gathering, and most had already been picked clean by the other females. Not wishing to scavenge the leftovers, Shu Yue decided to rest beneath a tree. Let us take a break. She casually picked a leaf to spread on the ground and plopped down, immediately feeling the fatigue in her legs. All right, Wen agreed, sitting beside her, placing the leather bag aside while holding the makeshift leaf umbrella above them. He took a sip from his water container, draining half of it and leaving the remainder for her. Shu Yue took a small sip, then returned the container to the leather bag. The gathering was not yet complete, and it was wise to conserve some water, having been out for 2 to 3 hours. The other females had filled their stomachs with fruits, while she had subsisted on grass. Ugh, it's so hot. The ground was rather warm against her behind. After only a few minutes, she stood up again, realizing that such weather was unsuitable for prolonged outdoor activity. But where could she find bamboo or willow? A glance around revealed no suitable materials, and returning empty-handed would be quite disheartening, just as she was at a loss. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the water container in her leather bag. Oh dear, had she been seeking far and wide when the answer was so close? The Beastman surely knew where to find it. Why had she not simply asked? She pulled out the bamboo container and asked where can I find the bamboo used for making this container? Went, momentarily puzzled, replied, it is not found in this mountain range. It grows in another location, not far from the tribe. And by the way, this is not called bamboo. It's referred to as segmented tree. Shu Yue twitched her mouth in response, thinking to herself, from now on, it shall be called bamboo. Very well, he conceded. We should go inform Grandma Qing that we have discovered where the materials for weaving baskets can be found. It is time to return, for it is scorching outside. Just as they prepared to leave, she accidentally stepped on something, slipping and landing on her backside. Did you hurt yourself? The sound of her body hitting the ground startled Went, who quickly dropped the leather bag he had just acquired and rushed to assist her. Shu Yue winced, clutching her rear as she grimaced while being helped to her feet by the Beastman. She glanced around, her face darkened with embarrassment, relieved that no one had noticed. Went helplessly rubbed her back. How could you be so careless? That must have hurt. I'm fine, she retorted, her cheeks flushed red, noticing the crowd nearby. What are you doing, Beastman? Don't let anyone see. Went glanced towards the crowd and reassured her. It's all right. I didn't see anything. Let me help you. Shu Yue shot him a disapproving look, thinking it inappropriate for him to take advantage of the situation. No, if you touch me again, I will be angry. Very well then, he replied, feigning disappointment. Seeing that he had ceased his unwanted ministrations, Shu Yue bent down to investigate the culprit that had caused her fall. She pushed aside the grass and discovered a greenish round object. She had noticed these on her way here, growing on some larger trees that remained untouched. Went leaned over to inspect it and remarked, so it is this, hard and unpalatable, with an exceptionally large pit. Let me crush it for you to vent your frustration. One fruit is hardly worth the trouble. The Beastman stepped on it, and with a muffled pop, the fruit burst open, releasing a milky substance. Shu Yue covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight of Went's filthy foot. What are you doing? That is so dirty. Went responded, it's not as dirty as a worm, but but he refrained from voicing that opinion aloud. Shu Yue, peeking through her fingers, expected to see a sticky mess, but to her surprise, she recognized something familiar. She stepped closer, crouching down to examine it further. If she was not mistaken, this was indeed a walnut. With its yellow exterior and white interior, she picked up a piece to inspect, confirming its familiar shape. This was truly a walnut, but why was there a layer of greenish material on the shell? She knew that what was sold in markets were always ripe walnuts. Could this be the walnut in its natural state? Well, any peasant from a rural background would likely know more than she did. Yeah, don't touch that. It's dirty, Wen attempted to intervene, but Shu Yue stood up, giving him a thumbs up. Well done, Went. You've led me to discover a walnut. The Beastman looked utterly bewildered. What? Shu Yue pointed at the object on the ground. This is a walnut. The white part is the edible part, and it's delicious and good for the brain. You mean this thing is edible? Went questioned, his skepticism evident. Today, his Yeye seemed quite unusual, wanting to eat everything she encountered, as if it were better than the rotten fruits she had earlier. Why wouldn't she take a bite of what he offered? Unaware of Wen's thoughts, Shu Yue continued to educate him about how to eat walnuts and their benefits. Thankfully, when absorbed her words, his expression a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Is this walnut truly that good? Of course, we can fill the other leather bag entirely with walnuts. There are plenty on the trees over there. With that, she eagerly ran towards the trees, her leather bag in hand, when Aya, who had been nearby, saw her reaching for the unpalatable fruits and quickly intervened. Hey Shu Yue, you can't eat those fruits. Upon hearing this, Shu Yue waved back. Aya, come here. This is a walnut, and I know how to eat it. Yeye and her father approached with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Shu Yue extended a green walnut to Yeye's father, saying, Uncle, if you peel off the outer skin, you'll find a hard shell inside. Open that shell, and you'll discover the edible kernel within. Is this really edible? Yeye's father asked, transforming back into human form. Although his words betrayed doubt, his hands were already following her instructions to peel it. The green skin came off easily, and with a gentle squeeze. The hard shell split open, revealing a creamy white walnut kernel, larger and more plump than those found in China. However, Yeye's father's fingers were a bit too coarse to extract it easily. So Shu Yue took one half and squeezed it from the middle, making the walnut kernel easy to retrieve. The kernel remained intact and unbroken. She split it in two, offering one half to Yeye while tasting the other herself. It was slightly bitter and a tad astringent at first, but it developed a pleasant flavor upon chewing. Seeing her eat, Yeye decided to try it as well, but after a few chews, she spat it out with a grimace, exclaiming, It tastes terrible. Shu Yue chuckled softly, explaining, This is a raw walnut. The texture is somewhat lacking. It becomes delicious once roasted. Roasted? What does that mean? They were confused, she replied. When we return, I will teach you how to prepare it. In any case, these walnuts are a valuable resource. With so many here, they will suffice to feed our tribe, Yeye's father inquired. Can this fill our stomachs? Well, not really. It's more of a snack, but it has a long shelf life. He said, somewhat disappointed, having hoped it would satiate their hunger. Yet Yeye was quite intrigued. Father, let's gather some. All right, if you like it, then let's collect some. The walnut trees were particularly tall, with the walnuts growing closely together. Went gave one tree a light kick, but the walnuts remained stubbornly attached. With no other option, they had to climb up to pick them. Yeye's father and Wen ascended to gather the nuts while the two girls collected them from the ground. In the distance, the orcs watched in confusion. Why are they picking those inedible fruits? Qing Grandma and her male companion approached, asking, What are you doing with those tasteless fruits? Yeye replied, Qing Grandma, Shu Yue said these are edible. What are they called again? They're called walnuts, Shu Yue reminded her. Yes, she said roasted walnuts are delicious, that we should gather some to take back and try it if they really taste good. We can let the tribe know to come pick them. Qing Grandma paused, surprised. Shu Yue, how do you know these are called walnuts and that they are edible? Shu Yue felt helpless. Why do the people here have to ask so many questions? I heard someone say so. But in truth, the original owner rarely left the tribe, making it difficult to meet strangers. Who told you? Qing Grandma was puzzled, wondering why she had never met anyone familiar with this fruit. Shu Yue vaguely responded. I can't quite recall who mentioned it, but they said this is a walnut and that it becomes tasty when roasted. Once I get back and experiment, if it truly is delicious, I will inform you. Grandma. Noticing Qing Grandma's continued curiosity, she quickly changed the subject. By the way, Grandma, I found out where to gather materials for weaving baskets. When we head back, let's have the orcs follow when to collect them. Qing Grandma, now more focused on the basket materials, turned to Wint for answers. Taking advantage of the distraction, Shu Yue hurriedly filled a bag with walnuts and reminded, Grandma, look at the females. They are all wilting from the heat. We should return. Qing Grandma glanced back and saw the females looking weary from the heat. Fearing they might fall ill, she quickly gathered everyone to head back. As the group convened, Qing Grandma announced that they now knew where to find the basket materials. And it was time to return to tea that moment. Miao Xiaotsue expressed her confusion. I haven't seen any materials for weaving baskets. How did you find them? Qing Grandma looked toward Shu Yue, who explained, once we return to the tribe, the males will make another trip. When they bring back the items, you'll see if they are the materials. With this clarification, the other females understood. They were no longer curious about what the materials were. They just wanted to hurry back before they melted from the heat. At that moment, Miao Xiaotsue sensed something was amiss. Logically, she was the only one who could weave bamboo baskets. The people here had never encountered it before. How could Shu Yue speak so confidently about it? Did she know how to weave baskets? But that didn't make sense. If she could, why hadn't she done it sooner? Clearly, she couldn't, so how did she know what the materials were? Miao Xiaotsue was perplexed, unable to fathom that the other was also from another world, let alone that she was merely a soul in this body. She only knew that a soul swap meant something sinister, and those involved needed to be burned. This time, she refrained from further questioning and followed the others back, eager to see what materials the other might produce. Upon their return, a beastman and a human came running towards them. Guo was perched on her father's back, joyfully shielding herself from the sun with a leaf, only to discover that everyone was preparing to leave. Qing Grandma nodded, stating, we found the materials. It's too hot. We should head back. Guo looked around, noticing only the bulging beast skin bags that everyone had packed, but seeing no other items, she asked, where are the materials? As soon as she spoke, another female chimed in. Guo, don't ask, that you'll find out when we get back. Right now, everyone is parched, and we're in a hurry to drink some water. In the Yuta tribe, no one knew how to use bamboo tubes. Upon hearing this, Guo felt her own thirst, her mouth dry as a bone. She chose to remain silent, indicating her compliance with the group's actions. Observing the female's dry, pale lips, Shu Yue, who had initially wanted a sip of water herself, silently withdrew her hand. It was best to avoid inciting the crowd's displeasure over such a trivial amount of water. The pace of their return quickened considerably. In this weather, everyone felt a strong urgency to get back. Fearing they might succumb to dehydration on the way, Wint led the way, but this time he did not wait for them, instead flying straight back to the tribe. He could move swiftly and did not want Yu to suffer alongside them at a slow pace. Upon returning, he immediately provided the females with a bowl of cool water and hurried to start a fire for roasting meat, knowing that Yu must be starving after not having eaten all morning. Shu Yue noticed and smiled gently. One could discern how much someone cared for Yu through such small gestures. Despite his own discomfort from the heat, he prioritized her needs, preparing only a single bowl of cool leaf water without considering his own plight. After preparing the cool leaf water for the Beastman, she scooped some water from a wooden basin to wash her face, feeling the refreshing liquid soothe her overheated skin, providing a sensation of indescribable comfort. Although she and T used cleansing leaves, the water gradually turned murky, leaving her hands and face caked with dirt. However, Beastmen did not have oily skin, so a simple rinse left their faces feeling fresh and clean. Once she finished washing, her face felt neither dry nor parched. Human skin was typically sensitive to wind and sunlight, but beastmen seemed immune to such discomfort, perhaps due to their accustomed exposure. She touched her face, noting its smoothness. In contrast, the skin of other females in the tribe was somewhat rough, especially among the older generations. Why was the original owner's skin so flawless? Was it simply a matter of natural beauty? What she didn't realize was that her skin's remarkable smoothness was a result of having consumed an abundance of snow crystal fruits. If she hadn't heard that snow crystal fruits could enhance beauty, the original owner would not have clamored for them. However, Shu Yue was not thinking of this now. She assumed the original owner was simply naturally beautiful. She poured the dirty water onto the ground to cool the earth and fetched more water for the Beastman. Went, drenched in sweat and roasting meat by the fire. Noticed how the grass roof above them was already turning yellow, threatening to crack and require a new layer soon. Went, wash up, she said, placing the water before him. Went looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Thank you. You should drink some of the cool leaf water. It's too hot here. All right, she agreed. It was indeed hot. If conditions permitted, she would have liked to dive into an air-conditioned space. How could it be so sweltering? Once inside the cave, the Beastman washed his face, and with the remaining water, he walked to the yard, pouring it over himself from head to toe, finally feeling a moment of relief from the heat. Shu Yue, holding the bowl of cool leaf water, knew what he had done and that it was not the first time in this weather. Had it not been for her gender, she would have liked to do the same. Drink this. It's for you. The Beastman gulped it down, and after finishing, he playfully stole a kiss from her cheek. Had he not feared hurting Yue, he would have liked to nibble on her cheek. After all, her skin was as tender and pale as that of a perfectly boiled egg white. Shu Yue shot him a playful glare. You naughty one. Went chuckled softly, whispering, we'll bathe together tonight. So make sure you eat well during the day. She gave him a warning look that's not allowed for too long. Maximum 2 hours. The Beastman readily agreed. All right. The prompt response elicited a sense of insecurity within her. After all, one could never truly ascertain the reliability of the Beastmen in such matters. As the small chunks of meat sizzled over the flames, a voice called out from outside. Went, are you there? Yes, Went replied. The Beastman outside was examining the wooden door when Went leaped over the fence of his yard. Shu Yue, standing in the courtyard, couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Well, this barrier would suffice to shield her from prying eyes. The Beastman inquired, Went, Granny Ching sent me to ask when we shall gather the materials? Went answered, we will depart once I finish grilling the meat. It is nearly done. You all wait for me in the square. The Beastman nodded, all right, and promptly went to inform the others. The grilling of a few pounds of meat did not take long. After the meat was cooked and neatly plated for the females, he took his leave. Yeah, I'm off now. Remember to take a nap after you've eaten, he emphasized before departing, aware that she had gone to bed late the previous night. Shu Yue responded, all right, I understand. Returned swiftly. Yes, I'm off. Went secured the door behind him and made his way to the square, where several males awaited him. His gaze fell upon 2 of them. Are you both coming along? The queried Songlong and Xiongqi felt a tightening in their tails, with Songlong answering shyly, we have nothing to do, so we thought we might lend a hand. Went remained silent and nodded slightly. Then let us set off now. With that, he unfurled his black-scaled wings and soared into the air. Just as he was about to leave, he remembered a crucial detail. The speed of winged beastmen differed from that of their land-bound counterparts. He descended once more, stating, winged beastmen will go. Non-winged beastmen should stay. Why? The non-winged beastmen, including Songlong and Xiongqi, felt a twinge of grievance. Went coldly replied, because you are too slow, which would waste time. Having said this, he flew off with a few winged companions. The non-winged beastmen were left feeling slighted. This discrimination? Just because you have wings, you think you're superior, they lamented. Songlong and Xiongqi exchanged glances, a sense of disappointment washing over them. The latter, lacking confidence, asked Songlong, have you changed your mind? Songlong, with unwavering resolve, shook his head. No, I will not waver. We will make one agree. He patted Xiongqi on the shoulder. Xiongqi nodded silently, determined not to give up. Aside from Shu Yue, he desired no one else. Once adversaries, the 2 now found themselves united by a common goal, to join Shu Yue's family. After finishing the grilled meat, Shu Yue set about organizing the day as harvest. Tossing walnuts into the courtyard to dry, while sorting silkworm pupae and edible wild vegetables. Noticing the pupae still encased in their cocoons, she mischievously thought to leave the peeling for Wen's return. Washing up after that would be no simple task. With sweat trickling down her face, she wondered when this day would come to an end. With time to spare, she resumed her work with the animal skins. After days of effort, she finally succeeded in crafting a pair of pants. Not long trousers, but rather a wide-cropped style. She had not considered a leather skirt, as wearing one would be akin to parading around without protection. A moment's lapse could lead to an embarrassing encounter. Although Wink claimed not to mind being seen, he was still hers, and she could not allow others to gaze upon him. Once the Beastman returned, she would have him try them on. Any discomfort could be adjusted accordingly, and when she felt confident, she would use tougher animal hide for the next pair. Having sewn the waist securely, the Beastman who had been transporting bamboo returned. When called out to her, the bamboo has been brought back. Let us go to the square. Wait, Wink, you should try the pants on first to see if they fit. It won't take long. She urged, Are these for me? The Beastman's eyes lit up. Yes, go ahead and try them on. All right. Wink quickly untied his leather skirt, but as he prepared to put on the pants, he noticed something was amiss. Why are there two openings? Shu Yue chuckled. You put one leg in each. Oh, he complied, slipping on the wide pant legs with relative ease, though the waistband felt a bit loose. How do they feel? Is anything uncomfortable? Wink furrowed his brow as he took a few steps, voicing his discomfort. Where does it feel uncomfortable? Shu Yue was not surprised. After all, it was the first attempt, and simply managing to create pants was an achievement in itself, though she could not guarantee their comfort. Wink tugged at the waistband, pointing to a certain area. It pinches here. Shu Yue replied. Do you expect me to sew a pocket to accommodate that? How unsightly. Are you afraid others want to know what you're carrying? Just take them off for now. I'll think of a solution. Perhaps I need to extend the crotch area a bit. All right. After changing back in his leather skirt, he immediately felt more comfortable. He disliked feeling restricted. Shu Yue set the long pants aside, saying, We can modify them another day. For now, let us go check on the bamboo. Very well, I'll carry you there. When they arrived at the square, a crowd had gathered, with the chief and Miao Xiaocui at the center of attention. Miao Xiaocui spoke with confidence, garnering the admiration of her fellow tribesmen. Bach inquired, When do you plan to start? Miao Xiaocui smiled. I can begin at any moment. However, these bamboo pieces need to be split into strips first. The crowd was perplexed. How do we split them? Bach turned to Miao Xiaocui, who, lacking tools, found herself at a loss. I need to separate the bamboo, but I have no tools to do so. Upon hearing this, Shu Yue recalled her kitchen knife. Yet, that knife was meant for cooking. What would she do if it was damaged while splitting bamboo? Where would she find a beast tooth to replace it? She asked the Beastman beside her, Do you think the stone knives in the tribe can split bamboo? Wink shook his head no, but the claws of the Beastmen can. Shu Yue's eyes lit up. This was perfect. She turned to the chief. Wink says that Beastman's claws can do the job. All eyes turned to her, and Miao Xiaocui felt a pang of irritation. Why did she always have to be in the spotlight? Miao Xiaocui asked the chief, Chief, can the claws of the Beastmen split bamboo? Bach nodded. Yes, this bamboo is not particularly sturdy. The claws can break it. But how will we split it? How thick do you need it? Upon hearing that Beastman's claws could be used, Miao Xiaocui gestured to indicate the desired thickness and width, noting that a longer length would be beneficial. The crowd began to understand, yet they were aware that without suitable tools, splitting the bamboo would still require considerable effort. Just as Bach was about to assign some beastmen to split the bamboo, Shu Yue interjected, Excuse me, how many strips do we need to weave a bamboo basket? If we split one bamboo according to your measurements, how many strips can we get? The crowd paused momentarily, then turned to Miao Xiaocui, who had not anticipated such a question. She shot Shu Yue a glare in her mind. Why was she always so troublesome? But with so many people watching, she couldn't brush it off. After some thought, she replied, It depends on the size of the basket. You will need anywhere from 100 to 300 strips. She then looked at the bamboo, which was both thick and long, unable to rely on her previous experience. She added, However, one bamboo is sufficient to weave a large basket, and there may even be leftovers. But you must follow my dimensions, otherwise it will be difficult to weave. The crowd was left in a state of enlightenment yet confusion. They understood that one bamboo could create a basket, yet they were unsure how many hundreds that entailed. Some, like Wen and Bach, grasped the concept. A bold Beastman asked Bach, Chief, what does Miao mean by 100 strips? We don't quite understand. This prompted several others to chime in. Chief, we've heard that both Miao and Shu Yue can count. Could you teach us? At this, Shu Yue felt a tightening in her chest. She hoped the chief would not ask her to teach them, as she had no time. Meanwhile, Miao Xiaocui, while looking down on them, felt a surge of pride. Finally, it was her time to shine. Looking at the eager tribe members, Bach pondered for a moment. Understanding numbers is crucial for us. If you wish to learn, then we can teach you, but it will depend on whether Shu Yue and Miao are willing to instruct. Since learning to count, he had realized just how significant numbers were. With numbers, he could track how many prey were hunted each day, how many people were in the tribe, and how many males and females there were. It was all immensely important. However, with both Shu Yue and Miao capable of counting, who would teach them? Bach's gaze swept across the faces of Shu Yue and Mitsai, as the eager eyes of the clan members also turned towards them. Shu Yue found it impossible to diminish her presence, while in contrast, Miao Xiaoze stood tall with her chest out, a gentle smile gracing her features, making her appear exceedingly amiable to anyone who beheld her. The collective sentiment of the crowd began to lean in favor of Miao Xiaoze, their gazes warming with fervor. Recognizing the shift, Bach aligned himself with the clan's desires. Mitsai, are you willing to teach the clan members how to count? Hearing the chieftain address her first filled Miao Xiaoze with a surge of joy, though she humbly replied, Chieftain, as a member of the tribe, I am naturally willing to teach. However, Shu Yue's sister can also count. Perhaps you might consider her opinion first, as I am amenable either way. The term sister sent a chill down Shu Yue's spine. Who on earth was this girl calling her sister? Today, she found Miao Xiaozue's behavior rather irritating. Without waiting for Bach to inquire further, she preemptively stepped back, saying, Father, Mitsai knows more than I do. I fear I may not teach well that it would be better for her to take the lead. Bach nodded in agreement, then turned to the clan members, asking, Mitsai is willing to teach you. Do you wish to learn? The clan members erupted with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Yes, chieftain, we are willing. Especially the single males, whose excitement peaked at the prospect of a close encounter with Mitsai. Seeing her popularity soar, Miao Xiaozi couldn't help but smile, her heart swelling with happiness. However, the silver-haired Xie beside her was far less pleased, his gaze glinting with menace as he watched the excited single Beastman. Dashin stood among the crowd, proudly watching Miao Xiaozue, as if her accolades were his own. Yet his icy glare swept around, as if to remind everyone that he and Xie were not to be overlooked. He would find the time to teach them a lesson, ensuring they understood their place. Bach chuckled heartily. Then let Mitsai teach you how to count, but with so many of you, it will be impossible to teach everyone at once. I will return to discuss with the shaman and arrange a schedule for you. The clan members had no objections to his decision, nor did Miao Xiaozue, who thought teaching such a large group would be exhausting. In truth, Bach intended for both to teach, but he sensed Shu Yue's reluctance and planned to inquire about her reasons later. Now, regarding counting, I will arrange a time for that. For now, let's distribute the bamboo. There are a total of 121 stalks, enough to weave at least 120 baskets. I will first allocate one to Mitsai, and the remainder will be prioritized for families with females. One for each household. Everyone was to return and split the bamboo strips, with Mitsai teaching them how to weave when the time came. They would first assess the results, and if production proved plentiful, it would be splendid. After delivering his words, Bach began distributing the bamboo, ensuring that both Shu Yue and the chieftain's family received a stalk. The bamboo, designated for Miao Xiaozue, was carried away by Xie, who had now reverted to his human form. As they prepared to leave, Xie, burdened with bamboo, intercepted Shu Yue, causing her to raise an eyebrow in surprise, while Wen's demeanor turned wary. Miao Xiaote furrowed her brow slightly as Xie earnestly spoke. Shu Yue, thank you, and went for healing my leg. With Went present, you shouldn't need my food. However, I owe you a debt of gratitude. If you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall gladly help. The remaining clan members, not far off, observed them with admiration for Xie. Such was the way of Beastmen. One must repay kindness, and the significance of a Beastman's leg should never be underestimated, as the return for meat was a trifling gesture. Went promptly declined. No need. Shu Yue tugged playfully at his bee-skin skirt, thinking, does this blunt Beastman not realize that more connections pave more paths? Although this pair struggled with communication, their strength would surely be needed. Faced with Wen's refusal, Xie persisted, please do not refuse. This is my promise. With so many watching, the fact that Shu Yue and when it saved Xie was undeniable. Miao Xiaocui smiled faintly. Indeed, it was you who healed Xie's leg. Not only does he wish to repay you, but I too shall express my gratitude. Upon hearing this, Shu Yue's face lit up with joy as she stepped forward to grasp Miao Xiaocui's hand. Patting it gently, Mitsai, your bond with Xie is truly wonderful. This is what a model partnership looks like. Mitsai, I appreciate your kind intentions, that if we were to refuse, you would undoubtedly feel uneasy. However, we currently have no pressing matters. When we do require Xie's assistance in the future, we shall surely voice our needs. But since your heart is set on expressing gratitude, might I request a bamboo basket? It is practical, and I quite like it. And only you could craft one. Miao Xiaocui's smile froze. She had merely made a casual remark, and yet the other party had inundated her with words. And who said anything about giving her a bamboo basket? Before she could gather her thoughts to decline, Xie swiftly agreed. No problem, Shu Yue. If you ever need our help, feel free to ask. Mitsai can weave bamboo baskets, so it would only be right to send you one. Miao Xiaocui was left speechless. What had she gotten herself into? Yet, since Xie had agreed, she couldn't confront him without risking his dignity, especially with so many eyes upon them, which would also tarnish her own image. Unable to devise a satisfactory solution, Miao Xiaocui returned home, seething with frustration, unaware that the clan members behind them regarded them with great admiration, thinking, Mitsai is truly a wonderful female. How fortunate her mate must be. The single males gazed at Mitsai's retreating figure with even more fervor. Shu Yue, unfazed by the scene, had secured a basket with just a few words and was feeling quite pleased as she walked home. Went, however, inquired with confusion, we do not need Xie's help. Why? Shu interjected, just because we do not require it now does not mean we won't in the future. If he wishes to repay us, then let him. If we do not need him, we simply need not ask. The Beastman pondered for a moment, finding no fault in her logic, and thus accepted her reasoning, as long as it did not disrupt their lives. Upon returning home, Went noticed walnuts basking in the sun, expressing concern. Will the walnuts spoil in the sunlight? Shu Yue, having never heard that walnuts were sensitive to the sun, replied, not at all. They have a protective outer shell. Once it cools down, we will shell them and try roasting. All right, I trust you. Since he said they would not spoil, they would be fine. After all, many of her assertions had proven correct, unbeknownst to them. Freshly picked walnuts indeed required 4 to 5 days of sun exposure for easier shelling, resulting in tastier kernels. Now, as they began splitting bamboo strips in the cave, Went struggled with the bamboo. Realizing that while he could scratch it with his claws, achieving specific dimensions proved challenging. Observing his difficulty, Shu Yue fetched a sharp knife. Went, do you think this will work? Upon receiving the knife, Went measured it against the bamboo. In the next moment, he struck down with it. The blade was sharp, and combined with the Beastman's strength, the first bamboo strip was successfully split. Shu Yue smiled slightly, realizing that since the knife was effective, they should continue using it to prevent damaging their claws. The Beastman nodded and began to split bamboo strips with the knife. Soon, he grew more adept, and within an hour, hundreds of bamboo strips lay neatly arranged in the cave. Went, what are you doing in the cave? Can I come in? Bok seemed to have timed his arrival perfectly, either coming to eat or having just finished work. Went responded, Father, you may enter. Bok was well aware that they had accomplished little. Beastmen relied more on scent than sight, and inquiring was a mark of respect. Upon entering the cave, he was astonished to see the bamboo strips on the ground, exclaiming, Went, you finished splitting them so quickly? Bamboo is easy to split. It doesn't take much effort, Went replied nonchalantly. Bok was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he admitted to not knowing how to split bamboo, would it reflect poorly on him as a father? He diplomatically inquired, How did you manage to split them? With a sharp knife, Went answered, casting a glance at Shu Yue for approval before revealing the method. Bok's eyes lit up. What sharp knife? May I borrow it? Went produced the knife for him to see. It is this sharp knife. Bok, intrigued, reached for it, but Went quickly retracted his hand, cautioning, Father, you may borrow it, but please do not damage it. It belongs to you. Bok feigned annoyance. Do you think I could ruin it? Even if I did, I would simply repay you with a new one. Upon hearing this, Went shook his head. Father, you could not replace it. This knife is made from the teeth of a ferocious beast. How could you possibly repay me?" The moment Bach learned it was made from the teeth of such a creature, he was even more astonished. This is indeed the tooth of a ferocious beast. Listen closely. There's a hint of envy woven within. Vint, with an air of pride, declared, "Of course, my female must have only the finest." It seemed self-evident. Meanwhile, Bach felt a mix of satisfaction and perhaps a tinge of jealousy. He thought to himself, "This young lad is far superior to what I was at his age." Now, he hesitated to make any guarantees. He hadn't encountered a ferocious beast in years, let alone procure a ferocious beast's tooth. Such a precious item would be a waste to use for chopping bamboo. Ahem, since the dagger is so valuable, dear father, please use it with care and return it to me promptly, if you would." Shu Yue interjected with a smile. "Of course, but please do not mention this to the other beastmen. Otherwise, they will all want to borrow it, and my precious dagger may suffer damage. Bamboo is plentiful, but this dagger is my sole possession." "That is certainly understood," Bach acknowledged, fully aware of the comparative value of the tooth. After receiving the promise, Vint reluctantly handed the dagger to Bach, who carefully examined it, testing the sharpness of the blade with his fingers. Naturally, it wouldn't cut through dragon skin, but it was certainly sharp enough for other materials. As Bach rubbed the dagger, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. What if he could sharpen the teeth of other ferocious beasts in a similar fashion? Even if they weren't as sharp, they could still serve other purposes. With this thought in mind, he eagerly exclaimed, "Vint, Shu Yue, may I borrow this knife for a day? I plan to find other beast teeth to sharpen." Shu Yue considered it and replied, "That is a splendid idea. Dear father, be sure to seek sturdy beast teeth, and let us see if they can chop bamboo. If successful, you could teach our kin to create such tools." Bach chuckled. "Shu Yue, you're on the same wavelength as me, that I shall return to sharpen the knife at once." With that, he hurriedly left, completely forgetting to inquire why she was reluctant to teach their kin how to count. Once the chieftain departed, the cave returned to its intimate atmosphere. Vint placed the bamboo strips aside, expecting to enjoy a tender moment with his female, only to find a package of silkworm cocoons at Ayuyu. Shu Yue giggled, pointing at the small square package on the ground. "Good Vint, please help me extract the silkworm pupae. I shall fry them for you." The beastman stiffened, tentatively asking, "Must we eat them today?" Without room for negotiation, the female nodded firmly. "Of course, I wish to eat them." Vint took a deep breath. Her simple statement of desire compelled him to fulfill her wish, even if it meant traversing a mountain of challenges. "All right, I will peel them." That he acted with a sense of gallant resignation. Shu Yue secretly smiled and turned to prepare water for cleaning the silkworm pupae. Vint squatted in the courtyard, peeling the cocoons with a heavy heart, discarding the pupae into a nearby basin of salt water. He had faced many gruesome scenes in his life, yet the act of peeling these cocoons nearly shattered his dignity. In his youth, he had devoured prey without a trace of hesitation, but now he felt a wave of nausea, yearning for a place to vomit. Suppressing his discomfort, he painstakingly peeled all the pupae and hurriedly took the empty cocoons outside to bury them in a pit. Shu Yue paid him no mind, carrying the saltwater basin into the cave to let the pupae soak for a while. During this time, she retrieved a piece of animal hide, pondering how to modify it. Meanwhile, back in the cave, Miao Xiaotae was sulking, while Yin Xiao remained perplexed, unable to fathom why she was upset. He questioned her, but received no reply, unaware of what had provoked her anger. Sighing, he mused how the female heart remained an enigma to the Beastman. Even in error, he could not discern where he had gone wrong. Yin Xiao stood outside, contemplating how to grasp the bamboo when his son approached. Yin Xiao halted at the scent, his grip loosening, causing the bamboo to fall to the ground. The two males exchanged glances from a distance of 10 meters. After a long moment, the son suddenly transformed into his beast form and crouched low. If he were facing a female, this gesture would signify courtship. If a male, it would denote submission that the son was conceding to Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao's expression grew complex. His former comrade, once his close ally, was now willing to bow down for the sake of a female. He felt no pang of emotion would be untrue. Yet, he could not bear the thought of sharing the female. He stood there, torn, gazing at the submissive Dasun, indecision gnawing at him. The Black Panther on the ground emitted a low whimper, and Yin Zhao's heart raced. Once a beastman genuinely falls for a female, he seldom changes his affections. Unless the female were to perish, he would relentlessly pursue her. Failure to win her heart could lead to a lifetime of solitude, a pitiful fate. Understanding this, Yin Xiao felt a jolt at Descend's depth of feeling. If he continued to oppose him, he might corner Descend into a desperate situation. The bond of brotherhood could shatter, leading to a deadly rivalry over a female. Yin Xiao closed his eyes in anguish. Seemingly from his throat came the words, "Descend, rise." Upon hearing this, the Black Panther's eyes sparkled with joy. "Yin Xiao, do you agree?" With a pained nod, he murmured, "I do not wish to harm you," Descend replied apologetically. "I am truly sorry, Yin Xiao. I genuinely care for Chui. If you support me today, I promise to always protect you both." Yin Xiao shook his head, saying nothing, merely gesturing for him to enter. Hearing the commotion, Miao Xiaote realized the sun had returned. Forgetting her earlier anger, she perked up her ears to listen to the sounds outside. Before she could discern what was happening, the two males entered. Miao Xiaote stared at them in astonishment. "You too?" Yin Xiao forced a strained smile. "Chui, I agree to let the sun join our family." Descend's face radiated joy, unable to suppress his grin. "Chui, I shall now be your male." Miao Xiaotsue felt a surge of happiness but restrained her expression out of consideration for Yin Zhao's feelings. She merely nodded, stating, "From now on, we are family." "Indeed, we are family." Descend's smile deepened. I could see that moment. Yin Xiao suddenly recalled something and hurriedly rummaged through the cave, only to find nothing after a lengthy search. Miao Xiaotsue curiously asked, "Yin Xiao, what are you looking for?" Furrowing his brow, Yin Xiao inquired, "What happened to the hide I brought back the day I was injured?" Descend replied, "It's with me. Since you were injured and it was inconvenient for you, I tanned the hide for you. Otherwise, it would spoil in this weather." "Thank you." He had genuinely forgotten about it. His injury had clouded his mind. Luckily, Descend had remembered. With a hearty laugh, Descend replied, "No need for thanks. With our bond, such formalities are unnecessary. Not now, and certainly not in the future." Yin Xiao felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Unsure of how to respond. "Yin Xiao, wait here. I will fetch your hide." Descend dashed off to retrieve Yin Zhao's hide. Yin Xiao watched his good friend depart, turning back to Miao Xiaotsue after a moment. "Chui, in your heart, who holds more importance, me or Descend?" Without hesitation, Miao Xiaotsue replied, "Of course, it's you, Yin Xiao. You are my first man. How can Descend compare?" Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao felt a sense of relief. Beastmen were not ones to dwell on trivial matters. Once he decided to accept, he would no longer be tormented by indecision. However, besides Descend, their household would not welcome any other beastmen. "Chui, hold me." "Ah." Miao Xiaote was taken aback, but then shyly stepped forward to embrace the beastman, only for him to pull her into his arms. Without delay, a passionate kiss ensued, leaving Miao Xiaote weak in the knees. Yielding to his every desire. Ever since Yin Zhao's injury, she had longed for this moment, and today they could finally surrender to their feelings, forgetting to lower the animal hide curtain. When Descend arrived with the hide, he unexpectedly stumbled upon the two, lost in each other's embrace. Descend paused, staring in shock for a few seconds before stepping into the cave to draw the hide curtain. The female's hide skirt fell onto him, and Descend clutched it tightly, his gaze burning with intensity until Yin Xiao exclaimed, "Son, let us do this together, Descend." To alleviate his nausea, Vint soared through the tribe, only returning once he felt better. However, his demeanor seemed somewhat off. Shu Yue was just about to fry the silkworm pupae on the stone slab when she noticed the Beastman's return and asked, "Where have you been?" Unintentionally overhearing, Vint felt a heat rise to his ears. Now, seeing the delicate curves of the female, he swallowed hard to restrain himself. "Yu." His voice was magnetic yet husky. Shu Yue jolted, recognizing that familiar tone. It was a sound only a beastman made when unable to restrain himself. "Vint, it's not dark yet." "What a rogue." The orc gazed at her with a look of distress and said, Yeah, I have heard something. Yin Xiao has accepted a senator, huh? So soon." This revelation took her by surprise, as the original owner's impression of Yin Xiao was that he was not one to easily compromise. Indeed, it is quite swift. He held disdain for Yin Xiao, believing that sharing a female was a manifestation of male inadequacy. No one should dare to approach Shu Yue, not even with a single finger. The orc nestled closer to the female and quietly shared what he had heard, his eyes filled with longing as he hoped she would soften. However, Shu Yue was too taken aback to respond. It turned out that others were so open-minded. Well, indeed, they were stronger than her. Miao Xiaocui had already achieved the luxury of embracing two partners, and with the identity of a beast god envoy. She was soon to become the queen of the orc realm, but that had nothing to do with her. After her brief astonishment, Shu Yue produced a silkworm pupa and placed it into the orc's hand. Smiling gently as she said, "I'm about to start frying the silkworm pupae. Please help me place them on the stone slab." Went, feeling a bit wronged, called out. She huffed in annoyance. "How can you cook if you haven't eaten enough? If you're hungry, we should eat quickly. Don't you want to go sooner?" Upon hearing this, the orc eagerly replied, "You are right. Let us hasten to eat. Aren't these worms and silkworm pupae sufficient? If not, I can roast some meat for you." Observing the excited orc, Shu Yue twitched her lips. "No need. This is enough. Very well then." Went sat down awkwardly, watching the female fry the worms. First, she extracted oil, then placed the clean silkworm pupae directly upon the oil. The pupae were sizable. She estimated that 10 of them weighed about a pound, far more than she could consume. However, with one around, there would hardly be any leftovers, and Shu Yue felt no concern that he would refuse to eat. For orcs, even oil residue was edible, let alone silkworm pupae. The disgust stemmed from inexperience. Once one had tried it, they would be enchanted by the flavor. After placing a dozen or so onto the slab, Went watched as the worms changed color and emitted an appetizing aroma. Swallowing hard, he regarded the worms with a hint of skepticism. It seemed he was wavering. His Shu Yue was indeed correct after the first batch was fried. Shu Yue found herself irresistibly drawn to the delicacies. She grabbed one with her hands, using a leaf to shield her palm, and took a bite without waiting for it to cool. So delicious. Seeing this, Wink could not resist reaching for one as well. Unbothered by the heat, he tossed it whole into his mouth, and his expression transformed instantly. It was both fragrant and crispy, far superior to oil residue. Even better than fried eggs. After chewing a few times, he snatched the spatula from Shu Yue's hand, saying, "You sit aside and eat. Let me take over frying now." Amused, Shu Yue shifted to make room for him and inquired, "So, how does it taste?" Went nodded earnestly, admitting, "It's delicious. You were right, yeah." Hearing this, Shu Yue proudly lifted her chin. "Of course, from now on, you should always listen to me." "You are right. I will heed your words," the orc echoed, his hands never ceasing as he placed more silkworm pupae onto the stone slab, eager to fry as many as possible so they could indulge later. Unfortunately, Shu Yue halted him, saying, "That's enough. You've placed quite a bit already." "Oh." Went reluctantly withdrew his hand, but could not help tossing another fried one into his mouth. These worms indeed became more fragrant with each chew. The orc effortlessly overcame his psychological barriers. While Shu Yue felt somewhat uneasy, the orc devoured the delicacies, relishing each bite. On Earth, she would consume silkworm pupae in one bite, but now she felt compelled to split them into two, inevitably encountering remnants of their bodies, which increased her eating anxiety. Yet, this anxiety did not translate to lesser consumption. She could merely close her eyes and ignore it. After all, it was a rare improvement in their diet, and it would be a shame to waste it. Regrettably, Bach was busy sharpening his knife today and missed the delightful aroma. A significant portion was consumed by Wint. Next time they ventured out, he would ensure to bring back all the silkworm pupae without needing Shu Yue to remind him. Eliminating the worms was his duty. After the two had eaten their fill, the sky had yet to darken, yet Shu Yue could not find a suitable excuse to decline. The orc's gaze was fervent. Shall we go?" Her heart tightened. Logically, one should become accustomed to such matters after repeated occurrences, yet she felt a twinge of apprehension. "Oh, a good hug." An impatient Went scooped her up and flew towards the riverbank where they had previously spent time together. Now, their secret rendezvous spot. Under the warm yellow moonlight, startled birds and beasts took flight, and on the warm river's surface, a tall shadow tended to a petite one, his expression serious and focused. Shu Yue's face flushed as her hand submerged in the water. unable to surface for a long while. Finally, after washing his hair clean, Went pulled her tightly into his embrace, his breath warm and unsteady. "Yeah, my hair is clean now," he said, the warmth causing her neck to flush. "Well, I'll let go now." Hey, be gentle." Before dawn, the orc guarding the entrance of the Yuta tribe was roused by a shadow passing overhead, which bore no unfamiliar scent. The two guarding orcs exchanged a knowing, envious glance. "One is impressive. Every time it's an entire night. What is that? If I had a female, I wouldn't sleep a wink." "Haha, keep dreaming." Shu Yue had no idea that she had returned to the tribe. The booming voice of Bak at dawn failed to awaken her. In the courtyard. Went frowned, saying, "Father, keep your voice down. It is sleeping." Bak lowered his volume, but could not conceal his excitement as he exclaimed, "Went, I have crafted a sharp knife identical to the ironback beast's teeth. It can even split bamboo. I am here to return this beast tooth knife to you." He had spent the entire night sharpening it. When accepted the knife and promptly dismissed his father, "I understand. You can go back now." Bak, unable to resist, playfully punched him. "You rascal, you really wore her out last night." One ignored this comment and pushed him out the door, saying coolly, "Father, don't be too envious." With that, he closed the wooden door, signaling a clear end to the visit. Outside, Bak muttered, "This brat, envious? He has two. Who would envy this little cub?" Bak left in a huff, but not back home. Instead, he headed to the square. Such a fine, sharp knife needed to be showcased to the tribe, or he wouldn't be able to eat his breakfast. He gathered families with bamboo in the square, and unsurprisingly, the males expressed their concerns that this bamboo was difficult to split. While splitting was easy, making them uniform was far from simple. Most had tossed and turned all night, fearing waste after damaging several pieces of bamboo, and thus refrained from attempting again. Upon hearing this, Bak laughed heartily, revealing the sharp knife. "Look here, I made this sharp knife on the ironback beast. It's perfect for splitting bamboo. Today, everyone should find suitable beast teeth to sharpen knives. After that, we can split the bamboo strips. Understood?" Understood. Although they did not fully grasp what a sharp knife was, if the chief commanded it, they would certainly comply. Bak surveyed the crowd only to realize some were missing. Went, and the others did not require notification. But what of Yin Xiao and Shui? Why were they absent? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, those in the know exchanged knowing glances. "Chief, you may not be aware, but last night, Yin Xiao, the son, and Shui were together." Bak was momentarily stunned, then quickly grasped the situation but said nothing further about it, merely stating, "When it is convenient for them, please inform them about the bamboo splitting methods." "Understood, Chief." The brief morning meeting concluded, and the tribe members returned to their respective tasks. Those who needed rest took a nap, while others sharpened their knives. Approaching noon, the shaman's cave welcomed two flustered males. "Shaman, something is wrong with Shui. She has a fever." The shaman raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing the commotion, he lifted his gaze to see two anxious figures in the cave. "What happened? Why does Shui have a fever?" The two males stammered, and the shaman frowned. "Is it heat-induced?" "No," the son shook his head. "Then what is it?" The shaman grew impatient with their hesitance. That it was Yin Xiao who spoke. "Yesterday, I and the son seemed to have exhausted Shui." The shaman instantly understood. Looking at the two males with eyes akin to those of bewildered children, "You are both quite robust. Shui is already frail. How could she endure the two of you?" Yin Xiao and the son bowed their heads in guilt. That moment. Seeing Shui adapt well, they had allowed themselves a moment of excitement that lingered a tad longer. The shaman sighed, rising to rummage through the cave, but finding nothing suitable, she took a few cool leaves and several large pink flowers. "Let's go see Shui," she declared. Upon hearing this, the son immediately crouched down. "Shaman, allow me to carry you there." The shaman huffed through her nose, tacitly accepting the son's offer. With a sense of urgency akin to a runaway horse, the son dashed out, and luckily, the shaman had long grown accustomed to the impetuosity of males. Regardless of age, her old bones had been well trained. In less than 2 minutes, they arrived at Yin Xiao's cave, and as she lifted the animal skin curtain, the overwhelming odor within made her frown. She cast a sidelong glance at the two remorseful orcs, thinking to herself how the youth lacked restraint. On the stone bed lay the delirious Miao Xiao Shui. The shaman reached out to check her forehead, only to have her wrist seized by Shui, who babbled incomprehensible nonsense. The shaman listened attentively, but, unable to decipher her words, turned to Yin Xiao and to Senator, "Can either of you understand what she is saying?" Both shook their heads. Yin Xiao replied, "We cannot comprehend either. When Shui first arrived at the tribe, she seemed to speak a language we did not understand. It must be the tongue of her tribe." The shaman nodded in understanding, forcefully withdrawing her hand and applying a cool leaf soaked in water to Shui's forehead. Then she brewed a bowl of cool leaf water, instructing Yin Xiao to feed it to Shui once it was ready. Finally, she handed the few pink flowers to Yin Xiao, advising him to grind them into juice and apply it to the overstrained areas for restorative purposes. "Once Shui has recovered, Yin Xiao, you must bring back some more of these items for me." Having completed what she could, the shaman prepared to leave. Yin Xiao solemnly nodded. "Thank you, shaman. I will fetch them." The shaman's supplies were finite. Using a bit required replenishing, and naturally, it was the responsibility of those who used them to return with replacements. The shaman nodded, offering a final admonition. "From now on, you must refrain from such behavior. Shui's body is too frail to endure your antics." The two orcs, their faces flushed, bowed their heads in acknowledgement. "Shaman, we understand." The son, ever perceptive, offered, "Allow me to escort you back." "Very well." This left Yin Xiao to diligently tend to Shui's wounds. Shu Yue slept soundly until the following morning, had she not awoken partway to eat a little. Vint would likely have had to summon the shaman again. Fortunately, it was merely slumber. Her body felt free of any discomfort. Upon awakening fully, Shu Yue felt invigorated, as if brimming with energy, desperately seeking an outlet. Outside, the orcs were grilling fish and preparing fish soup, and she found herself unable to sit still, pacing about restlessly. Approaching the water vat, she intended to fetch water for the orcs when an unexpected urge to lift the vat surged within her. Astonishingly, she managed to do so, startled, Shu Yue gazed incredulously at her own hands, wondering when she had acquired such strength. "Vint! Vint! I can lift the water vat!" In response to the astonished female, Vint merely chuckled. "Yu, your strength is growing. As the beast mark deepens, you will become even more formidable." Really? Could it be that she might one day be able to wrestle a tiger barehanded? Indeed, it is true. You just tested it today. So, in order to expedite the completion of your beast mark, what must we do? Have you finished grilling? Then let us begin our meal. He bypassed the topic entirely, having slept the entire day yesterday. Was she still embarrassed? Not a single productive task had been accomplished. Only sleep. "It's all your fault." Shu Yue accused him with her eyes. The orc sheepishly rubbed his nose, dishing the grilled fish onto a plate, while the fish soup simmering over another fire was also ready. "All right, you may eat now." He brought everything to the stone table. The morning air was still pleasantly cool, and a thatched roof covered the stone table, shielding them from the sun. Sitting in the courtyard while dining invoked a peculiar sense of comfort. Of course, it would have been even better without uninvited guests. Bok's voice drew near, and it was evident he was not alone. He was accompanied by his family. Sure enough, moments later, the wooden door swung open as Bok entered, bearing a large chunk of roasted meat, followed closely by Aisha and Ima. "I told you, Shu Yue, there must be delicious food here." Bok laughed heartily. Shu Yue offered a bemused smile, while Vint frowned, clearly unwelcoming. "Father, what brings you here?" Aisha and Ima felt a bit embarrassed. It was quite awkward to simply drop by to mooch a meal. With that thought, they shot a sharp glare at Bok, this old rascal who shamelessly engaged in such behavior. Unfazed by his son's cold reception, Bok pretended not to notice, placing the roasted meat on the stone table. "Eating together is merrier. Come, Shu Yue, let me cut you a piece of roasted meat." Shu Yue hurriedly stood up to decline. "No, father, I had grilled fish for breakfast. Roasted meat is too greasy." She then turned to Aisha and Ima. "You both should sit down. There's still fish soup simmering in the pot. Today, let me treat you to something different." Aisha and Ima sat down with cheerful smiles, continuously singing praises. "It seems you truly knows how to enjoy life. According to your father, you never serve the same dish twice. You must teach us, or else your father will come here every day to mooch food." Shu Yue replied with a smile. "No problem. I will teach you everything I know. Although Vint was displeased by the interruption of their private moment, the orc's hospitality ran deep. He fetched bowls and chopsticks for the two grandmothers. Naturally, Bach was not included. Unperturbed, Bach went into the cave to fetch his own. Though he couldn't use them, it was essential for the family to appear well organized. There were just enough stone stools for 5 people to gather around the stone table, creating a pleasing sight. Vint took out a sharp knife and served grilled fish to the 3 females. With her increasing strength, Shu Yue's appetite also grew. She could now consume half of a fish weighing over 10 pounds and still needed 2 bowls of fish soup to feel full. Having resided in the tribe for several days, Aisha and Ima finally discovered that Shu Yue actually consumed aquatic creatures, which they referred to as fish since they did not know their proper name. As Aisha savored the grilled fish, she lamented, "If we had known sooner that the fish in the water were edible, we could have saved many tribesmen from starvation during the moonless season." Amma chimed in, "Indeed. However, now that we know, we have an additional food source for the next moonless season." Grilled fish could serve as a staple, which was immensely significant for their tribe. Bach, taking a bite of the grilled fish, fell silent, agreeing with the sentiments expressed by the 2 females. Yet, he was puzzled by Shu Yue herself. He had seen her a few times before and heard much about her from the tribe. But how had she suddenly become so astute? Before he could ponder further, he was interrupted by a spoonful of soup being poured into his mouth. Aisha chuckled. "So, how does the fish soup taste?" Bach smacked his lips, taking another sip. This time he discerned the flavor. It was delicious, even better than bone soup. "Indeed, this is made by Shu Yue. Vint has struck gold this time. Our Shu Yue is truly capable." Amma praised her profusely, as if money were no object. Shu Yue thought to herself, "To be honest, I didn't make it myself. Just saying it once had allowed the orcs to remember how to prepare it. Since then, she had not cooked it again." Ultimately, it was she who had stumbled upon a treasure, but such domestic matters were not to be shared with outsiders to avoid inciting jealousy. Vint, eager to show his support, nodded. "The grandmothers are right. Yu Yu is indeed wonderful." Though he directed his words at Ima, his gaze remained fixed on her. Shu Yu returned his smile sweetly, and the corners of Vint's mouth lifted slightly. At that moment, it seemed as though only they existed in each other's eyes, enveloped in an invisible bubble of pink. Ahem! Bach could no longer contain himself, interrupting the moment, and was met with disapproving glares from both females. Bach, feeling wronged, took a large bite of roasted meat. He and T come here to witness his childish affection with the females. The eye contact between the two was broken, and they resumed their conversation as if nothing had transpired. Orcs had thick skin. Sometimes they were unbothered by being watched at it was merely a trivial matter. Shu Yu adhered to the principle of as long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others and felt indifferent. After all, it was merely a glance. They had not done anything improper. Ima looked at them with maternal affection. "Seeing your bond flourish brings us peace. You are both good children." Shu Yu looked up at Ima, smiling. "We will always be together. Of course, we must treat each other well." Those words from the female warmed Vint's heart, and he could not suppress the smile on his face. After finishing breakfast, Shu Yu brought up the matter of weaving baskets. Now that everyone has split the bamboo strips, upon hearing this, several individuals wore peculiar expressions, prompting one to clarify. "I'm afraid we won't be able to weave baskets for the next few days. It seems that Yin Xiao's female has fallen ill." "Ill? What happened?" Shu Yue inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Cough." Bach cleared his throat. "It's nothing more than Yin Xiao and Dason being reckless. The female is rather fragile." Aisha and Emma exchanged subtle glances, for such matters were not particularly uncommon. Realizing the implications, Shu Yue felt somewhat embarrassed. Had they gone too far in their indulgences? A brief moment of sympathy for Miao Xiao Chui crossed her mind, since the individual was unwell. The basket weaving could be postponed. They could start with crafting leather trousers instead. Just as Bach contemplated broaching the topic regarding the counting from that day, footsteps resounded from outside that it was Aya's father, accompanied by Aya and Gua. Upon entering, both Gua and Aya intended to greet them loudly, but were instantly silenced upon noticing the clan leader, opting instead for a subtle wave. Shu Yue responded with a smile. Aya's father, taken aback, inquired, "Clan leader, you are here too?" Bach replied, We're having breakfast together. The term breakfast was also something he had learned from Shu Yue. Tea seems the meal is quite satisfactory. His father chuckled. Continuing, he said, Shu Yue, didn't you mention that the walnuts need to be roasted? I came to ask how that is done. His mention jogged Shu Yue's memory. She had indeed forgotten about the walnuts. She laughed sheepishly. Oh yes, the walnuts. I almost overlooked them, but it's all Wen's fault. After sleeping for a day, I forgot everything. Meanwhile, Bach and the others looked on in confusion. Walnuts? What are those? Shu Yue pointed toward a pile of greenish-yellow fruits basking in the sunlight in the courtyard. Father, those are walnuts. The three followed her gesture, only to find the items inedible. With a sigh, she explained again, they are edible, but require some preparation first. Prepare. The group was puzzled by the term, rather than delve into lengthy explanations. Shu Yue decided to demonstrate directly. First, we need to remove the outer skin of the walnuts. Come, let us all peel them together. When transporting the walnuts to the cooking shed, everyone pitched in, and before long, the walnuts were entirely shelled. Shu Yue gazed at the small heap of walnuts, relieved that she had seen a video on how to roast them. She instructed the Beastman to fetch a large stone pot. Indeed, the tribe possessed several, typically used for boiling meat or bone broth during rituals or significant occasions. Bach returned with one, and Shu Yue directed the Beastmen to add sand to it. Sand was easily sourced from the riverbed, and on such a hot day, the damp sand dried quickly when spread on the ground. Shu Yue then requested some salt blocks from Aisha, dissolving them in warm water. Reluctant to use the fine salt brought by Went for roasting walnuts, she opted for the salt water instead. Once the salt had nearly dissolved, she heated the sand in the stone pot, added the walnuts for a brief stir, then poured in the salt water, followed by continuous stirring. While salt was not the only necessary ingredient, the absence of other materials forced her to compromise. Concerned that a few minutes might not suffice for the flavors to meld, she requested when to stir them a little longer. Unable to discern the outcome, she eventually signaled the Beastmen to stop. This all. The expressions of the others conveyed confusion, as if they were merely engaging in play. Shu Yue, hesitant to make any guarantees, conservatively suggested, let me taste one first. However, when interjected, let me try first you may not be able to gauge it accurately. Allow me to do so instead. After all, walnuts are not poisonous and do not require a taste test. The Beastmen insisted no. Let me try first. How could a female be the first to taste something unfamiliar? Bach reached out and took one, asserting, let me try. Undeterred by the heat, he squeezed too hard, crushing a walnut. I applied too much force. Clumsily, he discarded the walnut shell from his palm and popped the kernel into his mouth, savoring the flavor in silence for a while. Aisha urged, well, is it tasty? Speak up. Faced with the expectant gazes of the others, Bach wore a strangely contemplative expression. He retrieved two more, crushed them, and offered them to his two females, saying, you should try as well. I find the flavor somewhat peculiar, yet fragrant. Aisha and Emma exchanged glances, the former rolling her eyes. Was this not simply a free meal? They too sampled the walnuts, their reactions mirroring Bach's. Although they found them enjoyable, the taste was oddly unfamiliar. Leaving them a loss for words, seeing their indecision, Shu Yue decided to taste one herself. After squeezing a walnut and tasting the kernel, her heart settled. This was indeed the flavor. The walnuts are roasted perfectly. Everyone may eat now. Upon her declaration, the others finally dared to partake. Once they tasted them, they understood the puzzled expressions of the clan leader and Aisha. They too were similarly perplexed. Munching away, remarked, these walnuts are surprisingly delicious. So this is how they're meant to be eaten. Aya concurred, praising, Shu Yue, you're truly clever. I can't believe you thought of such a method. Shu Yue chuckled. I merely imagined it. Went unconditionally believed in his female's words. Everyone remarked on how significantly Shu Yue had changed, her intelligence seemingly enhanced. Only Bach harbored reservations. Could such an idea genuinely arise from mere imagination? A female who had seldom ventured beyond the tribe, returning after a brief absence, now seemed transformed. Was that normal? He suppressed his doubts and chose to observe further. After sampling the walnuts, the Beastmen lost interest in continuing to eat. The flavor was too peculiar for their tastes. Appealing but lacking the allure of meat, Conversely, the females continued feasting, one after another, as the taste suited their palates. Aya urged, "Father, let us hurry back and roast our walnuts too." Aya's father nodded, "Yes, let your mother taste as well. Once we finish, I'll bring some back for you." He then turned to Bach, asking, "Clan leader, should we inform the tribesfolk to gather more walnuts for those with females at home?" Bach waved his hand. "Go ahead and tell them. It would be nice for the females at home to have a snack, but do not let them roast too many. We do not have enough salt." Aya's father nodded earnestly. "Clan leader, I understand." At that moment, Shu Yue recalled the tribe's limited salt supply and the impracticality of using excessive amounts for snacks. She quickly interjected, "Actually, they can be made without salt as well. While using salt enhances the flavor." "It is not necessary. Does that not affect the taste?" Bach inquired. Shu Yue shook her head, "Not significantly. I suggest we gather all the walnuts. They have a long shelf life, and consuming walnuts is beneficial for health." "Oh, beneficial. In what way?" Bach's interest was piqued. "Well, they may enhance brain function and aid digestion." She was uncertain of the specifics, but it was commonly said that walnuts were advantageous. Thus they must have some merit. "Enhancing brain function? What does that entail?" Aisha asked. Puzzled, "It means improving memory. It might make one smarter," she explained, unable to elaborate on the nutritional elements contained within. "So, Shu Yue, is it because you ate walnuts that you became so clever?" Guo innocently queried. A bead of sweat trickled down her forehead. "Not exactly, I'm not sure. I forgot who mentioned IT. In any case, it's not harmful to the body. Eating more walnuts and drinking water will lead to better health. Really, if you keep asking, I might just lose my patience." Fortunately, no one pressed further. Bach decisively declared, "Since walnuts are beneficial for health, let us gather them all. Bringing them back to store for leisurely consumption is better than letting them rot on the trees." Aya's father concurred. "I shall gather the tribesfolk to pick walnuts." With that, Bach departed. Then Shu Yue, "We too shall take our leave." Aya's father and Aya exited in haste, eager to return and roast their walnuts. Guo called after them, "Wait, I'm coming too. I need to hurry and have my father gather more. These walnuts are too delicious." With everyone except Aisha and Emma gone, the latter felt somewhat awkward about continuing to eat walnuts alone. She contemplated taking her leave when Shu Yue stopped her, smiling brightly. "Ladies, I have a matter I would like to discuss with you." "What is it?" "You will know once you follow me. Whenever one attempts to work in isolation, it proves futile. If one lacks the skill to alter leather trousers, it is wiser to collaborate with others. The saying goes, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge." Aisha and Emma were particularly intrigued by the uniquely styled trousers that Shu Yue had crafted, leading to an animated discussion among the 3 females. Outside, Went, feeling excluded from the conversation, ventured out of the cave to search for silkworm cocoons, the larvae known as silkworms, which sparked delightful memories. The tribe was bustling with activity these past few days. With everyone sharpening knives, gathering walnuts, and roasting them. One could see tribe members indulging in walnuts at any moment. That IT was rumored that consuming walnuts could enhance intelligence. Thus, regardless of personal preference, everyone partook daily, fearing that a lack of walnuts might render them less clever than their peers. If one is to be wise, let us all be wise together. Inxiao and Dashan had no time to gather walnuts. But Liu Yue and Inxiao's father delivered a generous amount of roasted walnuts, as Dashan was currently assisting Chui in shelling them. Miao Xiaocui had been bedridden for 3 days, but showed signs of improvement today, thanks to the cooling leave she had been using. Otherwise, she might not have survived. Reflecting on her previous state of unconsciousness filled her with trepidation. Has Dashan and Inxiao gone hunting? She inquired upon waking and noticing Inxiao's absence. Dashan nodded. Yes, it is his turn to hunt today. I will take my turn tomorrow. Oh, it is all my fault for being so weak, which has forced you all to take care of me. Miao Xiaocui lamented. Upon hearing this, Dashan immediately expressed his disagreement. Chui, you must not say such things again. We are your males, and it is our duty to care for you. Miao Xiaocui's pale face broke into a faint smile. I'm truly fortunate to have you all. She then inquired about the walnuts. Dashan, did you say that Shu Yue discovered these walnuts? Dashan affirmed. Yes, the tribe speaks of it, and they say that eating walnuts can make one smarter and is beneficial to health. Everyone is consuming them. Yes, that's so. It sounds quite miraculous, that it can even enhance intelligence. Miao Xiaozui's expression revealed her skepticism. Dashin honestly shook his head. I am uncertain if it truly makes one smarter. But it certainly does no harm to the body. Whether orc or female, everyone finds it easier to relieve themselves now, and it brings comfort to all that he murmured. I have heard tribe members say that Shu Yue became clever only after eating walnuts. I believe it too. I recall that she was quite inept before, unintentionally revealing more than intended. Miao Xiaozui's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Was Shu Yue truly so inept before? Can you tell me more about her past? Of course, I shall recount her story slowly, Dashin replied, taking the opportunity to share tales of Shu Yue's past while deftly glossing over her relationship with Yin Xiao. After all, he was no fool. He would not betray his brother. Miao Xiaozui listened intently, realizing that Shu Yue had once been willful, lazy, and selfish, embodying the saying of relying on parents at home and on Yin Xiao when out. But where did she learn account? How did she know the materials used for weaving baskets? Orcs dwell in caves. Why did she build a courtyard? And it is said she even constructed a kitchen and a toilet. Moreover, while the orcs were oblivious to walnuts, she not only knew about them, but also understood how to consume them. She could not believe that a simpleton could suddenly become wise. Though it was said Shu Yue was spoiled, her recent interactions led her to believe otherwise. At most, she seemed to shamelessly entice men. Could the loss of her parents truly result in such a drastic change in character? Miao Xiaozui's gaze flickered. There was something amiss with Shu Yue. She resolved to probe further. Unaware that Shu Yue was presently joyfully allowing the orcs to try on the newly crafted trousers. After 2 days of collaborative efforts, the trio had modified the waistband and crotch of the trousers, hoping for a better fit this time. When donned a pair of capri pants and walked back and forth in the cave, noting the presence of a thin drawstring at the waist that could be tightened if loose. The front had been designed with ample space, eliminating any discomfort, though if the little brother were to rise, it might still pose a problem. Yet that was a consideration for another time. Yeah, I feel something is amiss, Went remarked, gazing at his exposed legs, feeling quite unaccustomed. Shu Yue, however, was quite pleased, stating, "It is merely a matter of becoming accustomed. Once you do, you will appreciate the benefits of the trousers. At the very least, they protect vulnerable areas. While aside from feeling slightly awkward when worn, everything else is quite satisfactory. Orcs are not picky. Very well. Then let us proceed with this size." Shu Yue felt confident that they could now move on to crafting the beast leather garments. When changed back in his leather skirt, his gaze burning with anticipation. "Are you making me a garment from the Phantom Beast?" Shu Yue did not conceal her intentions. "Indeed, I aim to create a unique Phantom Beast outfit for you, one that will make you stand out in the tribe." Upon hearing this, the orc felt a slight stirring in his heart, unable to resist pulling the female into his embrace. "Thank you for your hard work." "Yeah." His deep voice conveyed his emotion. She chuckled lightly, playfully chiding, "If you know I'm working hard, then do not trouble me so much." Went fell silent, realizing he could not deceive Yue. Trouble was inevitable. After a moment's silence, Shu Yue scoffed inwardly. "Amen. All right, let go. You are drenched in sweat. We should wash up." She pushed him away, the sweat-soaked leather skirt clinging to her. I could see the mention of bathing, Wen's eyes lit up. "Excellent. Let us go now." Shu Yue shot him an annoyed glare. "Do not entertain any improper thoughts. If you dare to misbehave, you will sleep outside the cave tonight. Please, I harbor no such thoughts," Wen sighed in disappointment. Seeing his forlorn expression made her wish to give him a punch for the theatrics. Thankfully, the orc kept his word, and they indeed took a bath before enjoying a restful slumber. The following morning, Miao Xiaozui had recovered and was in the square preparing to teach the tribe how to weave baskets. Naturally, Shu Yue and went to observe. Miao Xiaozui sat cross-legged on the sacrificial platform, waiting for the crowd to gather before commencing her basket weaving demonstration. The onlookers were silent, fearful that any loud noise might overshadow Miao Xiaozui's delicate voice. Shu Yue found a spot in the shade and attentively watched her movements, aware that their relationship was not particularly harmonious. So she hoped to grasp the technique in one go. Otherwise, she would find it difficult to swallow her pride and ask for further guidance. Miao Xiaozui had been weaving baskets since childhood to support her family, making her exceptionally skilled. Her expertise showed as she was particularly diligent during her first teaching session. For every step she took, everyone else followed suit, their concentration evident as they wove baskets. One might mistake it for a religious ceremony. Though it was merely basket weaving, Shu Yue recognized her lack of photographic memory, so she focused intently, observing closely. They devoted 2 hours to weaving, resulting in sore backs and aching waists, with the baskets resembling a haphazard assortment rather than the neat structure of Miao Xiaozui's bamboo basket. Standing about a meter tall, the bamboo basket tapered from a wider top to a narrower bottom. With a maximum diameter of 50 centimeters, Miao Xiaozui felt a swell of pride as she admired her handiwork, then glanced at the crooked baskets of others, an undeniable sense of superiority rising within her. Her gaze scanned the crowd for Shu Yue, curious how her own basket would turn out. However, the square was crowded, and her human eyesight could not discern clearly. After searching in vain, she resigned herself to the fact Shu Yue, satisfied with her basket, did not anticipate her success on the first try. Perhaps she had a natural talent. When surveyed the others, praising, "You are truly remarkable. No one has woven as beautifully as you." Shu Yue chuckled, putting a finger to her lips. "Please speak softly. You might upset others." The orc laughed heartily. "Very well, by the way. Did you learn anything?" Went hesitated, nodding. "I think I basically understand. I'll try to weave one myself when I return." "Good. More hands make for lighter work." Their voices were drowned out by the surrounding noise as everyone focused on their first creations, comparing them to their neighbors' work to see who fared worse. Naturally, those whose baskets fell short were met with a chorus of laughter on the platform. Miao Xiaozui cheerfully encouraged, "Do not be disheartened. Achieving this much on your first attempt is already commendable. With practice, you shall improve. Chui, you are truly impressive. Your bamboo basket is lovely." The crowd showered her with admiration. She replied with a smile, "With more practice, you too can weave as well as I do." One female chimed in, "Chui is right. I shall weave a few more to ensure I master this skill." She then directed her male counterpart to gather more bamboo, determined to create a basket of her own. Others who were slower in their progress had already seated themselves beside Miao Xiaozui, seeking her guidance, as she patiently taught them step by step, further enhancing the tribe's fondness for her. "Oh, Shu Yue, your bamboo basket weaving is as exquisite as Chui's." A voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to look, captivated by the beauty of Shu Yue's basket. Miao Xiaochui also glanced over, her heart filled with astonishment upon witnessing a bamboo basket that rivaled her own craftsmanship. How could this newcomer weave so well on her first attempt? Clearly, Shu Yue harbored some hidden talent. Unfazed by the attention, Shu Yue modestly attributed her skill to her attentive listening and careful learning. The crowd, without further contemplation, deemed this a testament to the adage that eating walnuts enhances intelligence. After all, they could see the evidence in Shu Yue, who had previously been inept but had now become remarkably adept at weaving. Resolving to consume more walnuts daily, they were determined to not fall behind in cleverness. Guo, filled with admiration, approached and remarked, "How wonderful! You have 2 baskets in an instant." The others, puzzled, replied, "Guo, did you miscount?" "There is only one. Where do the 2 come from?" During Miao Xiaochui's illness, the shaman had enlightened the illiterate villagers on basic counting, at least up to 10, though they were still in the early stages of recognizing numbers. Guo replied, "Have you forgotten? Chui mentioned she would gift Shu Yue a basket, so with her own, that makes 2. The crowd then recalled, indeed, Shu Yue was worthy of receiving gratitude, and they couldn't help but feel envious. They struggled to create even 1 basket, while she effortlessly had 2. On stage, Miao Xiaochui also remembered her obligation to present a basket. Despite her reluctance, she picked one up and approached Shu Yue, forcing a smile as she said, "Shu Yue, this is my token of appreciation for you." Shu Yue beamed and accepted graciously. "I shall gladly receive it." But Chui's basket is truly superior. Look how tightly woven it is." With the gift in hand, she felt no qualms about offering a few flattering words. Miao Xiaochui, feeling somewhat pleased, replied, "I have some free time this afternoon. May I come visit you?" Shu Yue, taken aback, thought, "What has changed? Wasn't she previously treated as a rival?" "Of course, you are always welcome," she replied, maintaining her politeness. "All right then, I shall visit you this afternoon," Miao Xiaochui concluded. Just as she finished speaking, Guo chimed in eagerly. I want to go too. It will be more lively with more people. Shu Yue smiled in agreement. Certainly, but make sure you are well fed before coming. I have no food prepared at my place. Guo laughed heartily. Of course. Miao Xiao Chui smile faltered. She intended to probe, not to socialize. How infuriating it was that Guo meddled. Yet, she could not voice her displeasure. It would be unwise to reveal her change of plans. The topic of food reminded them that after weaving for so long, hunger had set in under the blazing sun, prompting everyone to disperse back to their homes for a meal in their community. It was uncommon for one to invite another for an unreciprocated meal. Typically, individuals would bring their own food and share a meal together. Food held great significance for the beast folk, aside from very close relationships. They would not allow others to partake of their meat. Shu Yue contentedly returned home with her 2 baskets, having already devised a plan. Point 1 would be used for storing miscellaneous items at home, while the other would be designated for gathering purposes. She still needed to tie 2 animal skin pouches to the basket, enabling her to carry it conveniently on her back. Upon reaching home, Went first washed 2 fruits for her. Since they had just eaten breakfast 2 hours prior, they were not particularly hungry, but could snack on some fruit to pass the time. Yu. The water jar is empty. I will fetch some more, the beast folk stated as he lifted the stone jar and headed outside. Shu Yue nodded, waving goodbye. All right, off you go. To a jar of water would last 3 days at most. Used solely for drinking and washing dishes, and was consumed quickly. The method of fetching water was quite rudimentary. The beast folk would carry a stone jar to the river, fill it up, and then carry it back. The beast folk in the tribe typically fetched water from nearby sources, while Went preferred going to the river where they often bathed. Despite their rugged appearance, the beast folk were quite meticulous, aware that the tribe members washed in the nearby river and concerned about water quality. Thus, he opted to travel a bit further for cleaner water. Went was swift, making the round trip in under an hour with little effort. When he returned, the stone jar was filled with water, and he also carried a bloody animal skin bundle on his back, the skin seemingly freshly torn from a prey. Shu Yue was repulsed by the foul odor of blood. Why did you come back like this? It's so dirty. The beast folk sheepishly explained. I saw a go-go beast and its eggs and wanted to bring them back, but I had nothing to carry them in. She couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. Next time, take a basket with you. Quickly put that down and go wash yourself. Went nodded in agreement, placing the stone jar down, retrieving 2 plucked go-go chickens and their eggs from the animal skin, and headed to the river to wash the bloody skin. When he returned, the aroma of chicken soup wafted through the yard, and the 2 go-go chickens were positioned over the fire. Shu Yue sat on a stone bench, fanning herself while munching on walnuts that, if only she had some sunflower seeds at that moment, it would be perfect. Alas, she had to make do with the walnuts. Let me handle this, Went said, concerned for the female under the sun. Shu Yue shook her head, feeling quite satisfied with her efficiency today. I was idle anyway, so I might as well do it. This way, you can rest assured that I could take care of myself, even when you're not home. After saying this, she tossed a walnut kernel into her mouth, savoring the crunch. Went hung the cleaned animal skin on a drying rack before sitting beside her, smiling. Indeed, my Yu is very capable. Of course, she replied, not one to be modest, enjoying the compliment. After chatting for a while, the roast chicken was ready, and the 2 indulged in a delightful meal. Went took the initiative to clean the cooking utensils, and as Shu Yue watched him gather the cleaning leaves into a ball to wipe off the grease from the dishes, a sudden thought struck her. Could she perhaps make soap from this? Wait, how does one make soap? What materials are needed? Shu Yue's mind went blank, and she felt a pang of regret. Had she known she would end up here, she should have focused her studies in that direction. Her high-end designer handbag was of no use here. As a finance major, she felt utterly useless in this primitive environment. Had she known, she would have insisted on enrolling in an agricultural program to learn about farming. Alas, what a vexing situation. Noticing the frown on Shu Yue's face, Wen inquired with concern, what troubles you, Yu? You seem unhappy. Shu Yue glanced at him, sighed, and replied, I feel like I chose the wrong path. Made the wrong decisions and studied the wrong field. Everything seems to be wrong. The beast folk, confused, asked, what decisions did you make wrong? What did you study that was wrong? What does that mean? Nothing, Shu Yue sighed again. I just feel so foolish, unable to do anything that I suppose this is how my life will be. I've eaten my fill, so I'll go lie down for a while. With that, she trudged back to her room, her spirits low. Went, bewildered, followed closely behind, intending to cuddle with her as they napped. Just as they lay down, Wen abruptly sat up and exclaimed, You might not be able to sleep. Yin Xiao is coming with his female. Having just closed her eyes, Shu Yue opened them again, exasperated as she rubbed them and got up, nearly forgetting about this visit. But truly, could they not choose a better time? Afternoon naps were meant for resting. She got out of bed, arranged the walnut plate and cool water, and opened the door to welcome their guests. Yin Xiao was visiting Shu Yue's residence for the first time. The cave encased in wood was quite conspicuous within the tribe. If not for the heat, many more wooden enclosed caves would have emerged in the tribe. Upon seeing it, Miao Xiao Chui said to Yin Xiao, Brother Yin Xiao, let us also surround our house with a courtyard. That way, we won't have to constantly drop the animal skin curtain in the cave that it was sweltering to lower the curtain, yet leaving it up compromised their privacy. Now that the sun was living with them, someone always had to sleep on the ground. It felt particularly stuffy with 3 people crammed into one cave. Yin Xiao readily agreed. All right, once the rainy season is over, the sun and I will build a courtyard to hide you inside. Hearing this, Miao Xiao Chui playfully glared at him. Hide me? What do you take me for, a treasure? Yin Xiao chuckled. You are indeed a treasure, the gem of both the sun and me. Vexed, she gave him a playful punch, provoking a fit of laughter from Yin Xiao that echoed through the air. The sound reached Went and Shu Yue. The former found it disconcerting, while the latter was perplexed. Went, with keen ears, discerned their conversation with clarity. He felt a sense of discomfort regarding the overly familiar interaction between Yin Xiao and his female companion. Is Shu Yue at home? Came the voice of Miao Xiaocui. Shu Yue emerged from the cave, responding, Yes, please come in. Subsequently, Yin Xiao and Miao Xiaocui pushed the door open and entered. Miao Xiaocui glanced around, her eyes landing on the rudimentary facilities in the courtyard, further solidifying her suspicions about Shu Yue's unusual behavior. After exchanging polite pleasantries, Miao Xiaocui discreetly signaled to Yin Xiao. Understanding her intent, he approached Went, placing a hand on his shoulder, saying, The females have some private matters to discuss. Shall we step outside for a while? This was a plan they had agreed upon prior to their arrival, as she wished to speak with Shu Yue alone. When shrugged off his hand, responding coolly, That works, he then turned to Shu Yue. His demeanor softening. You two chat. I shall wait outside for your call. Shu Yue found it somewhat amusing. Was he to summon her like a familiar spirit? Well, since you're going out anyway, why not take a basket and gather some cleansing leaves for me? She handed him a bamboo basket. When accepted the basket, curiosity piqued by the animal hide straps attached to it. What is this for? He inquired. It's to carry it on your back. Shu Yue instructed him on how to wear it. Once the Beastman secured the bamboo basket, he remarked, Then I shall take my leave. Farewell. Shu Yue waved, bidding goodbye to the 2 males. Yin Xiao felt somewhat superfluous at that moment. Was he an inconvenience? Trailing behind, while they had matters to attend to, Wen ignored him entirely, proceeding directly toward their destination. Yin Xiao found himself in a quandary, unsure whether to follow or not. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to accompany them. Once the 2 males departed, Shu Yue did not invite Miao Xiaocui into the dwelling. Instead, they settled on a stone bench beneath the grass shed. You must have come to see me for a reason. Am I correct? She inquired straightforwardly, her bluntness leaving little room for misinterpretation. This directness momentarily caught Miao Xiaocui off guard, and after a few seconds, she replied with a smile. Indeed, I have a few questions for you. Oh, what would you like to ask? Shu Yue regarded her with an enigmatic gaze. Miao Xiaocui surveyed the courtyard, then asked, Shu Yue, where did you learn to surround your yard with wood? Just something I pondered. She replied, a standard response she offered to anyone who inquired. Miao Xiaocui was momentarily speechless. Could one simply think such things into existence? Why then could the other tribespeople not conceive the same? Upon hearing this, Shu Yue regarded her with a curious expression, as if to say, Are you feeling all right? Just because others hadn't thought of it, did that mean they were incapable? Miao Xiaocui found herself at a loss for words, unable to retaliate effectively. All right, let's set aside the matter of the yard for now. How did you come to learn arithmetic? Surely that isn't something one can just imagine. Her aggressive questioning ignited a spark of caution within Shu Yue. Were she from the same era as herself, she could have divulged her true identity without hesitation. Yet here was someone from an unknown era, adding a layer of complexity. I heard you hail from the Eastern dynasty? Miao Xiaohe stated with pride. Yes, I am from the Eastern dynasty, a distant land in the east. She sought to remind her of her status as a beast god's envoy. Shu Yue probed further. What is the Eastern dynasty like? How did you arrive here? What do your parents do? This barrage of questions caused Miao Xiaozui's brow to furrow. She was reluctant to answer. She had no clear picture of the Eastern dynasty. Only recollections of the dilapidated village where she had grown up, a topic best left unmentioned. As for how she arrived, she preferred not to revisit the trauma of being submerged by rising waters. The suffocating fear still lingered in her memory, a thought she dared not entertain. And her parents? They were mere farmers, impoverished to the point of destitution. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sold into servitude as a maid. In an instant, Miao Xiaozui's expression shifted, her voice lowering as she replied, You are too naive. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Implicit in her words was the suggestion that she was unworthy of such knowledge. Shu Yue remained unfazed by her attitude, as she had little desire to pry further. Casting a glance at Miao Xiaozui's feet, she noted that they were unbound, leading her to ponder whether the Eastern dynasty was a place of more liberal customs. The shaman mentioned you might be the beast god's envoy. What skills do you possess, aside from weaving baskets and cooking? Miao Xiaozui, upon hearing this, instinctively thought that aside from those tasks, she would have no knowledge of more refined arts, such as music or painting, skills of no use to Beastmen. Just as she was about to respond, she realized something was amiss. Was she not the one here to test Shu Yue? Why, then, was she being questioned so incessantly? Realizing she had lost her focus, Miao Xiaozui's expression darkened, and she retorted sharply, Do not concern yourself with what I can do. I possess many skills, and when I choose to teach, I will naturally impart them. Shu Yue, you still haven't disclosed how you learned to count, how you knew what materials were needed for basket weaving, or who informed you about the animal hide straps for carrying the bamboo basket? Her words were rapid and urgent, as if seeking to validate a particular conclusion. Shu Yue had no intention of revealing the truth, even when it was unaware, and she certainly would not confide in someone she did not trust. With a smile that was neither sincere nor insincere, she replied, Of course, those were all things you mentioned yourself. Miao Xiaozui paused in confusion. How could it be that she had said them? Shu Yue regarded her with eyes that suggested she had a poor memory. You've forgotten? That day, when the shaman asked you in front of the entire tribe, you described what the bamboo basket looked like and what materials were used to weave it. I noted everything in that moment. Miao Xiaozui questioned her own recollections. Had she truly said such things? Uncertainty gripped her. After so much time had passed, she could not clearly recall her words from that day. Only that the identity of the beast god's envoy had stirred her excitement, while the rest had faded from memory. Shu Yue wagered that she would not remember, smiling broadly. You are the beast god's envoy. I remember everything you said clearly, and it was you who shared it with everyone. Yet, it seems others were more focused on your identity than the specifics. Miao Xiaozui racked her brain, but could not recall her own words. Ultimately conceding defeat. As for your counting skills, I never mentioned them. How did you acquire them? She desperately sought a reason to confirm that Shu Yue was no longer merely Shu Yue. Seeing Miao Xiaozui's fixation on this issue, Shu Yue decided to provide her with an answer. Her expression shifted to one of mystery as she leaned closer, whispering, Do you truly wish to know? Miao Xiaozui instinctively softened her breathing, nodding eagerly. I want to know. Shu Yue found her eagerness amusing but maintained her composure, adopting a tone reminiscent of sharing a fable. You must know that I was missing for a time. Miao Xiaozui nodded, encouraging her to continue. Shu Yue proceeded, But what you do not know is that during that time, I encountered an individual clad in a robe of many colors. Descending from the heavens, he claimed to have taken pity on me and bestowed upon me wisdom. I could not comprehend what that meant, and shortly thereafter, he vanished, and I learned to count and think. After finishing her tale, she placed a finger to her lips with a conspiratorial shoo, lowering her voice further. I share this only because you are the beast god's envoy. You must not tell anyone else. Miao Xiaozui, her expression a mix of complexity, nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I shall not disclose this to anyone. She had never considered that Shu Yue might be lying, She believed her implicitly, convinced that divine beings existed in this world. Otherwise, how could one explain her presence here? People often said that those who survived great calamity would surely be blessed. And now she was indeed reaping those blessings. With the identity of the beast god's envoy, along with the attention of two men who cherished her, she no longer had to toil over menial tasks. Her life was infinitely better than when she had been a maid. That it was only slightly irksome that Shu Yue could also receive the favor of the divine. How could such a simpleton be deserving? Having exhausted her questions and clarified the reasons behind Shu Yue's significant transformation, she thought to herself, so that's why she suddenly became so intelligent. It was the influence of a celestial being. Yet, it seemed Shu Yue was still somewhat naive, carelessly divulging such crucial information without fear of others seizing her fortune. With this thought, Miao Xiaocui feigned a smile, saying, "Shu Yue, you are indeed fortunate. The beast god must be watching over you." Shu Yue's eyes widened in surprise. "Is that true?" Miao Xiaocui, harboring disdain internally, maintained a sincere facade. "Of course, you must believe me that it is getting late, and I must take my leave now." Shu Yue rose to bid farewell, suggesting a visit on another day. That moment, Yin Xiao and Wen Tai pushed the door open, their arrival a mystery, as it was unclear when they had returned or how long they had been listening at the entrance. Yin Xiao grew somewhat taciturn, grasping his mate's hand and nodding at Shu Yue, saying, "Shu Yue, we shall take our leave now." Shu Yue nodded in agreement, replying, "All right." Once they departed, she turned to the Beastman and queried, "When did you return?" Wen Tai set down a basket brimming with cleaning leaves and remarked, "Just now." "What were you discussing?" "I overheard Miao Xiaocui mention that the beast god is protecting you." Shu Yue chuckled lightly. "She was merely teasing me. There's no need to take it seriously." This Miao Xiaocui was quite shrewd. It remained to be seen whether she was a good person, and Shu Yue decided to observe her gradually. Wen Tai, feeling perplexed, chose not to delve further into the matter, instead asking, "Yu, what do you need all these cleaning leaves for? If it's for washing, you can simply pick them as needed. Harvesting so many will only lead to them turning yellow. Indeed, if cleaning leaves turned yellow, their efficacy would diminish significantly, leading to waste." However, Wen Tai thought, as long as Yu was happy, he would not mind picking her a basket each day. Shu Yue explained, "I wish to conduct an experiment with the cleaning leaves." "What kind of experiment?" Wen Tai inquired, sensing that Yu was once again eager to create something new. "I am not certain yet. You will understand once I've tried it. If it fails, explaining it to you would be futile." She stifled a yawn, suggesting, "Let us first take a nap, and when we awaken, we shall proceed. That of course. This basket of cleaning leaves must be brought back to the cave. We cannot let them spoil in the sun." "All right," Wen Tai acquiesced, following his wife's lead. This time, no one disturbed their respite, allowing them to enjoy a peaceful nap. Upon waking, Shu Yue realized that Guo had not yet arrived. Hadn't Tishi mentioned coming in the afternoon? Perhaps she was unable to come due to some matter. But Shu Yue did not dwell on it. In reality, Guo was busy weaving baskets with her mother, determined to perfect her craft, vowing not to rest until she succeeded. Wen Tai prepared a light meal for Shu Yue to stave off her hunger, and after they finished eating, he began tinkering with new ideas. Initially, he instructed the Beastmen to find a piece of animal fat, regardless of the creature it came from, as long as it was fat. He directed them to chop the fat into small pieces while he ground the cleaning leaves into a paste using a stone. The quantity of cleaning leaves was so abundant that they ended up grinding together. And to facilitate the process, they crafted a new stone container. With the harmonious collaboration of man and beast, it wasn't long before the cleaning leaves transformed into a thick paste. They then poured the fat into the cleaning mixture, grinding it further until it melded seamlessly into a new hue. Once they had prepared a large basin of thick, earthy-colored paste, Shu Yue suddenly remembered she had forgotten to create molds. However, she dismissed the idea, reasoning that it might not even take shape, and making molds would only lead to further waste. Instead, she and Wen Tai shaped the paste by hand, opting for simple rectangular forms, ultimately crafting a dozen or so pieces, each about the size of a palm. They set them on clean large leaves to dry in the sun by the time they finished. Wen Tai remained oblivious to the purpose of their endeavor, merely finding it entertaining, more enjoyable than playing in the mud as dusk descended. The hunting party returned. Wente collected a portion of meat from the square, followed by a persistent clan leader. Upon reaching the entrance, he turned in exasperation and said, "Father, go back to your own cave to eat." Bear appeared somewhat embarrassed. "Don't you want to spend some time with your father?" When T's expression darkened, "I am now an adult. No longer a cub. Besides, you didn't accompany me when I was a cub, so I don't require it now." Upon hearing this, Bear's face fell with sorrow. "Wente, are you blaming your father?" He shook his head, speaking softly. "I do not blame you. During my cub years, Uncle Barin looked after me. You were free to pursue the life you desired. Dragon beasts were powerful and long-lived, and it was rare for one to have only a single mate. They often possessed 4 or 5. However, procreation was more challenging for them compared to other beastmen. For many years, Uncle Barin had only one son, and so did his father." Bear gazed at his son, who harbored little affection for him, and felt a pang of regret. He realized he had been an irresponsible father, failing to shoulder his responsibilities and relying instead on his elder son, despite the fact that his mates were eager to care for him. "Wente, as long as you do not harbor resentment towards your father, that is good. It is I who have wronged you." Wente's expression remained neutral. "Just don't forget my mother." "How could I?" "Your mother is the mate who bears my beast mark, the one I cherish most dearly." Bear's weathered face contorted with pain. Wente's mother had been his first mate, and he loved her deeply. Yet she had long since returned to the embrace of the beast god. Over the years, he had never forgotten her, nor dared to think about her, as it caused him anguish. Upon hearing this, Wente felt a sudden surge of irritation, and his expression grew impatient. "Father, perhaps you should think more about Aisha and the others." With that, he pushed the door open, carrying the meat inside, shutting the door firmly behind him, making his refusal of a visit abundantly clear. Bear stared at the closed wooden door, sighing, realizing he had erred. Dragon beasts were passionate and lustful. Their desires were stronger than those of other beastmen, making it impossible for one mate to suffice. Shu Yue, observing the beastman who entered with a gloomy demeanor and immediately began to prepare meat over the fire, felt a pang of sympathy. She moved closer and asked gently, "Wente, are you thinking of your mother?" She had overheard the conversation between father and son outside and felt contempt for Bear, considering him a true scoundrel. Despite living a carefree life with a new mate, he still professed his undying love for his deceased first wife. How ridiculous! Initially, she had no strong feelings for him, but now she felt a tinge of disdain. This was a world devoid of constraints. The strong rightfully possessed multiple mates, while those of lesser capability had to share one mate among many. A lamentable reality. Wente responded with a soft, his mood tinged with sadness. Shu Yue inquired softly, "Do you resent your father for his infidelity?" The beastman shook his head. "I do not resent him. Why mother has returned to the beast god's embrace. It is his freedom to seek out other mates." Shu Yue was taken aback, surprised by his resilience. Your acceptance truly so strong. If your father dared to find me a stepmother, I would certainly cause a scene. And that woman would not last. Yet you seem completely unfazed. But he did not raise you. Do you truly not harbor any resentment? Wente shook his head once more. "No resentment that I am a dragon beast. When my father left, I had already lived through 5 moons and could fend for myself in the tribe, especially with uncle caring for me." Shu Yue's expression grew complex. "But you were only 5. He abandoned you. He was irresponsible. That is indeed quite irresponsible. However, rest assured, Yu, I shall be a good father in the future. Regardless of whether you bear a son or a daughter, I will care for them well," Wente declared, his expression filled with hope. Unconsciously, he reached to touch her abdomen, as if envisioning her already pregnant. Shu Yue, her expression darkened, swatted his hand away. "Don't be foolish," she huffed, "if you prove to be as irresponsible as your father. I will take our child and remarry." "Remarry? What does that mean?" the beastman asked, perplexed. Shu Yue smirked. "It means I will seek another male to share my life with, allowing your child to call someone else father. That is unacceptable." When T's face darkened, the mere thought provoking a visceral rage within him. "Therefore, you must treat me and our child well. Otherwise, I will leave. Do you understand?" Wente furrowed his brow, resolutely stating, "Need it even be said? I will undoubtedly treat you both well." Shu Yue beamed. "Now that is more like it. Yet, she suddenly turned serious. Wait, you want to be like your father, will you? You want to take other mates in the future? The Beastman quickly shook his head. Absolutely not. Having you is enough for me. Apart from you, I have no interest in other females. Shu Yue eyed him skeptically. Are you certain? What if I become a frumpy, old woman? If you encounter a young and beautiful mate, won't you feel tempted? Wen Te firmly shook his head. I will not be tempted. I can vow at the bonding ceremony that if